That's Utah. HCPlus.com.
This Monday Tax Tip is brought to you by Susan Spears, CEO of the Utah Association of CPAs.
Let's talk about the child tax credit. It could put some extra cash back in your pocket. To qualify for the child tax credit on your 2024 taxes, your child needs to be under 17 at the end of the year. They also need to be a U.S. citizen, national, or resident alien. You also need to be providing most of their financial support. For 2024, the credit starts to phase out if your adjusted gross income is over $200,000 if you're filing as single, or $400,000 if you're married filing jointly. If you qualify, you can get up to $2,000 per child. And even better, up to $1,600 of that could be refundable through the additional child tax credit. Taxes can be tricky, so if you have any questions about the child tax credit and how it applies to your family, chat with your CPA.
Get the most out of your income tax preparation when you hire a CPA. Go to uacpa.org to find a CPA that's right for you. Listen to KSL on Monday for more tax tips from the Utah Association of CPAs.
Imagine waking up every morning with a smile you love. No more hiding, no more discomfort. Stubbs Dental Implant Center has helped thousands of people ditch the dentures and say goodbye to missing or failing teeth. With over 2,000 five-star Google reviews, their patients say it best.
Getting dental implants has been the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Let the expert team at Stubbs Dental help you take the first step to changing your life with dental implants. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. A $350 value. Visit StubbsDental.com.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by March 31st, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Break your routine and into adventure in Cedar City, Bryan Head. Connected to nature, Cedar City makes spring the best break ever. Shopping, dining, museums, and recreation galore. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com. Sponsored by the Utah Office of Tourism.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
Reed, an offensive-minded center, gives to Ant. Down the lane, has room, cocks the right hand, rips the cords with a one-hand hammer, breaks the crowd out of their feet, and Anthony Edwards is added to his highlight reel.
The Wolves are coming back the other way, in with a stop and pop three, count it. That's his favorite spot on the floor from beyond the arc. Ant will burn some clock inside of midcourt. It's guarded by Filipowski. He'll stop, he'll pop on the pull-up three and hit again! I told you the straightaway three, he's shooting 46% on that shot. He's hit two straight from there. He's got 16 in the quarter, he's got 41 for the game.
Utah Jazz blown out. Minnesota Timberwolves cruise to the 128-102 win. Anthony Edwards led Minnesota with 41 points. Colin Sexton paced the Jazz with 22. To me, the most interesting thing down the stretch now is how are they going to tank games without being completely obvious about it and getting the NBA mad? You can sit some guys and the NBA doesn't care. But Lauri Markkanen's been an all-star game in the last 3 years, so how you sit him matters to the NBA. That may seem arbitrary and capricious to you. That is the way the NBA does business. And what it comes down to is Lauri Markkanen's going to play in the first half, but the second half, fourth quarter, that's it. You know, I think what happened is he sat down and his back tightened up. Yeah, I mean, we want to play him, and we put him out there, but, you know, he was managed to get a little loose at halftime, but man, he just really couldn't.
He's not playing as loose as he needs to play.
No.
Like, we're worried about him.
No, I don't think so. So now his minutes are going up. We'll see if this holds. He had 19 minutes in one game. Now he had 26 in this one. He only took 3 shots after halftime. So they will play Lauri Markkanen, but he took 9 shots before, and then 3, and it just reflects his playing time. And the Jazz lose, and they're getting good at losing. It's what they're trying to do. I watched Portland. Portland just won their 29th game. Honestly think if the Jazz were playing their guys, and the guys were playing big minutes, and they were playing to win, and the guys who closed the game were the guys who are best at closing the game. It's often your starting five, but not always. Yeah, might have one or two bench guys in there. They'd be close to what Portland is doing. Portland's high. I think Portland's sitting on 29 wins now. I think that's where the Jazz would be. But the Jazz sit on 15, and that gives them the worst record in the NBA, which does not improve your odds of drafting number 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. They flattened all that out. But if they finish with the worst record in the NBA, and it will be close, and there's some pivotal games coming, it eliminates their chance of being 6th or 7th. If you're the worst team in the NBA, you can't draft worse than 5th. You should be able to identify the top 5 players in the draft, know you're going to get one of them, hope the rest of the league doesn't see it the way you do, and maybe you get one of the top 3 or 4 players in the draft. You won't get the number 1 player in the draft because everybody sees that the same way. So that's not happening. I can't imagine Harper's going to fall to 5 either. Gone! And maybe at 5, you do have a chance to move up to 4 or 3. I don't believe you'll have a chance to move up to 1 or 2. But maybe you can move up to 3 or 4 if that's really important to you based on how you've evaluated guys. Jazz get beat. Jazz are back home tonight. They're going to face the Chicago Bulls going back-to-back. It didn't feel good after that back-to-back. Had to send them in the second half because the back tightened up. Coverage starts on the Zone, 6 o'clock. Jake Scott, Tim Lacombe with the pregame show, and then tip-off at 7. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Here's Doncic, draws the big Iguodala, so drives past him and gets the layup with the left hand. Gorgeous finish by Doncic, who's got 33.
Gilgeous-Alexander against Kuzma, working top of the key on the dribble. Looking left, slicing right. Elevates and fades, the right of the lane. 13-foot jumper, nothing but net. He's got 20 for the 62nd straight game.
Mitchell switches on Banchero, and Banchero gives the Magic a 1-point advantage.
Highlights around the NBA right there. The Orlando Magic snap Cleveland's 16-game win streak with a 108-103 win. Did not have that on my bingo card, but who plays and how tired are you? How focused are you? How much has the travel caught up to you this time of year? Somebody had to get Cleveland. You don't get the win forever. Steve Kerr passed Al Attles as Golden State's all-time winningest coach with his 558th victory, leading the franchise Saturday night as the Warriors beat the Knicks 97-94. The Golden State Warriors are on fire. And I can't believe that they're going to win a championship. But you definitely wouldn't want to play them in the first round. And you really can't be surprised if they make a playoff run because it feels like playoff Jimmy's going to show up. And you'll get the best out of him. And you already trust Curry, who, by the way, is lights out. So they won 7 in a row. And they won 12 out of 13. And they won 13 out of 15 since the trade. And I think Butler didn't play in one of the 2 losses. So they are awesome since then, and there is no stopping those guys. Well, maybe there is, but not this month. We'll see when the playoffs come. You know who else there's no stopping? And I say it's because of the big trade. Your Washington Wizards, who PK and I both agreed this is going to be the worst team in the NBA. They are bad. They've got no hint of being good. They are terrible. They traded Kyle Kuzma. And they are suddenly a decent to mediocre team. You can take any stretch you want. They won their last 2 games. They beat Denver on Saturday. What? You beat Denver? How'd you do that? You're terrible, Washington. They've won 2 in a row. They've won 4 out of 6. They won 6 of the last 10. And if you take it back to February 1st, and this is unbelievable. I can't believe I'm going to say this out loud. I never thought this would happen. They are 9-10 in their last 19 games. The Wizards are picking up steam. I mean, this is the East. They might make the play-in. All right, that's a bridge too far. But it is the East. And they have gone 9-10. And they're going to be here to play the Jazz on Wednesday. And that is a huge 2-game swing in the race to the bottom.
Hey, Lowry, your back is locking up right now.
It's definitely not going to feel good in the second half. I really sense. I mean, the guy really gave it. Do you see what a competitor he is?
He gave it his all.
But that second half really tightened up. Jalen Brunson expected to miss another week or two as he works his way back from a right ankle sprain he suffered nearly 2 weeks ago in a loss to the Lakers. And, of course, that's part of the Warriors' magic as they beat the Knicks 97-94. How often do we see NBA games that neither team gets to 100? And yet the Warriors win 97-94. That's a score straight out of the 90s. Let me check the box score and see what Charles Oakley did in that game. What happened? DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
The 6th seed will open up in Denver on Thursday. The BYU Cougars, 24-9 on the season. Missed last year, but back in the field and will take on VCU. The Rams won the Atlantic 10 regular season and tournament crowns, 28-6 on the season. VCU back in after missing last year. The 7-10 matchup in the Midwest, the bottom right portion of your bracket when you look at it. The UCLA Bruins, they're the 7 seed. They will head to Lexington to play on Thursday and be opposite Utah State, 26-7 on the season. An at-large bid like New Mexico from the Mountain West. They get the 10 seed in the Midwest.
Did the committee get it right? We'll get to that coming up in our next segment. BYU gets a 6 seed. Yeah, people talked about a 7. People talked about a 5. They ended up with a 6. And it's like a homecoming. Former Utah State coach Ryan Odom and guard Max Shulga lead the Rams. I got to go back and look it up. Did Shulga ever get to play against BYU in his 3 years?
All of 4 minutes and scored 2 points or something like that.
Yeah. Max Shulga, how are you?
Ryan Odom career record versus BYU, 0-2.
0-2. 6 seed versus the 11 seed. Let's just say get old, stay old. Have you checked VCU's roster for seniors? Their top 3 scorers are 5th-year seniors. Their 4th leading scorer is a 6th-year senior. Their 5th leading scorer is old school, the traditional 4-year senior. Yeah, get yourself some old guys. Things I want to hear from Alex Jensen at his press conference today. Get old, stay old. We'll take 1 or maybe 2 freshmen a year. Never hurts to have guys in your program and developing them. But get the older kids. It turns out it's hard for 18-year-olds who've been, at 17, you're playing against 17 and 18-year-olds, right? So you're kind of, it's good to watch kids as a high school junior because they're playing up a year, right? And assuming they do the same thing on the AAU, right? And you get to see that. You get to college, you get to see freshmen play up 4 or 5 years. Now, what do you got against these older kids? Yeah, the older kids win most of the time. Go figure. Utah State is a 10 seed taking on 7-seeded UCLA. This goes to the point that a lot of the work of the committee is done. They got to rank 68 teams, get the matchups, make sure teams from the same conference aren't playing in the first round, blah, blah, blah. And you can't do it all Sunday morning when you get up even if you go to work at 6 a.m. It's got to be done. They didn't get hurt. They did not get hurt getting blown out on Friday. But their coach is mad, and we're going to get to that coming up at 7:30. USU is playing bad basketball. Not struggling, not bad. Down by 27. And if you think that rally, it may have made fans feel better, it did not make the coach feel better. UCLA and Utah State. The SEC got 14 teams in. We'll get to that. North Carolina. North Carolina over Boise State. North Carolina over Drake. I'm shocked. I'm stunned. How could that happen? UVU headed to the NIT. They lost in the WAC tournament final. They're going to play USF Wednesday. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
I want a quarterback that could cut the film on, and when you ask him a question about why did you make this mistake or why did you make this throw or why was this the right read, I want him to be able to regurgitate that to me like he's in the play at the moment, the same way a coach or an offense coordinator would, because that's what he's going to have to do. And I've had conversations with Shedeur Sanders, and he can do that.
That's ESPN's Ryan Clark on why he likes Shedeur Sanders, why Shedeur Sanders shouldn't slip, and why he should be valued in the NFL draft. Everything from 2 to, 10th. I mean, he's not going to fall farther than that, I wouldn't think. I mean, the way quarterbacks go, honestly, I would think someone would trade up at 2.
That's the thing is quarterbacks are at a premium. Even if he's not a top tier in other drafts, he's the top of this draft, and teams need quarterbacks. So,
Cincinnati Bengals agree to terms on contract extensions with their star wide receiver Tannen. Jamar Chase, 4 years, $161 million, $112 guaranteed. T. Higgins, 4 years and $115 million. Chase is now the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history, averaging $40 million a year. Okay, $40.25 million. So now cheat the man out of $250,000. Cincinnati. I get it. These receivers are awesome. And you have an elite quarterback. And teams with elite quarterbacks should be in the playoffs every year. All the elite quarterbacks, right? They rarely miss. If they are, there's extenuating circumstances. Even quarterbacks who aren't elite, who are good, but maybe not this top shelf guy. Looking at you, Yak, 49er fan. You got yourself a good quarterback. People didn't dump on him. Okay. I'm not saying that, he could go into Kansas City and win the starting job, or go into Buffalo or Cincinnati and win the starting job, go into Baltimore, because he's not that tier.
And that's the problem.
But he's good. He's really good. And you ought to be in the playoffs every year. When he misses, there's extenuating circumstances.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey's injured all year.
Cincinnati missed. And they missed because their defense is terrible. Now, I get signing your quarterback. I get signing your star receiver. You signed your star receiver and your number 2 to massive money, and I get it. And honestly, as a business decision, it's going to sell a lot of luxury suites. It's going to sell a lot of corporate sponsorships. So from a money decision, Cincinnati probably made the right decision. From a football decision, you got to fix the defense. You didn't make the playoffs. You got an elite offense. These guys are all awesome. Got to figure that out, Cincinnati. Cooper Kupp, 3 years, $45 million, his last big paycheck in all probability. He grew up in Washington. He goes home to Seattle. It all makes sense. They're rebuilding. Will he win? Probably not on the field. But twice a month, the paycheck comes, he's going to win. I mean, he won't get all of that in all probability. It's the NFL. You rarely do, but it's a lot of money nonetheless. Cooper Rush, 2-year deal to back up Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. Juju Smith reportedly set to re-sign with the Chiefs on a 1-year deal. And you got your right. Kyle, say his name.
Juszczyk.
2 years, $8 million. They cut him.
So they're supposed to pay him $8 million this year. They cut him. Apparently passed on bigger money with Pittsburgh to sign a 2-year, $8 million deal. So.
All right. Well. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Japan's Hanshin Tigers notched back-to-back shutout victories over the Dodgers and the Cubs in exhibition action in Tokyo. Dodgers and Cubs will open the Major League Baseball season there tomorrow. The real headline from those games, you're getting replays like they're straight out of video games. What are they doing? How does that work? How long before we get that here? How long have they had that in Japan? I'm not sure about all of that because I saw the stuff late last night and I haven't had time to dig to the bottom of them, but I'm here to tell you, it's awesome. You're a fan, the viewing experience. Why do you want that? Do you know how much money they charge to sit there? They got replays from places you can't even buy a seat. I'm behind the shortstop in shallow. I'm playing left field for the Dodgers. I'm in. I grew up hating the Dodgers. I am in.
They're using VR technology, yeah.
That was the VR technology. That was awesome. That was fun. Will we get tired of it after a while? I no longer get excited about HD TV, and we sure as hell don't say, I saw that game last night in living color. And when I was a kid, they ran promos about that. You can watch this in living color. Over in living color. We probably won't be excited about this technology, but right now, that was pretty cool. And did I already think, well, then you can put yourself behind a linebacker in a football game. You can line up as a corner against Jamar Chase. Fresh as today's headlines. Basketball, Steph Curry's running at me. I'm backpedaling, but I want to stop him on that three-pointer on the break. All right. That was awesome. Mookie Betts lost 15 pounds. He's sick. He's been sick for weeks. Got some viral bug they can't identify. Mookie is lean. There are a lot of baseball players. I mean, I don't want to say they're fat. You're not grossly overweight. But you look at him and you think, well, if you played another sport, you'd have to lose 30 pounds. And I think there's plenty of... Mookie Betts isn't one of those guys. Mookie Betts built like a cornerback or an NBA player. He could probably play soccer and run forever. Mookie doesn't have 15 pounds to lose. That is not good. DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
Blasting it to Bianca St. George. St. George in the area. St. George on her debut. Bianca St. George on the pass from Mandy McGlynn. The goal and the opener in NWSL play.
RSL wins the ball. Diego Luna playing without a mask. Down the left side. Around a defender. Tight space along the sideline. Gives it up. Gets it back in the left channel. Into the attacking third. Slots the ball forward to McAnally. In front. A shot and a goal. And RSL's on the board. Diogo Gonzalez, who missed the breakaway last week, scores 45 seconds in. A dream start for RSL. Luna into the area. Lays it off. Ojeda just beyond him. He settles it finally to Hidalgo. Hidalgo cuts it back. It's deflected to Marchuk. He fakes. Puts it on his left foot to Luna. Headed in. Diego Luna. And RSL takes the lead. 45+4. That was a laser. And Luna playing without his mask. Heads it in. Real Salt Lake gets the win at Houston. The Dynamo are really struggling. They are a mess, and RSL capitalizes with 2 first-half goals, 2 halftime lead, and they make it stand up in the second half. So 6 points through 4 games, a decent start for RSL. Diego Luna was awesome. I guess he was right about taking the mask off. Well, I don't know if he was right from a health perspective because if he'd gotten the ball blasted in the face, but I asked him about it off camera, and he's like, if the ball hits me in the face with his mask on, what's going to happen? It's not going to be good. So I'm going to play without the mask. If I'm hitting the face, it's not going to be good. And he went out there, and the header, that, at first I thought it was a pass. The replay really was a shot. That thing had some steam on it.
Yeah, he's redirected it.
Stuck his forehead in there. Like he said, I'm not supposed to be heading the ball with my nose anyway. So he made the first goal happen. He scored the second goal, and they get the win. And he's going to go join the U.S. national team, which I think he did this right before that because he wanted to play well, because he wants to be in peak form when he goes to the national team, because they left him off the Olympic team last summer, and he's got a chip the size of Texas on his shoulder because of that. And he really, I mean, of course you want to look good for the national team, but double down on that. Also in there, you heard the Utah Royals, their season opener, a 1-1 draw in San Jose with Bay FC. They are on the road Saturday when they take on the San Diego Wave at Snapdragon Stadium. DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
Rory McIlroy, J.J. Spawn on the course for a 3-hole aggregate playoff this morning to determine the winner of the Players' Championship.
Yeah, so
we get Monday golf.
It's rolling right now.
And?
Rory's ahead by 1 stroke. J.J. Spawn just dunked one on 17, though.
So
it's 3-hole aggregate.
So they played the first hole.
Correct.
And that's where McIlroy picked up a stroke.
Correct.
And now he's about to pick up more on the second hole.
Because Spawn just overshot 17 green.
So I can't visualize that. What does that look like? 17 at the Players' Championship. There's a green. There's a lot of water around
but
it.
It's technically a peninsula.
I know it's not an island green. So J.J. Spawn is in a world of trouble, and Rory McIlroy ought to win. For all the people who said he'd never win again because he took the guy's phone and it shows he's not accountable, and all the way he talked about it afterwards at the press conference, he literally wins that week. I guess when people said he'd never win a major, they've still got hope. But Patrick Fishburne, Tony Finau missed the cut. Local guys not making the weekend. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Bukestad collects it, centers, they score! Kevin Stenlund has goals in back-to-back. This one ties the game. Back upstairs, Schmaltz gets it back from Mata. Rister, save, rebound, they score! There's Logan Cooley. Welcome back, number 92. Hronik has it taken away by Schmaltz. Keller to center. Keller at the empty net, scores! Clayton Keller punctuates a big win for the Utah Hockey Club.
Utah Hockey Club with an enormous win because it's a 4-point swing. Vancouver is one of the 4 teams, along with Calgary and St. Louis. Utah gets the win. Vancouver gets nothing. You get nothing. Total Willy Wonka moment for Vancouver. So now you got 4 teams all bunched up, 2 points apart. The race is on. It was a huge win, especially considering they squandered an excellent chance to get points on the road Friday when they lost in Seattle. But if you're only going to win one of the 2, you got to win the Vancouver game and deny them the 2 points. So they did that. Defense wins championships. We've heard that. Defense is carrying Utah here. Getting that third goal is hard. They got it as an empty netter. They were up 2-1, and the key sequence here is Vancouver goes on a power play for 4 minutes. It's 2-1 in the third. You're in a playoff race. You're at home, and you get handed the man advantage for 4 minutes. And it's Willy Wonka time. You get nothing. You lose everything. Okay. So, big win. Now on to Edmonton. Now, they've struggled with Edmonton. 1 point out of a possible 4. Edmonton does have a bunch of guys out right now. They're not playing their best hockey. They were flying going into the break for the Four Nations deal, but it hasn't been the same magic. Maybe there's a chance to pick up points here. On paper, sounds difficult. We'll find out tomorrow when they drop the puck at 7 o'clock. DJ and PK, what is trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, coming up, NCAA tournament. Did they get it right? We'll talk with Steve Cleveland at 8 o'clock. Scotty G on his Aggies at 8:30. World's shortest post-game interview. Rocco Miller, Bracketeer.com, 9:05 to start giving you tips on who's going to win and who's going to advance. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 still moving at freeway speeds through South Salt Lake into downtown. It's getting a bit busy in Saratoga Springs on the corridor, but from Pioneer Crossing heading over to Redwood Road in that area. Highway 89 in South Weber a little more slow as you make way up the hill towards Harrison Boulevard, and northbound on Bangerter Highway has got a little slowing between 5400 South and 3500 South. So today is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialists. Whipple that away with the Whipple Service Champions. With their KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Joining us on the program right now, he's Tim Lacombe.
I've often said that hype and success have killed many a career because it is so hard to live up to the expectations. I don't know, if Utah can ever get necessarily back to that same kind of dominance, but to bring people in that saw that place when it was rocking, understood what it is, plays to that legacy, I think that's really smart.
You know Alex well. What qualities does he have to be successful as a head coach at Utah?
His intellect was always impressive, and I was at Utah when he came as a freshman, and I just remember how aghast Majerus was with how much he knew about the game. He's always been cerebral and always been intellectual. He's approached the game that way. With that intellect is a heck of a lot of grit.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
These days, figuring out what, where, and how to watch TV is out of control. And so is the cost. That's why I'm psyched I found Philo. Live TV from A&E, Discovery, MTV, and all the channels I love. A huge library of movies and shows. And an unlimited DVR to save them. I also get AMC Plus and all their blockbuster hits. All this for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Give it a try, risk-free at philo.tv.
Hi, this is Jason Smith. Tires matter. They're the only part of your vehicle that touches the road. Tread confidently with new tires from Tire Rack. Whether you're looking for expert recommendations or know exactly what you want, Tire Rack makes it easy. Fast, free shipping, free road hazard protection, convenient installation options, and the best selection of Bridgestone tires. Go to TireRack.com/sports to see their Bridgestone test results, tire ratings, and reviews. And be sure to check out all the special offers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
At Black Desert Resort, you can truly indulge in luxury your way. Whether you choose a sleek studio or an expansive 4-bedroom suite, you're just moments away from teeing off on a championship golf course, savoring top-tier dining, relaxing poolside, or exploring the rugged beauty of southern Utah. Whatever thrill you seek is right outside your door. Your journey awaits at blackdesertresort.com. Get lost and find luxury.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
You know I love my friends at Mountain Land Supply, but did you know they outfit trucks? Hi, I'm Hans. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters is fully equipped to accessorize your truck, van, or commercial fleet with custom fabrication. Lift gates, wheels, tires, hitches, storage, lighting, and so much more. And right now, get $50 off a 5-window tent package or $50 off standard door graphics when you mention this ad. See my friends at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters or visit mtnlndtruck.com. That's mtnlndtruck.com.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz blown out by the Timberwolves 128-102. Will Hardy wants his players to focus on fundamentals.
Can you do the foundational things over and over and over and over again? And I think that's where the mindset has to flip, because when it is all the young guys out there, somebody's going to get to score a bunch of points. That's just the way the NBA works. I don't care about who scores 18. We're trying to figure out all the other things.
Jazz are back home to take on the Bulls tonight, 7 o'clock. Jazz Updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
20 years and still going strong. Utah's #1 sports radio show for over 2 decades. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, which is sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Mills.
DJ and PK, it is time for the question of the day. BYU is a 6th seed. Did the NCAA selection committee get it right? Utah State's a 10 seed. Did the selection committee get it right? Thoughts? Well, let's start with BYU. There are Cougar fans who are running around with a massive chip on their shoulder, whining and complaining, and they are off. There are also Cougar fans, and these people never get any run. Everybody wants to talk about the whiny BYU fan because it's fun. Do you talk about your sibling who is poised and under control and making mature decisions, or do you talk about the whiner? We all talk about the whiner. Of course we do. Why would sports be any different? But there are BYU fans who are not like that. Here's a rock-solid take from a Cougar fan. David, not a ton of difference between a 5 or a 6 seed, so sure, they got it right. After the first round, I'm not sure it matters much. I think being in Denver is a big win, and hopefully that holds true. That is a poised, nuanced look from Cougar fan.
How dare you have a well-reasoned take?
I didn't ask about location, but we know, goodness knows, UCLA's coach has told us a little bit this year about how hard it is to travel and to travel repeatedly. So if you see a site that's a 1-hour plane flight away in the same time zone in the NCAA tournament, you grab it, you hug it, you hold on to it. That is awesome. Take it. That's a win. Make VCU travel a couple time zones. Make it hard for their fans to be there. BYU fans ought to flood Denver. That's a piece of cake. Easy. There's a bazillion flights to Denver. You can get to Denver. You know, depending on the weather, you might be able to drive it. No, I think the weather's going to suck. You might not want to drive it. That might not. That might be plan B.
That Eisenhower Pass.
I don't know about Wednesday, but Tuesday's supposed to be bad. I think Wednesday may not be much better. So you might not want to drive it, but still, there ought to be a ton of BYU fans there, and there are plenty of BYU fans in Colorado anyway. I mean, now Jimmer can sleep in his own bed. It's a home game for Jimmer. He can just drive over there. So, David, that's a rock-solid take, and it wasn't a fluke. I know you're saying it's a one-off. No. Mike, yeah, that 6 seed looks good, and playing in Colorado is a big win for them, too. Hopefully they can win on Thursday. You know what I've learned? In the news business, nobody wants the happy news. People say they do. They say they're tired of the negativity. But when BYU was in the dumper 20 years ago and they had to fire the football coach and the basketball team was coming off a bad year, I went down and did a story, and it was long, like way long. I mean, like that 60 minutes type length, you know. Not long, like it was a 2 or 3 minute story. It was like 10 minutes. What's wrong? Looked at a bunch of different teams. It got huge ratings. One of the coaches even challenged me. You do this story next year, you'll be doing what's right. I think it was actually Bronco who did. I can't remember for sure, but I think it was Bronco. I said, all right, yeah, if everybody has a great next year, I'll come back and do it. What the heck, right? Sure. And you know what? They did. They turned it around. Everybody went down there and did a story. What's right? 1 year later, what's right? Nobody watched that. They're just average ratings. But what's wrong? Huge numbers. People love the negative, no matter what they say. So let's get to the negative. Devin. The bias is real. Let me get this straight. Number 1, BYU beats ISU twice. Number 2, BYU finishes 3rd and ISU 5th in the Big 12 championship. Number 3, yet BYU is only a 6th seed, whereas ISU gets a 3rd seed. This defies all reasoning. Yeah, Devin, if you cherry pick your facts, rock solid. I mean, seriously, if you were a lawyer, Devin, I'd applaud this. Because as a lawyer, you're just there to represent your client. You don't bring all the facts. You just bring the ones that make you look good. Which is what you did. I mean, it's true, BYU did beat ISU twice. But you could have gone fact 4. BYU, you know what, in the bed against Utah. Nope. BYU, non-conference schedule. Even a coach has said that. And it's not going to happen again. That's the good thing. From everything he's indicated, I mean, the schedule isn't set yet, so I guess there's no guarantees, but everything he's indicated, they're going to play a better non-conference schedule. They absolutely got hurt by their non-conference schedule. As soon as we saw their non-conference schedule, we knew it was nothing. And I might add that the Utah wasn't a one-off when it comes to, you know what, in the bed. Here's a word for you. Yuck. Didn't you grow up in Utah County?
Yes.
Didn't your dad work for BYU?
For a short time.
Yeah. Haven't you cheered for the Cougars? 7-year-old you, not rock solid, professional you.
Oh no,
yeah.
Grandpa was the team optometrist for years.
If I say the word Providence, does this send a shiver down the spine of anybody you went to Mountain View High School with? Providence.
No.
That was a bad game. They get some stinkers on their resume. It's limiting. 6 is a pretty good spot to land. This defies all reasoning. Come on, Devin.
It doesn't defy reasoning. Just non-conference scheduling absolutely crippled BYU's resume. There's zero doubt about it.
Jared, yeah, the NCAA committee did it right. I'm happy with a 6. Everyone knows we are 1,000% one-dimensional. The minute the 3 stop falling, we're done. Well, to be fair, Jared, you can say that about a lot of teams. Oh, wait, that's Jared's point. And a lot of teams can be seeded 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But if you're going to skyrocket up among the elite, maybe you should defend like Houston does. Can Houston win the 3 stop falling? Yeah, because the whole team's under 60 points because they defend with focus and determination for 40 minutes. And if you are loose with the ball for 1 second, they will pop that thing loose and go the other way. Brian, it doesn't really matter what seed you are. The best team will win. Oh, how about that, Brian? How about that? Let's go out and beat the other team. Maybe it helps you in the first round because you get an easier seed. But certainly by the time you get to the Sweet 16, toss-up city. I think it's good they stayed out 7 and 8 because listen to all the national experts. The 1 and the 2 seeds are head and shoulders above everybody. That's the place. They've got the best coaching. They got the best NIL money, and they don't miss, and it makes them really hard to beat. And I watched some of the national guys do their bracket picks yesterday. Chalk, chalk, chalk. Favorite, favorite, favorite. Elite team, elite team, elite team. Nobody's out there picking 4, 5s, and 6s to go to the Elite 8. A lot of them were saying there's 5 number 1 seeds in this tournament, and they only give out 4. And Florida and St. John's got the short end of the stick because they're going to have to play each other in a regional. And everybody thinks Florida, if you want to put that in your bracket, everybody thinks Florida and St. John's the regional final. Don't mess that up. Just take Florida and St. John's to the regional final. Now, as far as the Aggies, did they get it right? I'd say 100% yes. I would say the 10th seed is the best the Aggies could have hoped for. They've lost 3 of the last 5 games. They've looked really bad in the 3 losses. There isn't a hard-fought game with a 1, 2, or 3 seed in there. Colorado State got it by 27. They did rally, but even that, listen to Coach Jared Calhoun give the world's shortest post-game interview. This thing lasts 1 minute and 9 seconds. They've lost 3 out of 5. They've been blown out twice in the regular season. They were getting blown out in the tournament. They made it look better, but they were never really going to win the game. And the wins are against teams. UNLV was shorthanded, missing multiple guys, and Air Force is terrible. And Jared Calhoun is mad. When a coach sounds like this, the 10 seed's the best you can hope for.
Coach Calhoun, kind enough to carve out a few moments for us. And, Coach, there's a lot to break down here on this one. First off, you can look at it from a standpoint of you get down by 28, but then you cut it all the way down to 7. So just kind of giving your emotions on what you saw tonight.
Yeah, Scotty, I lost my voice, so this is going to be very, very short and sweet. But, you got to credit Colorado State. They outclassed us, outplayed us. Proud of Jordy and ID getting in there playing good minutes.
When you look at what you're going to be looking at now going forward, you have to wait till Sunday. What's these next couple days like?
Get out of here tomorrow as fast as we can, rest, and get ready for the NCAA tournament.
What was your message to these guys based on that first half?
Didn't really say much after. You talk about after the game?
Or even.
I haven't really talked to them. We'll get together here in a minute.
Obviously, Colorado State's the hottest team. Ran into a buzzsaw. What was the message at halftime?
Just didn't play very hard. I thought our seniors very disappointing. Tough way to go out. They didn't bring the energy and the effort we needed to win.
How do you reset this thing going into postseason?
2 days off and then back to work.
There it is, and we're done. All right, thanks, Coach. His voice was shot. Jordy, by the way, is a freshman. Yes, they cleared the bench, and that's when they got the effort and the hints that they needed. Utah State got a 10. Celebrated Aggie fans because it wasn't going to be any better than that. UCLA, hilarious that the committee sent them to Lexington. I find that hilarious. You got them complaining about the travel all year.
You get to go to Rupp Arena.
Do I need to point out the obvious here? I mean, there are major differences between men's and women's college basketball. But you know where it's the same? when you're in the same league and you get on a plane and you fly from the same airport to the same airport and do all the same travel, and USC and UCLA are both 1 seeds in the women's tournament, and they finished 1-2 in the conference, and one of those teams won the head-to-head matchups in the regular season, the other one won a conference tournament, those two teams just dominated. You know why? Because they're really good. So when UCLA goes on a losing streak in the middle of the season, yeah, I mean, the travel doesn't help, but, you had Michigan at home and you lost by 19. So for all the complaining and the fact that they have to travel, and I'm sure UCLA and Utah State both would have taken Denver. Denver's better than Lexington. So away they go. Aggies, I think the committee got it right. And if you look at forget all the personal opinion, all that, if you look at Ken Pomeroy, they got seated right where they were supposed to. Ken Pomeroy from KenPom.com, he put BYU 24. Well, if you're 24, you would say, let's see, 4 times 6 is a 24. A 24 ought to be a 6 seed. Boom! There they are.
If you look just a little bit below that, number 30, VCU. Underseeded.
Oh! Also, Utah State was 52. So now if you look at the net rating, yes. Utah State was 40 there. Yeah. BYU was also 24 in that. Mm-hmm. So the seeding, the VCU, and we can get to this as the week progresses, we'll worry about the seed in the brackets. VCU, that looks like a difficult game.
Very good defensive team.
Right. And again with the A-10. Because if you remember, Duquesne's in what league?
A-10.
Huh. And they did what?
Got all up in BYU shorts.
I'm feeling a flashback coming on.
Yeah.
All right, DJ and PK, we're going to take a break right now. When we come back, big press conference today, 6 o'clock, Alex Jensen. Is it an introductory press conference? I mean, if you went to high school here and you played college ball at the U and you're an assistant coach for the Jazz, I think it should be referred to as the reintroductory press conference. The homecoming press conference. We need another term. I don't think we need to be introduced to Alex. But there are things we want to know, and there's a couple things I want to know, and it's based on what I heard yesterday. Because let's face it, the bar for the Utes right now is to get back to the NCAA tournament. Eventually, it'll be to get to the Sweet 16, because that's what Rick Majerus did. That's what Jerry Pym did. You can just keep going back in the decades. It doesn't matter. 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s. The Utes ought to be in the last 16 standing. But first things first, get to the NCAA tournament. So there's 2 things I want to hear from Alex. I'm really intrigued by, and I don't know. I suspect the answers, but I don't know them, and we'll get to those questions next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound I-15 is starting to slow down after the point of the mountain in Bluffdale, heading into Drapier for coming in to the Salt Lake Valley. Also northbound slowing on Bangor Highway in the Mountain View corridor near 5400 South out on the west side. This update is brought to you by UTA. Bad air quality got you down. Take UTA and give yourself more time to breathe. Plan your trip today at rideatuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
The general manager of the Utah Hockey Club, Bill Armstrong. So down the stretch, it seems like every game has a playoff-like feel to it. Is that something that this team has embraced coming down the stretch here?
There's a lot of pressure that sits on top of our players. It's a must-win every game, but I like that. It's all about playing meaningful games down the stretch because we want to experience that pressure on our back where it's a must-win every single night, and we have to be at our best no matter who's coming in. We've got to find a way to win. I've really liked how our guys have responded. We've been down a few goals and fought back to get points, and that's what you have to do at this time of the year. And there's a lot of hockey left. We got to keep pace with everybody else and keep winning and finding ways to get points. We got some big games coming up against some teams that are right in the race too, and we can take care of a lot of our problems by just beating those teams.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready to say goodbye to the daily dinner scramble and spend more time with your family? Say hello to Beehive Meals, your solution for delicious, stress-free dinners. Beehive Meals' award-winning service takes care of the prep work, simplifying your evening routine with pre-assembled meals delivered to your door. Easy to customize and cook. Just toss them in the slow cooker, and you're ready to enjoy delicious, healthy, and hassle-free meals. Visit beehivemeals.com today and take the busy work out of family dinner.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Utah. Have you been to a Utah Hockey Club game at Delta Center? If not, you are missing out. The NHL's newest team is heating up in the push towards the playoffs, and the atmosphere inside Delta Center is electric. Find your seats at UtahHockeyClub.com or on SeatGeek, the official ticketing partner of the Utah Hockey Club.
Jason Smith and Mike Harmon from weeknights on Fox Sports Radio. You want to lose weight?
Want to look and feel 10 years younger?
With no food prep, no yo-yoing, no pills, no gym, and I don't want to go to the gym.
And no side effects. Life-changing, how I'd describe it. I'm sleeping better. I feel better. PhD weight loss and nutrition. We started PhD in January, and as of this week, I've dropped 32.5 pounds.
I've dropped over 30 pounds and over 7 inches off my belt. And if we can do it,
it's easy. They create a tailored nutritional plan, all for you. Weekly accountability support, weigh-ins with your nutritionist, and it's all done over the phone.
Here's your limited offer. Mention my name, Jason, and get 2 free weeks added to your weight loss program. When you fully commit, you'll receive 15% off your weight loss program and 15% off your energy supplement bundle. And your program will be backed by PhD's Get Results or Get Your Money Back guarantee.
Give them a call at 864-502-1777. That's 864-502-1777. Or go to myphdweightloss.com. That's myphdweightloss.com.
What's better than a credit card with a low interest rate? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa, you'll enjoy 0% APR purchases for the first 6 months. Yep, all that buying power and not a single cent of interest for 6 months. That means no interest on summer fun, no interest on back-to-school gear, and no interest on holiday shopping. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply for yours today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate. Membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, and conditions apply. See AmericaFirst.com/Visa for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Scott Gerard, Hans Olsen, and Hans, spring is coming, and it's time to protect your home for the upcoming spring rain. IWC Roofing is going to make sure that your home is ready for the rainy season.
And with the spring season, you're going to get amazing spring discount, $1,500 off a replacement roof. All you got to do is call or go to their website, get it scheduled, $1,500 off. And remember, IWC, built here in the state of Utah in 1997, the highest rated roofing contractor in Utah.
They've been in business since 1997. The best warranty in the business, backed by Owens Corning. Call right now for that free estimate and a roof inspection. 801-232-5690.
IWC, fully staffed and ready to put a new roof on your house in just a single day. They can get an entire roof done in a day.
801-232-5690 or check them out online at iwcroofing.com.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Tune in to Hans and Scotty this Wednesday to hear how Teton Wealth Group's Ascent Plan can help cover the unavoidable retirement problem areas, including income, healthcare, and investments at no cost to you. Visit retireteton.com for more information.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Hockey Club, big win in Vancouver. 2 critical points, a 4-point swing as they beat the Canucks 3-1. Andre Tourney, the coach, on his takeaways from the win.
PK came up big, I think, at Stanley Curfew. I think Curfew had the clinic on the PK tonight was really, really solid. I think our old D-core as well played well. The other thing, our experience showed. You could see the poise of the Marinos and the Olimata and so on and so forth. I thought that was one of our better game under pressure. The way we react, they tried to push us around the first period. We called their bluff. We stayed composed, and we played really well the rest of the game.
First period was scoreless. Second period, they did give up a power play goal, but they did, the PK. They killed that 4 minutes of penalty time in the third period, and that was it. All right, Utah Hockey Club updates brought to you by ReadyWise. Be Wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
The guys you know and trust, talking about the teams you can't live without. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The band of the day today is Various. Yock's just having fun with St. Patrick's Day music today. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com. Rory McIlroy has won at the Players' Championship, 3-hole playoff. He birdied the first one. J.J. Spawn double bogeyed the next one. Rory had a 3-shot lead and made par on 18, and that's the end of that. So Rory McIlroy wins the Players' Championship with the 3-hole playoff this morning. Coming up tonight, 6 o'clock, press conference. Alex Jensen will talk University of Utah basketball. What do we want to know? I know what I want to know. How do you get back to the NCAA tournament? First thing he's got to do is build a staff. From what we've heard, and a lot of people have heard this, so I'm pretty sure it's true, there's going to be a big NBA influence on this staff. Now, does that mean what? I'm intrigued to see who he brings in that knows college basketball, and I'm intrigued to see who he brings in that will bring someone with them. There. I think they bring someone, and I can't imagine it's going to be 100% NBA guys, although everything we're hearing is there's going to be a lot of people with NBA and G League experience, which is fine. But somebody has to come in and understand the net and how it works and how to schedule. There's no reason to spend time figuring that out. Somebody needs to come in and bring a really good transfer with them. It's weird that we're seeing this in consecutive years with BYU and Utah. It is weird how much these two programs, despite the fact that they'd like to separate from each other, either on the field or off at various times, parallel. And the parallels with Kevin Young. He brought in a ton of people with pro experience because that's who he knows. And Alex, same thing. That's who he knows. He hasn't been in the college game. Bring in people you know, absolutely. But the fact Kevin Young brought in Burgess, there's a guy who knows college. There's a guy who brings a player with him in Kebakeda. And sure, you can figure out a lot of this college stuff, but it takes time, and you got 1,000,000 things to do. Don't figure it out. Bring in someone who already knows it. And especially if there's someone out there who's a good fit who already knows the Big 12. That's a positive. And then I'm really intrigued. There's been so much of Alex will get the local recruiting going again. And they do need that. And you need some local guys. And there is a recipe at Utah, and I buy all that. But the other thing you need now is you need juniors and seniors. You need 4th and 5th year. I know we're getting past COVID. I don't know if we're going to have a lot of more 6th-year players. But you need the older guys. Auburn, I checked earlier this year, like 8 of Auburn's top 9 scores were seniors. And then there was 1 freshman. Yeah, if you can bring in a freshman who can play and contribute right away, great. But freshmen aren't winning games these days. It's the 4th and 5th year guys. Does Alex know that? How committed is he to that? I would love to hear that. This VCU team that we're going to see here in the NCAA tournament against BYU. Top 5 scorers, a 4-year senior, a 6-year senior, and 3 5-year seniors. Get old, stay old. Mark Pope said it, but coaches all around the country are living it. And there are exceptions. Duke went out and got 3 elite freshmen, including hands down the number 1 pick in the draft. So it can be done differently, but you need to be Duke. And you need to have a ton of NIL money, and you have to get the right guys. A lot of teams went out and got talented freshmen, and there were a lot of talent. I mean, BYU did, and they're a 6th seed. Oklahoma and Texas and Arkansas did, and they all scraped into the tournament. It is good to be a brand name, let's be honest. Oklahoma on the bubble? In. Texas on the bubble? In. North Carolina on the bubble? In.
Okay.
Drake? Sorry about that. UC Irvine? It's a good season, guys. Boise State? Well, you'll always have football.
That's the thing about this is West Virginia, Bubba Cunningham is the sitting selection committee chair.
And see, I think that, honestly, I don't think there's funny business. I think it's human nature. I think he excused himself and walked out of the room?
Absolutely.
I 100% believe he did. Now, when you work with people you're friends with, do you want to give people you like bad news? Do I want to walk here out after the show at 10 o'clock and give you bad news, Jake, and rain on your parade?
This is more exceptionalism, though.
You know I don't. So he walks out of the room. They know he's going to walk back in, and they don't want to tell him he's out.
Yeah.
And it's totally subconscious.
They're 1-12 in Q1 games.
And if that was Boise State, they'd be out. Oh, wait, Boise State is out. I know. I get it.
And
Boise
Oklahoma
State
was 6-12 in the SEC.
And the non-power team that made it, that just squeaked in, and we know because they're in a playing game, is San Diego State.
Correct.
Well, who's been in an NCAA championship game?
Oh, hey, Aztecs.
Who's got multiple Sweet 16s? Not Drake, not Boise State. And the subconscious and the brand, it matters. How do you wipe that out? Unless you drop all the team names and it's team A, B, C, and then you got to have teams A, B, B. I mean, you got more than one alphabet. Heck, they got like 3 alphabets worth in this massive tournament. And you'd have to do that and just have all their names and numbers. And if they don't do that, the brand name creeps in. And there it is. All right. Things I want to hear from Alex Jensen. The goal is to get back to the NCAA tournament. And I want to hear what the non-conference schedule is going to look like. That's another thing. So coaching staff, non-conference, and roster makeup, get old, stay old. Not exclusively. You can bring in a few guys as freshmen and grow them and have program guys. That's an important component, and BYU's got it. And so that's a factor. How much NIL money do you have? They'll never give us the number, so I didn't put that on the list, but I'd really like to know. I have $4.2 million. I have $5.1 million. I have $2.3 million. I'd like to know. Yeah, we're not going to get that, but I would like to know. All right, DJ and PK, Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach, coming up next. Stay with us. Scotty G on the Aggies at 8:30.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
This is Rod with great news for Utah homebuyers. When you hire the Save Right team of realtors at Realty Path, you get a Bank Buster loan with a fixed interest rate in the 5s. What is a Bank Buster loan? A Bank Buster loan gives you a fixed interest rate in the 5s. Bank Buster loans give you maximum buying power. Monthly payments can be up to $800 lower. Bank Buster loans can save you hundreds of thousands in mortgage interest. Get your Bank Buster loan when you hire the Save Right team of realtors to help you buy a home. Start with a rate in the 2s. Ask us how. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Get way more home for a lot less money. Get a Bank Buster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Hockey Newsletter.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
We could all use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Come in and get your burger fix with JCW's, the Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick, rich shakes. Your choice. 5 locations, no tipping ever. Just great food with friends. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colvin, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Take DJ and PK wherever you go. Find every moment of every show in podcast form by searching DJ and PK on your favorite platform. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. And I just can't even believe that. All right, we'll get to that in a second. DJ and PK brought to you in part by RGS Exteriors. Remember, join Hans and Scotty G Wednesday from noon to 3 at RGS Exteriors at 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Steve, good morning.
Good morning.
BYU is a 6th seed. Did the NCAA selection committee get it right?
I don't really have an issue with that. In my experiences, I don't have an issue. I guess people could think that, what they've done, their body of work is obviously outstanding. They've had a good year, but I feel okay with it. How about you?
I'm fine with it. I think back in your day, they used to have this metric where, how did you do in your last 10 games? That would have really helped BYU.
Yeah, no question.
They got rid of that years ago.
Yeah.
And with multiple teams in the tournament, they referenced the full season, the non-conference season, and BYU is always dragged down by the Providence loss. That looks bad. By the Utah loss. That looks bad. By the fact that there's no real strength of their non-conference season. That looks bad. So all this good news in the last 6, 7, 8 weeks is balanced by all that bad news. So as a 6 seed, I thought that was fine. I did think it could be a 5. It could be a 7. You always think that. But I went later. I looked at Ken Pomeroy, kenpom.com. He's got him 24th. I looked at the net rating. It's got him 24th. 6 seed. I think they should be excited to go to Denver. You got to go to Denver, and you ran into Syracuse, and McNamara went off for 44 or whatever it was.
You had to bring that early in the show.
I did, because I thought of that immediately. Jimmer went to Denver. BYU's gone to Denver before. The point, though, is you also had to take teams back east. And dealing with the jet lag and all that stuff is real. We've heard UCLA's coach complain about it all year long. If you get to avoid that and stay, regionally close, I think that's a huge win. 6 in Denver, man, if I were on the BYU staff, I think that's great. How much better were we going to do than that?
No, you weren't. And you're going to be able to take a ton of fans to be there and have a presence. I thought it was a great place to go and play. And, like you said, you never know year in and year out. I've had some unique experiences where obviously we don't get to play on Sunday. They kind of forgot that. And so we had to kind of redo our bracket.
I remember that. Yeah.
I think that it's a great seed for BYU. They're playing with a lot of confidence. Ryan Odom's been there a couple of years. Guy from Utah State. And I just think that BYU's in a great position to win the first game. And I'm not saying that it's never easy. You get a neutral court. You got all sorts of pressure. But I love the seed, and I love the first-round opponent. Obviously, they win. They're probably going to play Wisconsin. And that's a different animal. But I think it's perfect. I just can't imagine a better seed and a better first-round opportunity. We were always playing big-time teams, whether it was UConn or Cincinnati or whoever it was. In our last couple of games against UConn and Syracuse, we were right there and had a chance. Not quite enough, but those were great experiences in my life as a coach, and to see the kids the young men just really play at the next level. When we played Cincinnati our first year in the tournament, we competed, but at the back, the second half of that game, it was a situation where I still remember Dave Rose and I looking at each other and said, we got to do a better job preparing. And it was true. And we didn't, the next 2 times we were way more prepared. We still weren't quite there, losing, 2 and 3 point games, but I felt much better about my experience and our staff at that time because we were prepared. Cincinnati, we got run over by a freight train, and it was difficult, but we learned from it. And after that, Dave had many opportunities and had success, and a lot of it, I think, it had to do with our early challenges that as new coaches in that environment.
You had no players and no staff with NCAA tournament experience. It's not hard to figure out why that happened.
Yeah.
Is it different, though, because Burgess is on the staff and he's experienced the college game? This is new to everybody. And is it different because they've got some key players who were on the team that lost last year in a 6-11 game against an Atlantic 10 team that was playing really good basketball down the stretch? So is that enough, or are they going to face some of the challenges that you faced in San Diego that year?
I think there will be some challenges. You can't. I mean, they just playing in the Big 12 prepares you for a lot of things. You've had a tough schedule and tough places to go play on the road. I think those experiences, and I think Saunders and Nell and Traore, Paul, those guys have kind of been through it. Keita, they've played in big games and not in situations like this, but I think a little bit of that experience and the opportunity to play a team that obviously is outstanding. You're not 28-6 and not doing something right. But I think it's a great place for BYU to play. They've gone through the ringer in Big 12. Coach Odom is an outstanding coach, and he's done a lot of things in DC, but their league and the Big 12, there's a big difference there. And so they've had to deal with very competitive league, night in and night out. That will prepare them in what I believe will be a win for BYU.
Obviously, there are parallels between BYU and Utah. Hiring from the professional ranks, a new head coach. Coaches are going to bring in people they know, people they have relationships with. So there's going to be a heavy pro influence because of this very issue of prepping the first year around in college basketball. How important is it for Alex Jensen to have an experienced college assistant coach the way Kevin Young brought in Burgess?
Yeah, I think it would be really important. And by the way, that is a great hire. And I could not be happier for the new coaches and the University of Utah. I think it's just a great hire, and I think it's going to it's going to pay really, really good dividends down the road here as they get themselves settled and get that team put together. It can be, and I think that, and it's one thing to kind of watch it, and I think with Chris, who's obviously been in a lot of places collegiately as a player as well as a coach. I think he does bring something to the table for the BYU staff, and he'll be able to share experiences that he's had, and as the coaches get together. And I don't know all of the backgrounds to the BYU assistants. A lot of them came from the NBA. Some of them had been on staffs in the NC2A. I'm not sure how many of them on that staff have actually coached in a NC2A game. I probably should have done a little more homework on that. But at the end of the day, it's going to be different for Kevin Young than playing in the Big 12 or playing anywhere else that they played this year. You can't describe it. I mean, you get there and it's one of those things as a coaching staff. You really have to be prepared. I remember getting ready for Cincinnati, and I remember Dave and I and our staff and Heath Sawyer and thinking that we had probably done all that we could have done. One of the mistakes I made, and I'm telling you, this is on me. I mean, I can lay it on the staff too, but because I had a great staff and they were as excited about being there as I did. But that practice that we had before the game, which typically are shoot-arounds, I mean, it was balls out there. I mean, we were getting after it, and probably for about 45 minutes, and I'm thinking to myself, we play that next day, and I'm not sure we had a lot left. That game before the NCAA tournament. But anyway, we probably kind of laid off, and we did, and we prepared our guys differently. So you do learn things. These guys are a lot smarter than I am. I'm sure they'll do the things they need to do. But I just think for us, it had been so long that BYU had been to the tournament and the circumstances and the situation that as a staff, and we were as excited about this as the players were, maybe more excited. It was a giant step for us, but I think I overdid it as a coach in that preparation. So if I were going to talk to the BYU guys, I probably should just say I think maybe I'll send a text and just congratulate them on being there and good luck, and maybe share that moment with them that everything you do, maybe the things that you do in for preparation in terms of film and talking to the guys and getting their heads right and taking that more mental approach may be more important than anything you're going to do in terms of X's and O's.
Before we go forward to the NCAA, I want one last look back at the Big 12 tournament. Houston dominated BYU. It was a little better than the game in Houston. It was on a neutral court, not at Houston. It was a 20-point game, not a 30-point game. BYU's been playing better basketball, but was that good enough? Does that show major shortcomings for BYU, or can it be dismissed because the top 5, 6, 7, 8 teams in the country, the best coaches have been given the most money and power leagues and the right to bring in seniors, and no mistakes, very few mistakes, because you evaluate guys on this year right now, and you're looking at 3 or 4 years of college film, and it's easier for the elite to build dominant teams, and we're going to see this in the NCAA tournament when form holds with the 1s and 2s, so it's not so bad for BYU. What's your take on the way they went out?
I think that, yes, Houston's really, really good. And I'm sure my family will coerce me into doing one of these NCAA Division I brackets. And hence, as the dad and all the extended family, I kind of organize this thing. I've never come close to winning that thing because I think differently than they do. But, they'll go there and, my grandkids will look at it and like I really like that particular team because of their uniforms or because, they got a great mascot. So I've had a lot of success in that. But I do believe that all of these things that prepare you, I think most importantly is that Houston's really good. I'm a Big 12 guy now, and I've never seen a coach, and maybe Rick Majerus would be his equal, that got guys that play so hard. And I'm telling you, Kelvin Sampson is unbelievable. He scares me being around him. And I think Rick did too quite a few times. But those are two guys that come to my mind that got guys to play hard at the right time and in the right moment and had great success. So it would not shock me at all to see Houston win a national championship. That'd be awesome.
You got any teams you've watched this year that people should know about and they should absolutely avoid in their brackets, or they should absolutely embrace in their brackets?
Well, I've gone through the bracket. I think things are set up, and there's going to be some upsets. We know that. I'm trying to think these play-in games. I don't think there's ever been. And you know this better than I do. Has there ever been a 11 teams that won a game after let's say San Diego State beats?
Oh yeah. UCLA went to a Final Four out of that, and there's a stat. I want to say it's for the last 5 years that a team that plays wins, and there's all kinds of theories on that. One, that there isn't that much difference once you get past the top 15 teams in the country. There's not a big difference between 15 and 50. So that's one theory. Another theory goes to a little bit of your experience in San Diego playing Cincinnati. They played the first game. They got the nerves out. There's a little confidence and a little rhythm. And the team on Thursday maybe has some of those nerves and doesn't have that confidence and rhythm. And you see that sometimes in conference tournaments. The lower seeded team that's played wins the next game.
No, you're spot on with that. I mean, I was going to mention that was the one thing that I remembered, and then as I've watched the NCAA tournament over the years, is that you can take a breath in those games, the 16 and 11 games that are played. And I'm looking at this right now, and Texas barely gets in, but Texas, Xavier, those are teams that have been there. San Diego State, North Carolina. Those are teams that have been there. You give them an extra day to get their breath and get prepared, they have an advantage. With these 16 seed teams, there's not very often are 16s beating ones. In fact, you probably have a stat.
There's one. There's one.
Yeah, but it's still they are more prepared for that experience, and they're going to be a better team because they had a chance to play. So when San Diego State or North Carolina or Texas and Xavier, teams that barely got in, have a game under their belt, and now they're going to go play, someone that's a good seed. I think there is a bit of an advantage there, and there's not that much difference. I'm looking at Texas, who barely gets in, and who's Texas going to play the winner of? My bracket in front of me, but I don't have my glasses.
That's okay. I got my glasses, but I don't have my bracket, so we're quite the
okay.
Anyway,
yeah. So anyway, it's a situation that there is a real advantage. And I think the point we're both making is to be able to get through that experience with your guys from pre-game to post-game and film sessions. You do have an advantage there where you got all the jitters out and let's go play.
Texas has beaten seven quad one wins. Part of playing in the SEC is you get a chance to get a lot of those. So if Texas can win the first one, Texas coming back and winning and getting to the round of 32, not out of the realm. Texas, Xavier, the winner plays Illinois. Illinois Friday night, so watch out for that one. And you'll love this just because coaching bounced back. The team that lost in the first round was to a 16. The one was Virginia. And it was 2018, and in 2019, they won the NCAA title. They definitely had a chip on their shoulder from the previous year, and they won it all. So there you go. Steve, we'll leave it right there. We appreciate it, and we will talk to you again next week.
Hey, thanks. Take care. Have a great week.
All right, Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach, talking Cougars in the NCAA tournament. Scotty G, radio voice of Utah State. We'll talk Aggies in the NCAA tournament next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Still really slow on 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing and Lehigh heading over to I-15 if you're down in Utah Valley. Things look good on I-15. Just a small spot of northbound slowing near Bluffdale, and again from 2100 south to 1300 south on your way into downtown. This update is brought to you by Murdoch Chevrolet. Their 100th spring is right around the corner. Murdoch Chevrolet can help you take those curves in style. Right now, receive 5.9% for 84 months on the new heavy-duty Silverados from our friends at Murdoch Chevrolet. This update, I'm Jay Ketch with your KSL Traffic Update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
Welcome to Hockey 101, brought to you by Trucordia Insurance. I'm Cole Bagley, Utah Hockey Club insider for KSL Sports. Today we're talking about elbowing. Elbowing is when a player uses their elbow as the main point of contact when hitting an opponent. Depending on the severity, elbowing can be a minor penalty, major penalty, match penalty, or even a game misconduct or suspension with fines. Hockey 101 is brought to you by Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams, Trucordia protects them.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Hey Utah, it's the water boy here, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Does your water taste bad, musty, salty, or bitter? Well, say hello to the cleanest, pure-tasting water in Utah, Culligan water. Imagine having crisp, pure water delivered right to your doorstep. No more heavy lifting, no more last-minute store runs, just fresh, great-tasting water for you and your family. Culligan offers flexible delivery schedules to fit your lifestyle. Whether you need a few bottles or a full supply, we've got you covered. Join thousands of satisfied customers who trust Culligan for all their water needs. Our bottled water delivery is perfect for drinking, cooking, and keeping your family hydrated and happy. If you're worried about your water, get a free consultation. Call Culligan Water today at 801-509-9686. That's 801-509-9686. Or visit us online at culliganslc.com to start your delivery service today. Enjoy the convenience and taste the difference with Culligan. Culligan, water you love.
Black Desert Resort isn't just your home. It's an endless retreat where life is played your way. From intimate studios to spacious 4-bedroom suites. The raw beauty of southern Utah is your new backyard. Discover our championship golf course, exquisite dining, and world-class outdoor adventures, all yours to conquer. This is luxury your way. Learn more about owning a luxury residence at blackdesertresort.com. Come play, come stay.
I'm Rod with the Save Right team at Realty Path. I also own Save Right Mortgage. When building this new and disruptive business model, my attorney said, quote, "You'll rock the boat and make your competitors mad. There's no way they can compete with the value Save Right offers home buyers." She's right. Other real estate agents and mortgage lenders can't compete with Save Right. However, Utah home buyers love Save Right. Save Right home buyers get bankbuster loans with below market interest rates. Save Right clients buy bigger, nicer homes. Their monthly payments are hundreds less. Bankbuster loans save home buyers hundreds of thousands in interest. Start with a rate in the twos. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Start with a rate in the twos. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Come in and get your burger fix with JCW's, the Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick, rich shakes. Your choice. 5 locations, no tipping ever. Just great food with friends. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz lose to Minnesota 128-102. Jordan Clarkson on the young players.
I'm just watching the growth of everybody. Isaiah, Cody's looking really comfortable out there now. We're stepping into shots with some rhythm, and other guys around just stepping up and keep coming out here and competing.
Bulls at the Jazz tonight. Tip at 7, pregame at 6 here on the Zone. Utah Jazz updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
One of the coolest stations in the world.
Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio show for over 20 years.
Everyone's listening.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, The Zone. And we are joined right now by Scott Gerard, former producer who has soared to heights in his career that he could definitely imagine. He planned for them. This was the goal, people, and he is the voice of the Aggies.
Hi, DJ.
Love it when a plan comes together, right, Scotty G?
Yeah. It was the long game, and we found a way to make it work. So.
When you were trashing me on Logan Radio back in the day.
Oh, man. There's some things that you just don't forget.
That's hilarious, Scotty.
I don't even have much of a recollection
you do too. Stop it. I don't have much of a recollection. What is this? If PK were here, he'd be quoting The Godfather right now. He's looking over your shoulder at the door. I don't know. Maybe I can't remember. I don't know. Maybe. The Salt Lake media won't come to Logan and cover. I'm literally sitting in Logan listening to the postgame show because I was at the game.
I think what I said was Dave Fox won't come to Logan. I think that's what I meant.
Yeah, it's funny because now you're sitting there calling games on radio, and he's sitting
Dave's
right over there calling games on TV.
Dave's
and
up
I'm
there all
not
the
sure
time
who's
now.
more into it.
Yeah, I know, right?
So speaking of into it, Scotty, when you get into it, then you feel the pain when the losing happens. And the Aggies are going to the NCAA tournament as a 10 seed, but they have lost 3 out of 5, blown out twice by the Rams. I mean, they made it look better. They ended up losing by 11. But, once the deficit gets to 25, it feels like a beating.
It does.
And we have already replayed the post-game interview, which I had the joy of listening to live. And it was hard to listen to live because there's only like a minute and 9 seconds to listen to before it ended.
Yeah.
If you have any doubt that the Aggies are playing bad basketball, don't listen to me. Don't listen to you. Listen to the coach. There was no energy. There was no effort from the seniors. It was a bad way to go out. I'm like, well, I'm out of the conference tournament. I mean, you got an NCAA game coming up, coach.
Yeah.
How do they put it together again? Because obviously they're in a really bad place. There was no sugarcoating it. They're not struggling. They're in a bad place.
You are spot on, and there's no argument here. I think that there's a couple things playing in their favor in terms of if you want to find a way to have any kind of silver lining going into the NCAA tournament, is that when they played teams for the first time this year, like Iowa, St. Mary's on the road, when they played conference tournament teams for the first time in San Diego State and Colorado State and Boise State, teams really struggled with that matchup zone defense. Now, when you start to play teams 2-3 times, then the book gets out on you a little bit. But I do think that is an advantage Utah State has when they play a team like UCLA. And, I've been talking to some guys around the Big Ten, and they've said that there's just nobody in that conference who plays a defense similar to what Utah State does. So you can look at it on film, but until you see it up close and in person, I think that it will take UCLA a bit to adjust to what the Aggies like to do defensively. There's just a really uncommon matchup zone defense. So I think that was one of the reasons why they started to struggle down the stretch. And I think that's also a reason why you can also have a level of optimism about this first-round game against UCLA because of the uniqueness in which you play. It's just unlike really anything anybody's really prepared for. They're almost like the Air Force of college football. Like, you just don't see that very often. And so when you do see it, it can throw you for a loop a little bit because it's really hard to replicate in practice.
Who's the leader on the team that says, this is unacceptable, we're better than this, we're going to go win, shake it off, snap out of it, let's go?
It's Mason Falslev, not even close. And there's watching, and that's why it's really great. And I know the college will go to the world of the NBA where they'll move us to the rafters here before too long. But college, for the most part, you're still courtside for 90% of the games. And you can actually see body language, and you can see conversations, and you can see what's going on sidelines. And Mason is the guy all along saying, let's go, barking at guys, keeping their head up. Come on, this is unacceptable. He's really tried to will this team through this last little stretch. And I think that they're going to need that too. You're going to need that because as bad as this team has been in stretches at Boise State, at Colorado State, that game against Colorado State in the tournament, they've got to right the ship, and they've got to find a way to get right. And they got right against UNLV, and they got right against Air Force, but you're supposed to do that against those two teams. Now you're playing another physical defensive team. How are you going to respond? And I know that's a concern. If you heard that 1 minute and what was that, 1 minute, 9 seconds?
Yeah. Yep.
When he sat down and he said, my voice is gone and I don't really have a lot for you, that was my cue of being like, all right, we'll make this quick on you, Coach.
But you didn't know it was going to be that quick. Quick as 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah.
1 minute 9, that's like world record short coach post-game interview. And the cool thing is he was polite.
Oh, yeah.
He was polite, but, man, get on a bus and get out of here. How do you bounce back? Get on a bus and get out of here. That was awesome.
Well, and that's the thing, like from your standpoint, because I'm always evaluating how I handle situations like that. And it's just like, this guy's we're going to have so many more conversations. In fact, he's coming on my show today at 12:05.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just, we're going to have so many more conversations. Why try to drag something out at midnight or 1 a.m.?
Because I'm in the car and I need to be entertained.
Well,
that's not a good enough reason, is it?
Yeah, sorry. I'm like, I got to think about DJ here.
That's exactly it. See?
But
back to me.
But were you not entertained?
I was totally entertained.
Yeah.
I thought you handled it as well as you could. He wasn't going to say anything. He said enough. It was the nonverbal communication.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
The tone told me, how bad does he think they played? I think they played a horrific game. I don't even know who you are anymore, Aggies. I couldn't believe it. Is he going to be as upset as I am? What went wrong? He told me it was energy. He told me it was effort. He told me the senior leadership blew. He didn't say that, but he implied it. Yeah, right? And he thought it was terrible. He was not entertained by the fact that they cut 20 points off the lead and rallied back in the game. They should have been doing that all along. He was, in the words of Patrick Kinahan, pissed.
Yeah.
And so in a minute and 9 seconds, I found out everything I needed to know, and I was entertained.
Yeah.
I could have handled some more entertainment, but I did basically get the message, yes.
It's really funny because sometimes Spencer likes to talk a lot in those post-game interviews.
I was wondering if he was going to totally lay out. He did wade in there, and you could feel it's like the water in the pool is very cold.
Yeah.
I don't think I want to get in over my knees, if you know what I mean.
I know. That's the thing, because the last question.
Okay, here's a question.
I looked over at him. I'm like, you going to hop in on this?
Yeah,
and you can tell he was like,
you did. I knew you did. I've been there, dude. I know.
And I could tell he's like, all right, fine. I'll throw in one little gimme. What was the message at halftime? We sucked.
And then he comes back. He's like, I'm going to go back to the pool deck, Scotty. It's just too cold in this pool, man. I got to warm up.
I'm going to go get me some hot tubs. You stay here in the deep end.
That's exactly it. Okay, thanks, Coach. But I loved it because I did know exactly what he thought about his team, which is why you do a post-game show.
Yeah,
for 8 or 10 minutes normally. But
well, I will say
it's always shorter after losses. It's human nature.
And one of the great things I love about Jared Calhoun, the dude is incredibly transparent. Like, he is as transparent as any coach I've ever been around. There's really not a lot of coach speak with him, and that's why I always like getting these guys from Montana State or Youngstown State or South Dakota, the Utah State snagged over the last little bit. They're just not used to. What it's like to be a coach at a bigger level where you keep things a little bit closer to the vest. You're an open book because who cares? You coach here, you're coach here. That's eventually going to get worn out of them as they move up the food chain. But when you get them at this level, they're like, yeah, this guy's playing. This guy's not playing. This guy sucks. This guy's playing really well. I can't trust this guy right now. And I'm like, wow.
Okay, but so that's the thing about it. And you're probably right. He probably will end up playing it close to the vest down the line. But he's an open book. How did it hurt the team?
Oh, it doesn't hurt him at all.
It doesn't do anything. And it engages your fans.
Yeah.
It'd be really easy. And I've heard this about somebody else who works at Utah State, and I won't drag you into it. I'll tell people after you're off the air. And then you say, I don't know, DJ's out of control. It won't be the first time you've done that. But it's like it's hard to break in the Cache Valley. They don't really trust outsiders. They feel ignored. They feel beaten down. It's why radio guys sit there and say people from Salt Lake don't want to cover us. And so it's hard to break in. I think his openness and his transparency has endeared him to the fan base.
Yes.
I think Aggie fans like him. And furthermore, I think he's smart because he's come on our show and he's called the shot. He told us UC San Diego is a really good team. Now, that's an easy way to dismiss a loss or to brace for a loss, but it was different with me because UC San Diego's in the same league with UC Santa Barbara, and 12 days earlier, a guy I've known for 40 years told me, UC San Diego's really good. They're not Big West good. They're really good because they went into Santa Barbara and won by 8. And it was like 12 days earlier or something. So when I heard it from him, I'm like, okay, I just heard it from one smart basketball guy, maybe this smart basketball guy. And then look what San Diego does. Not only that night winning the game, but going and winning and going to the NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
And now people are saying they could be a dark horse in a tournament that may not have a lot of lower-seeded teams winning because NIL is really concentrating the power. It's really concentrating the best players and the best juniors and seniors that people are like, that team's pretty good. Well, that's funny because I heard that from a friend in Santa Barbara in December, and I heard that from the Aggie coach. And if he wasn't open and coming on and doing the show, we wouldn't know that about him. He got credibility.
Well, and I'll even take it a step further, and I don't know how much people really even care about this stuff, but one of the first things he did when he came to Utah was find out. He's like, all right, I need to find take me to your leader, if you will. He found a bishop in an LDS ward and said, I need to know everything about how LDS kids think. I need to know where the the culture, what's the missionary program like. He didn't go and just say, like, this is me and you're going to figure
my way or the highway. My way or the highway.
He's like, I want to learn about this culture that I'm walking into because I have no reference of Utah. I have no reference of the LDS church. I have no reference of any of that. And so he didn't, he went he didn't find somebody who was just a member. He's like, give me a leader in the church. And so he found a bishop, took him out to lunch and spent 2 hours taking notes on, okay, this is what the missionary program is. This is what they're asked of them. And this is what kids are expected to do and how they're supposed to live and stuff like that. And he's adapted his policy around a good chunk of LDS kids because he's committed to recruiting the state of Utah and also being ready, providing an option for high school kids that, okay, you know what? The teams that are in the Big 12 passed you over. We're a Mountain West school, soon to be, Pac-12 school or whatever they'll call that conference. We think you can play. We want you here. We don't want you to go redshirt somewhere. We don't want you to go to some other school or go the JC route. Come here and let's develop you here and play in front of a great crowd and a great opportunity to get to the NCAA tournament, and let's go. And those are the little things that can really attach you to a community really quick. I firmly believe that there'll be an announcement here on a contract extension that will make him a very, very highly paid coach in terms of Mountain West standards. I think that it will also be a big statement to the rest of the conference and the rest of the, frankly, the state, that Utah State's not messing around when it comes to finances and salaries. We saw them already pay Bronco Mendenhall $2 million per year. And I don't have any inside info here, but I would anticipate that a contract extension with Jared Calhoun would probably be in that same ballpark. Maybe not quite that level, but pretty doggone close. And so I think that there's a commitment there in Cache Valley, and he's shown the commitment to the community, and I think it's time for them to show the commitment back to him in terms of dollar bills.
I get all of that, and those are all strong points. The only thing I want to know then, the follow-up question is, what is the buyout in case someone with Big Ten money comes calling? Because in other places, we have seen coaches take jobs, sign deals, and be gone in 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah. Yep, I mean, that happened with Craig Smith, too. Craig signed an extension near the latter part of the season and was at Utah 6 weeks later. So, yeah, I mean, just because he signed an extension doesn't mean anything. I just don't anticipate a move this year. Now, next year, I don't know. Look, if they raise the NIL money, he said on a coach's show that they're near $2 million in NIL money going into next season for basketball alone. That's in hopes of keeping Mason Falslev, Drake Allen, Dayton Alberry, Carson Templin, and then if they add that and then can snag one or two really dynamic wings out of the transfer portal and some size, he said publicly that they've already got a transfer portal guy locked in that they're really excited about from a big standpoint. So I think that that team next year, if everybody returns that they feel like is going to return, they could be way better even next year.
See, when Hurley's sitting there at UConn saying his players already know where they're going to be and how much they're going to make next year, there's another example of he wasn't making it up.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the way college basketball works now.
Well, okay. So you see all these coaches, and Jake Hatch and I joke about this all the time. There's a lot. There still is a little bit of a code when it comes to the transfer portal. But here's the reason. Everybody goes, our guys are being poached, and everybody complains about that. And then they say, we've got all the text messages to prove it. When's the last time you've ever seen any of those released? Never. Why? Because everybody's dirty.
Yep.
Everybody's dirty, and everybody's got bodies buried somewhere. But the problem is there is one thing I've known about the coaches, there is like a little bit of a code amongst thieves where you don't mess with guys at a certain point of the season. You wait until, if you're going to tamper, you don't do it until like late January, February. That's when you start sending the feelers out. But the thing is, everybody's tampering. I mean, you can you can have a school like Utah State or Fresno State or whoever complaining our guys are getting poached, but there's a good chance that they're not, well, frankly, they're not doing their job if they're not sending out feelers to other schools at their level or a level below. Everybody's kind of working down the food chain a bit.
If we've learned anything, it's that a Division II coach can bring 4 players from Division II and have a really good season. We learned that this year.
Oh, yeah.
Which means no matter where you are in the D1 food chain, you can always go to D2 and find players.
Yep. And in talking to an athletic director, they told me the other day that when you hire a guy, it's not about X's and O's and development and all and
Who can he bring?
And graduation. It's 2 things. Who are you bringing with you, and how much money can you raise?
There it is. Welcome to the New World Order.
Yep.
See, this code among thieves, it's just the game evolving. This is in the 20th century is negative recruiting. Everyone complained about it, but everybody did it.
Yeah.
Now in the 21st century, it's poaching. Everybody complains about it, but everybody does it. And the people who don't want to do it are like Randy Ray, and they're retired, and they're golfing in Florida or South Carolina or wherever, and they're biking around Europe.
Yep.
There you go.
100% right.
Yeah.
And the coaches are like, I'm too old for this bleep. Then they go on and have an early retirement and live off their investments.
Yep. We gotta go. Last thing, are you entertained that UCLA has to make one more cross-country flight? Because goodness knows I am.
I can't wait for Mick Cronin to be complaining about something.
Right?
Yeah.
And just then ask him, how did the USC and UCLA women get 1 seeds and win the conference? How did that happen?
Yeah, exactly.
Aren't they in the same league, flying to the same airports?
I'll let Cronin complain a little bit because he was already there when they made the switch. It's when Musselman starts complaining, like, hey, You signed up for this. You knew what you were walking into, so you need to shut your mouth.
I'll let Mick go just because I find it entertaining.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead. Let it rip.
Yeah.
I'm giggling the whole way. Scotty G, a treat as always. Thank you, and we will hear you Thursday night.
You got it. Appreciate it.
Utah State, the 10 seed, 7-seeded UCLA, Lexington, Kentucky. Tip-off scheduled for 7:25 Mountain Time on TNT. I don't know if you ever watched an NCAA game before, but occasionally they're later than that. DJ and PK at 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 looking good, just a little slow as you head northbound and approach the exit for Bangerter Highway this morning. Mountview Corridor still looking better, but a bit slow through the Daybreak area if you're out on the west side this morning. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah has 4-leaf clover reviews for asphalt, concrete, paving, and striping repairs. Schedule a free consultation today with GoPave Utah. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The NCAA tournament is here, and the Cougars and Aggies are going dancing.
Fire!
The KSL Sports Zone will be with BYU and Utah State every step of the way in Denver and Lexington as they look to make a run in March. Hear all the play-by-play action as the Zone will be your exclusive radio home of the NCAA tournament. From Dayton to San Antonio and everywhere in between, your home for every shining moment of the NCAA tournament is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Break your spring break routine and make your way into a unique balance of outdoor adventure and arts. In Cedar City and Bryan Head, you'll be greeted with stunning views combined with the most epic trails at Cedar Breaks or Three Peaks Recreation Area. Recreation enthusiasts, we're talking to you. Visit Parowan's Evil Water Bike Trails, Thor's Hammer, and Kolob Canyon to take the ride and hikes of your life. The trip wouldn't be complete without one of the scenic drives and byways in the region to experience breathtaking overlooks and magical views. That's not all. Cedar City is known as Festival City USA, hosting dozens of events including free music festivals, parades, farmers markets, and more. But make sure to spend a little time in their historic downtown, lined with quaint shops, eateries, and museums. So break away to the vibrant and welcoming communities of Bryan Head and Cedar City. Plan your visit today at cedarcity.com. That's cedarcity.com.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's not too late to drop a lot of weight before summer. Alex Curie here. I'm down 60 pounds on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime. slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Unbelievable!
All right!
Those are the sounds of tax accountants rejoicing after experiencing the power of Blue Jay, the leading generative AI solution for tax research. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. So, tax accountants, here's your solution. Blue Jay, the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time and maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Blue Jay, generative AI for better tax answers. Text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
At Rocket, we believe everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. So if you're feeling locked out of home ownership, we're here to give you back the keys. We're opening doors, breaking down walls, and doing everything we can to turn renters into owners. And we're not going to stop until we help everyone home. To find out more, visit rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream.
Look out, world, we're getting strong. The future's here and we belong. She can STEM, she can do more. Like build a rocket and watch it soar. Or clean the oceans and make the world a better place. Oh, she can STEM, so can you. Find a cure, invent something new. There's no challenge in the world that she can't face. She can STEM.
Learn more at She Can STEM. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for disaster cleanup, handling water damage, mold, asbestos, and full restoration services, contributing to our community with unbeatable integrity. Find them at allproutah.com. That's allproutah.com.
Any Hour Services can help with any size electrical project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Hockey Club picking up 2 critical points with a 3-1 win. They beat the Canucks in Vancouver. Alex Kerfoot on the feeling after a critical win.
Coming off the Seattle game where we really didn't play very well against a team that obviously we're fighting with for the playoff spot. They're 4 points ahead of us. It doesn't get much bigger than that. And to come into their barn, I thought they had a good push in the first there. They're trying to get the crowd into it. We didn't let it phase us and found a way to get 2 points.
Utah is at Edmonton tomorrow night. Hockey Club updates brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
And now, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer strong play of the weekend.
8 on the shot clock. Ipsaro, nowhere to go.
tough two. No. The rebound to Lyles. 5 seconds to go. Here's Johnson at the rim. He wins it. 2.3 to go. Here's Ipsaro. No good. Nate Johnson, the hero. Akron is dancing again.
There's the Chevy Strong play of the game. Akron wins the MAC. That is the play you need to know after 3 o'clock today. Alex and JJ will call for it, and you can win fabulous prizes. DJ and PK. BYU is a 6 seed. Utah State is a 10 seed. Did the NCAA Selection Committee get it right? And are there any obvious upsets you should be picking? Any teams you should be staying away from? Maybe you pick against a team as much as you pick for a team. Rocco Miller, Bracketeer.com, will join us next. Stay with us.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hello, Utah. I'm Josh with IWC Roofing. For over 25 years, my family has been safeguarding your homes with the finest roofing solutions. We value your time, and we're committed to replacing most roofs in just 1 day with a peace of mind 50-year shingle warranty. Call us today at 801-232-5690 or visit iwcroofingutah.com. Ask us for the $1,500 off any full roof replacement. Financing available, 801-232-5690. Utah homeowners, look no further than IWC Roofing for a roof that stands the test of time. With 25 years of excellence, IWC is your trusted family-owned roofing expert. At IWC, we offer one-day roof replacements with top-tier quality materials, all with a 50-year shingle warranty. To keep a leaky roof from dampening your day, we're offering $1,500 off a full roof replacement. Get a free estimate. Call 801-232-5690 or visit iwcroofingutah.com. 801-232-5690.
Hey, this is Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. Myth. You might have heard that you need to spend a fortune these days to get a powerful computer. Correction. At PC Laptops, we wanted to prove that wrong. So here's the most amazing deal that we've ever done at PC Laptops for you in over 30 years. The new 2025 S1 desktop or SM3 laptop for only $999. You heard that right, $999. You get a blazing fast processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing storage for $999. What else do you get? Lifetime service warranty, and we have 12 months special financing on approved credit. Take one home today. Hurry in right now because supplies are limited, because at PC Laptops, we love you. Just check us out at PCLaptops.com. $999, PCLaptops.com.
Hockey fans,
let your voice be heard this season with the Utah Hockey Fan Forum.
Visit the Utah Hockey Club page on KSLSports.com
to connect with the team,
other fans,
and our KSL Sports Insiders.
Start chatting today
in the Utah Hockey Fan Forum
on KSLSports.com.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Get ready to join the climb, Jazz fans. It's time to place your season ticket deposits for the 2025-26 season. Place your deposit now and receive priority access to select your seats, exclusive gear, and more. Season tickets give you access to every home game, plus exclusive member-only discounts and benefits. Call or text 801-355-DUNK or go to UtahJazz.com to lock in your deposit for next season.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I'm proud to tell you we don't lay off employees when things get tough. During the pandemic, we didn't let one of our installers go. Instead, we had them clean and remodel our offices so they could still get paid. Remember the 2008 housing crisis? It was a financial nightmare for even the biggest contractors. Still, we didn't lay off a single worker. Nope, we sacrificed profits to keep paying everyone. Look, when the economy's down, most contractors are quick to lay off their workers. It's the easiest way to save money when times get tight. But at RGS Exteriors, we're loyal to our people. You know why? Because it's the right thing to do. People first. People always. That's the RGS way. For gutters, siding, windows, and more, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's rgsexteriors.com, 801-280-3110.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Tune in to Hans and Scotty this Wednesday to hear how Teton Wealth Group's Ascent Plan can help cover the unavoidable retirement problem areas, including income, healthcare, and investments at no cost to you. Visit retireteton.com for more information.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colbert, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 20 years and still going strong. Utah's #1 sports radio show for over 2 decades. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK. PK's enjoying a little vacation. He'll be back Wednesday. Well, we are joined right now by Rocco Miller, Bracketeer.com. Rocco, good morning.
Good morning. How are we doing today?
I'm doing well. Rocco, I got to ask you, because I've always wondered about, people like you and Joe Lenardi and people who build their life around college hoops. What do you do the rest of the year?
Well, I actually work on scheduling for all 31 conferences, more of a consultant for the leagues to try to give teams opportunities that otherwise might not get them, whether it's through different events or just playing each other home and home. A good example last year, we got VCU and New Mexico to play a home and home series that I think really helped both teams. Now, unfortunately, I don't think VCU was getting in unless they won the Atlantic 10 tournament yesterday, but, just trying to manufacture those opportunities. The world of, non-power conference basketball has become increasingly, almost impossible to get in that large bid, as we saw yesterday, if you're in that situation. But we try to create as many angles as we can for those teams to prove themselves. There's a lot of talent across all levels of college basketball, and, so it's a great opportunity for me as well to keep up with the portal. Scheduling has a lot to do with what happens in the transfer portal in terms of which teams will play each other, which teams won't play each other. So it's a constant re-education on which players are going where. And then before we know it, it's October and we're getting ready for the season to start.
I love an entrepreneur. I love finding a niche. Good work, Rocco. I'm impressed. And I think on behalf of everyone listening, anything you can do to get Utah, BYU, or Utah State an intriguing home and home, because we see very little of those. Anything you can do, including getting them to play each other, we all welcome. We're all pulling for you, Rocco.
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree with where you guys are coming from. And, a lot of teams understand the data doesn't favor them when they come to the altitude, and that really hurts. But if we can get games in Vegas or whatever we got to do, we'll take that over nothing.
Yep.
But I totally understand. You have unbelievably passionate fans in the state of Utah, well-supported programs, that's pretty clear, and an exciting future, I think, for the Utes. So, a lot to look forward to, but it is brutal when trying to get a team to agree to come up there nowadays.
Yep, absolutely. All right, well, Bracketeer.com, let's keep the main thing, as I get distracted, as I often do. The brackets come out Is there anybody that you saw right away and you thought wildly overseeded, wildly underseeded, or what the heck is North Carolina doing in this tournament?
Yeah, I think the big one for me was actually Texas. Even for me, they were launched into the sun before the SEC tournament started even. I thought they needed 4 wins just to be relevant. Everything that the committee had taught us over the last 5 years since the net was introduced. So it's been 6 years, but we didn't get a bracket in 2020. So we've only seen 5 brackets until yesterday. And one of the general rules of thumb, and I've talked to committee members about this, so this is not something that just makes logical sense, but it checks that box too, is that when you take away the quad 4 results, what's your record? Just what's your record without quad 4? And if it's anything below 500, you should be at extreme risk. That's basically telling the committee you had a bad season, you had a losing season, you had tons of opportunities, you didn't win enough games, and that basically tips the scales, like too much water in the boat. Well, Texas went 12-15. I mean, they shouldn't even have been close to being considered. And I get that they beat SEC teams and they got a couple of good wins in Nashville, one of those against Texas A&M, who will be a number 4 seed. But throughout the year, and the other element of the Longhorns is the fact that any 15-loss team to ever get in, I think they're only the 5th team to do it of all time. The other 4 examples have extraordinary highlights on their resume. So like that Colin Sexton team from Alabama around 2019-2018 timeframe. There's a Vanderbilt team in there as well. They both beat multiple 1 seeds. This Texas team did not come close to that, not even sniffing that. Their best win was maybe that Texas A&M win. Their best road win was Mississippi State, which is still a good road win. I'm not knocking that. What I'm saying is it's not extraordinary. They had chances. In the SEC this year, you had 2 1 seeds, 2 2 seeds, you had a 3 seed, you had a 4 seed, you had multiple 6 seeds. They didn't beat any of those teams, not even once, except for A&M at the very end. And so, to me, it was a pretty easy decision to not. They shouldn't even have been in the first 4 out, based on the process that I've studied, that I've been trained on, that committee members have told me from prior years. So Texas to me was absolutely egregious. North Carolina is, of course, getting all the hype for good reason. I just thought when Colorado State took the Mountain West bid, they were the very easy team to dismiss because there was other good options for teams that had wins over the field, whether it was Indiana, even though they had limited wins. They had the big one at Michigan State. They had a Purdue home win, and they didn't lose anything outside of quad 1. They won. You can't look at North Carolina and Indiana side by side and not take the Hoosiers in my view. Also, the West Virginia thing, I'm actually not as upset about because the committee's talked about this before, how they might, whether it's fair or not, but just judging a team based on what they're bringing to the tournament. The DeVries injury happened forever ago, but they didn't play that well without him, and I had a feeling they might leave him out. They were projected in my first 4 to Dayton. I had a feeling they might slip out. So I wasn't as angry as probably the general public on that one, but with Carolina, based on the fact that Colorado State took that last bid, I just didn't think there was any more room for them, and there was really nobody in the field that I could replace with North Carolina. And it ended up being Indiana, but I think Indiana's got a strong case against North Carolina in this example.
Everybody brings a bias to this, and mine is I grew up in San Diego rooting for the underdog, literally teams that moved away to L.A., so you know how we feel about big markets. And I went to UC Santa Barbara, a big West school, so I've rooted for the little guy forever. I've never been Yankee, Cowboy, Laker guy. And so I bring that to college sports. And that is my bias, but nonetheless, at the end of the year, when you tell me that North Carolina, Oklahoma, and Texas, these last couple of weeks are really on the bubble and they could miss, and Drake and Boise State and UC Irvine might get in, guess what I would bet on? I mean, I'm not a gambler, but guess what I bet on?
Right.
I bet on the big brands, and all 3 of them got in. And unless they're all assigned like a letter code, Team A, Team B, Team C, like once you introduce the power of the brand, I mean, I'm sure the committee chair left the room when they talked about North Carolina. They play by the rules. But you're hanging out. You're on a committee with him. You develop some type of relationship, friendship. Do you really want to tell him no when he walks back in a room? No. I always thought it was going to break this way. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're absolutely right. And I was right there with you 2 mornings ago. So the morning they lost to Duke, I had North Carolina in. And I'm kicking myself a little bit. I should not have touched that. I'm just not going from 1-11 to 1-12. You have to look at it again after they play again. it's just, winning 8% of the time against your best part of the schedule. I think the math of that just got to me like, okay, we're going to come to our senses now and realize there's no way we can put this team in. And that was foolish by me. You're 100% right. They've found they had enough things they could point at to keep them in or put them in, whichever order it went in the room there. And you're 100% right about the committee dynamics. I'm on multiple mock committees throughout each season. We just did ours the weekend before, our big one. And it's the same. Like by the end of the weekend, you've spent well over – I mean, these sessions are long, 4, 6, 8-hour sessions, and then you go grab dinner together. You go, to hang out together during breaks, and you kind of just chat tea and say, what were you thinking when this team came up? And you're doing that stuff on the side. So there's a whole committee dynamic that, it's either unconscious, subconscious, or conscious that you know what you're doing when it's time to really make that final vote. And, it's just it's something you can't really prove. He does have to leave the room, but there's a dynamic to it. That's a conflict of interest. And then obviously seeing that you can get financially compensated additional for bonuses for teams getting in or out. It's a pretty big issue. And I get it. If it's just a business and that's all this is now, and if the NCAA loses whatever it is, hundreds of millions of dollars if North Carolina's not in, then I get it. But just say that.
We're joined right now by Rocco Miller from Bracketeer.com. All right, what people really want to know is their team going to win. BYU got a 6 seed. I'm curious if you think that is the right seed for them, and what odds do they have? You already mentioned VCU. What odds do they have of beating Virginia Commonwealth?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting matchup. I don't mind the seed. I had BYU as my last number 5, but it was really close. They entered the day as the top 6. I did a deeper breakdown and ended up moving them to a 5. Another example where I probably should have just left them where I had them to start yesterday. But at the end of the day, I think it's a fair seed based on there was still a couple of the records that weren't up to 500. I think in quad 1, maybe one game under 500. So when you're trying to break into the 5s and the 4s, there's some really big time resumes you're competing against. But VCU, they've been an electric team, very veteran team. You guys are familiar with a lot of the guys. They used to play for Utah State. Max Scholga. Odom's staff is very similar to when he was at Utah State. I'm still friends with them over at VCU. So I think it'll be a really good game because VCU likes to get up and down. They find open shooters on the floor. BYU has been so tremendous offensively. I think we could get a wide open game and a lot of points. I think it just comes down to who can get stops down the end. The traditional basketball things, but it's going to play like a fast game. I think it'll be one of the best games, I think, in the first round, barring somebody going cold.
Utah State is a 10 seed, so let's just ask the same questions. Did they get the right seed, and what shot do they have against 7th seeded UCLA?
Yeah, I think they did, right where I had them. UCLA, yeah, it's interesting. UCLA's been on the road all year, and now they're sending these guys to Lexington. I think that's Utah State's best advantage is that, UCLA just had to go to Indianapolis for their conference tournament. They showed up there. They got killed. And I don't know, maybe that's a good thing for UCLA because they didn't have to stay there very long. They could get back to L.A. after that opening loss to Wisconsin. I think overall, it's a Mick Cronin team, so they're going to rebound really well. They're going to defend really well. And Utah State didn't play their best basketball in the last month. So, and we'll see, hopefully Carson Templin's okay. I saw him shaking up a little bit at the end of the Colorado State loss. But overall, I think if UCLA it comes down to them, really. Obviously, they're superior on a talent point of view. I love Ian Martinez, Mason Falslev, Drake Allen, those guys. But when you're going up against Kobe Johnson's probably the best individual defender maybe in the entire Big Ten. He certainly was in the Pac-12 last year. Then you have talented guys like Sky Clark, Dylan Andrews, the bigs in the middle. It's a tough physical matchup if UCLA is locked in, but you might catch UCLA at the end of an exhausting season where they're on their 6th trip to the East, which is of course unprecedented. And maybe they're ready. Maybe they're ready to just kind of move on with the off season. We'll see. That happens more than you think nowadays with the portal, with these super conferences with coast-to-coast leagues. So maybe that's the angle for Utah State. But I think, if Utah State clicks, they're a good team to watch. They can play together. They have a lot of guys playing for the last time, seniors. So I think it's interesting, and hopefully for the Aggies' sake, they can hang around and make it a game with 10 minutes to go.
I have a hard time corralling my inner college basketball nerd. Many people know that, including my co-host, who fortunately is on vacation right now because he'd be busting my chops, rightly so, over this. But I've loved college basketball forever, going back to, being in junior high. It just the tournament completely captured my imagination. And given the fact that you schedule teams in the offseason, you seem to have quite a bit of history. So the thing I think about Utah State, UCLA, starts with when Stu Morrill is here 20 years ago dominating. That is the first time the Utah State-BYU rivalry broke down, and they didn't play. And some of that was personalities, but some of that was coaches didn't like playing as matchup zone early in the season because they hadn't had time to practice and prepare for it. They didn't want to take the loss. They didn't want to go up there in a hostile environment, and that was, I think, part of the equation. Now you fast forward here, okay, there's 17 coaches in the last 18 years have gone through. It's just nonstop. But guess what? They land on a coach who uses a matchup zone. They dominate early in the year. When they stop dominating, I asked someone who I think is wired into the program, are people catching up with the matchup zone? Because I'm thinking back to the Stu Morrill days. And they're like, no, it's a bad game. So now we have on Scott Gerard, the radio voice of the Aggies, who I do think is plugged in. And he went to Utah State. He knows the whole history of the program. And I just asked him a couple segments ago, what about Utah State and UCLA? And he says the advantage talking to people is nobody in the Big Ten plays this matchup zone. UCLA hasn't seen it. CSU saw it, and they won big the second and third time because they adapted to it. Boise won big the second time because they adapted to it. UCLA, you can watch it on film, but it's not the same thing. How big an advantage do you think this matchup zone is, given the stuff I've heard over the last 25 years and what you hear from coaches when you try to schedule games in the summer?
Yeah, it's a great point. I would have to go back and watch some of their non-conference film, but I'm looking at the teams UCLA played, and that's probably true. New Mexico's the only Mountain West team they played. That was earlier in the year, and they don't mix a lot of zone in, especially not a matchup zone. So, yeah, I think that's certainly an angle. That's why and I'm like you, since as long as I can remember watching these games, probably when I was little, when I was 7, the Final Four came to Seattle in 1989. And it's been and I remember that. So it's been off to the races since '89 in my life. But yeah, I think that's a good angle. I believe, obviously you want to get away with adjustments are always in order. It's a TV timeout to TV timeout sport. Mm-hmm. And the best coaches, like Jared Calhoun's a heck of a coach. Obviously Cronin is a heck of a coach. The adjustments are always coming throughout a game, and that's one of my favorite parts of why I go to so many games across so many leagues, is because I want to see how these guys adjust and how they strategize, because other coaches aren't as in tune with what's going on out there, and that can separate a team being successful or not. But these two are very strong coaching staffs. So I would imagine UCLA maybe catches them off guard early. Could be a good first half, and then we'll see how the counter punches go from there. It is going to be. And not only this matchup, but we'll have a lot of matchups like this where it's going to be a chess match for the first 25 minutes or so, and then it's all about who adjusts and who makes the right tweaks to go out and finish the game off.
Rocco, it's been great talking to you. We appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on and talking hoops with people, and thanks in advance for whatever you can do to line up good home games. And everybody here likes going to Vegas. I've seen all three of these fan bases travel to Vegas big time, so they can say they don't want to go to Vegas, but they do. They absolutely want to go to Vegas. And some people they won't even deny it. They'll just race you down there. So anything you can do would be awesome.
Oh, that's right. And we have a bunch of new arenas going up there, and there's already a bunch now. So it's a college basketball hotbed. I was there all last week for the tournament, so it's not slowing down. How
many arenas are they at, and how many are going up? Count them up for us.
Okay, well, for the conference tournaments, we know we have the Orleans for 2 different leagues.
Right.
We have the Henderson Arena for the Big West.
Right.
We have, of course, Michelob Ultra, which is where the women's NBA team plays. We have MGM Grand Garden Arena, where they're going to play this new tournament called the Crown Tournament. Uh-huh. You have, of course, T-Mobile, the big one. Right. That's for the the most expensive one to rent. Those are probably the main ones in college hoops, but there are others. We've done games at the Sandpoint before. I worked with Santa Clara here locally in the Bay Area. We played a game. We had them play a game there one year, and we constantly tweak that. And then they're building. my understanding from being down there last week is they're building one or two others. I'm blanking on exactly where they're going to be, but and there's even more beyond that. So we're going to get to a point where every resort has an arena. The Mandalay Bay has a basically like a giant ballroom, but they use it for the G League showcase during the holidays, and that's on TV for 4 days. So you could pretty much use a lot of those properties to do games if you really needed to.
Excellent. All right, Rocco, thank you. We appreciate it.
You betcha. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Yep, there's Rocco Miller, Bracketeer.com. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We're going to take a break, come back. Everything you missed in this show coming up next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
One crash on 21st Street in Ogden as you're approaching I-15 on the westbound side. It's been moved over to the right shoulder there. I-15 is delay-free the rest of the way as you make your way into downtown Salt Lake from either south or north. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on their way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later by going to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
The general manager of the Utah Hockey Club, Bill Armstrong. So down the stretch, it seems like every game has a playoff-like feel to it. Is that something that this team has embraced coming down the stretch here?
There's a lot of pressure that sits on top of our players. It's a must-win every game, but I like that. It's all about playing meaningful games down the stretch because we want to experience that pressure on our back where it's a must-win every single night and we have to be at our best no matter who's coming in. We've got to find a way to win. I've really liked how our guys have responded. We've been down a few goals and fought back to get points, and that's what you have to do at this time of the year. And there's a lot of hockey left. We got to keep pace with everybody else and keep winning and finding ways to get points. We got some big games coming up against some teams that are right in the race too, and we can take care of a lot of our problems by just beating those teams.
Catch Hans and Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best, just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Watch Utah Hockey Club games anytime, anywhere with Utah HC Plus, the official streaming platform for your Utah Hockey Club. See games, replays, highlights, and unbelievable behind-the-scenes content of your favorite team for just $14.99 a month. Sign up and start watching today at UtahHCPlus.com. That's UtahHCPlus.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Are you on your feet a lot?
When traveling, do you find yourself sitting for long periods of time? Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent with Alpine Home Medical, and we have compression stockings that can help you. Our compression stockings are designed to improve circulation, reduce swelling, and provide unmatched comfort. Come check out all the different styles and fabrics. These aren't your great-grandparents' compression stockings. That's why we're excited to offer an amazing deal. Buy 3 pairs of compression stockings and get a free care kit. That's right, 3 pairs of compression stockings and get a free care kit. Come into any of our 11 locations and invest in your health this winter by embracing the benefits of compression. For more details, visit us at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
This spring, take your family on the road to adventure. Whether it's weekend escapes or cross-country trips, an RV from Motorsportsland makes it easy. With trailers from just $6 a day, affordable adventure is here. Plus, no hidden fees, just honest, upfront pricing. Have an outdoor adventure without leaving the comfort of your home on wheels. Visit Motorsportsland today.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
GoPave Utah has 4-leaf clover reviews for asphalt, concrete, paving, and striping repairs. Schedule a free consultation today. Find them at gopavutah.com. That's gopavutah.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz blown out by Minnesota 128-102. Anthony Edwards 41 points for the Timberwolves. Bryce Sensabaugh says nothing replaces game reps.
You know, obviously for the younger players, it's good to get those extra reps in, but there's nothing like the game. So, you know, to get those in-game reps, I think is super beneficial for us, and it's going to pay off.
Jazz Updates brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Now, name Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. All right, what have we talked about? Well, we talked about the Utah Jazz losing again, and they really are ticketed for the worst record in the NBA. I cannot believe it. I thought the Wizards had that thing locked up. They were 6-41. They were terrible. They'd lost 16 in a row, and there was no way they were coming back to the pack. They've won 9 times in the last 19 games. They're almost a 500 team, over a quarter of the season. Now, a lot of this is the Kuzma trade, I guess you could say, because they're 7-10 since they traded in, but they won 2 games before. Some about bottoming out. I guess we have to be closer to it. Yak, maybe we need to talk to somebody about the Wizards and why they're gifting the Jazz the worst record in the NBA.
Break up the Wiz.
What is going on? They are 4-6 in their last 10. Yeah. They won 3 in a row. Kuzma was there for 2 of them, and they traded him. Then they lost like 7 straight. But in the last 10 games, they're 6-4. They're not even remotely trying to tank. Nobody's getting fined there.
So my youngest brother is currently a congressional intern out in Washington, D.C., and he went to that game, the Jazz-Wizards game.
Mm-hmm.
I legitimately texted him, like, you're watching the two worst teams in the NBA. He's like, and then all of a sudden yesterday he texted me, hey, I may have turned the Wizards' fortunes around.
Yeah, I think it is. That's what it is. That explains it as much as anything. Jazz are on 15 wins. Wizards are on 15. You got the Pelicans and the Hornets. That's 17 and 18 wins there. If the Jazz keep losing, now how much are they going to play Markkanen? Markkanen's been the wild card. They got to play him now. They don't want to get fined again. Nobody wants that look. It's even not necessarily about the money, the look. And don't get the league mad at you. They got a million ways to get back at you. Find yourself playing a bunch of back-to-backs. How come nobody plays a back-to-back coming into Utah anymore? All right, don't irritate him unnecessarily. So Markkanen's playing in the first half. He's barely playing in the second, and he's sitting in fourth quarters. That seems to be the way it's going right now. Now, that may change. He had a 19-minute game. He's had a 26-minute game. Maybe they'll ramp him back up towards 30 minutes. Seems unlikely, but I suppose they could. But like he took 12 shots in that Minnesota game. Now, it was blood also, so that's going to impact the rotation clearly. But he took 9 shots in the first half, 3 in the second. I think Markkanen's a first-half guy, and then his back just tightened up. It just didn't feel good. So the Jazz will go out and play the Bulls tonight, 7 o'clock. Jazz going back-to-back. This seems like a losable game. A little dangerous because Chicago's not that good, but the Jazz are back-to-back. They can find a way to drop it. The hockey team, that was a good win. No way around it. Man, you are in a race with Vancouver, Calgary, and St. Louis. It's a 4-point swing, and you got 2 points, and you gave them nothing. It would have been great to get the 2 points, but even an overtime win would have been a problem. A shootout win would have been a problem because Vancouver would have picked up 1 point. You're chasing them. You got to give them the goose egg. And it's 2-1 in the fourth, and you have to kill the penalty. You're down a man for 4 minutes, and you do it. Those were 4 tense moments. But once Vancouver does that, I think from a confidence standpoint, when they fail to capitalize on the man advantage over 4 minutes, game, set, match, to mix my sporting metaphors. So now there's 4 teams separated by 2 points. It's crazy. It's chaos. And the Utah Hockey Club's right in the mix. They're going to Edmonton to take on the Oilers tomorrow night. And we will talk with Mike Folta. You will hear from him tomorrow, radio play-by-play voice of the Utah Hockey Club. Edmonton has been shorthanded. They haven't been as good. I mean, they're still good. They're in the top third of the league. But they haven't been as good since they came back from the break. But at some point, you smell the playoffs and you start to ramp it up. They are not at full strength. They are missing guys. And obviously Utah has missed enough guys this year that they're not going to cry any crocodile tears for anybody who's down a couple players. Yeah, that's a you problem. Deal with it. They need the 2 points. They've been averaging, I think, 1.4 points a game over the last 10 games, and that's the pace they've got to keep at if they're going to make it. And even that might not be good enough. So, chance to pick up 2 more points on the road against Edmonton tomorrow night. We've spent a lot of time talking about the NCAA tournament. Did BYU and Utah State get the right seeds? I believe the answer to both those questions are yes. I don't think Aggie fans are arguing about it. I think Aggie fans saw 3 definitive losses, a double-digit loss and 2 blowouts, and honestly, it was kind of a backdoor cover there against Colorado State. It felt like 3 straight blowout losses. Earlier this morning, we played the postgame. If you have not heard Jared Calhoun's postgame, it was a beautiful thing. He was an angry man who'd lost his voice, and but it really lets you know where the team stood. He didn't like the senior leadership. He didn't think they played with energy. He didn't think they played with effort. The only thing they could do was pack up and leave town. It was 69 action-packed, uncomfortable seconds, but it was super honest and really clear. So wherever you get your podcast, go back and listen to the 7 o'clock hour. Oh, Yak wants to play it. You like hearing this, don't you, Yak? All right, 69 seconds of awkward, but I think it's super honest, and I think it tells you everything you need to know about the team. And then Scotty G was on this morning. Listen to that wherever you get your podcast. And he says during this that he actually turned and looked at Spencer like, you going to hop in on this one or not? Because after wins, if you hear their postgame, Spencer's clearly, because he's played and coached, he and Calhoun have clearly clicked on some level, right? And Jared... wasn't a lot of fun to interview, and Scotty didn't want to do it all by himself, even for 1 minute and 9 seconds. And so he looks at Spencer, and you can hear Spencer tiptoe. And the analogy I used is super cold pool. It's a family show, but you know what I'm talking about, guys. Up to the knees, okay. Mid-thigh, you really don't want to go any deeper. It's going to get uncomfortable. headed back to the deck chair. We're going to warm up. Here it is. Listen.
Coach Calhoun, kind enough to carve out a few moments for us. And, Coach, there's a lot to break down here on this one. First off, you can look at it from a standpoint of you get down by 28, but then you cut it all the way down to 7. So just kind of giving you your emotions on what you saw tonight.
Yeah, Scotty, I lost my voice, so this is going to be very, very short and sweet. But, you got to credit Colorado State. They outclassed us, outplayed us. Proud of Jordy and ID getting in there playing good minutes.
When you look at what you're going to be looking at now going forward, you have to wait till Sunday. What's these next couple days like for you?
Get out of here tomorrow as fast as we can, rest, and get ready for the NCAA tournament.
What was your message to these guys based on that first half?
Didn't really say much after. You talk about after the game?
Or even.
I haven't really talked to them. We'll get together here in a minute.
Obviously, Colorado State's the hottest team. Ran into a buzzsaw. What was the message at halftime?
Just didn't play very hard. I thought our seniors very disappointing. Tough way to go out. They didn't bring the energy and the effort we needed to win.
How do you reset this thing going into postseason?
2 days off and then back to work.
4 questions, 4 answers. Thanks, Coach. That was awful. So I don't see how the Aggies can complain. They got the 10 seed. That was the most they were going to get. They did not finish the season well. But it's interesting to get UCLA as a 7. There's 2 ways to look at this. Mick Cronin has complained nonstop about the cross-country travel. The players hear that. You coach the players through the media. I was taught that a long time ago. It has never changed. You put stuff out there. It goes through the echo chamber, through family and friends and roommates and whatever else, and it comes back to the team. So the question is, does UCLA struggle on the road? And they've been brutal when they have to travel. That's where the losses come. Have they been brutal because it's a lot of travel and the other team's at home? Are they going to be brutal traveling under any circumstances? Because now USU has to travel as well. Are they going out on the road thinking, oh, here we go again, the road? Because, yes, UCLA's in a disadvantage when they travel on the road, but the home team's at an advantage. Utah State's not at an advantage. They got to fly to Lexington, too. UCLA's got to fly further, but it's just not that different. So I'm curious how much this is in UCLA's head. And the other thing, Scotty brought up a great point, and we had Rocco Miller on, Bracketeer.com, who doesn't know as much as Scotty because he hasn't watched as much, but he was open to Scotty's theory also, that the one advantage Utah State has here is they play a matchup zone, and the first time you see it, it's hard to play against. And that was true when the Aggies were having a great run in the early 2000s, and they were using that zone under Stu Morrill, and it's been true this year. And Boise State was better the second time and won when they saw that. Colorado State was better the second and third times. Now, they did score 86 points the first time, so CSU is always good against it. But they didn't win that first game. They lost 93-86. So the more you see it, the easier it gets to handle. UCLA will be seeing it for the first time. Nobody in the Big Ten plays that. So that could be an interesting advantage. As far as BYU, they drew an Atlantic 10 team again. They drew a team that's hot that won the conference tournament again. So that is intriguing. They drew a veteran team. Max Shoga played at Utah State for 3 years. He's now a fifth-year guy. There's 3 fifth-year seniors. There's a 6th-year senior. There's a 4th-year senior. There are a lot of seniors. The 5 leading scorers are all in their 4th year or more at VCU. They are it's a very experienced team. And their coach, of course, is the former Utah State coach, Ryan Odom. So BYU, Thursday afternoon on TNT. It'll be intriguing to see if this time they break through. It's basically like they get a do-over here. They get a do-over with a new coach and a largely but not completely new roster. And it's a 6-11 again. They are the 6 again. They are playing an A10 team again. It's in Denver. Let's not overlook. For BYU fans who are upset they didn't get a 4 or 5. And Rocco Miller said he had them as the last 5 seed, and he moved them there right at the end.
Well, and they're the top 6, so we're talking decimal points.
And when you look at all the hardcore number stuff, the KenPom.com, they're 24th. And when you look at the net ranking, they're 24th. Now, there are other factors, and so if that puts you 21st and it's basically a coin flip to get to 20th and get to the 5 line, I don't think you can get upset. I think what you need to celebrate is you're in Denver. You're not changing time zones. You're not dealing with jet lag. You're going to have plenty of fans there. there are plenty of BYU fans who either live in Colorado, Jim or Fredette, or can fly there. There's a gazillion flights. The weather looks pretty nasty. Normally people could drive there. Not sure that'll be happening. That's less than ideal given the weather forecast.
You're brave in the elements. If you do that.
Given the weather forecast, that's a stretch. But BYU fans from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs, they can flock there easy enough. So the Cougars ought to have plenty of fans there. And I think the bigger thing is that the players aren't dealing with you draw one of those East Coast sites and it's a 2-hour time zone and we can document the record. It's not good. It's kind of a wash for Utah State and UCLA. Utah State's changing one less time zone. So, intriguing. Right. There's the NCAA tournament stuff. We spent a lot of time on that. We did spend a little bit of time.
Real quick on the NCAA tournament. We talked about North Carolina, them sneaking into the field here. Mm-hmm. You want added layers to this conspiracy theory about Bubba Cunningham?
Sure.
His new reworked contract gives him a cool $104,000 bonus with them making the NCAA tournament this year.
Yeah, I get that, but if we examine all the AD contracts, I bet they all have that.
But this is just,
I bet that's common.
But this contract
it does go to the fact that this is a business and there's financial incentives for things to happen.
But this contract apparently just barely came into effect, so it's just
I get that,
convenient timing.
But didn't his last one probably have a $50,000?
And he's won his North
Carolina. If you're not in the NCAA tournament, the AD's getting his
They said that he's had 18 national championships.
I couldn't think of anything appropriate to say there.
I know.
Everything I thought was inappropriate.
Yeah.
But they're an AD and a basketball coach are in a tough spot.
Correct.
If North Carolina basketball is in a bad spot.
Oh, absolutely. And here's the thing.
Of course it is,
them just sneaking into the tournament has already got pressure on them to begin with. That's not North Carolina standard.
Yeah, but for all the people who are complaining and the naysayers, I don't think Carolina will go very far because they're so bad against the 1 seed. But Texas did beat 7 Quad 1 teams. Now, they also have a losing record, as Rocco Miller told us, against Quad 1, 2, and 3 teams. I wouldn't rule these teams out, even though I don't think they should be there. Could they win a game? How big a difference is there between Team 15 and Team 55? I don't think there's a lot. I do think that watching national guys make early picks here in the tournament, the 1 and the 2 seeds are largely expected to be in the Elite 8. Like the top of the country is really pulled away, which is good news for BYU. Maybe that's why BYU got smoked by Houston twice. It doesn't talk about BYU being a bad team. That's just how awesome Houston is. And whether that's true or not, I think that's the way BYU needs to think about it because confidence is a big part of the deal. You just got to flush it away and say, oh, Houston's a 1 seed. They're awesome. They're going to do that to everybody. Now that you're a 6 seed, you can't see a 1 seed until the Elite 8. And you can't see a 2 seed until the Sweet 16, and that's where the real power lies. So if you want to go win a game, get to the Sweet 16, BYU's been given a really good opportunity to do that, a really good opportunity. One last thing, the NFL, the Bengals have an elite quarterback. Elite quarterbacks are usually in the playoffs. He was not. They've got 2 awesome wide receivers to go with him. Jamar Chase gets 4 years, $161 million. T. Higgins, 4 years, $115 million. All right, is there enough money for a defense? Because that is why you missed the playoffs. I have to go back and look, but they were either 30, 31, or 32 in most of the critical defensive categories. Most points allowed, yards, blah, blah, blah. That defense was bad. So I get why you want to keep that quarterback with those 2 receivers because that is fantastic. But, man, can you play any defense at all, Cincinnati? Going to have to draft well and have those inexpensive guys play well in defense, which has been done. That is possible. It's been done multiple times. All right, DJ and PK, when we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design, but using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say, I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a gold tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
For those struggling with dyslexia, the world is a challenging place. The simple act of reading a menu or a computer screen can be frustrating and difficult. Now you can do more than just feel empathy for them. You can make things happen. Thursday, May 15th at Cedar Hills Golf Course. Join the Dyslexia Center of Utah Charity Golf Tournament. There's an 8 a.m. shotgun start, breakfast provided by Chick-fil-A, lunch provided by Texas Roadhouse. The event will help bring together so many of you who care about those whose lives are touched by dyslexia. And the cost? Just $500 for a foursome. And thanks to Metastock and K&L Drywall, 100% of the cost will go straight to the center to provide scholarships for children who can't afford to attend the Dyslexia Center of Utah. Details can be found online at dyslexiacenterofutah.org. Please, make time, whether it's just for you or your team from work. Please join the Dyslexia Center of Utah Charity Golf Tournament Thursday, May 15th at Cedar Hills Golf Course. Get more details at dyslexiacenterofutah.org.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
It's Power Torque Tools DIY days at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Lifetime guaranteed Power Torque professional hand tools only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We could all use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Please see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Edmonton Oilers Tuesday at 7 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Hockey Club picked up a critical 2 points with their 3-1 win over the Vancouver Canucks. Utah now just 2 points back of Vancouver for the final wildcard spot in the playoffs. Logan Cooley's feelings about the victory.
I mean, obviously the race to the playoffs is so close right now, and every point is so big. So, we're trying to catch those guys. It's a tight race, and that's a big 2 points.
Utah heads to Edmonton. They're playing the Oilers tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Utah Hockey Club updates brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on The Zone. This week on Win Ticket Wednesday, you could win tickets to Cody Johnson and the Leather Deluxe Tour June 28th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Listen to The Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Time for your feedback. What do you have to say about today's show? Question up, and we spent a little time on this, but not a lot. Ute fans, what do you want to hear from Alex Jensen at his introductory press conference? Spencer, I want to hear that old one of Utah boosters have written a blank check to Utah basketball in the meetings, and the strap tag was not a part of any of the booster meetings. Old money Utah boosters have written a blank check. Okay, so I told you earlier this morning, there's 3 things I want to hear Alex talk about today. 1, how much NIL money does he have? I have no expectation that will happen because nobody speaks of that aloud. But the question is, what do I want to hear? Well, that's what I want to hear. I know it's not happening, but I want to hear it. If you don't have the money, you're not going to win. If you have some money, you can win to a certain level, but not beyond. And if you got loads of money, then you can pull away from the NCAA because I really do think Alex can coach, and I think he'll put together a staff that can coach. And everybody you talk to, like, there's a clear reason why a lot of teams don't go to the NCAA tournament. They don't have the money. The teams in the NCAA tournament, to one degree or another, have it. Grand Canyon, we've been told, outspending the league 4, 5, 6 to 1. And they've gone 3 times in 4 years. Who's surprised? And the top seeds on the 1 and 2 line have pulled away from the rest of the country. Heard somebody say there's really 5 number 1 seeds. The St. John's is that good. But there can only be 4 number 1 seeds. So St. John's has to be a 2. And their point was Florida got a raw deal. Having to play St. John's in a regional, Duke's not dealing with that. Auburn's not dealing with that. I was surprised Auburn was the number 1 team overall. Well, they've been taking on water down the stretch. How are they number 1 overall? I'm not surprised they're a 1 seed, but not the number 1.
Okay, but here's the deal. Auburn could have to play Louisville in Lexington potentially. That could be interesting.
That could be. Lexington's like an hour and a half down the freeway, so that's like
that far. But yeah,
it's not. You don't even think it's that far?
I think
45 minutes.
I think it's like 45 minutes.
Okay,
yeah.
But whatever. It's whether it's from Salt Lake to Ogden or Salt Lake to Logan. Either way, you're going to end up with a gazillion fans. So there is that. The other things I want to hear from Alex today, in addition to how big is that blank check. I am intrigued by his scheduling philosophy. That matters. I think BYU isn't higher than a 6. I think one of the major factors there's 2 major factors. One, the losses to Providence and to Utah. I mean, they got some bad losses. And 2, the non-conference schedule just wasn't good enough, which Kevin Young has acknowledged, which he is expected to address here. I think the schedule will look different next year. You got a lot of pro guys, and they came in late. Now they fully understand the value of it, and they have time to deal with it. I think the other thing is Alex's staff is going to lean heavily NBA, which isn't surprising. If you've been in the NBA and G League, you hire NBA and G League guys. And people go back and forth between the NBA and G League as development and assistant coaches. So I totally get that. And there's lots of advantages to do it, and that's why Kevin Young did it. But Kevin Young brought in Chris Burgess. He brought a player with him, and he brought a lot of knowledge about college basketball. Can Alex get someone like that? And can he get someone who knows the Big 12? That would be another advantage. And then the other thing Rocco Miller told us when you come in as an assistant coach is, can you bring NIL money with you? If you can get on these big, gigantic staffs. If you are tight with some bazillionaire who wants access to college basketball and wants to write a big check, and you're the one who has the personal tie, yeah, there's a spot on these big staffs for you. Absolutely. All right, we got other people weighing in. You can go to our Facebook page, DJ and PK, and see people commenting on how did Utah State as a 10 seed. We got people complaining about Boise not getting in, and San Diego State did. Well, San Diego State beat Houston, and not many people did that. And San Diego State beat Boise 2 out of 3. I mean, I could go on. And they have the brand name because they've been in the conference title, and brand names matter. We've been over that this morning. And BYU is 6. I think it's where they belong. They had the bad losses early, but they're going to Denver. Celebrate that, Cougar fans. I think that's a big old plus. Here's another big old plus. We got a good show coming up next because it's Jake and it's Ben next on The Zone.
Well, that's our show.
This concludes the entertainment part of our program.
That was fun. I think it went really well.
See ya.
I'm out of here. I'll see you. Bye-bye.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Hockey Newsletter.
Tires matter. They're the only part of your vehicle that touches the road. Tread confidently with new tires from Tire Rack. Whether you're looking for expert recommendations or know exactly what you want, Tire Rack makes it easy. Fast, free shipping, free road hazard protection, convenient installation options, and the best selection of Falken tires. Go to TireRack.com/sports to see their Falken test results, tire ratings, and reviews, and be sure to check out all the special offers. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com. Like you know to check your sunroof is closed first before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So if you want to save money, check Allstate first at 888-ALLSTATE or allstate.com. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard this season with the Utah Hockey Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Hockey Club page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Hockey Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-295-4682. 800-295-4682. Again, that's 800-295-4682.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Hey, it's the Odd Couple. You know, buying a home used to be a huge headache. You had to go to different places for listings, pre-approval, financing. But now Rocket is putting everything you need in one place. Rocket.com, a single, seamless home ownership platform to help you find, buy, sell, finance, even refinance your home. Everything you need all under one roof, every home at one address. Rocket.com, the new home for all things home ownership. Check it out today. Rocket, own the dream.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's with exclusive member-only deals. Right now, save $30 on a Little Giant Extra Light Plus 5-foot aluminum stepladder. Was $109, now just $79. Plus, save an additional $20 on the Metabo HPT pneumatic finish nailer. Don't miss out on these limited-time deals. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 3/17 through 3/19. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Everybody said we gotta take a chance and tell them what the hell went wrong. We only listen to the words that we sing now.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Happy Monday.
So are you a glutton for punishment, or what's the deal?
Me?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
You trying to get pinched?
Oh, I forgot all about it.
He didn't wear any green today.
Where's
your green, buddy?
Oh, yeah, shoes.
Okay. That's a cop-out.
Christian's
What do you mean
rolling
it's a cop-out?
The green
It's
sweatshirt.
much harder to find green shoes than it is
that a green
anything
jacket?
else. It's also a green jacket.
Okay. Never mind.
From my tournament win. The green jacket.
You guys know this. Holidays usually are just not that big a thing to me. Although
Sure.
I used to really like St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah,
but
I don't like fun. I don't like happiness.
I know. And so, yeah, I forgot to wear green. What do you want from me?
You get pinched. Line up after the show, and everyone in the building gets to pinch you.
I'm surprised your daughters weren't on you about it.
Yeah.
Me too, actually.
Did your kids go to school without green on, and now they're going to be devastated because they get made fun of by the other kids?
Maggie, yes. I think Sadie, no.
Okay. They're not wearing green?
I think it was remembered on the way out the door.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
Sure. Sounds like you're lying about why you're not wearing green now.
I had already left
okay.
with Maggie for daycare.
Okay.
And she was wearing rainbow, and I don't think there was much green in the rainbow.
Roy G. Biv.
Yeah, right. Real easy. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, ivy, violet.
All right. I should remember that.
Roy G. Biv, yeah.
There should be green in there.
Okay, I hope so. For her sake. It's not her fault.
It's Dad's fault.
You know, we even had like a corned beef and cabbage dinner on Saturday.
I had one of the best sandwiches of my life.
Corned beef involved?
Corned beef sandwich.
Oh, I love
with like coleslaw. It was at a barbecue place. It hit as well as any sandwich I've had in my life. It was so good.
Corned beef is amazing.
Yeah, I was shocked.
Corned beef is not just a once-a-year meal to me.
Okay. You're keeping them in business outside of the St. Patrick's crowd.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's good. I get it.
And then
Salty.
when you have leftovers, you throw it on some potatoes and some eggs the next day?
Sure.
Yes, please.
Sure. I get it.
Anyway, Yeah, so hopefully everybody out there is enjoying St. Patrick's. Did most people celebrate it over the weekend, right?
I think so.
Christian went out with his beloved on Saturday, and
nice.
they had the tents up at all the places and all that. Was it packed?
It was a good time, yeah. There were a lot of people, but it was fun.
You know, this is how, when you transition from young to old at some point, Ben, yeah, it was packed. In Christian's world, that was a real positive for him.
Right.
At some point, that changes to where it's...
I never want to go out again.
Yeah, it was packed. Like, I had a great day skiing with my family at Deer Valley on Saturday.
Not because it was packed?
But
or was
it was
packed?
packed.
Yeah.
I mean, again, great day. But the fact that it was packed made it not as fun. Yeah. Although Deer Valley does a cool thing. You have to reserve the days you're going. So they have a limit at some point.
So it doesn't get overly crowded.
It doesn't get overly. Some other places are more crowded. So shout out to DV. Which you want to know something funny? Have you ever had Deer Valley chili?
No.
Christian?
Made of deer?
I was going to ask, do they have venison in it?
They have elk chili.
Okay.
And they have turkey chili. They're kind of famous for the turkey chili, but the elk chili is basically the same thing, but with elk. My daughter, my 7-year-old, this is how good the food is at Deer Valley. My 7-year-old does not like chili. She does not like most things, not mac and cheese. She's like, we're going to eat that chili today, right?
We getting the chili?
When are we getting the chili? Where's she recognizes the Silver Fork Lodge because she's like, that's where we get the chili.
The chili place.
That's the chili right there.
That's good. That's
like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I wish it didn't cost us like $1,000 a day up here. That'd be nice.
This is the most expensive bowl of chili.
Very pricey bowl of chili.
Yeah.
But my 7-year-old who likes nothing just inhaled a whole bowl.
Great.
She's never eaten a whole bowl of anything in her life.
Right. Well, good. That's a win.
But anyway, Christian going, yeah, it was crowded. It was great. It was bumping.
Well, that's
know.
what you're looking for on a holiday, you know?
Is
right?
it? I feel like even when I go out for a beverage with my wife nights, if it's crowded, it's always like, oh, look how full the parking lot is. This is ridiculous.
There are some nights, like a random Saturday night, where it would be nice to go and just have a quaint
quaint experience, but that was not the experience you were looking for.
No, we had fun. My wife had fun. That's what matters. I was kind of babysitting.
You were the designated driver?
Yeah.
Good for you. All right. Well, there you go. Hopefully everyone, you have a good weekend, Ben?
I did. Worked. Went and saw Shane Gillis on Saturday night. It was funny.
Lucky you.
Yeah.
I was looking at tickets. Those were
I know a guy.
Is he an opera singer of some sort?
He is.
La Boheme?
He was the guy who famously got hired by SNL and then got fired by SNL before making his debut because of previous jokes he'd made, and has since hosted SNL twice.
So he was canceled and then uncanceled.
Correct.
Or fired and then uncanceled.
Yeah. He's kind of unwillingly or unwittingly become kind of the face of that.
So he's a joke person.
He's a jokester.
Was it good?
Yeah, it's funny.
Is it at Delta Center?
The opening guy was maybe the worst comedian I've ever seen in my life. It was crazy how bad this guy was. But Shane was great. Yeah.
What constituted bad?
Imagine if two 14-year-old boys sat together in a room and wrote an entire comedy sketch and didn't know how comedy worked. That's how I describe this guy.
Very juvenile?
Beyond juvenile, and no like formula for how jokes are told. It was bizarrely bad. It was shocking.
Well, maybe that's his thing.
You come to Utah and you're like, I'm going to wow these people. There's a bunch of members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I'm really going to shock these people. These people are human. They've been alive. They've seen movies. They've heard words before. I don't know what you think. This has never happened here in Utah.
But bombing is funny. Maybe that's the thing.
No, his whole thing was like, I'm going to make it so awkward that you can't help but laugh because like you're embarrassed to be hearing what you're hearing. It's like, ugh.
Yeah, I wouldn't
so
love that.
cringy.
I
got
got
it. Was awful. But Shane was funny. Shane's very funny. So forget that first guy. He was a clown. But the next guy was great. To the point where I can't even find him on the internet. I can't even find who this person is. He's not a local guy either. I can't even find who this person is. So
I've seen a couple people bomb in stand-up comedy or whatever. Yeah. And it is funny. He's sad.
Yeah.
But it is funny to watch somebody squirm up there like, oh, tough crowd. All right, well, that's good.
Yeah, so it was fun.
How long a set those guys do? Just like an hour?
he was done by 10. Show started at 8. He probably went on at like 8:45, 8:50. So yeah, 60, 70 minutes, something like that.
And then Sunday you had to write a post-game story with no comments.
Yeah, Will Hardy didn't talk after last night's game.
Nor did any of the players.
Well, there's nobody there to interview. Nobody's traveling to cover the team right now because they've lost 9 straight and are going to lose as many as they can.
Not that anybody ever thinks of me, but
nor should they.
We had to tread water for so long waiting until we even got the news that he wasn't coming out.
Let me ask you this. Did you have Bryce Sensabaugh on Friday night? Did you wait for Bryce? You had Will.
We had Will.
And then I specifically requested Bryce because I said, you know what? I know the TV people and the radio people like to have a second interview.
Yeah, we did have Bryce. Yes, we did.
And he took forever. We pick Bryce because he comes out quickly. He took forever. So.
Oh, well, I appreciate that.
But I did say, like, they almost were like, let's not get anybody. And I said, the people upstairs could use it. So I was thinking of
hey, look at you, Ben.
Just trying to help.
Way to go.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've never seen a coach not do any sort of post-game press conference. Like, did the away media not want to? Like, usually you guys will go across the way and do the
Somebody will ask
media.
a question.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. No, apparently not.
Okay. Well, that was a real thing. And I guess, maybe nobody cared because the Jazz really, I don't even know. I asked the broadcast crew this after the game, and I don't usually like grandiose statements, but did you think that was the most uninteresting game of the season? I mean, because the Timberwolves just beat them thoroughly, and it was like usually there's a run to make it close or something. Like I kept in the post game going back to the box score because usually this, Ben, you hosted post games. Obviously, you can usually pick out a half dozen interesting things.
Yeah,
interesting elements. Walker Kessler had 19 rebounds.
Yeah, he took 6 threes. That's kind of the interesting thing.
So outside of Walker Kessler, which we did spend a lot of time talking about Walker Kessler, it was just it wasn't even interesting from like a bad standpoint. It's not like they had anybody go out there and play poorly. It just was almost like non-factors across the board. Lowry played really well there for a minute, but he didn't play enough to really be any sort of factor. And you look down the way, I mean, Isaiah Collier had 5 turnovers, which I guess is kind of is a negative, but the team as a whole had 22.
Yeah. There's no value in this game. There's really, very little other than Friday night, Lowry Markkanen, because he only played the first half of the game, tried to get up as many shots as he could and tried to create his own shot and was like, let me toy with this. And clearly that was a prerogative from the Jazz to say hey, you've got 15 games left in the season. Maybe you play 10 or whatever. Why don't you see if you can create your own shot? You haven't done that much this year. Let's see at this point in the year if you can create your own shot. And Sunday, the prerogative was, let's see if we can get Walker Kessler shooting some threes over the last 10, 15 games of the year just to see how comfortable he is doing that and see if he can get up 2 a game next year, or 3 a game next year and see if that's feasible based on what happens over these last 12. So I'll be curious, is there a game where Cody Williams takes 15 shots and the Jazz just say Cody, this is your game. We want to see what happens when you take 15 shots a game. We want you to know what that feels like so you can adjust next year to having to carry a bigger load of the offense because right now he, carries 0 load.
Non-factor, yeah.
So that's what I'm curious about. And also the fact of I get the outrage of tanking and I get the outrage of Walker Kessler being a healthy scratch on Friday night and not just DNP dressed DNP CD, and people were in my mentions who were gambling on the games. We're mad about that. But, don't gamble on the Utah Jazz at this point in the season. That's your problem. I think what we saw last night is the counterpoint to everyone mad about this team tanking. It's the problem is even if when they play and you play your guys, they're just a bad team. They're just not very good. So we would have had, of the 20 games that fans would probably circle and say that was a waste of a game this year, Jazz didn't do anything to compete. There's probably 15 games that looked just like last night, even had the Jazz suited everybody up, that were just boring and nondescript and didn't teach you anything.
I think if they played their guys all year, I think they'd be above 30 wins.
I think so, too. They have each of the last 2 years.
They'd be threatening 500, and they'd be threatening a play-in because have you looked at the records for the play-in?
Yeah, the Kings are right at 500.
So, I don't know if they're that bad, honestly. but because 15 wins is bad. I was trying to think about this. The Jazz have technically the worst record in the league. Has that ever happened in modern history? Certainly since Johnny Carl, I don't think so. Even in the last rebuild, they never had the worst record in the league.
No, and one of their big issues, this is what I wrote about on Friday night, is with their next loss, which I would imagine probably comes tonight at home against the Bulls, if they lose tonight, they will have guaranteed themselves the worst home record in franchise history.
Not a surprise. I mean, this is going to be the worst record in franchise. I mean, again, I can't, I can go back to the 80s pretty much. I don't know about, the 70s.
Yeah, like 79,
whatever.
80.
Yeah.
Those years were extremely rough when they first moved here, and New Orleans, they were terrible.
But this is a new bottom.
No, the reason they can't ever finish in the teens is because they always win 20 games at home. Always. Their worst years, I mean, again, they're going to break the record this year because they're going to have at least 26 losses if they lose tonight at home. Say they've never lost more than 25 games at home. That means you've won 16 games at home every year. Well, 16 games is the worst teams in the NBA. It's how many games they win total. And the Jazz win that at home. So you're accidentally going to win 5 on the road, 10 on the road. And so you get out of bed with 25 wins, unless you actively try to not win at home, which is hard to do in Salt Lake. So the Jazz are going to win 2 or 3 more games the whole rest of the season, I think. One of them will probably come today or Wednesday. And, yeah, they're going to finish with the worst record in the NBA. And I didn't think that was possible even on February 28th. They were 4.5 games ahead of the Wizards. It's hard to make up 4.5 games at the top of the standings or at the bottom. And the Jazz made it up in 17 days. It's pretty remarkable. And shout out to the Wizards, who I guess decided, let's put it together in March. Because they just beat Denver on Saturday, a healthy Denver team, because Alex Sarr, the number 2 overall pick, went off. He went crazy. So,
it goes to I've complained about it forever. The last month, whatever, of the NBA season is ridiculous.
It's nonsensical. Yeah, it is.
Denver doesn't have a ton to play for, so they go into a game against Washington thinking like, oh, man, finally I can just loaf it out.
Take the night off, yeah.
I can take the night off, and I don't really have to pour it on and all this stuff. Denver just got done with a back-to-back against Oklahoma City.
Yeah, back-to-back.
Back-to-back, a road home, back-to-back or whatever it was.
I think it was road. Pretty sure it was.
Was it? Anyway, not that it matters that much. And then you've got a game against Washington. It's like, oh, thank goodness. And you lose?
You get cooked, yeah.
Because we've seen that a bunch. The Darren Williams, Carlos Boozer teams were so bad on the road, and they were so bad on the road against dreadful teams because Darren had this thing, and I blame Darren. It could be more complex than that, but it always seemed to me that Darren would go into these games and think like, okay, I can go 3/4 speed and still beat Minnesota or whoever it was bad at the time. But the problem is the rest of the team took the cue, and all of a sudden they were losing. They were just booting games to these brutal teams and had terrible road records. And it's because the other team is still an NBA team.
Yeah.
As bad as we think the Wizards are, or the Jazz against the Timberwolves the last time is a great example.
Yep.
It's still an NBA team.
Yep.
So if you're missing guys and Anthony Edwards is suspended and your guys think you can just mail it in against the Jazz, you're going to take an L.
Yep.
And that's as long as they don't have teams actually making losing plays.
Yeah.
Which I hope is not happening. I mean, it's one thing to manipulate the lineup. It's one thing to play guys at certain times. But if you have guys going, oh, man, we got to lose this thing. I got to go throw it into the third row or do a turnover to lead to a layup on the other side.
Yeah.
As long as they're not doing that, teams are vulnerable to losing to even the worst teams in the league.
And I can just tell you I've never seen that happen,
I'm sure it has. But
there probably is, but I have a hard time imagining who it would be, It would have to be a team that knew it was good, that knew everybody was coming back next year and was excited to add a high lottery pick. It's like it doesn't benefit any of the players on this Jazz team outside of maybe Lowry, and Lowry doesn't know if he's going to be here next year. We don't know if Lowry's going to be here next year.
But you're telling me some coach hasn't pulled the guy aside and said, hey, you got to help us lose this thing, and you know what? I'll carve out a spot for you next year or whatever. I'll give in a good word for your next contract or whatever. I sure it's happened. I hope it hasn't, but kind of doubt it. I mean, there's just so much pressure on these franchises to lose. I mean, that's what we're watching the Jazz go through.
Of course.
And I certainly am familiar enough with.
And to be clear, neither of us is accusing the Jazz of
No, that's what I was about
to
say. I'm certainly familiar with the integrity over there that I don't think that is going on or would ever be considered. But there's a lot of pressure on Will Hardy to lose games.
Yeah. Do I think guys loaf it when they know there's a season that's not about winning? Yes.
Absolutely.
Of course there is.
Absolutely.
That I know happens. Yeah.
But that's not, I mean, who's a good example of that? I mean, again, nobody played well last night. But Johnny Juzang, when he gets 29 minutes, he's going to get in there and play.
Of course, he's on a non-guaranteed deal next year. He's trying to stick in the league, whether it's with the Jazz or somebody else. He knows this is game film.
When VHT gets in the game, he's going to get some shots up. Although
he was shots up as possible.
He was surprisingly modest last night, I thought.
He was.
For the record, the first season in Salt Lake, they had 24 wins on the year.
Okay.
17 home wins.
Okay. What about the next year?
They had 28 wins on the year.
I mean, I remember that year where some bozo in Seattle predicted Jerry Sloan was only going to win like 8 games or something after John and Carl left, and they won 41.
Jerry took it to heart.
Yeah, Jerry took it to heart and took a scrappy bunch that had no business winning 41 games and won 41 games.
The fewest wins in franchise history looks like is what, 23, Christian? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, 2013.
In Salt Lake, anyway. What about New Orleans?
You're talking about at home, their fewest home wins? I just did this in my article. I think it's, like I said, they had 25 home losses, so they had 16 home wins. Was the fewest they've ever had. And they're not going to get close. They're not going to get double-digit home wins this year.
In New Orleans, their worst overall win total was 23-59.
Yeah.
So this is going to be the worst record in franchise history by a ways.
Yeah, their fewest wins ever is 23 wins.
And rarely,
in New Orleans,
if ever, do they have the worst team in the league, a record in the league at any point, let alone at the end.
Yeah.
So this is new territory.
It is brand new. And they're probably going to guarantee themselves a top 5 pick. And then you got to hope that guy is worth doing this all for.
At some point, we can talk about the you getting gamblers in your mentions. We can talk about the new strategy that you alluded to a little bit earlier. For once, I think I actually have sympathy for the gamblers.
For the gamblers, no, I don't. But
in concept, I do. Like if you gamble on something and lose money, like I'm not.
Yeah.
I've learned that lesson before, where you lose more than you could afford, and it sucked, but it was nobody's fault but my own.
Right.
But in this case, I don't know. I'll run it by you.
Okay.
See what you think.
Okay.
All right. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben will have top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com coming up next, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's not too late to drop a lot of weight before summer. Alex Curie here. I'm down 60 pounds on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime. slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Coming to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
What's better than a credit card with a low interest rate? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa, you'll enjoy 0% APR purchases for the first 6 months. Yep, all that buying power and not a single cent of interest for 6 months. That means no interest on summer fun, no interest on back-to-school gear, and no interest on holiday shopping. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply for yours today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate. Membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, and conditions apply. See AmericaFirst.com/Visa for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com.
At Rocket, we believe everyone deserves their shot at the American dream. So if you're feeling locked out of home ownership, we're here to give you back the keys. We're opening doors, breaking down walls, and doing everything we can to turn renters into owners. And we're not going to stop until we help everyone home. To find out more, visit rocket.com. Rocket. Own the dream.
Look out, world, we're getting strong. The future's here and we belong. She can STEM, she can do more. Like build a rocket and watch it soar. Or clean the oceans and make the world a better place. Oh, she can STEM, so can you. Find a cure, invent something new. There's no challenge in the world that she can't face. She can STEM.
Learn more at She Can STEM. A message brought to you by the Ad Council.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Wasatch Front business owners, let the GoPave Leprechauns fill your potholes and handle your striping with their liquid gold. GoPave is complete parking lot service and maintenance. Find them online at gopavutah.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the Jazz at 30 update on Jake and Ben. Here's Will Hardy talking about Cody Williams getting comfortable as an NBA player.
Beginning of the season, he's adjusted to the speed and the physicality of the NBA much better now than at the beginning of the season. And then I'm sure there's a comfort level, has adapted to his surroundings, understands what's expected of him, understands when the moments are where you can go make a play and don't have to follow the script.
This update is brought to you by U of U Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Shake it, Ben. Want to remind you can win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This coming Wednesday, win tickets to Cody Johnson and the Leather Deluxe Tour, June 28th at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, we've got brackets coming out. I've been filling out brackets all morning.
Yeah, how many you got?
Half of one.
Half of one done. Okay.
I'm very slow.
I only fill out one. I may enter it a couple of different places depending on.
But you try and keep the same one.
But I try and keep the same one. I actually don't I really don't care for the person that filled out 25 brackets.
Of course.
And then struts around the office being like, I got it
Look at my
right,
best
everyone.
bracket.
Hey, dummy, how did you do? Yeah, if I took enough stabs at it, I probably could have a pretty decent bracket too.
BYU facing off against VCU in the opening round. Utah State taking on UCLA.
2 things, Ben. 1, I thought BYU actually could have gotten dropped to a 7, so I was glad that they stayed at a 6. With that being said, I actually think VCU is a sneaky tough draw for them because I don't know a ton about VCU outside of course, Ryan Odom being their coach. We see him at Utah State, but kind of looked into him a little bit. They get after it defensively, like high pressure defense, disruptive stuff. And that always makes things a little bit of a crapshoot because I think BYU is a superior talented team, it would seem.
Yeah.
So how do you steady, deal with the pressure, and then play your game is often kind of a wild card. And it's why teams like VCU oftentimes win a couple of games in the tourney. We've certainly seen that before. So I think it's a sneaky tough draw for BYU. As for Utah State, I actually think UCLA is pretty vulnerable. Because if Utah State can get after it themselves on defense, scoring is often a problem for this particular UCLA Bruins team. And I can't wait to see Mick Cronin lose his dang mind on the sidelines.
Yeah, that'd be great for Utah State to get that victory and send Mick Cronin into a tailspin.
I mean, the Aggies are playing like garbage.
They are. They're playing horrible.
Yeah, I mean, if they were playing their best basketball, I'd have a little more confidence. But I don't think UCLA is that great.
Yeah, it's. We kind of talked about how poor the Big Ten has been this year compared to some years, and it's not a great league this year. So we will see what that ends up turning into. I watched a little bit of VCU George Mason without any real critical eye on it yesterday, just because I wasn't thinking that that's who BYU was going to play in the first round. But what I know is historically VCU has a pretty good basketball program, and that area, which you're familiar with, has a lot of basketball talent.
They do. Yep.
And that's not saying that's where all the kids come from, but there is a culture of basketball in the Virginia Commonwealth area.
Yeah, and they like Utah State. They've got a great home crowd. They get a ton of support from student body, and yeah, they've got there's a reason Odom wanted that job. I mean, it's a good job. Shaka Smart have we even heard from Shaka since he left VCU? I know he was terrible at Texas.
Yeah. Who is he? He's at Marquette now, right?
Is he at Marquette now?
He's okay.
Oh yeah, so he's doing all right. But VCU, you talk about good coach, good job, and I'm not saying that Shaka isn't necessarily a good coach, but VCU is a good job.
Yeah, it's a good job.
You can win there.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, who is it? Who are the Shockers?
Yeah, Wichita State.
Yeah, Wichita State. It's like another good place you can win. VCU's kind of reminds me of that same type of thing.
Win there.
You can go and find
Creighton,
victories there.
You can win there.
Yeah, Marquette. So we'll see. BYU's playing well. They did not play well against Houston. You get really sobered up quickly against some of these teams. There was a different caliber of team. Houston is a different caliber of team. And BYU had all the momentum going into that game. And Houston was hurt and opened the game 14-0. And it was over.
Yeah.
So that was – I'm curious how BYU responds. I suspect they will. And they get to play in Colorado, correctly?
Yeah, Denver.
That's correct. So there's already going to be fans there that are BYU fans. And there are going to be fans that travel. So it will be a very blue crowd.
The Aggies are going to Lexington. So
not as easy.
Not as easy.
And then I know a lot of people like BYU's draw beyond that because they think Wisconsin's a soft team. Get past VCU first before you worry about Wisconsin. I'm not penciling anything.
You know what? Coach Lacombe didn't love that matchup with Wisconsin when we were kind of mulling this over. So I don't know. I don't know about soft team necessarily. It doesn't sound like Wisconsin. But I haven't watched a ton of the Badgers this year.
It's a It's the tournament. It's all unpredictable,
Couple of notes. Your number ones were predictable and came out how you'd expect. Florida, Houston, Duke, and Auburn. 13 SEC teams got in.
I've got 7 of them in the Final Four, so
let's
see if it pans out.
And then North Carolina gets in, even though they obviously did not deserve to get in. Comparatively speaking to everybody else's resume, but got in, and a lot of people are saying it's because their athletic director was head of the selection committee.
And got an extra $100K for his team making it, which, obviously feels like a conflict of interest. And there's some relevancy locally because the conversation of the team that got left out, the biggest snub was West Virginia, a Big 12 school.
Or Boise.
Or Boise State.
So those are units that would have gone to our local schools.
But regarding West Virginia, and I remember we were talking about them needing to beat Utah in Utah to get in, which beating Utah is not a good win. They did lose to Colorado, who's awful in the opening round of the Big 12 tournament. So if you want me to lose sleep over West Virginia, who lost to lowly Colorado, I'm not going to.
Listen, I don't care about the first four. I don't. Yeah. I actually don't care that North Carolina got in. What I do care about is that a committee selecting anything is stupid. And it's a bunch of self-interested people in the same room, and you hope it balances itself out. But if you're telling me that the Carolina AD horse traded a spot in the tournament, and then this is what bugs me the most, Ben, and this will get to our gambler thing too. They kind of compare in a weird way. But the AD, did you see what the North Carolina AD said? Said, well, I wasn't in the room for any of that. Yeah, I bet you weren't. I bet you weren't.
Yeah, right.
Who'd you have dinner with the night before?
Yeah, right.
You know?
Yeah.
Who you been on
have
the phone with?
Have you never talked to any of these people? I don't think that's the case. Yeah, I wasn't there. I don't know.
I don't know. I was out of the room. I left.
Stepped out of the room.
I left. I sat down on a couch and buzzed through the latest edition of Newsweek. It was quite cathartic. And then I got in and everybody was like, hey, guess what? Good news.
We figured it out.
I hated that. Like, it's the hear no evil, see no evil thing that college sports is
it's
just.
Fake plausible deniability.
It's so gross.
Head coaches were like, I didn't know we were paying our players before that was legal. It's like, you didn't coach. Yeah, the offensive coordinator got the quarterback that you never met before, and the quarterback got $100K. You didn't know anything about that, though, Coach?
Clue. Yeah, sure you did.
I'm with you.
And so that bugs me. Like, I wasn't in the room.
Anyways, Thursday.
So you're telling me that you had access to everybody making the decisions for days on end, and that, for the 15 minutes they discussed North Carolina, I was out of the room. So that means that I didn't have anything to do with it? Garbage. I hate that crap so much.
Thursday, tournament kicks off. Well, technically Tuesday, right? But for the play-ins, but we'll be JCWs.
You have BYU winning it all?
I went to Florida.
Everybody went with Florida. Of course you went with Florida.
I don't know. I'm not looking at anyone else's thing.
Is the
Florida's
chic
cooking.
pick.
Well, they're playing great right now.
I might pick Duke. I don't know.
Cooper Flagg's
We'll
coming
see
back.
how Cooper Flagg's ankle looks.
They're young. I worry about a young team. Florida's not young, and they've got a good big guy, and they've got good guards.
Going to pick anybody but those two teams.
All right. Good luck with that.
Number 2, University of Utah introducing Alex Jensen today. He's holding his first press conference.
Okay, let's not call it a press conference.
He's talking.
Yeah, but I mean, a press conference implies like you have media access and that sort of thing.
Well,
it's
it is
like
open to the public, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like a big, I don't know. I mean, media will
rally?
be there.
It's a pep rally.
It's
What do you
like
want to call it?
Yeah, like a rally.
Yeah.
It's not really, what you would consider like he's going to sit down at some podium and be fired a bunch of questions. He'll probably answer some questions, but there's going to be a lot of cheering, and I'm guessing you're going to hear Utah man at least 16 times. Mark Harlan is going to be less angry at the podium than he was the last time we officially saw him. Actually, I have no idea if that was the last time we officially saw him, but after the football game.
Yeah.
And he's going to be saying, we got our guy, and man, are we prepared to win?
Yeah.
So we'll see.
You're going to hear a lot about the investment in the program. Financially, NIL, you're going to hear those words thrown around a lot. Season tickets being sold, interest being way up. And, that's what you do it for. That's why you bring in a new coach.
It's a fundraiser. It's absolutely going to be a fundraiser.
That's why you bring in Alex Jensen specifically. Let's see if have Andre Miller make a surprise appearance. Drop that in.
You know what they're going to
something exciting.
They're going to do is they're going to have two big, like what do you say? Like boards next to Alex Jensen, flanked by two big boards that have QR codes on it that says "Donate now."
They should have the little like thermometer thing that looks like it moves up with as much money
Yes.
you get.
Yes,
Show
like
me
the
that
fundraiser?
Yeah,
Yeah,
show
yeah.
me how much money you get.
Let's break through.
Yeah. We'll end the press conference.
We just need $10,000 more
Yeah.
from our wonderful operators are standing by.
Yeah.
All right.
They also surprisingly accepted a bid into the college basketball
It's true.
crown tournament. They'll be playing Butler.
This is hosted by Fox. It's a new thing. How many teams are there? Like 16?
In Vegas?
It's going to be in Vegas. It actually features some good teams like Boise State, who would have been an obvious top-ranked NIT team because, like you said, they were one of the biggest snubs. Boise State's going to this. A couple of Big 12 teams going, a couple of future Pac-12 teams going. But, yeah, they'll play Butler coming up. So I was surprised they are playing postseason basketball. Good for the Utes.
Well, nobody wants to buy their way into the CIT. I wonder, because Utah floating the resources to get to Vegas isn't so bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wonder how much they're getting paid or paying to be a part of this whole thing.
We'll see who actually participates because you're starting to see names trickle into the transfer portal from Utah. So we'll see.
Well, I expect that to continue.
Yeah. And I don't know if that does. I don't know what type of team Utah's going to field in this tournament.
All right, what's next?
Number 3, the Utah Hockey Club. They picked up a big win in Vancouver last night.
Hronik has it taken away by Schmaltz. Keller to center. Keller at the empty net. Scores! Clayton Keller punctuates a big win for the Utah Hockey Club.
Biggest win in franchise history.
They had to have that one. Obviously, they're trying to catch the Canucks.
Yep. 2 points back. You lose that when you're 6 points back with, less than a month to go or about a month to go.
Meaning
in the
you're not
season.
getting there, right?
You're probably not going to get there. So to stay in the race, they're 2 points back now of that final wild card spot. Again, it's hard to make up those games. It's hard to make up those points because these teams are winning right now. But they have not fallen off. And again, as I've said over and over and over, and I stand by it, these types of games are really important for the future of the franchise. I think these types of wins for Dylan Guenther, Logan Cooley has been on an absolute cooler lately, no pun intended. He's just not been good since he's come back from injury. He gets what ultimately is the game-winning goal. I think you have to face that type of adversity as a 20 and 21-year-old to figure out how to win next year. Whether you make the playoffs or not this year, you recognize the type of intensity it takes to win and the attention to detail it takes to win early on in the year, so you're not in this situation late, and you're just seeing the guys who need to be a part of the franchise going forward, making big plays to win.
Not to mention Dennis Dodd. Yes, that Dennis Dodd is breaking hockey news.
Yep.
Dennis reported like 10 minutes ago, according to his sources, which I guess the college football world knows a lot about this.
Somebody knows, yeah.
The Utah Hockey Club has settled on a name.
Yeah.
Which I don't know, actually, if that's really that breaking of news that they've settled on a name. Unless they're going back to Yeti.
I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, because the cooler company hosed them.
Hockey Club, the Utah Hockey Club, the Outlaws, or the Mammoth. Am I right? Those are the three. We'll see. I heard the preference from some people higher up is Utah Hockey Club. I know the fan vote was popular for Mammoth. So let's see if they go for Outlaws.
So who wins out? Well, I thought it was supposed to be a vote.
It was a vote. They didn't say that the vote was going to determine what the name was.
There was just going to be a vote?
It was just going to be an influence on what people wanted to try and read the room.
Fake democracy.
All right.
But I don't think it was necessarily like, we're going to calculate the vote and tally that up, and that's going to be the final decision. Maybe it was, but I don't think that was ever the case.
Certainly the impression I came away with.
Oh, I don't think that was
Impression is doing a lot of heavy lifting there in that sentence.
Yeah. Were you under a different impression, Christian?
I mean, that is what was implied, but as to Ben's point, they never flat out said that.
Because if that was the case, why would you do it privately?
I thought Ryan went on Armpit's show and said that.
He definitely said they're going to let fans vote on it.
I don't think he ever specifically said that whatever name wins the fan vote would for sure be the name.
Okay. All right. Well, good to know. I don't care. I mean, Hockey Club is fine with me. I certainly like the blue, whatever they got to do to hang on to that.
Yeah. It's not going to be, I don't think whatever it is going to be that drastically different from what you've already seen.
Okay, good. Yeah, terrific.
They look good.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention, please. The NCAA tournament is here, and the Cougars and Aggies are going dancing.
Pull, fire, score!
The KSL Sports Zone will be with BYU and Utah State every step of the way in Denver and Lexington as they look to make a run in March. Hear all the play-by-play action as the Zone will be your exclusive radio home of the NCAA tournament. From Dayton to San Antonio and everywhere in between, your home for every shining moment of the NCAA tournament is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
By now, you've heard Hans and Scotty raving about Bar W beef. But have you tried it for yourself? Build your own box with the cuts that you use the most and within your budget. They can deliver right to your door in Utah for $9.99 flat rate shipping. And right now, save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. Check them out online at barwbeef.com for the best steak and best beef you've ever had. Save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. barwbeef.com. No middleman needed.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
For those struggling with dyslexia, the world is a challenging place. The simple act of reading a menu or a computer screen can be frustrating and difficult. Now you can do more than just feel empathy for them. You can make things happen. Thursday, May 15th at Cedar Hills Golf Course. Join the Dyslexia Center of Utah Charity Golf Tournament. There's an 8 a.m. shotgun start, breakfast provided by Chick-fil-A, lunch provided by Texas Roadhouse. The event will help bring together so many of you who care about those whose lives are touched by dyslexia. And the cost? Just $500 for a foursome. And thanks to Metastock and K&L Drywall, 100% of the cost will go straight to the center to provide scholarships for children who can't afford to attend the Dyslexia Center of Utah. Details can be found online at dyslexiacenterofutah.org. Please, make time, whether it's just for you or your team from work. Please join the Dyslexia Center of Utah Charity Golf Tournament Thursday, May 15th at Cedar Hills Golf Course. Get more details at dyslexiacenterofutah.org.
Break your spring break routine and make your way into a unique balance of outdoor adventure and arts. In Cedar City and Bryan Head, you'll be greeted with stunning views combined with the most epic trails at Cedar Breaks or Three Peaks Recreation Area. Recreation enthusiasts, we're talking to you. Visit Parowan's Evil Water Bike Trails, Thor's Hammer, and Kolob Canyon to take the ride and hikes of your life. The trip wouldn't be complete without one of the scenic drives and byways in the region to experience breathtaking overlooks and magical views. That's not all. Cedar City is known as Festival City, USA, hosting dozens of events including free music festivals, parades, farmers markets, and more. But make sure to spend a little time in their historic downtown, lined with quaint shops, eateries, and museums. So break away to the vibrant and welcoming communities of Bryan Head and Cedar City. Plan your visit today at cedarcity.com. That's cedarcity.com.
Unbelievable!
All right! Those are the sounds of tax accountants rejoicing after experiencing the power of Blue Jay, the leading generative AI solution for tax research. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. So, tax accountants, here's your solution. Blue Jay, the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time and maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/startnow. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/startnow. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Blue Jay, generative AI for better tax answers. Text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
All pro services
Services is your trusted source for janitorial services. The attention to detail will keep your office spotless. Serving Utah for over 30 years with unbeatable integrity. AllProUtah.com. Call in the pros. All Pro is here for you. AllProUtah.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Hockey Club at 50 update. The Hockey Club with a big win over Vancouver last night. Logan Cooley is talking about closing the gap in that wild card race.
I mean, obviously the race to the playoffs is so close right now, and every point is so big. So, we're trying to catch those guys. It's a tight race, and that's a big 2 points.
This update is brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise. Be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A Monday warrior, mean stride. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean pride.
Jake and Ben nominate the U Sports Volunteer for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union, not to mention Beehive Meals. This segment is brought to you by our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, Peach Doors and Windows. Ben, I think I'm out on the SEC in the NCAA tournament.
Okay. Gutsy?
Considering half the field is from the SEC, I can't pick them all to lose.
14 teams?
I mean, is it 13 or 14? I mean, it's something so beyond stupid.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm willing to grant maybe the SEC is the best league in the country this year, because really the other leagues aren't as good. Like the ACC isn't as good. The Big Ten, as we've talked about, isn't as good. I think the Big 12 is pretty dang good, but guys like Mitch Harper would disagree with me apparently. But I think it's a PR campaign by the mouse, honestly.
Okay.
There's been so much buzz around the SEC, and you can't, if you don't pay attention to such things, the Big Ten might as well be called the Fox Conference, and the SEC might as well be called the ESPN Conference. And so you see every squawking head on ESPN talking about how wonderful the SEC is, and then you see somebody like Ken Pomeroy, who I really know and respect his opinion. He's not always right per se, but he's
a method,
and he'll show you with a method. Yeah. I mean, he'll show you it all and that sort of thing. But he's bumping heads with Greg Sankey because Ken isn't giving them enough love. That stuff raises a red flag to me. And not that the champ won't come out of the SEC, but that says to me that Greg Sankey doesn't even think he's as good as everybody's talking about.
2 teams in the SEC did not make the tournament. 2. And it was 3-15 LSU, I'm talking about in conference, and 2-16 South Carolina. 2 teams that were 6-12 in conference made the tournament. That's crazy.
Yeah, you can't tell me Oklahoma's any good.
Yeah, Texas has not been very good.
They're not any good.
And they have NBA talent, which is not supposed to be the end-all, be-all, but Jeremiah Fears is going to be a lottery pick from Oklahoma and had a huge SEC tournament run. And Trey Johnson's going to be a top 6, maybe top 5 pick from Texas. So there is some name value there that might generate excitement, but that's not what it's about.
No offense to the Mark Pope fans out there, but I don't think Kentucky's any good. And they got a 3 seed.
Yeah, I was surprised they got a 3. That was pretty high. They had a good early run. They tapered off quite a bit at the end. Still had some okay victories, but yeah, I'm with you.
10-8 in league? You know?
I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams with negative or below 500 in league conference or conference records got into the tournament. 8-10 or worse.
So yeah, I mean, Florida's a good team.
Florida's really good.
I'm not blind.
Auburn's really good. Alabama's really good. Tennessee's really good.
And, Bruce Pearl is a slippery character.
He's a loud man.
I have no doubt that he's navigated
And a loud person.
the world to somehow spin it in his favor. But yeah, I'm not in on all of these teams. Not all of these teams are good. There's no way.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And by the way, it's the reason why the tournament needs to contract, not expand. You need to get the whole SEC
Yeah, we
in.
got to get everyone in the SEC in.
You got to get the whole Big
They
Ten
were 3
in.
and 15 in conference, but look at those losses. Look at
Hey,
who they lost to.
Great losses. Look at that league. They got to be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Boise State over here is playing some pretty good.
Don't want to hear it.
We want to get the whole SEC in.
I am with you. It's a hard job to figure out which of these teams is actually good. Is BYU really good, or did they beat up on a bad Big 12 conference? Or is the Big 12 much better than we think, and the SEC is much worse, and we're just giving credit to the Bruce Pearls of the world and the Floridas of the world, even though they're not any good? That's the hard part. They only play each other.
Right.
There's some early non-conference stuff where there's a little bit of crossover, but it's less than there is more.
That's why I like Gonzaga. They play a tough non-conference league now, or schedule. Now they have to. And BYU would honestly be a way better seed if they would have played a tough non-conference, but they were in a coaching transition and all sorts of things that probably led to them not truly challenging themselves. I would expect that to be rectified. But to your point, yeah, the SEC just played it. So how good are you? I mean, we see the same thing in football where you're like, okay, well, the SEC looks like the best league, but none of these guys have played anybody except for in their league.
Right.
So I don't know. I think I'm out on the SEC.
Okay.
Maybe I'm cheering for my guy Ken Palm and not for Greg Sankey. But I'm betting with Ken Palm. He's off the SEC. Me too.
I told you I picked Florida to win it.
Not surprisingly.
They're playing as well as anybody right now. They did just win the SEC tournament. They look quite dominant doing it. But do I have my doubts that the SEC is as good as we're pretending? 14 to 16 teams? Of course I do. Yeah.
I do not like Rick Pitino, but I like what he said about St. John's. Get old, stay old. That might be the new formula, honestly, for true victory in college basketball.
I think I had them at least in the Elite Eight. They're deep. They're good.
But if you get a bunch of 25-year-olds, they're going to beat 18-year-olds, no matter how highly touted they are.
Again, Davon Smith last year, who was Utah's point guard, who's quite good. It's like their eighth man. That's good. Have a guard who's played a lot of basketball as the eighth guy on your roster. They play 3 second-unit players. Have that guy come in and be, man the team for 20 minutes and 15 minutes, and he's not going to screw it up. That's good. Not a lot of teams have that type of have that benefit.
I want to take the Aggies to take out Tennessee in the second round.
Okay.
Good luck with that.
And then
hot Utah State Aggies.
And then take out Kentucky in the very next round.
I might be more willing to believe they'd take out Kentucky than I am Tennessee. But
man, if Scotty G gets Christian back producing the show.
Yeah.
I am producing.
Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, see, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, Saturday if they advance.
That's a W. And then they'll take out those Vols. Way overrated.
Love to see it.
Go Aggies.
Yeah.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. We'll talk more basketball, of course, on Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Hey guys, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Ben and I just had a very complainy-like conversation in the break about how expensive everything is. And it's true. It's expensive out there just to put shoes on your child's feet, let alone build to a retirement or know what it's going to take to build the retirement that you or myself want or need. So Trajan wants to be a team of good folks on your side to help you navigate this complicated world. And it is that. There's a lot of bad advice out there. Certainly don't be a go it alone type of guy who's living and dying with every financial report out there in the news. Trajan wants to help you set goals, establish what lifestyle you want to live when you retire, and then help you build just what you've got to build to get there. So give them a call, 801-899-7600. They are local. They are here. They have offices in Draper and Farmington. They want to sit down with with you. 801-899-7600. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
This Monday Tax Tip is brought to you by Susan Spears, CEO of the Utah Association of CPAs.
Let's talk about the child tax credit. It could put some extra cash back in your pocket. To qualify for the child tax credit on your 2024 taxes, your child needs to be under 17 at the end of the year. They also need to be a U.S. citizen, national, or resident alien. You also need to be providing most of their financial support. For 2024, the credit starts to phase out if your adjusted gross income is over $200,000 if you're filing as single, or $400,000 if you're married filing jointly. If you qualify, you can get up to $2,000 per child. And even better, up to $1,600 of that could be refundable through the additional child tax credit. Taxes can be tricky, so if you have any questions about the child tax credit and how it applies to your family, chat with your CPA.
Get the most out of your income tax preparation when you hire a CPA. Go to uacpa.org to find a CPA that's right for you. Listen to KSL on Monday for more tax tips from the Utah Association of CPAs.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, COM.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Come in and get your burger fix with JCW's, the Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick, rich shakes. Your choice. 5 locations, no tipping ever. Just great food with friends. JCW's. Quality. And a lot of it.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for cleaning projects, offering cleanings for HVAC systems, dryers, carpets, tile, upholstery, and more. Find them at allproutah.com. Call in the pros. They're here for you. allproutah.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you to join Hanson Scotty coming up on Wednesday at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3, 4235 Farm Road, right there in West Jordan. Go hang out with Hanson Scotty G. Maybe I've got to amend my tease, Ben. about we're talking about the Jazz kind of did a new strategy on Friday.
Yeah.
Where instead of putting Walker Kessler on the scouting report as
resting
or whatever,
yeah,
they dressed him and then just didn't play him.
Mm-hmm.
And then we were talking about how a bunch of gamblers showed up in your mentions. Will Hardy has talked openly about how he hears stuff pretty much every game.
Every game
people
gets death threats.
yelling at him and stuff like that. And so I said I feel bad for the gamblers. Let me amend that I don't necessarily feel bad for the gamblers, but I do kind of feel bad for Will Hardy. Not only does he should he be able to do his job without being harassed for any reason, by the way, let alone, you need Bryce Sensabaugh to score 4 more points. You know what I mean? Like that seems like a silly reason to have to put up with harassment. But isn't it better for everybody that you just put them on the dang report and they don't have to dress and you don't have to do the dog and pony show? Because that's what it is. It doesn't have any meaning. The NBA isn't enforcing a rule for a means to an end. They're not enforcing the tank rule. They're basically making the Jazz make a different PR tactic, which I find obnoxious. I find it annoying that Walker Kessler has to sit over there in his warm-ups, like he's gonna unsnap them and get in there and crack some skulls at any minute. You know what I mean? Like, I have no doubt that this type of strategy is going to work for the Jazz. Markkanen plays a half, doesn't play in the second half. Walker dresses and then doesn't play. I mean, the idea is to lose games, of course. But the NBA doesn't actually care about that. They just care about the message.
You're 100% right.
They care about the PR,
You're 100%
which
right.
I find annoying. So why should it be necessary to go through all this dog and pony show that everybody knows is just that? You're not fooling anybody.
Right.
So what's the point?
So
I guess I don't feel bad for the gamblers, but I feel bad. It's like, Ben, it's like you driving home and making an extra half mile of turns around your neighborhood just 'cause.
I do think this is an NBA problem. And what I mean by an NBA problem, I don't mean it's a problem within the league. I think it's a problem by the league.
I agree.
Created by the league.
Yes.
I think the NBA has paid so much attention to this almost false PR nightmare that they have created about talking about tanking, injury reports, player rest. And I think there's actually a big difference in the problem of Kawhi Leonard not playing game 45 of the year on a good team on national TV when people are tuning in to watch the product, and the Utah Jazz not playing Walker Kessler in game 68 on a team that has 15 wins that nobody cares about. I think those are actually two very different conversations. They have overlap, I get it, but I think those are two big conversations. But in the NBA's approach to wanting to address the issue of Kawhi or LeBron or Luka sitting games in the middle of the season, they have wrapped themselves up in this conversation of tanking teams not playing their best players down the stretch, which, by the way, I think is a totally legitimate strategy, not just for tanking and getting a better draft pick, but because right now, Lauri Markkanen getting 16 shots over Kyle Filipowski doesn't help the Jazz long term. I actually think it's better for Flip to get those shots. I really believe that. Is it better for fans? No, it's not.
It's not better for Lowry either, by the way.
No, it's not. But for the Jazz long term, it's probably better to have these young guys getting those opportunities. That's not really the conversation I want to get into, neither here nor there. It is the NBA, and I can promise you this is the case. I talked about this last week, and I told you, if you close one loophole, teams will find the next. And that's exactly what the Jazz did. The NBA closed the loophole. They fined the Jazz $100,000 for putting players on the injury report that the league looked into, because I did. I told you I would figure out why the Jazz got dinged for this. And what I was told is that the league looked into it, decided that they thought that Lowry was healthy enough to play, and said, you didn't play him on a night where we think he was healthy enough to play. It was that simple. It really was kind of just the player participation policy violation. It wasn't Washington necessarily, ratting them out, or Lowry going to the office and being like, I want to play. They just looked at it. They looked at how much Lowry had played recently, hadn't played, when he hadn't played, how the Jazz handled the injury report, etc. But
that's dumb.
It is.
Because they're not the only team doing it.
But I also talked about this last week, and I'm not saying I'm the reason this happened. I'm not, I promise you. But I think this is part of the reason. I told you I put out the Jazz injury report. I do it basically every game. We get a text from the Jazz that says this is the injury report. I copy and I paste it and I put it in a tweet so Jazz fans can see it, and then I embed it in my article that I write later that day. It's all part of it. But I tweet it out. It usually gets 2 likes, and nobody cares. Last week or 2 weeks ago, before the Jazz played, I think it was the Wizards. No, it was the Pelicans game the Jazz played 2 Sundays ago. I put in one of the most important games of the Jazz season. It was this lengthy injury report. And it got retweeted 100 times. And it got 1,000 likes. It went somewhat viral for an injury report that I put out every day that never gets any traction.
Right.
And mine did, and I'm sure Andy Larson's did, and I'm sure Sarah Todd's did. I'm sure all of the writers, I'm sure Tony Jones's did. I'm sure all of the writers got a bunch of traction on those tweets. And the league sees that because they have, their people follow us. Their PR people follow us. And I'm sure they don't like that. And all the blowback they were getting. And I think they panicked because there was blowback about the length of the injury report. So how do you get around an injury report being long? You don't put guys on the injury report, and then you just don't play them. Walker Kessler, to the point, was not on the Jazz's injury report on Friday, right? But he did not play. So fans can't get mad about an injury report that doesn't exist. It's not, his name's not on there, and then they don't play him. And by the time the game is coming to play, other than the 10 gamblers who had Walker Kessler over on rebounds, nobody cares. And I honestly think that's the league's preference. Don't put them on the injury report. Simply don't play them, and we will let you get a pass. We will see if the Jazz get fined for what happened on Friday. I suspect they won't.
Now, I am happy for your retweets and virality.
It's not,
but
I don't care about that.
No, I know.
But
I'm
telling
just
you,
joking.
as soon as that drew attention, that's a red flag for the NBA.
But that's ridiculous. That's not why you craft policy about attention.
Totally
that is
with
not
you.
why you
I'm
enforce
totally with you.
policy. That's not why you do any of that. And it's leading me to believe that the league really doesn't care about tanking. They don't.
I know they don't.
Absolutely
don't. I know they don't.
But why they get rid of the rules?
They should. They absolutely should.
Or enforce the rules. But they think that the rules are there for this reason because the fans won't like it. Well, then fix it. Don't just allow it. We don't like the public perception of armed robbery, but we don't really care about enforcing armed robbery. We just don't want it to make the paper.
Correct.
How crazy is that? That's not the way it's supposed to work.
I agree with
and
you.
I realize that the NBA is a company and not a government and all this stuff, but it's a very, very publicly facing forward type of thing, and it's supposed to promote competition and fair play and all these things. Well, if it doesn't, then don't pretend. I don't like the pretend. I don't care how long the injury report is. I don't even care that Walker Kessler's playing or not. I think it's stupid that for the sake of attention, they are enforcing policy. That's silly.
I'm totally with you. I think they are responding to public blowback. And I think in some sense, if you want to talk about Kawhi Leonard not playing on national TV on a Sunday afternoon that ESPN has spent millions of dollars to air this game, that might be one issue. If you think it has to do with the Jazz not playing whoever doesn't play tonight against the Chicago Bulls on March 17th in a game nobody outside of Utah or Chicago is going to watch, do I think that actually matters? No, I really don't.
See, back to your TV thing, though. I think this is exactly an example of what we're talking about. Do you care about your players missing games or don't you? Do you care about load management or not? That policy always bugged me. Well, we care when it's on national TV. So you care when the mouse cares? You don't care when little Johnny, who paid $1,000 to sit 8th row to see LeBron James play, you don't care about that. But the mouse gets bent out of shape, and oh man, we got to enforce that. That's a bad look for the league. If I hear bad look one more time, I honestly am going to go bananas.
But I do think that is yes. I think the answer is yes.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying it's stupid.
The league cares because ESPN is at the negotiating table, and little Johnny in this situation can't get to the table.
They don't care about Johnny.
No, they don't.
They say, Johnny, eat your cotton candy. And you know what? Your dad's going to spend $80 at the game feeding you anyway. So what do we care?
Yeah. So, yes, I think a lot of this is a league-crafted issue. I think the league has failed in some of their response.
The Thunder and 76ers are also under investigation, by the way, for violating the player participation policy.
The Thunder rested everybody in Portland, and I think still won that game. And the Sixers have been resting everybody as well. It's the league is clearly trying to crack down on it, which I actually think is to the league's detriment. The league is hurting themselves by saying this. They're drawing attention to an issue that I'm not sure that many people are worried about.
I think people are worried about it. I don't think people like it.
I don't think people like it. I think you're firing people up over something that isn't probably worth getting all that fired up over, nor does the league have a good fix for it, unless they're going to radically change the lottery system, which I'm fine with.
But they're not going to do
But they're not going to do that. So if they're not going to do that, what are you drawing attention to this issue for? Here goes back to the point of they're a business. Be a business. Protect your image.
Yeah, right.
Not every business airs out their terrible quarterly earnings. They don't talk about every PR issue they have behind the scenes. Every business, they don't tell you about which, CFO is a creep. They don't talk about that publicly because it's bad for business. Why bring bad PR on yourself? The league is willingly bringing bad PR on itself. And I get that it's more public facing than other companies, but this is an issue where they're shooting themselves in the foot to try and pretend that they have some higher ground for an issue they created.
Well,
I don't get that aspect.
Because they know how important competitive integrity is. They just don't do anything to live up to it.
And they've rewarded not having it. So
yeah, right.
And this goes to a bigger conversation of on what timeline? If you think the Jazz are trying to be non-competitive right now for being non-competitive sake, you're wrong. The Jazz are doing this so they can be more competitive over a 36-month period. They're bad for 2 months. I mean, they've been bad for the entire year, but they're going to be really bad 2 months to increase their win total over a 36-month period. That's the truth. They're trying to be bad now so they get Cooper Flag and win more over the next 2 years. That's honestly what they're doing.
Yeah,
and over the next 7.
Yeah, I know. Don't hate the player, hate the game. I hate the game.
But if you're going to say, well, you weren't competitive for a week, we're going to be mad at that. Or you weren't competitive for a month, we're going to be mad at that.
It's silly.
It is silly.
It's silly. What Walker had to do or Will had to do or whatever on Friday was silly. You're not fixing anything. And if I love we're investigating Oklahoma City. Are you?
Yeah.
Are you? Who do you have looking into that? Perry Mason?
Well, yeah, what does it take? Did Shea play the night before? Yes. Did he play the night after? Yes. He just didn't play in Portland. Why? Portland's terrible. They're not trying to win either.
And so it's a good night
they didn't
to
need
rest
to play
him.
their guys.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, we'll look into that.
And I get Portland's probably frustrated. Kid wanted to see the best team in the Western Conference, wanted to see Shea, wanted to see J-Dub, wanted to see Chet Holmgren, wanted to see whoever didn't play in that game. Lou Dort. I think they rested their entire starting 5. Yeah, that stinks. I get that. I absolutely do. Doesn't require an investigation. They did it. They rested everybody.
Yeah, they did it.
Do
you think they had to investigate the Jazz very hard?
Tweet. Yeah, right. Do it. Yeah.
We've been investigating for weeks. Have you?
There's a PI.
Yeah, they're bad.
Or did you just read Ben's tweet?
Yeah. So.
And this brings back to the problem. Oh, we can't have Ben tweeting about that. My Lanta. Yeah. All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
Ready to say goodbye to the daily dinner scramble and spend more time with your family? Say hello to Beehive Meals, your solution for delicious, stress-free dinners. Beehive Meals' award-winning service takes care of the prep work, simplifying your evening routine with pre-assembled meals delivered to your door. Easy to customize and cook. Just toss them in the slow cooker, and you're ready to enjoy delicious, healthy, and hassle-free meals. Visit BeehiveMeals.com today and take the busy work out of family dinner.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
It's the time of year when all of us turn to sports, and especially during the month of March, basketball. If you're looking for a slam dunk for the very best meal that you have ever had. It's waiting for you right now at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. That steak will be prepared perfectly. The poultry dishes, the seafood, it's all beyond compare. And there are 2 locations, Hotel Park City and, of course, in downtown Salt Lake City. And speaking of turning to sports, still some great skiing. So a day skiing in Park City? Well, drop by Hotel Park City and Ruth's Chris Steakhouse in downtown Salt Lake City. Think of all of the events, all of the fun things that are unfolding at this time of year. Make sure that Ruth's Chris Steakhouse is included. Take the family, take loved ones, take your business associates, and take your fellow sports fans to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And don't forget to save room for dessert. Downtown Salt Lake City, Hotel Park City.
Jason Smith and Mike Harmon from Weeknights on Fox Sports Radio. You want to lose weight?
Want to look and feel 10 years younger?
With no food prep, no yo-yoing, no pills, no gym, and I don't want to go to the gym.
And no side effects. Life-changing, how I'd describe it. I'm sleeping better. I feel better. PhD weight loss and nutrition. We started PhD in January, and as of this week, I've dropped 32.5 pounds.
I've dropped over 30 pounds and over 7 inches off my belt. And if we can do it,
it's easy. They create a tailored nutritional plan, all for you. Weekly accountability support, weigh-ins with your nutritionist, and it's all done over the phone.
Here's your limited offer. Mention my name, Jason, and get 2 free weeks added to your weight loss program. When you fully commit, you'll receive 15% off your weight loss program and 15% off your energy supplement bundle. And your program will be backed by PhD's Get Results or Get Your Money Back guarantee.
Give them a call at 864-502-1777. That's 864-502-1777. Or go to myphdweightloss.com. That's myphdweightloss.com.
Are you an electrician or a telecom technician and want to earn more? We are looking to hire journeymen and apprentices with experience. We have jobs available now. Electricians who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare and retirements, electrical expertise, and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
Hi friends, Dan the Laptop Man here from PC Laptops. In celebration of over 32 years of serving humans in Utah with their computer and tech needs, we've slashed our prices. And these are the new 2025 models. Here's the deal. You can get our new 2025 S1 desktop with a blazing Ryzen 5 processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing fast storage on this promotion. We also have our new 2025 SM3 laptop with the Intel i5 processor, 16 gigs, and over a terabyte of storage for $999. You can take one home today for $999. And you also get the peace of mind of our lifetime service warranty. We also have 12 months special financing available, and they start as low as $29 a month. But hurry in because supplies are limited. Because at PC Laptops, we love you. PCLaptops.com. Take home a blazing fast 2025 model desktop or laptop for $999 at PCLaptops.com.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by March 31st, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Jazz at 30 update. Here's Bryce Sensabaugh realizing he has more responsibility with his team.
I have a lot to learn, but I think the extra time that I spend in the gym and the time that I spend picking coaches' brain and the assistant coaches, I'm really starting to understand what they want out of the offense. It's fun taking on the responsibility. It's not easy for them to have that trust in me. That's a good sign, and I just keep trusting the process and making the right plays.
Jazz at 30 brought to you by U of U Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz.
Who's got it better than us?
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Big and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you to join Hanson Scotty coming up tomorrow from noon to 3. Or is this next Tuesday? Next Tuesday. What is today, Ben?
Today's the 17th of March.
Oh, yeah, it is tomorrow, March 18th. From noon to 3 at Sound Sleep Medical, 8941 South, 700 East in Sandy. Man, time is flying.
It's flying.
Going by so fast. But I guess the NCAA tournament starts this week, so, yeah, that sounds about right.
St. Patty's Day already.
Even though I do believe BYU has a tough draw with VCU in round one, I think they should win.
I agree.
And maybe I'm a little jaded, same conference and all that stuff from last year, and Duquesne so thoroughly beat them. But I think BYU's better this year than they were last year, or at least more equipped.
Yeah, they've got more ways to beat you, and they're pretty deep. I'll be curious how deep they are in the tournament. How many guys does Kevin Young actually play? Does he adjust it? He stayed deep throughout the Big 12 tournament. He kept playing his guys, 10 and 11 guys. So I like that approach.
He'll thin it out.
I would think so. I think it's smart, too. And then, again, your whole game is disrupted when Richie Saunders gets 2 fouls in the first 6 minutes.
Right.
That's the problem with all of these plans. You can go in with plans. If VCU draws a couple of ticky-tack fouls, your game's over.
I think if TCU or VCU, I keep wanting to say TCU, VCU forces a bunch of turnovers and all of a sudden the game is at a breakneck pace, I think BYU might be in trouble there, but BYU's pretty good at running too.
And likes the idea of getting open shots, and you get that with playing in speed. It's hard to match up with teams that are running quickly, and BYU, I think, can do that. I don't know if that's necessarily what they want to do all game. And, again, I'm not super familiar with VCU as a team. I'll do more research as we get closer to Thursday, but if I were attacking BYU, I would just put a big body down low, and I would go right at Kebaketa every single time.
I don't know
if
he's
it's been successful.
I don't know if they're equipped to do that, honestly.
Yeah, I suspect they aren't. There's not a lot of great players like that.
But Wisconsin, I would guess,
Wisconsin, big Big Ten team, probably has those types of guys.
I do know Max Scholga from VCU, former Aggie as well.
Yeah.
He was the Conference Player of the Year.
Yeah. Familiar names following Odom there.
Not a surprise.
Yeah, of course not.
So I think, BYU I'm glad they got a 6 seed. I thought they'd get bumped down to 7 just because they seem to always get bumped. But they did get a tough opponent, I think, in round 1. And I think Wisconsin is going to be tough in round 2, although I'm going to be rooting big time for my Montana Grizzlies.
Sure.
I still don't think they're going to win.
It's a football school.
It is a football school. Although they make the tournament a fair amount.
Yeah, they're fine.
By the way, with BYU's draw, if they happen to get by Wisconsin, they would likely get Alabama. So that's a pretty tough draw.
Yeah, the tournament's tough. They're really good teams. Everyone's good. VCU's good. BYU's good. Wisconsin's good. So it's not supposed to be easy. It shouldn't be easy.
And of course, if they were to get through that, then they would likely have Duke. And Cooper Flagg is scheduled to play. That injury looked way more severe to me than just missing a weekend and then coming back.
I agree with you. I thought he would maybe miss the entire tournament, and good for him for actually wanting to come back and play. And a bigger testament to Duke that they won the tournament without him. And the ACC stinks. We know it stinks. Despite North Carolina buying their way into the tournament. It's not a good league this year, and that's evidence as the potential player of the year in college basketball, missing most of the tournament, and Duke still kind of cakewalking through it.
Is there a chance they're buffaloing us and he's not going to play?
Yeah, certainly, especially in the first round.
Pulling a Kyle Whittingham?
Yeah, especially in the first round, because they're a number 1 seed. Should they beat whoever advances, Mare or MSM? I don't know what these teams are. But
How long did Colin Sexton miss with his ankle injury? Obviously, the circumstances are different, but Sexton turned his ankle pretty bad.
For Alabama?
No, Colin Sexton this year for the Jazz.
This year with the Jazz.
He rolled his ankle a few weeks ago, right?
Yeah, he missed a couple of weeks at least, right?
He
not
did.
A fair comparison either.
Right.
Because the NBA, the urgency to return isn't the same, especially
for the Jazz right now.
For a
it's
Jazz
0.
Team.
Yeah, John Collins out for the year.
By the way, American and Mount St. Mary's.
Oh, Mount St. Mary's. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, American makes sense. AMER. But, yeah, they should win that game. So maybe you don't play him there if you want to give him an extra day off.
And then play him on, what would that be, Sunday?
Yeah. I only have my bracket. I don't have the days. So, yeah, whatever. Play him on the weekend. Give him extra 2 days.
Friday, Sunday.
And they've got 3 top 10 picks on their roster. It's not like it's just Cooper Flagg. They're loaded with talent. And John Shire's a good coach. I didn't know if he would be. I don't think Hubert Davis is a good coach at North Carolina, but John Shire is. He's taken that torch and run with it. It seems like that ended up being a very good hire for Duke. So
And then Mississippi, they get the winner of Mississippi State Baylor, which I also think they should easily win.
I would love to see VJ Edgecombe versus Cooper Flagg in the second round. I think every Jazz fan would want to tune into that game because you've got a 52% chance of getting a top 4 pick, and those guys are going to be top 4 picks. Cooper's going to go number 1. VJ probably goes 4. There's a chance he drops to 5. There's a chance he jumps up to 3.
Meanwhile, UCLA takes on Utah State, and I do think we talked a little bit about this earlier in the show. I do think that's a winnable game for Utah State. If they were playing better, that would inspire a little bit more confidence. But then they have Tennessee, and if they were to get through that, Kentucky. Man, that would be a run if Utah State could win a couple of games, get to the Sweet 16 against Kentucky. That'd be pretty sweet.
They made the tournament. Who cares what else they do?
Oh, I think Utah State fans would tell you they want to see them win at least one. They won one last year. Like winning a game in the tournament has been a problem for Utah State going all the way back to Stu Morrill.
But they're, 3 straight years they've made the tournament?
Yeah, and they've won one game.
Last year was the first time they had won a game since,
yeah,
I think before I was born.
Yeah.
Or around the time.
Yeah, right.
Regardless.
So I think winning a game for Utah State would be a big deal. So I don't agree with you just getting their take.
I would look at how far is Logan from Salt Lake? 50 miles, 60 miles? At least 60 miles. I would look 60 miles south at Utah fans who would kill to make the tournament and can't for the life of them, despite having so many more advantages to try and make it, and say, you made it with their 3rd coach in 3 years. You just keep the coin keeps landing on heads. Good for you.
I don't like the comparative stuff. I mean, if you're Utah State, who cares what Utah's doing? You've been an automatic get into the tournament. It's time to start winning games. I saw Steve Cleveland basically, and he didn't get fired at BYU, but he was maybe encouraged to find a different job at BYU because he kept getting to the tournament, could win a game.
Yeah.
And when Dave Rose finally got over that hump and won a game at BYU in the tournament, it was a big deal because it's not like I don't think Dave Rose was looking down the road at Jim Boylan and going, well, Utah sucks, so I'm just happy to be here.
No.
I think Utah State fans expect them to go in and win a game or are certainly hoping for that. Maybe expect is too strong.
And they're an underdog, so no, they shouldn't
But they're
expect.
not a 16 seed.
No, they're not.
And they had a good year. Again, expect is so strong. But to think they have a chance to go in and beat a UCLA team and be disappointed if they don't win, I think is perfectly fair.
I think that's fair too. I just think you should step back and realize that your 3rd coach in 3 years, you made the tournament again. For the first time, I get this. It seems like Calhoun's going to be back. Seems like that's where we're trending, right?
Scotty G said he expects an extension to be announced. But then again, Craig Smith signed an extension and left like 2 weeks later.
So yeah, if the right job comes available, sure, he will leave. But if Jared Calhoun is still here 3 years from now, and Utah State's made 3 straight first-round exits, then maybe I'd understand a little frustration. But first year, again, not entirely new team. Falslev's back. Ian Martinez is back. There's some familiarity from last year's team, but you still found a way to make the tournament. It's a huge success.
I just think the Utah State basketball program is better than we're just happy to be there.
Okay,
I do.
think that's fair.
I think they have moved beyond that.
They should treat themselves that way. And if you're a fan of Utah State, I have no problem with you holding them to that bar. I'm not going to. It's really hard to make the tournament.
Alabama State, St. Francis is the other play-in game. Those guys are happy to be there. Mount St. Mary's happy to be there. Utah State no longer, I think, happy to be there. There are other teams in the Mountain West, like Boise State, I think, is on the border of they just be happy to be there. I think Utah State's beyond that.
Okay.
And if we want to talk about good coach, good job, no offense to Mr. Calhoun, but I think Utah State we can throw into the classification is that's a really good job. You can win in Logan. You can win at Utah State. So you got to go win a game.
I'm going to let them off the hook if they don't. I'll tell you who's not getting let off the hook. The National Corrupt Athletic Association, according to West Virginia's governor, Patrick Morrissey, is holding a press conference right now. He's got a big board in front of him at his little dais, his little podium. It says NCAA, but it's spelled out National Corrupt Athletic Association. And he's winning some political points for a, quote, miscarriage of justice and robbery at the highest level for West Virginia not making it to the tournament.
You know what the funny thing about the NCAA is, honestly? It's speaking of bad PR. The NCAA's bad PR has gotten so bad that they're just blamed for everything, no matter what. Who's the guy who's the head of the NCAA now? He didn't have anything to do with any of this. The committee is
right.
Is who's to blame for any of this, not the NCAA. I guess if you want to blame them for assembling the committee, but I don't know. That seems to me like political grandstanding.
Patrick Morrissey, the governor, I should say, Governor Patrick Morrissey, called the press conference to make an announcement regarding action against the NCAA and the tournament selection committee. Yeah, of course. That's just easy political points.
You know, when Utah was good at football, I can't remember exactly what year it was, but when they were, BCS busting years and all that sort of thing, and, the BCS and it being exclusionary and all this stuff was such a hot button topic, Ben. I'll never forget. I was sitting there, I was producing, phone rings, I pick it up. I said, "This is the Zone. What's your name and what do you want to talk about?" I said, "This is Attorney General Mark Shurtleff.
Yeah.
I'd like to get on the air and blast those corrupt bozos for excluding the Utes." I was like, okay.
I would do it every year. I would do it. Cox should be on our station right now.
Complaining about
Complaining about Utah not making it.
Or UVU not making it.
Yeah, UVU. Yeah, fine. You lost the championship game to Grand Canyon. Well, Grand Canyon makes it every year. UVU should be in. Yeah, absolutely. Get some political points.
UVU should be the ones complaining. They had a great regular season. They won that league. They just lost in the conference championship game. Why is Texas getting an at-large bid over UVU?
You have Patrick Morrissey, the governor of West Virginia, talking hoops, breaking down hoops. Let's hear it.
6 quad 1 wins. And that was combined with an undefeated record against quad 3 and quad 4 opponents. 3 wins against top 10 teams and the 24th toughest schedule in America. West Virginia deserved to be in the NCAA tournament. This was a miscarriage of justice and robbery at the highest levels. Now, who was the last team to get into the tournament? Ahead of the Mountaineers. That would be the University of North Carolina. Now let's see how their resume stacks up. The Tar Heels went 1-12 in quad 1 games and even had a quad 3 loss. And we keep hearing about the importance of these quad 1 wins, but UNC couldn't even get...
Man knows hoop.
Or read the paper that somebody slid in front of him.
Eating the tape. Man's breaking it down. Watch the games.
Yeah, maybe he's a junkie.
Yeah, maybe he's a sicko.
Basketball junkie, to clarify. Yeah.
Just a junkie. He's from West Virginia. It's okay.
You know what's funny? He absolutely doesn't care.
No, he's never seen any of these games.
Absolutely. Maybe he has, maybe he hasn't. But it's not like this is affecting him in any way, shape, or form. Or even West Virginia fans in any way, shape, or form. It's just a politician who says, "Wait, what? Somebody's worked up about something? We've got a big group of people that are unhappy. Going to get out there and fan those flames. Going to make that happen."
Yeah. Hey, at least he got his facts right.
Okay.
At least he didn't try and spell out Mountaineers and missed all the letters.
Maybe you should bring Bob Huggins back. See how that goes. Maybe he'll get you in the tourney.
Hey, good for him. I like it.
Maybe if you hadn't canned Bob, you'd be still going. Even though Bob more than earned his firing.
Yeah. Hey, we've seen enough politicians screw up their sports stories. At least he got these ones right.
Oh yeah, I agree. If you're a politician, unless you truly are legitimately a fan and know what you're talking about, just stay.
Don't delve into
stay
it.
Away.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe this dude is a big West Virginia
Called the
fan.
presser.
I don't know.
Good for him. Yeah. What's his background?
Good for him.
Yeah. Happy for him. Makes for good radio.
All right, stay tuned. We wrap up the show. Coming up next is Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz.
Woo!
Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention sports fans! Elevate your 2025 finances with a Gold Tier checking account from Hercules First Federal Credit Union.
Score big with up to 4.25% APY on balances, rewards points for everyday spending, and perks like Ultimate ID credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage, all with no monthly fees. Join Gold Tier today and watch your savings grow. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Spring is here and adventure is calling. Get on the road and make exciting memories in your own home on wheels. An RV from a Motorsportsland RV Center. With trailers starting at just $6 a day, Motorsportsland makes it affordable to explore. No hidden fees, just upfront pricing and expert service. Start your adventure today at a Motorsportsland RV Center.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
If there's a problem during your siding, gutter, or window installation project, most contractors will try to hide it, ignore it, or blame someone else. It's called passing the buck or turning a blind eye, or my favorite, finger pointing. My question is, where is the accountability? Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and look, sometimes problems just happen, no matter who you hire. Maybe the wrong color siding gets delivered, despite the order being placed perfectly, or maybe a downspout gets cut short. Honestly, it could be anything. At RGS Exteriors, mistakes are rare. But if something goes wrong, I can absolutely, positively, 100% guarantee you we'll never hide it and we'll never pass the buck. We'll make certain everything turns out right for you. That's people over profits. That's the RGS Exteriors way. For a free estimate on siding, gutters, or windows, call 801-280-3110, rgsexteriors.com, rgsexteriors.com.
Spring is here and so are the savings. Right now, get 15% off any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower at Mountainland Power Equipment. Whether you're tackling your lawn at home or on the job, the Skag V-Ride is built to give you power, speed, and precision. With 4 convenient locations to serve you: Springville, Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Rock Springs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer to save 15% on any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower. See your local employee-owned and operated Mountainland Power Equipment today, or just go to mountainlandpowerequipment.com.
I'm Sia, and I support Humane World for Animals, formerly called the Humane Society of the United States. Together, we have created a new version of Peter Gabriel's beautiful song, Salisbury Hill, to celebrate Humane World for Animals and everything they do. Enjoy the song and join us in helping Humane World for Animals end animal cruelty.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb, expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony, some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer, $149 or less, ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less? Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything.
Nothing is
Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Tune in to Hans and Scotty this Wednesday to hear how Teton Wealth Group's Ascent Plan can help cover the unavoidable retirement problem areas, including income, healthcare, and investments at no cost to you. Visit retireteton.com for more information.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Club at 50 update. Here's Coach Bear on the difference between Seattle and Vancouver games.
I think the problem is we didn't read the page of Seattle. We went right through. We landed in Seattle and we were ready to play in Vancouver. We knew that. That's just being human. We know how big was that game tonight and what it meant, and it is what it is.
Hockey at 50 brought to you by ReadyWise. ReadyWise, be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got it made Jackson on soul. Loves his tie-dye, Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, the madness is here. March is here, and KSL Sports is looking to hook you up. Go to KSLSports.com. Sign up for the KSL Sports Bracket Mayhem, Basketball Mayhem. Make your picks for a chance to win $1 million for a perfect bracket. The best local bracket wins $1,000. And if you beat KSL Sports host Jeremiah Jensen, you'll be entered to win $500. Go to KSLSports.com. Do it now. And compete against us. Ben, you and I have to, and I say have to, put in a bracket.
Yeah, we'll do that.
For comparison. You're picking the favorite as usual.
Yep. All 4 number ones.
Christian is picking the other favorite. Not surprising. So
I have a really bad history at filling out brackets.
Oh, I do too.
As does everybody. Yeah.
I guess that's true. That's a good point.
But I'm not frightened about being bold.
So are you picking Auburn then? Is what you're saying?
No, I don't think so.
St. John's?
No.
Okay.
Honestly, and again, it's a number 1 seed. I'm trying to talk myself into Houston as much as I'm joking about picking the favorites.
Yeah, underdog.
I like that they guard, but how much does that matter?
Yeah, you still got to score.
Yeah.
You know.
So I'm honestly trying to talk myself into Houston, but I don't really know. I know I'm not going to pick the SEC. I'm not going to pick Duke.
Okay. They're a quarter of the entire field, so hard to not pick them.
14.
I mean, the odds are someone's going to come out of there, right?
Yeah.
Because at a certain point, they're playing each other in the Elite Eight, so someone's going to advance to the Final Four. You know, you get enough SEC teams lined up in a row, someone has to make it, whether they're good or not.
Have you seen those viral videos where they release like 10,000 golf balls? And it goes off a slide, right. And then they have a green right there. And out of those 10,000 golf balls, one of them is going to go in.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get 14 teams in the NCAA tournament. Yeah, someone's going to make
it.
Someone's going to make the Final Four.
I bet someone gets there.
Yeah. I hear you there. I'm just not going to pick them to win. I'm
also,
not going to do it.
As we've been talking about Utah State and the men's basketball team over and over, making the tournament and how impressive that is. Utah women back to the tournament despite Lynn Roberts leaving for the LA Sparks this year. Gavin Peterson, is that his name? The head coach there. Gavin Peterson.
Got an 8 seed, right?
Got an 8 seed, taking on Indiana.
How many games into the season did she leave? It was like
3?
2 or 3
2 or
games,
3,
right?
yeah.
The season was underway, so that is very impressive.
Yeah, tough to do. And, they lost a first-round pick last year, so good for them.
Meanwhile, BYU is looking for a new women's coach.
Yes, they are. So some movement.
I don't know if he'd want to do it again, but I'd go back to Jetty.
He's doing Utah women's now, right?
No.
He's overseeing stuff?
I don't think
I
so.
thought he had some minor role with Utah.
He did for 1 year. And
then bounced?
I don't think
good for him.
Right.
Just retired now.
I guess so.
Yeah. Life's good.
So, all right. Well, I don't think I'm going to fill out my women's bracket, but maybe I'll get around to it.
We don't have any contests for it.
No. I wouldn't fill out a men's bracket unless we were forced to.
I like the gamblers who have ruined social media. I mean, social media has been bad for a while, but the gamblers have really ruined basketball social media because it's just people complaining about their overs or their unders or injuries or wanting to get bets voided because somebody didn't play enough minutes or whatever. Filling out a bracket, I think, makes the tournament worse for you and I. We're going to watch the games. We have to watch the games. It's our job to watch the games. Why do I need to be personally invested in it? It's why I have happily resisted fantasy sports of all kinds. And I get that people do it. I don't want to have that type of engagement. I watch the NFL every weekend because I like watching the NFL. I don't care what happens. That's enjoyable. Having to fill out a roster seems really difficult for me. So I know you do it. Christian, I know you do it. I know you guys enjoy it. I've enjoyed keeping myself clean of it.
The football isn't really what I enjoy about fantasy sports, honestly.
It's talking trash? Your friends losing?
Talking to my friends, period.
Yeah, okay.
I don't
it's
have
a group environment.
I don't have a life.
Yeah.
I don't socialize with people.
Yeah.
And at least via a WhatsApp chat, I get to have connection with people about football.
Right.
The NCAA bracket has become something I've had to do. But I get it.
And we like the tournament.
People want to root for their bracket or whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't like rooting for teams that I actually don't want to win.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Because you've picked Alabama
Because I've
or whatever.
picked, yeah. Like I'll root for the SEC to lose every game. I'm not going to pick the SEC to lose every game. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, you're not an idiot.
Right. I mean, we're talking about picking the college football playoff or whatever. I'm obviously rooting against Ohio State. But picking against, that's something entirely different, right?
Quite a few Jazz players have their former teams still playing, right?
Well, Ballore.
That'll be a big conversation.
Ballore is playing. That's Keontae and who am I missing? They have multiple Baylor players, right?
Jared Butler?
Oh, no, not Jared.
Ochai Agbaji? No, he was at Kansas. They beat Baylor.
No, maybe they only have one Baylor
I think it's
player.
only Keontae right now.
But
Duke, obviously.
With Flip.
Auburn. Alabama. So some teams made it. Arizona, Lowry.
Oh, yeah, Lowry.
So there's going to be some trash talking in the locker room tonight after the game. I'll be excited to see that.
All right, Hans and Scotty G are coming up next. I'm sure Scotty G is riding high. Going to go, I hope we get angry Mick Cronin on the air this week. You think there's a chance? The toughest guy on this team's going to do radio.
That'd be great. Yeah. I'd love to have him on. Hey, shout out Colorado State. They're cooking.
Hey, they're the only
really, really well.
They're the only underseeded team. Speaking of, we're hating on the Gamblers, and then I'm going to say this: the only underseeded team that's favored in the first round.
They're playing extraordinarily well.
Is your Colorado State Rams?
Yeah.
All right, Hans and Scotty coming up next. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The toughest guy in the room is going to do the radio.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for their Utah Hockey Newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Hockey Club. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Hockey Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Receive game updates, exclusive analysis, and chances to win Jazz tickets. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Scott Gerard, Hans Olsen, and Hans, spring is coming, and it's time to protect your home for the upcoming spring rain. IWC Roofing is going to make sure that your home is ready for the rainy season.
And with the spring season, you're going to get amazing spring discount, $1,500 off a replacement roof. All you got to do is call or go to their website, get it scheduled, $1,500 off. And remember, IWC, built here in the state of Utah in 1997, the highest rated roofing contractor in Utah.
They've been in business since 1997. The best warranty in the business, backed by Owens Corning. Call right now for that free estimate and a roof inspection. 801-232-5690.
IWC, fully staffed and ready to put a new roof on your house in just a single day. They can get an entire roof done in a day.
801-232-5690 or check them out online at iwcroofing.com.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Hi, this is Jason Smith. At Tractor Supply, we know that a winning season out here takes practice, teamwork, and a can-do attitude. When it comes to teamwork, it's great to have a neighbor like Tractor Supply. No matter the season, our team members are here to help. The Fox Sports Radio Bracket Challenge is now live, so visit foxsportsradio.com for rules and details until Thursday morning, March 20th, and fill out your college basketball bracket. Sponsored by Tractor Supply. For life out here, visit foxsportsradio.com for details.
To be invested with Betterment is to believe in better, whether it's saving for today or building wealth for tomorrow. We help people and small businesses put their money to work. We automate to make saving simpler. We optimize to make investing smarter. We build innovative technology backed by financial experts for anyone who's ever said, I think I can do better. So be invested in better with Betterment. Get started at betterment.com. Investing involves risk, performance not guaranteed.
Spring into savings at Burt Brothers. Get your car ready for the new season with deals like new tires starting at $69, up to $50 off service tickets, and $79 alignments with the purchase of 2 or more tires for your passenger vehicles and light trucks. Plus, save big on trusted brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Toyo. But don't wait, these deals won't last. Hurry, stop by your nearest Burt Brothers today. Burt Brothers, where auto care is done better.
Burt Brothers does it better.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, excuse me. Wow, there we go. Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Monday, everybody. Let's get it. Hey, buddy, how are you?
Well, I'm glad to see you back safe.
For a day?
Yeah?
Yeah.
You look refreshed.
I am fired up. Okay. Jared Calhoun's going to join us coming up here in just a second, right out of the gate, so we'll chat with him.
We'll get right out to the head coach of Utah State.
I did the most Utah Mormon thing in Las Vegas ever. And I need to know whether you're proud of me or horrified with me. But
Temple visit?
No.
Okay.
No. I packed my vehicle filled with protein bars, little protein pudding stuff that I make because I knew I had a fridge in the hotel room. All like a 24-pack of Rock Stars, a bunch of drinks, and between that and media meals and stuff like that, I did not spend a cent.
No.
Not a cent.
You said you wondered how I was going to respond to that. That's an applaud right there. That's awesome.
No food, no drink in Las Vegas.
You know why I love that? It's because it's the middle finger on the way out of town. Like, you didn't get a penny from me.
Nope.
Not a penny on the tables.
Nope.
Not a penny on the ponies.
Nope.
Not a penny on the food.
Not a penny.
So they got you on hotel.
Yeah.
Well, they got the team on hotel.
Got Utah State on hotel.
Hey, by the way, so you know Amanda and Riley have been in Vegas for 4 or 5 days.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for the...
Geez, they were just in Kansas, too, or somewhere,
Yeah,
weren't
big volleyball tournament down in Vegas. Huge. It's one of the biggest that they've got in the country. Some national tournament. Let's just say that it's great that the team takes care of your expenses. Sure wish that club volleyball would do the same for me and mine.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it's draining me. The Vegas stay is killing us. It's like $280 a night.
Yeah. I'm telling you, best view of Vegas is in the rearview mirror.
It is.
I'm not going to lie. All right, joining us now, he is the head coach of the Utah State Aggies. They get set for a showdown against UCLA coming up Thursday in Lexington, Kentucky. We'll have that game for you here on The Zone. Coach, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Coach.
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
Oh, man, it's good to chat with you. It was fun seeing your team yesterday celebrate. It's got to be, I mean, look, you experienced at West Virginia. You've been around the game for a long time, so this isn't your first selection Sunday. But when you see your name called, what's the emotions go through you as a coach?
Yeah, I think just gratifying, just really happy for the guys. You know, they've sacrificed a ton. I think that goes unnoticed in today's world of NIL and the portal and, you know, trying to blend personalities and game plans and conditioning and, you know, just everything goes into a season, right? And you got to have some luck. We've been very fortunate. We've had no injuries. You know, everything's kind of got to go right to, you know, have a team that has 26 wins. And I think it's getting harder and harder for the mid-majors. As we saw again, the seed lines were not great. So really, really pleased and happy with the outcome.
So let's talk about this. Some of the details. A 7:30 tip, TNT, coming up on Thursday, Rupp Arena in Lexington, Kentucky, against number 7 UCLA. Some of the more laid out details. Get into those, Coach, and how you felt about those.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a historic time for the Aggies. I mean, you're playing a program that has 11 national championships. You know, anytime you're playing a team that was previously coached by John Wooden, you know, this is a legendary place. Westwood is unbelievable. Rupp Arena is a historic venue. So there's a lot of things, I think, for Aggie fans to be excited about. You know, both teams have to make their track to Kentucky, which is going to be a long journey tomorrow. And then you just, you know, when the jump ball goes up, I mean, it doesn't matter what the jersey says. It's a game of basketball. It's a game of runs. And you got to play well in the tournament, right? You got to have confidence and realize you're supposed to be there. And I think our guys will be ready.
Jared Calhoun, head coach at Utah State, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You mentioned yesterday that you and Mick Cronin go back a ways. You never actually were on a staff with Bob Huggins together, but you certainly have that connection and that you guys have been in contact a little bit as well over the season. You watch UCLA. So now that you've had a night, which I'm sure probably not a lot of sleep last night, but a night going over the film of UCLA. You know they're all about the defense, but what really has jumped out at you?
Yeah, I mean, Mick's a wonderful coach, Final Four coach. He's done a masterful job at UCLA of really bringing toughness to that program. They had an unbelievable run a few years back. They've got a lot of talent. They're big. They're athletic. They turn you over. Coach Cronin's been a mentor of mine. He's been incredible. I talked to him, probably about 9 days ago for an hour on the phone, just picking his brains on the landscape, the culture, just a lot of different things that he and I have talked about. And we joked that we'll probably play in the first round, and then 9 or 10 days later, here we are. So, I think he started the hard way, right? I mean, he started off as a high school assistant, went in the video room at Cincinnati and worked his way up. So very similar to kind of my journey, just kind of scraping and clawing at every stop, learning the tricks of the trade and, learning how to become a good coach. And I have a lot of respect for guys that have started at the bottom, and now he's the head coach of the UCLA Bruins. It's an unbelievable story.
Coach, when you guys are cranking and you're on that 6-game win streak where you guys started it out with St. Mary's and finished off that win streak against Boise State and had a bunch of great wins in between, or you talk about the 10 or 11-game win streak to start the season, or the 3 and 4-game win streaks that you've got that you put together, what is this team doing well in those streaks that you absolutely have to have in the beginning stages of this tournament?
Yeah, I would say turnovers. Our ability to turn people over will definitely be worrisome for teams in our bracket. That's how we got, St. Mary's and San Diego State and Iowa. You got to turn people over to get easy baskets. We don't have a guy that we can throw the ball into. So when the game is slowed down and it's a grind-out physical game, we struggle. It's just – those are just the facts. You have what you have on your roster. What we have is very good. I think part of it is we got to get back to turning people over and getting out and running, making threes and playing at a high pace and having a big possession game. We need 70, 80 possessions. We don't need the game in the 50s as far as the number of possessions. So that's our team. That's who we are. And I think moving forward, now understanding the league, understanding the NIL situation, the hardest position to get is the 5 position. Why? There's just not a whole bunch of 6'10", 7-footers that can run, catch, finish around the rim. They're a dime a dozen. So, that'll be our focus in the off season. But for right now, the short term, we've been doing that by committee. I think Carson Templin's given us unbelievable minutes. We need Alvin Gadaretsky to play really, really well. Isaac Johnson, Isaac Davis. We need those guys because UCLA is a big physical team, and we got to keep them off the glass.
You look across the board on there. They do have the big 7-footer from Spain, but other than that, it looks like a lot of dudes from 6'6" to 6'8". Do they switch a lot?
Yeah, I mean, Mara, the 7'3" kid from Spain, is a future NBA player. Bidido is a tremendous player transfer from Oregon State. The difference is, Scotty, they're 6'8", 6'9", they're 250, 260.
Yeah.
Our 6'8", 6'8", 6'9", we're 220. So we got to use our speed in this game, right? We've got to use our speed to our advantage. When we're playing fast, we're really good.
So it sounds like a guy like Mason Foslev's going to have himself a game then, Coach.
Well, I mean, Mason's had a ton of games, Hans. I mean, he is a guy that's got, NCAA tournament experience. Same thing with Isaac Johnson, Carson Templin, and certainly Ian Martinez. But this is what's beautiful about the tournament. You don't know who's going to have a bad shooting night, who's going to go off. We have a bunch of guys on our roster that are capable of making 3, 4, 5 threes in a game. So the game can change really, really fast. The pressure of an NCAA tournament. We got to play free. We're the underdog. We're not supposed to win. We have nothing to lose mentality. I want our guys to understand that we belong here. We've beaten Power 4 teams, and certainly it's going to be a challenge. But, at the end of the day, Hans, there's going to be a winner or a loser at 9:30 at night. Let's enjoy this process the next 3 days to prepare for the moment. And then when the moment happens, we got to be ready, and you can only get ready through your preparation.
I remember that game last year against TCU. You had Martinez, who had a great game, and Mason, but you always need somebody that you weren't necessarily expecting having one of those big games. Isaac Johnson had 17, a career high in that game against TCU in that win. It seems like, that's what March is all about. Somebody that you weren't necessarily planning on who comes up and ends up making the big play or has the big game for you.
Yeah, I think you're right, Scotty. And, a lot of teams don't have the ability to have multiple guys that can do it. I mean, we've got Dexter Cano, Tucker Anderson, Dayton Albury, Ian Mason, Fish. I mean, we've got a lot of guys that have skill, right? We're a very, very skilled basketball team. So we got to get the thing moving and humming and, shoot it in. I mean, at the end of the day, man, just play free and, we'll see what happens.
So, Coach, kind of walk us through the timeline on this. You guys tip at 7:30 or 7:25 on Thursday. So how hard do you push the guys today on Monday? What's your schedule for Tuesday and Wednesday in preparation for what will be one of the biggest games of these guys' lives?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great question. We try to, keep things as normal as possible, but obviously there's nothing normal about a single elimination tournament and the whole world talking about this tournament. So we'll practice today for about 90 minutes. We'll watch an hour of tape. We'll watch 20 minutes before, 40 minutes after. We have an NIL event tonight, which I'm excited about, raising some dollars for next year's team and continue to build on the roster. We're still waiting on our departure time tomorrow. We're hoping 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock out of Ogden. So we'll practice 9 to 11. We'll load up at noon and get on the bus, drive to Ogden. And it's about a 3.5-hour flight. So you get in there about 7:30, go to dinner, and then just shut it down. And then on Wednesday, you get 40 minutes on the court, the arena in Rupp Arena, and then you'll go 40 minutes off site. And then in there's some media obligations. Obviously, the media will be there. And then Thursday we'll have about 30 minutes to shoot, and then you'll play the game. And, if you win, obviously you're staying. If not, the NCAA tries to get you out the next day. So things will move really, really fast, Hans. I mean, that's what's crazy about this time of year, and then a week later the portal opens. So then utter chaos begins. So the joys of college basketball right now, it's not much sleep, that's for sure.
I always think it's funny in traveling with you guys when in the NCAA tournament, boy, they roll out the red carpet and it's all just wine and dine. And then as soon as you lose, it's like, get out. Like they just boot you in the butt and say, you got to get the heck out of here.
It's $1 billion tournament, Scotty. So they should treat you pretty well because there's a lot of schools and a lot of people that are making a lot of money on this thing.
Hey, one thing that and I want to ask this question. I don't want you to – I mean, obviously, you want to win the Mountain West Conference tournament. You want that automatic qualifying bid. But I got to imagine there's a little bit of pride there in knowing that you built a resume that could withstand a loss in that tournament so that when you end up losing that game against Colorado State, you still see your name called. And the work that goes into that in April, May in schedule building – that allows you to reap the rewards of that come the middle of March. There's not a dull moment or there's not a moment where you can rest on your laurels because you have to be preparing for that Selection Sunday if you can't win that conference tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there's about 5 pillars that I kind of, really, really pride myself on in building a program and, running a program, right? I think the number one thing is the players, right? Which players you bring into your program are going to have a major they're going to have a major factor in the outcomes of the season, right? If you take the wrong guy or kids that don't fit your system, they're going to end up in the portal. But I truly believe the second most important thing is scheduling. And I've always done it as a head coach. I don't pass the torch to anybody else. And we studied numbers. We have an analytics department that we use. We pay a lot of money for. I've been at this level for a while now. I think we hit it perfect, to be honest with you. I think to get a 10 seed, to go 15-0 in quad 3 and quad 4, to have a winning record in quad 1 and quad 2, the schedule could not have went any better. And I think people, have now realized that this Mountain West and the soon-to-be Pac-12 is always going to be a multi-bid league. On average, we're getting over, 4 bids a league. I think there are 4 bids the last 5 years. I think it's like 4 point something. We're getting to the point now we're getting more than the ACC or just as much. So you got to be strategic in the way you operate with your non-league schedule. There was a few games that were done before we got here, Scotty, that I would like to have changed. But moving forward, we'll have full control, and it'll be another really good schedule. But with those schedules, you got to win games. And our guys, it's not easy to do. I think, there's people out there that, it's very, very difficult to go on the road or a neutral site to beat, North Texas and St. Mary's and, Iowa and, even St. Bonaventure was a quality win. I got torched when I said UC San Diego is not a bad loss. And I think people at the time did not understand how good a team that was, right? I mean, I think Michigan fans are, scared that they could lose in the first round against UC San Diego, as they should, because that's a really, really good basketball team. There was a reason we scheduled them. And in fact, I think if we'd have beat them, we would have probably been in 9 seeds. So it worked out probably better that we lost. I hate losing, but sometimes, as crazy as it sounds, it takes you away from that 1 seed,
Well, Coach, it feels like just yesterday I was walking out of our first interview because I was holding back vomit. That was a horrible situation for me. And it feels like we were just kind of catching up, getting ready for the season. And here we are through the major parts of the season, and you've got nearly a year under your belt there in Logan. I'm just curious, how much have you enjoyed Logan, and how much do you love the state, and how happy are you where you're at?
Yeah, it's been an incredible journey. I've met some unbelievable people. I've got a great neighborhood that I live in. But the most important thing is your players. This group has taught me so much. One thing it's taught is you better retain your players. If you look at Houston and you look at some of these top seeds, these teams have all retained players. The most important thing in college basketball right now is retainment, right? Keeping the Mike Mason Falslevs, the Carson Templins, the Drake Allens. We must do that as a university and as a fan base because, when you get into the portal, it only gets more expensive when you're trying to bring people in. So I think the culture here is really good. I think it's changed. We've got to change with the times. The NIL piece is going to be a major, major figure, moving forward. But I've said this all along, Hans. I think, Utah State is a place that can win at the highest level. And what I mean by that is very, very consistent in the Mountain West or the Pac-12, but more importantly, make deep postseason runs. But we have to retain our players. We have to continue to adapt. Those are all the things that I think every department around the country is trying to do. You're seeing it firsthand with BYU in our own state. They have one of the top NILs in the entire world. Their numbers are as good as anybody in the country. They're attracting top talent. But we also have seen the other side, right? The Indianas. There's teams that spent between $5 and $7 million that are not playing in the tournament. So there's got to be a balance. We've got to have a real plan for what type of players we want to bring in, and we can maintain. And in fact, I think we can get better from year to year.
Well, it's interesting. I'm sure you have people that'll come up to you and say, well, what are you doing to keep Mason? What are you doing? And I guess the response to be is, what are you doing as a fan base? Because, you may not like the world of NIL, but it doesn't change the fact that you have to live in it. And the more people that contribute to that, to Nick and his collective and what's being built there at Utah State, the more easier it is to retain players and keep guys in town.
Yeah, I mean, the reality of it is these college players get 4 or 5 years to play collegiate basketball. The majority of the guys around the country will then spend the next 8 to 10 years in Europe, right? The percentage of college players playing in the NBA is very, very small. So each player is trying to maximize and balance, a lot of things, right? How's their experience? What's their relationship with the coach? Do they like their teammates? We have all of that in a really good place. I think the last piece of the puzzle, where we've made major strides, is the awareness on NIL, because kids do want to capitalize. There's a market out there. They're starting to understand what they can make and set them up for long-term, financial success. So I don't blame the kids. This is the system. These are the rules. We have to play by them. And we got to find a way to thrive and do both. Have great college experiences, meet great people, be loyal to our fan base. We have an unbelievable environment here in Logan. It's a basketball-crazed place. People love it. We should not take it for granted, right? It's very, very difficult to win 26 games and get to the tournament. 3 coaches in 3 years. But the way we continue to thrive in this is continuity, because it is getting harder and harder to retain and build off your current roster.
Coach, appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging out with us. I know it's a crazy day for you, but we'll see you in Lexington, and let's go. Should be a lot of fun.
Thank you so much, Coach.
You got it, guys. Thanks for having me.
There he is. Jared Calhoun, head coach at Utah State, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So one more season in the Mountain West Conference as it's currently constructed.
Correct.
They'll play the 2026 and 25-26 season, and then the new Pac-12, where they will play Gonzaga, Boise State, San Diego State, Oregon State, Washington State. It is going to be an incredible football schedule, but it's going to be an insane basketball conference.
Yeah.
And I'm a little bit hesitant for them to open up the doors to a non-football school in Gonzaga and just say, hey, come on in. Because Gonzaga comes in and they're like, oh, it's basketball all the time. We're going to put all of our money into Coach Few. And I'm hoping Coach Few is a couple of years out here.
We can only hope.
I don't know. You and I went through his tenure in Gonzaga, hired in 1999, and what he's done since then is just complete insanity. So it worries me a little bit, but I do think when Coach Few calls it quits, you will see a bit of coming back to reality. That is going to be a really tough basketball conference for Utah State in 2026.
Yeah.
As the Pac-12 gets started.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I'm fired up about this. Culligan Water hanging out here in studio with us. Colson, let's start with you, man.
Hey, guys.
Thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate it.
We're excited to be here. Thanks for having us.
You know, I have a bottled water service come to my home, and I just don't even think twice about it. I've never price checked. I've never gone out and said, you know, what else is out there? If people aren't looking into Culligan Water, which, by the way, I am doing as we speak, they need to find a way to make that happen.
Absolutely. And we have easy ways for them to go about that. So we've been in the water filtration business for over 50 years. Culligan has pioneered the water filtration industry. My grandpa started with Culligan over 50 years ago. So I am a third-generation Culligan man. Some call me the water boy.
Nice.
You know, I respect my elders. My dad is the Culligan man, you know, and I am the water boy. But that's all we do. All we do is specialize in water filtration to help improve homes and families' water consumption, water needs.
I started my journey with the Culligan man in 1989.
Really?
They came out to Weiser, Idaho.
Wow.
And they installed the first little Culligan spout and water filtration system. In Weiser, Idaho, we had bad sulfur. It smelled like rotten eggs.
Probably those onions all leaching into that water. Groundwater.
I'd hate to. I wish I could disagree with that, but yeah, it is. It's horrible onion usage. But it goes back years and years and years for me with the Culligan man.
Yeah.
And I can remember it. We had bi-monthly visits, and he'd come out, check filters, and he was good friends with my mom and dad, and I'll always remember the Culligan brand. So I just want people to know that this is kind of the start of water filtration.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Culligan's been around for a long time, and that's one of the things that we want to make sure that people know. It's been around a long time, but we're the new generation, the next generation of Culligan, but the core principles still exist, which you attributed to the service, right?
Yep.
We're not just going to sell you a piece of equipment or provide you with a solution and then be done. We're going to continue to come out to your home and make sure that your your water is working the way it should.
Well, and that's the thing, because I know people are really concerned about the quality of the water in their home. And as Hans mentioned, some people have good well water, some people don't. But regardless, you can have great bottled water in your home available to you at any given moment. And I think people think it's way more expensive than it really is, too.
Yeah, it's really affordable. So we can get these systems into your home for less than $1 a day. You know, and Kent has a great offer that he'll share with you for a minute. But, just think about your bodies for a minute. It's 80% water. And so how important is the water that you're drinking for your mental health, for your skin health, for your hair, for all your water-using appliances as well, and Culligan does it all.
All right, Kent, let's go. What do we got?
We got a great offer for your listeners. We believe in the principle, try us out. Find out. Let us prove to you that our products are worth it. So if you call today, we'll give you 3 free months. Ooh. You can try any piece of our equipment. We'll install it. We'll get it in place, free for 3 months. And then at the end of 3 months, then we can prove to you that our products are worth it. But you got to call today, 801-509-9602.
So that 3 months it's today.
It's today.
But you got to call today.
801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. A lot of different services that are available, but you need to call right now and find out what's best for you and get those 3 months, man. 801-509-9602.
If you're trying to be healthy, if you're trying to kind of start in a different vein of hydration and getting good drinking water, if you're tired of hearing your wife complain about the chemical taste out of the tap water, or you've got other issues with drinking water in your family, because I know everybody does here in the state of Utah. This place is just a disaster with drinking water. 3 free months, and you get the Culligan experience. And all you got to do is just call 801-509-9602. Put it in your phone. Call. Take advantage of the 3 months. Why not?
Yeah,
see what they can do for you.
Take it for a test drive. Let's see what we can do. 801-509-9602. Culligan Water right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Attention sports fans, imagine the peace of mind knowing that when you open a gold-tiered checking account with Hercules First Federal Credit Union, you get premium perks as part of your package.
Start 2025 off with gold-tier checking and unlock unbeatable benefits. Earn up to 4.25% APY on your balances. Earn points on everyday spending. Redeem for travel, cash back, gift cards, and more. Enjoy Ultimate ID 3 Bureau credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage with no monthly fees. But that's not all. Lock in your future today with Hercules First Federal Credit Union's 12-month CD at 4.4% APY. A winning play to watch your money grow stronger together. Don't miss out. Open your gold tier checking account or 4.4% APY CD today. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Utah. Have you been to a Utah Hockey Club game at Delta Center? If not, you are missing out. The NHL's newest team is heating up in the push towards the playoffs, and the atmosphere inside Delta Center is electric. Find your seats at UtahHockeyClub.com or on SeatGeek, the official ticketing partner of the Utah Hockey Club.
Are you an electrician or a telecom technician and want to earn more? We are looking to hire journeymen and apprentices with experience. We have jobs available now. Electricians who join IBEW Local 354 earn higher pay, paid holidays, employer-paid healthcare and retirements, electrical expertise, and industry innovation. We are IBEW Local 354. Call us at 801-306-0722 or go to IBEW354.org.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Tune in to Hans and Scotty this Wednesday to hear how Teton Wealth Group's Ascent Plan can help cover the unavoidable retirement problem areas, including income, healthcare, and investments at no cost to you. Visit retireteton.com for more information.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is a Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as Cody Williams continues to get comfortable playing inside the Jazz system, according to head coach Will Hardy.
He's physically stronger than he was at the beginning of the season. He's adjusted to the speed and the physicality of the NBA much better now than at the beginning of the season. And then I'm sure there's a comfort level, has adapted to his surroundings, understands what's expected of him, understands when the moments are where you can go make a play and don't have to follow the script.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by U of U Health, the official health partner of the Utah Jazz.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
.1236, Hans and Scotty. Hope you're all well on a Monday, Selection Sunday, yesterday, and now you have your brackets. You're trying to fill out exactly what you think is going to happen. Be that first person in the history of brackets to ever have the perfect bracket.
They say there's never been one.
Yeah. Think we'll ever see one?
No, they say that you'll actually win the lottery, like the mega bucks, that you would win it 5 times before you would hit this once. That's the odds. And I'm talking about the big, the multi-billion-dollar lottery, or whatever it was, 1.2 billion or whatever it was. Yeah. They said you'd win that 5 times before you'd hit this perfect.
I like how Warren Buffett, I don't know, he hasn't done it in a while, but like that when he's like, I'll give you $1 billion to get the perfect. It's like nobody's going to get it.
Nobody's going to get it.
Look, I highly suggest you go to KSLSports.com, fill out the Bracket Mayhem Challenge, and if you have a perfect bracket, we'll give you $1 million.
It's $1 million.
Yeah.
In your pocket. Yep.
Guaranteed. But
free to fill out.
It ain't going to happen, but do it. But here's what we will do. If you have the best bracket out of everybody, we'll give you $1,000. So somebody's getting $1,000. And then we're going to take all the people that finished ahead of Jeremiah Jensen. I don't know why Lloyd decided to pick on him, but Lloyd went after JJ. And anybody that finishes above JJ in the bracket, they get put into a drawing with all the other people that filled in with JJ. So you want to...
I wanted to give the listeners lots of odds.
Well, a couple things here. You want to beat JJ. That's number one. And then number two, you want to have a really good bracket. You want JJ to have a really good bracket, so it limits the amount of people in there.
How many people win? Sure.
And so we'll take all those people, we'll throw them in a big pile, and draw out a winner, and that person will get $500.
Are the three of us eligible for the $1 million?
I don't know.
Because obviously all three of us are filling out a bracket.
Actually, I am not.
Oh, you're not going to fill out one?
Yeah, because it's always puts me in a weird spot when Utah State's in it.
Yeah.
Because, eventually I'm going to have to, if I have Utah State winning the whole thing, obviously that's a homer pick. But then I'll have them losing, and then I'll have Calhoun going like, oh, you think we're losing to UCLA, huh?
You know what? Fill one out and just take Utah State to the championship.
Well, then I'm not going to win the thing.
I know.
And I'll make sure to have Alex or Christian on this. So there's real chances of that happening.
Take him to the Final Four. Calhoun would be fine with that.
How about this? I fill out a bracket, and then I give it to you and Lloyd. And so you guys know what went on. So when I say, I had BYU in the Sweet 16, you guys can verify that, yes, I did.
Yeah, do.
Okay.
Do that.
All right.
And I did fill out my bracket. It's up at KSLSports.com. I'm not going to tell you who I've got doing what at this point, but you can go to KSLSports.com. You can fill out your bracket, and you can click on mine. I've got a little picture of me and Amanda.
Oh, nice.
As my little icon there. And you could click on my bracket. You could see who I've got going where.
You didn't go too deep in the phone for that pic, did you?
Yeah, deep enough.
Okay.
It's a kissing picture.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we're kissing.
Yeah.
So it's deep enough. And you could go fill out your bracket, be a part of this. Come have fun with us.
Yeah.
This really is a great opportunity to make a little bit of cash, possibly $1 million, and compete against all of us here on air. We love to do this, and I had fun filling out my bracket, man. I try to stay to a couple of rules and laws, just to help people out a little bit. Most of your champions, 34 out of 39. Through the NCAA tournament. 39 was just our last tournament, 2024. So 34 out of 39 of NCAA tournament champions are a 1, 2, or a 3 seed.
Yeah.
34 out of 39. Outside of that, you've got last year, you had a 4 seed, UConn. 2017, you had a 7 seed, UConn. 1997, you had a 4 seed, Arizona. 1988, you had a 6 seed.
Hold on. 88 was Kansas.
And 1985,
Villanova, 8 seed.
So 8 seed is the lowest that you've ever had, and that was back in 1985. Outside of that, really, you got to pick a 1 seed to win it.
Yeah.
In order to keep your odds as high as they can be.
Yeah.
Couple of other numbers that you need to look at. This is a 6-year period. Okay, so this is going back to 2016. So I just I find these stupid numbers, put them together to help people a little bit. So since 2018, 6 years of NCAA tournaments, your 1 versus 16s are 2 and 22.
Yep.
Now, if you went back 8 years before that, it would be 24-0.
Yeah.
We've just had a couple of 16s over the last 8 years get a win, or 6 years, I mean. So that's 92% of the time your 1 is going to beat the 16. So don't take a 16.
Yeah.
2 versus 15s are 21-3, almost as good. 21-3 over the last 6 years, 87.5%. A 3 versus a 14 is even higher, 22-2. 3 versus a 14.
Wow, interesting.
So don't take a 14, don't take a 15, and don't take a 16. Now, 4 versus 13 is where you can get a little creative. 17-7. 70% win rate for the 4 seed. 5, even better, 16-8. 66.7. And then this is where it gets really good, and this is where BYU sits. A 6 versus 11 is 500.
Wow.
They are 12-12. 12
there you
and 12
go.
Over the last 6 years.
Well, I mean, BYU was a 6 last year and lost.
Exactly. And then a 7 versus a 10, odds are better for a 7 than they are for a 6. 14-9. The 7 wins 61% of the time. And then at 8 versus 9, the odds are heavy for the 9. It's 8 and 16. 8s win 33% of the time.
That's interesting.
9s are twice as likely to win over an 8 through the last 6 years. So there's just some recent numbers to help people. I always love the number game when I'm filling out the bracket. I try to play the number game a little bit. And then, Scotty, as you know, you always got to try to attach yourself to a conference. You attach yourself to a conference and you say, all right, I think the Big 12 is really good. So I'm going to take these Big 12 teams to make a run. Or I think the SEC is really good. So I've circled the SEC and the Big 12 as my tournament teams to kind of focus on as I build out my bracket. But then I still play it by mind and heart.
Yeah.
Largely.
Oh, for sure. And here's the thing. At the end of the day, it's always going to be, the woman in your bracket that doesn't know anything about sports that ends up winning the whole thing.
Yeah.
Which is totally cool. And that's what's fun about the entire thing is that nobody really knows. You can go chalk the whole way and you'll have a high score, but you probably won't win it. But you won't be embarrassed. If you sprinkle in the upsets and have somebody that's like an 11 seed in the Sweet 16 or something like that, you'll either crash and burn or you may win the thing. But to your point, you can only take those Cinderellas so far. And then you have to say, okay, that was cute, but you need to go away now. Because they just don't make that run. BYU and VCU is a fascinating matchup, though.
It is.
VCU's no joke, folks. I've known Ryan Odom for a few years now. He was head coach at Utah State for a couple of years. We talk about that 116 upset. He was the first one to do it at UMBC. Got the win against Virginia in that 16-1 upset. So he was the first one to pull off a 16-1 upset there. He went to Utah State. First year, they were just above 500. And then the next year, they were phenomenal. Took them as an at-large into the NCAA tournament. And then has been at VCU over the last couple of years and got that program going now.
So VCU is the Atlantic 10 champions. Well, what does that mean? That was Duquesne last year.
Yeah. Yep.
And what happened in that one?
They beat BYU in the first round.
That's right. So VCU is the Atlantic 10 champions, and the Rams defeated George Mason on Sunday for that A-10 title. So that's a big one. That means something in the grand scheme of things. VCU finished 28-6, and as Scotty mentioned, they've got a coach that's very familiar with tournament play. He knows how to put together rosters and teams and matchups. And so this is a really big game for BYU. Yep. If they get past VCU, I actually think that there's room to wiggle.
Oh, yeah.
I think that they got a nice bracket bid. The fact that they're going to be playing at Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado, I think is very beneficial for them. The fact that it's a 2 o'clock tip, it's a primetime tip on TNT. It's the perfect timing. It's the perfect location. And if they get past VCU, then I think things could potentially open up. They'll probably end up seeing Wisconsin. My guess is Wisconsin gets past Montana.
Yeah.
So they'll end up seeing Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin's very, very beatable. If they beat Wisconsin, high likability that they're going to see Alabama. But they could see St. Mary's, Vanderbilt, Alabama, or Robert Morris. They're probably going to see Alabama. They might see St. Mary's. I like both of those. I like BYU against St. Mary's.
I think BYU dump truck St. Mary's. That Alabama game, I think the over-under on that would be set at like 205 because both those offenses are just
high
ridiculous.
Flyers.
Yeah. Nate Oates is always like shoot threes like crazy.
That'd be a fun matchup.
Oh, from a pure entertainment standpoint, Alabama and BYU would be the game of the tournament.
So that's their bracket. If they get past Alabama, then they most likely meet up with number 1 ranked Duke. That's the 1 seed in their bracket. And obviously, as a 6 seed, it puts them in the lower bracket. So you face off at the number 2, which it's just a better bid.
Yeah.
But you would end up seeing Duke in the Elite 8. If you were able to win your portion of the bracket, Duke in the Elite Eight. And you and I were talking about Duke.
Yep.
With their big number 1 overall pick, and there's question marks.
How healthy is he going to be?
There's question marks.
By the way, Ryan Odom, head coach of VCU, will join us coming up at 1:05. It's been fun kind of catching up with him a little bit, so we will chat with him straight ahead. You're listening to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention, please. The NCAA tournament is here, and the Cougars and Aggies are going dancing.
Ball, fire, score!
The KSL Sports Zone will be with BYU and Utah State every step of the way in Denver and Lexington as they look to make a run in March. Hear all the play-by-play action as the Zone will be your exclusive radio home of the NCAA tournament. From Dayton to San Antonio and everywhere in between, your home for every shining moment of the NCAA tournament is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union is doing so many great things for you as a customer. America First Credit Union, what do you need? Maybe you need a business account, something that can help you with all the numbers, the figures. I've got 3 business accounts through America First Credit Union. I run three LLCs through them. And being able to manage all the numbers, the withdrawals, the deposits, making sure that everything's managed perfectly well, it's been great. I love the fact that I can deal with all of my family business through America First Credit Union. America First Credit Union, they help you in so many ways. How about this? 0% interest for 6 months. 0% interest. And you can find it all at americafirst.com. 0% interest. That means you could have access to cash right now through your credit union and not have to worry about it for 6 months. America First Credit Union, 116 locations. You can find each one at americafirst.com.
When it comes to trucks, Chevy's reputation is legendary, led by the powerful Silverado. Choose from 9 trims and 4 durable engines, including the TurboMax, to find the perfect blend of capability and efficiency that's right for you. Plus, from hitching to driving to parking, its advanced camera tech will make your most difficult towing jobs a whole lot easier and your confidence even stronger. Chevy Silverado, ready to tackle whatever adventure comes next. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's not too late to drop a lot of weight before summer. Alex Curie here. I'm down 60 pounds on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime. slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or 2. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You're the yard work hero, aligner of edges, trimmer of hedges, and slayer of weeds. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make.
That's why you just applied IFA's Crabgrass Preventer plus Lawn Food for quick green-up and long-lasting weed prevention. IFA's Crabgrass Preventer plus Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Come in and get your burger fix with JCW's, the Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick, rich shakes. Your choice. 5 locations, no tipping ever. Just great food with friends. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hanson Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, fired up to catch up with Ryan Odom, who will join us coming up in about 10 minutes from right now. Really great coach, really good dude, and I'm sure he's missed all the conversations with me, so I'm sure he's really excited to come back on the air.
Well, it was nice to leverage your name to get him to come back on air. So.
I told Lloyd drop my name, and Lloyd's like, "You sure that's going to help?"
So Lloyd didn't, and it worked.
And it worked.
We got him. No, we're excited to catch up with him. One thing really quick in what you may have missed, Utah basketball accepted their invitation to compete in this college basketball crown tournament.
Yes.
You talked a little bit about this, Scotty, but this is an opportunity for them to meet up with Butler. There was it 5? I think it might be 5 Big 12 teams. Let's see, Utah, Arizona State, Cincinnati, UCF, Colorado. So 5 Big 12 teams involved in this 12-team crown tournament. And I actually think that these types of tournaments could play really well for TV partners, for payouts, and for future existence. The NIT and CIT, I just don't know. But, you know, when you grab the best of the best and you grab the brands and the logos, I do think you can make some noise with that.
And I know for a fact that one of these schools that are in there turned down an NIT bid to go to this tournament because the players wanted to play in it. Why? Because they're paying NIL money. So the players are getting paid for being in this tournament. Make no mistake, it's not happening now. It's not happening next year. But this is the tournament, and these type of tournaments are eventually going to overtake the NCAA tournament.
One Mountain West Conference team. It's got both the Pac-12 teams, Washington State and Oregon State. And we'll see. Utah, if Utah did beat Butler, then they would see either Boise State or George Washington.
Yeah. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Culligan Water hanging out with us here in studio. So many great things going on. Colson, let's start with you, man. To have the ability to just flip a switch and to have great bottled water in your home, it is a luxury that is just an awesome thing to have. And people are out there like, okay, that'd be great, but I don't have, several $100s a month for that kind of service. It's not as expensive as I think a lot of people may think out there.
No, for less than $1 a day, we can provide you and your family and your pets with better drinking water, right? There are a lot of questions about water quality in our area right now.
Yeah.
And if you're concerned about those, you can give us a call. We can come out. We can do a free consultation. We'll do a free water test for people. And then we can recommend the right product, the right solution for you, your family, for your home, all of it. Anything water touches, we have products and services, specifically talking about bottled water today. Like you said, as it gets warm, as your kids are going out and playing more sports, as you want to make a cup of noodles, right? We have all the water, we have all the systems, we have all the solutions to make that possible.
Tell us, what are some of the more common problems that you're seeing with water here in the state of Utah?
Yeah, one of the biggest challenges that you have in your home is high chlorine that's going to be in your water, right? Municipalities treat water with with chlorine to basically shock and kill any bacteria. So you got a lot of chlorine. That's not very good. The water is really hard in Utah, so that becomes challenging. Lots of other chemicals and things that get into your water through the systems. There could be lead. We don't want to scare you with some of those things, but they exist, and we can test for them when we come out to your home.
Well, and the other thing, too, we talk about the bottled water service. A lot of people I hate going to the store, getting the ice bags, or salt bags, hauling them back home, trudging. You can have a regular service where you have the salt delivered to your house.
Yeah. The nice thing about when you do business with Culligan is we've built out an ecosystem to really help support all of our products. So we have the 5-gallon bottled water delivery. We have the filtration systems and the best service in the industry. We have salt delivery, like you said. So we'll lug it down to your brine tank, to your salt tank, which most people don't even realize they're out of salt.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people in this market have a water softener. They don't know how it works. They don't know if it's working, and they don't realize that if you don't have salt in that salt tank, then it's not softening the water the way that it should.
And regardless, you still need that Culligan filtration.
That's right.
You've got to have the filtration in order to get the proper tasting water. And I'm not a water guy. Like, I have a hard time drinking water. Non-filtered water, I will not drink it.
Yeah.
But if it runs through a Culligan process, then I can absolutely palate it.
Yeah.
That definitely happened with our family when I joined the Culligan family for work. You know, we were kind of the family that drank the filtered water out of the fridge. Everybody said, hey, you got to get one of these 5-gallon machines at your house and have the water delivered to your home. We put that thing in our mud room, and we go through so much water. The kids, we drink way more water than we ever did.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, it's such a great thing. That's why the offer that we're talking about today really is the chance for you guys to be able to try this service and find out if you're going to enjoy that 5-gallon drinking water at your home or business for free for 3 months. So if you give us a call today, 801-509-9602, we'll set you up. You can try it out for free for 3 months.
801-509-9602. You get 3 months free to try it out. You're not locked into some 2-year contract or anything like that.
No, that includes the cooler. That includes the deliveries, all of it, free for 3 months.
801-509-9602. Call right now. Have that great tasting water in your home, and you know it's safe for you and your family. 801-509-9602. Ryan Odom joins us next right here on The Zone.
Take The Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
This Monday Tax Tip is brought to you by Susan Spears, CEO of the Utah Association of CPAs.
Let's talk about the child tax credit. It could put some extra cash back in your pocket. To qualify for the child tax credit on your 2024 taxes, your child needs to be under 17 at the end of the year. They also need to be a U.S. citizen, national, or resident alien. You also need to be providing most of their financial support. For 2024, the credit starts to phase out if your adjusted gross income is over $200,000 if you're filing as single, or $400,000 if you're married filing jointly. If you qualify, you can get up to $2,000 per child. And even better, up to $1,600 of that could be refundable through the additional child tax credit. Taxes can be tricky, so if you have any questions about the child tax credit and how it applies to your family, chat with your CPA.
Get the most out of your income tax preparation when you hire a CPA. Go to uacpa.org to find a CPA that's right for you. Listen to KSL on Monday for more tax tips from the Utah Association of CPAs.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
See the high-flying dunks, show-stopping blocks, and crowd-silencing threes at Delta Center this season. With an action-packed schedule, it's easy to get to a Jazz game, pick out an unmissable matchup,
or just a tip-off time that works for you. It's time to put on your Jazz gear and head to the game. Come with a friend, a loved one, or as a group. See all available tickets and options at UtahJazz.com or call or text 801-355-DUNK.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Break your routine and into adventure in Cedar City, Bryan Head. Connected to nature, Cedar City makes spring the best break ever. Shopping, dining, museums, and recreation galore. Learn more at visitcedarcity.com. Sponsored by the Utah Office of Tourism.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Edmonton Oilers Tuesday at 7 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber Internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's
right, yeah!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Fired up to chat with Ryan Odom. He'll join us coming up here in just a moment. The head coach of VCU as they get set for a showdown against BYU in the opening round of the NCAA tournament. Should be a fun one, too.
Well, I'm excited to talk to Ryan because, Ryan does have a tournament win.
Yeah.
And
a big one.
Yeah, a big one. It's really hard to get tournament wins. It's impossible to get 116 wins.
Yes.
And he's got one of those. And then, obviously, what he did with Utah State was nothing short of amazing.
It was really fun to watch, a really fun style of basketball, really kept the momentum of that program going, and he's kind enough to join us now. He is the head coach of VCU, Ryan Odom. Coach, it's good to hear from you again. How are you?
Scotty G, what's going on?
Not much.
How we been?
We've been good. It's funny. I know everybody wants to talk BYU and the matchup in the NCAA tournament. I'm more interested. Lucia, the boys, everybody doing all right?
Everybody's great. Yeah, they're doing really well, and we're always following the Aggies and pulling for the Aggies, and you just keep winning games out there, baby.
well, you know what's common in all of this. It's me, so I'm just gonna take credit for it.
That's right. You should. No, it's really cool to see.
It really is. Hey, first off, congratulations! A heck of a season. Talk about what it's been like at VCU and how special this season's been for you.
It's been a lot of fun. It really has. The second year here, we were able to keep a good amount of our guys from our first year. And I think, in college basketball right now, retention is so important. You retain the right players. You try to sign as many really quality high school guys as you can, and certainly go into the portal and figure out who fits with what you have returning. And if you're able to do that, you have a real chance. And, for us in year one, we had a lot of stuff going on that season with injuries and things and guys that were unavailable. And then we finally got healthy towards the end and had a pretty good team, down the stretch. And we made it all the way to the championship. And, didn't play particularly well in that championship game. And, we had the confetti dropped on us and we weren't the winner. And so we had to go back in that locker room and kind of, sit with that for a little bit. And, the guys that returned this year, were motivated by that moment. And, we're determined to be a really consistent team this year. First goal certainly was to win the regular season. We were able to do that. Second goal, happened this weekend. We wanted to win the conference tournament and secure the bid. And, for those guys to be able to experience that joy and work really hard for it, it certainly was really gratifying for our staff and just fun to be a part of it.
Well, Coach, let's talk about one of the guys that's really made this thing go, and a guy that we're familiar with here who was with you at Utah State, Max Shulga, who followed you to VCU. Talk about his performance over the last couple of years, but more specifically this year for you and what he's meant to the team.
Yeah, he's meant so much. We wouldn't be where we're at, if he wasn't still here and playing the way that he played, over the last 2 seasons. He was first team all-conference last year. He's player of the year this year. And, when you go into games and you have the best player on the court most nights, that's a real positive thing. And, I'm just so proud of Max, just in his overall development, from when we first got there at Utah State. He was a young kid and just gotten in the States and was a part of a winning program there with Coach Smith and that group. And I still remember the first conversation with him on the phone. He was like, "Hey, Coach, I'm going in the portal." And then a couple of days later, I convinced him to stay, and I'd actually talked to some of the guys on Craig Smith's staff, and they had told me there's something about this kid, and so long story short, just began to recruit him to come back, and he didn't play much his first year, and to watch how he handled that, and there were days where he didn't handle it great. And then there were days where it was like, okay, the light's starting to go on. And, we were injured that first year and end of the season. I think he had to start a game. Maybe it was against San Jose. I'm not sure who it was against, but he played really well. And then earned some more minutes, down the stretch of that season. And then it was clear, over the course of that summer that he was going to be the starter next year. And, then it's been on from there. And for him to be the best player on a college team now, a high-level college team, to graduate, to actually really focus, on the academics and to watch him mature. He's literally a part of our family. He's at our house all the time. He's close with my boys and my wife. And I'm just really, really proud of the man he's become. And excited to get to finish it out with him.
A lot of people that have lost track of you at VCU remember your last year at Utah State when you had Max and Taylor and Ashworth and that crew, and it was such an elite offense. I think you were 16th in the country offensively. And now, just looking at the stats, you guys are just tremendous. Still good offensively, but defensively, you have had a remarkable year this year. What, number 1 in the country in defensive effective field goal percentage? What is it about this crew defensively that really makes you go?
Yeah, it's just the sustained pressure. We try to disrupt with discipline, and some games we're better at it than others. We're not really trying to force turnovers. That's not necessarily the goal. It's just to disrupt. And try to do it in a way where we're not giving up easy baskets. We have rim protection. Luke Bemboye and Christian Furman both do a really good job of protecting the rim, and we do our best. We're not a tremendous defensive rebounding team. It's an area that wasn't great over the course of this past weekend, and we've got to get better at that. But guarding the 2 and guarding the 3 is certainly a strength of ours, and something that we're desperately going to need, in the tournament and against a real stellar BYU team.
Yeah, let's get into that a little bit. Some of your early looks at BYU, Coach. What are you expecting from them?
Yeah, they're a big-time team. They're really well coached. Obviously playing in that conference that they play in, we're not seeing that caliber every single night. And, that's not a knock on our conference. It just is what it is. The bodies, night in and night out are really tough to deal with in different styles. You're facing a ranked team most nights. And, they've performed at a really, really high level. Obviously their offense, is fun to watch. I'm sure it's fun to play in. They certainly pass the ball really well and look for one another. You can tell they're a true team. And then defensively, they're probably a little bit opposite of us, right? In that, when you first look at us, you look at the defensive numbers and you're like, wow, that's pretty impressive. But the offense is pretty good too. Like, we were first in offense in our conference as well. And so they're very similar, to that. Their defense is good. And that's why they've won so many games. When you have that, Scotty G, you can remember me talking about it a lot. You always want to be the most balanced team that you can possibly be. And, BYU has certainly proven to do that, this year.
Boy, you just you can't shake the state loose. You had Utah in the NIT last year. You got BYU in the NCAA this year. It's just the state's got a hold of you.
What about this committee? They keep doing this, huh?
Yeah. When you look at getting back into the NCAA tournament and what it means for you and this staff and these guys to be able to share that experience with not just your team but the community there at VCU, just how important are those moments in the building up? And it's not like VCU didn't have already an awesome culture. They've been to Final Fours and they've had a great culture there. But to be able to deliver a trip to the NCAA tournament, what does that mean to that school?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, it's expected, quite honestly, no different than at Utah State, and, when you take a job like this, you understand, what the expectations are. And, certainly as coaches, that's what you want. You want to be at a school where people care. And, going into this season, it hasn't happened, haven't been consecutive misses in the NCAA tournament since 2004. And so certainly this team did not want to be the team that was the first to do that. And we were motivated for a lot of different reasons. But this particular team was motivated to put its own stamp on the program. And, right now at 28 wins, the most ever is 29. And so we're really excited, about, the opportunity in front of us in the tournament. And we're very fortunate to be there and fortunate to be sharing the court with another great team. And I know both teams are going to prepare really, really well and be ready to go, on Thursday.
Coach, it's pretty incredible that you hold one of the most historic wins in NCAA tournament history. And I kind of want to revisit a little bit for our listeners. Going back to 2018, UMBC versus Virginia. It was a 1-16 matchup. Virginia was a 20.5-point favorite going into that game. You guys go into half, you're all squared up at 21, and I want you to take us through the second half. What happened for your team to come out and end up with a 20-point win in what would be one of only two, I believe, 1-16 victories in the history of the tournament?
Yeah, I think what's unique about that team, we were known for our offense, as well. But down the stretch of that season, the defense was really, really good. And, we pressured the basketball pretty much full court, not necessarily as much as we're doing it here at VCU, but it's probably the closest comp, in my different tenures at different places. And we were able to just put pressure on the basketball and not allow it to go into the paint. And offensively, we were able to get out and run. And, Virginia's obviously, very, very difficult to score on any time. But one of the best times to be able to have a chance to score on them is in transition. And our guys were feeling pretty good at 21-21 when I first walked in the locker room. They felt like they could play, with this team. And, that's half the battle, is just mentally, feeling like you can do it. And coming out of halftime, we were fortunate. We got a couple open looks and knocked them down. And then it kind of just went from there. And, you know how it is. It's the tournament, brings a lot of different things. They had just won, the ACC championship, and unfortunately for them, they were without, what was probably one of their most important players, if not their best player, in DeAndre Hunter. So that was a factor no doubt in the game. Not having him was a big deal. And so we were certainly fortunate in that regard as well. But obviously still really proud of that group and still connected with them and in a big way.
VCU travels well. You got a great fan base out there, but you are coming, west of the Mississippi. The game in Denver, so you have altitude. You'll have, I'm sure, a crazy amount of BYU fans. Do you treat this? Obviously, it's a business trip, and you want the families to enjoy it, the players to enjoy it, but also it's a business trip. And do you almost treat it like a little bit of a road game?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, maybe. I hadn't really thought about it from that perspective, but I think the biggest thing is, it's a mini tournament. That's the way we're going to approach it. You've got 4 teams in this little mini tournament, and you want to try to come out of it. No different than you do in your conference tournament. But those that have multiple rounds, and so we were able to do it this weekend in advance. And you're prepping for the next opponent. And, right now, for us, our primary focus is obviously BYU, and doing our best there. But you also have to be ready, for that next game. You've only got a 1-day prep, for that next opportunity. And so, it's going to be challenging. We know that, playing out west and the travel. We just finished yesterday, in a really physical and tight and stressful game. And so we've given our guys the day today, and, we've watched a little bit of film and stuff like that to be able to kind of, get it on their brains. But, we've got to make sure that their bodies are ready. And this is a veteran group. They're used to 1-day preps and things like that and our routines. But, I want our team to go in there, with a mindset of trying to win, in advance.
To Scotty's point, are there a lot of unique distractions that are attached to the NCAA tournament that you wouldn't typically meet in your experience in coaching in this tournament, Coach?
I mean, it's just different, it's definitely different, the media coverage and things like that. But when you play at the highest level, a lot of these, especially BYU and the conference that they're in, they're used to the pageantry. They're used to, playing these big games. And, at VCU, we're used to that. We're always going to get the other team's best shot in the packed house, and everyone wants to beat VCU. And, we make sure that our guys understand that every night. And so they're used to that pressure, night in and night out. Going into Dayton and playing there and in a tough game, in a packed arena, is not an easy proposition, and probably no different than going into BYU, and playing, or at Utah State. It's people care about it there, just like they do here at VCU. And so our guys have been tested, in a good way, but we understand, what we're up against here, with BYU.
Well, Coach, it's been a pleasure catching up with you again. This feels crazy chatting with you again. It's good to catch up. Tell Matt, Bryce, Kelsey, Billy, the whole crew, tell them hi for me, and good luck coming up on Thursday. It's going to be a lot of fun.
We will do it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for your time, Coach.
You got it. Ryan Odom, head coach at VCU. Always fun catching up. Good. Just a really good dude. He's a guy you want your kid playing for.
Well, good dude. And he's got some historic things that are attached to him.
Yeah.
That Virginia team was number 1 in the AP, number 1 in coaches. He did mention that they were dealing with a little bit of health issues.
Yeah.
But that 1-16 matchup had no business even being close. And then they went in at half, tied 21-21. The second half, UMBC scored 53, Virginia scored 33.
Yeah.
It was 53-33.
They were just bombing every
half.
three. I remember sitting on my couch because we had joked earlier in the day that there's going to be an upset. There's going to be a 116 upset in our lifetime. Sometime it's going to happen. We didn't know it was going to be later that day that it was going to happen.
And it did.
Yeah.
And it happened in front of 18,000 fans that were packed into that arena, and it happened in front of 3.6 million viewers.
Yeah.
3.6 million people were tuned into that 116 matchup. It probably started with 1.2, and then you get 21-21, and they're like, the number one overall team in the NCAA tournament is tied with a 16 seed UMBC, and we've got some real drama. And so people tuned in. 3.6 million people watch that game.
You ready for what's going to be the full circle and all of that? There's a strong chance, and this is me just speculating and reading the tea leaves and seeing what's out there on Twitter, that Ryan Odom's the head coach of Virginia next year.
Well, that wouldn't be a terrible hire. Everywhere he's gone, he wins.
Yeah.
And he does it in short order.
Yeah.
He talked about VCU not making the tournament last year, correct?
Correct.
But he said since 2004 they hadn't missed back-to-back.
Yeah.
And he's like, we weren't going to do that.
Nope.
So he figured out a way to do it. And he also took Max Shulgo with him from Logan, kid out of Ukraine that's a beautiful basketball player.
Oh, yeah. Great player.
And he's conference player of the year. He's his leader. He's averaging 17, 18, 19 points a game. And he's just destroying people. So what I would say to BYU fans in regards to Ryan Odom and VCU, based off of what he just talked about right there in that UMBC matchup against Virginia, be ready for the unpredictable.
Yep.
Just be ready, because I feel like he's just willing to roll the dice, risk everything, and say, all right, they haven't seen us press. They haven't seen us go full press, all man. They haven't seen us run a certain type of zone, and we're going to do it.
Yeah.
And we're going to do it better than anybody else, and we're going to catch them off guard, and we're going to get them with it. So Kevin Young needs to be on the ready.
Oh, yeah. No, and he plays a very pro-style, European-style offense. 5 out, a lot of passing, a lot of back cuts, and a lot of threes.
So everybody can hit.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
That's on the court.
Yep. All right. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Our buddies here from Colgan Water. Kent, let's start with you. There's so many opportunities for people to have this in their home, but also, we always talk about the water cooler at work. Hey, you guys are all about the commercial opportunities there too.
Yeah, absolutely. Now's a great time to try Colgan Water. We've got an incredible offer for your listeners, but you got to call before the end of the show today. If you give us a call, 801-509-9602, we'll let you try Colgan Water for free for 3 months. That means we'll come in, we'll set up a cooler in your place of business. We'll deliver the water on the regular schedule every 2 to 4 weeks so that you've got water in your office for free for 3 months. And we're convinced by the end of the 3 months, you're going to love us and you're going to be a part of the Colgan family.
Wow. And so that applies the 3 free months to commercial as well.
Yep. Place of business as well.
Who doesn't love that? And what a great thing for a business to offer their employees. I know a lot of people will be out there like, that's the least they could do. Wait a second. Good, cold, filtered, incredible water at the ready. And it's free for 3 months. So as a business owner, you can just try it. If your employees don't use it, if they don't like it, look, no skin off Colgan's back, no skin off your back. It's 3 free months. At the very least, you owe it to yourself and your business and your employees just to try it.
Try it. Yeah.
Just try it.
We're
it's
coming
free.
into the hotter months of the year, right? So we have great systems. They're certified to remove up to 90 contaminants, all viruses, bacteria. You get great quality premium drinking water for your family, for your employees, for everybody in your life.
And they keep that dispenser fresh, and they keep it clean, and they keep it refilled, and I love that. There's an offer that you guys have here in the notes that we haven't talked about. This offer, receive $500 off the high-efficiency water softener.
Yes.
Plus, this is the big one, get a year's free salt delivered direct.
Yeah.
You guys are offering this today too?
Yeah. If you give a call, Christina's on the other line taking your calls. Set up an appointment. We'll come to your house. We'll test your water. We'll go over the challenges that you might be facing. You can tell us some of the needs that you might have with your water, and we'll provide you with a system that will fix some of those problems for you. And if you make the decision to go ahead, we'll give you $500 off if a whole home system. Plus, you get the free salt delivery for a year.
Wow.
Free salt delivery for a year.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
I don't think people understand just how incredible that is. Not having to go and load up 25 bags of salt and carry it all over. Free for a year. And then what's going to happen is you're going to be hooked to the delivery.
Oh, yeah.
I promise you that, because getting salt for a softener is a pain. It's just a pain in the butt.
Yeah, we service customers all over the Wasatch Front with salt delivery. Very, very, very popular.
Well, and to just know that, all right, you know what? Because there's a lot of times where, you're like, oh, we need to get, what's our salt level? You go down and check, like, oh, I go grab 3 bags. And then it becomes a week, and then it becomes 2 weeks, and your wife's like, hey, did you ever get the salt? And you're like, yeah, it's on the trunk. I'll be right back in about an hour. And so, like, yeah, to just know that it's always going to show up. You know when it's going to show up. With that and your water and everything else, I mean, come on.
Yeah. So Culligan's been a trusted leader in water filtration since 1936. We've been around for a long time. But this isn't your grandfather's water treatment company. Culligan's been around since your grandfather's time, but we're factory-based warranties. We've had 85 years of innovation in our products and our services. To your point, if you don't know if your water softener has salt in it or not, our systems alert you of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So it will actually send you a push notification to your smartphone saying, hey, you're running low on salt. Would you like Culligan to deliver that? Or if you want to go out and buy it yourself, you can do that as well.
Is so cool.
Holy smokes.
But we're trying to change the game. Yeah, we're trying to change the game with water filtration, and it's because as technology changes, you want a company that changes along with it, right? The smart, connected home. You want smart, connected products that can support your lifestyle, and Culligan provides those.
So many great opportunities. The water softener, the salt for a year, the 3 months of bottled water for free. Call right now, 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. Make that phone call right now. So many great things that Culligan can do for you. 801-509-9602. Awesome.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... Let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
Well, Scotty, it's time for our Dyslexia Center of Utah golf tournament. And this is the tournament that we put together, and we have so much fun with our listeners, and we have an incredible time with the Dyslexia Center. Go to dyslexiacenterofutah.org. That's dyslexiacenterofutah.org. And you're going to see it right there on the front page, an opportunity to sign up. And you come out, play some golf with us, and you're going to be giving 100% of the costs of this tournament goes to supporting those that can't afford the Dyslexia Center of Utah. So 100% of the money that you pay into this tournament is going to go to these amazing opportunities for these kids. Basically, they give them scholarships, they award them scholarships, and they provide the money for them to attend Dyslexia Center of Utah and figure out their reading. If any of you out there struggle with dyslexia, you know how important this is. So Dyslexia Center of Utah Golf Tournament, it's May 15th, and you can find it and sign up at dyslexiacenterofutah.org. That's dyslexiacenterofutah.org. Come out and play with us.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
You're the gatekeeper of green, the master of mowing, the wizard of watering schedules. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you use IFA's 4+ Lawn Care program, with nutrients blended for greener, healthier turf in our local soil. IFA's 4+ Lawn Care program. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Ready to say goodbye to the daily dinner scramble and spend more time with your family? Say hello to Beehive Meals, your solution for delicious, stress-free dinners. Beehive Meals' award-winning service takes care of the prep work, simplifying your evening routine with pre-assembled meals delivered to your door. Easy to customize and cook. Just toss them in the slow cooker, and you're ready to enjoy delicious, healthy, and hassle-free meals. Visit beehivemeals.com today and take the busy work out of family dinner.
The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Edmonton Oilers Tuesday at 7 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
Don't let your customers march into your business with madness because your parking lot is a loser. Call GoPave Utah. They're a slam dunk for asphalt repairs and maintenance. Find them at GoPaveUtah.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The losing streak may continue for the Utah Jazz, but Bryce Sensabaugh continuing to get better defensively.
I think I'm for sure better than last year. You know, I'm making strides in the right direction. And for me, I think I have the brains to do it. I think I have the tools. Just getting as many reps as possible for me.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by U of U Health, the official health partner of the Utah Jazz.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly, but let's start with the good of all goods here, Hans. Big win against the Canucks. Yep. UHC, the Utah Hockey Club, making it happen.
Yeah, this is a big one, and it is very, very important because right now, 73 points get you the second wild card in the West. 73 points.
Yep.
Utah Hockey Club sits at 71 points. So they're in the race, very much in the race.
Yep.
And why was the Canucks win so big? Well, because the Canucks sit with 73 points. So that would have given them 75. They would have extended their lead, and it just would have made it more difficult to be able to catch them down the stretch. But right now, you're in the running with Bill Armstrong and his St. Louis Blues, his old St. Louis Blues. But Bill Armstrong, who's the current general manager of Utah Hockey Club, his old St. Louis Blues are currently in the running at 73 points, and then Vancouver at 73 points. Utah Hockey Club is tied with Calgary Flames at 71 points. So what I'm trying to tell people is the Western Conference running is shrinking down. It is tightening up, and every game has supreme importance. And I talked about how big this 3-game road trip was.
Yep.
You had to get 2-1. They go and lose to the Kraken, and you sit.
Yeah,
and you just sit there.
Add the lead.
You sit there and shake your head like that really happened. The Kraken aren't good.
No, nope.
But then you beat a very good Vancouver team, and now you got the mother of them all. You got the Oilers, which it's a really tough team, but you got to find a way to beat Edmonton coming up tomorrow.
And it's like that Blackhawks loss they had. That one, it just stings.
Yeah.
I know they got Bedard, who's money, but it's like, oh, come on, you need it.
Well, and this is going to be one that I actually think if they don't make the playoffs, we're going to look back at that Seattle game.
Yeah.
We're at that point of the season where you look at individual games and you're like, oh, that one we're going to be talking about in late April.
Yeah, it's those two. It's Seattle and Chicago. Because you'd beat Chicago all year. I think you'd had 2 wins against Chicago throughout the year getting to that point. At least I know one for sure. That was the opening the season. Didn't they beat Chicago one other time? Yeah, they beat Chicago twice. Yeah. Yep. And then you lose to Chicago when you know you can't lose that game. You lose an OT.
Yeah. There's a couple of those games. There's the other one of those types of games was that Anaheim game where they gave up 3 goals in a minute.
Yeah.
20 seconds. It was so that was just to tie it and take it to overtime.
Well, I was at that Toronto game, and they had that game.
Oh, yeah. It's in the bag.
And then it goes to overtime, and they were dominating in overtime. They should have had that game in overtime, but they should have had it when they had the 3-5 set on the ice, and they weren't able to find the net, but then they lose in the shootout. It's just the narrowest of margins, but they got to beat Edmonton coming up tomorrow, and then they get a 3-game homestand that they can go 3-0 in. If they do this, if they could win the next 4, which includes 3 at home, Buffalo, Tampa Bay, and Detroit, and if you just gut it out against Edmonton tomorrow, then you are absolutely in the fight, in the mix.
Yeah.
With just a slight advantage.
Even if they can come away with one of their patented 1-point games against Edmonton, that would be helpful if you can go on a run on the next stretch.
Yeah. Tampa Bay is going to be a tough one when they come into town.
Just a little bit. Yeah. All right. There's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Well, this is a bad deal. So the Dodgers are going to be kicking off the 2025 campaign, and they're going to be doing it without their shortstop, Mookie Betts. Speaking of being sick, Scotty.
Yeah.
They're headed out to Japan, and just before they start to head out to Japan, Mookie starts feeling sick. Well, it was just announced by Dave Roberts, the Dodgers manager, that Mookie has now lost 15 pounds with this sickness, and they're thinking about sending him back to L.A. So he's definitely not going to be in this opening run, and they're talking about sending him back. He's got flu-like symptoms and just sick as a dog. Something's been going around.
That sounds like somebody ate something he wasn't supposed to.
Might be.
Come on, Mookie.
Might be.
Lloyd.
What?
Did you Pizza Hut the Dodgers?
I'd do
somehow?
it. I didn't, but I would do it.
If you had the ability to do it,
If I had
you
the
would.
ability to do it, yes, I would do it.
Wouldn't even put it past you. Don't mess with my Dodgers.
Shohei had put 2-1 odds on you doing that.
Yeah, but he wouldn't.
Yeah.
No,
but
he
somebody
would.
Very
His
close,
assistant would. Yeah.
Somebody would use his money to do it.
Yeah.
And then he would be like, I don't know anything about it. I haven't even heard or seen anything.
No, he just used all my money. I didn't keep track of any of that.
That's weird. I don't even see receipts.
It's crazy how that works.
Show me where I bet that. It's like, man, there was millions of dollars of your money that was
a lot
bet.
of your money there, buddy.
Had no idea, huh?
Yeah, but you know what? I'm going to back Shohei just like Lloyd backs
right.
Mr. Roids. Shohei had no knowledge of such dealings. He was completely left in the dark. His translator is just a dirty dog.
You admit that Shohei did it, and I'll admit.
Nah.
You'll admit what?
No, because you know Shohei didn't.
Oh, I don't know that.
Lloyd, he was found not guilty in a court of his peers.
Well, that's because there's a lot of money running on Shohei with the Dodgers. Do you think they're going to let that guy? The MLB needs him. Are you kidding me? You think they're going to let that guy take it?
I like how
take the hit. No,
you guys will always stick up for your athletes who behave badly. Where I, on the other hand, am more than happy to throw my guys under the bus if they behave badly.
If they're not helping you, you are.
I'm just saying, like Aqib Talib done shot himself in the leg because he was a moron with a gun.
Well, that's a hard one to deny.
He didn't shoot himself.
He got the wounds to shoot.
Well, why is he not in camp? It's a lower body injury. That's all we know.
He didn't even get shot. What are we talking about?
All right, there's your bad. Let's get to the ugly.
And, of course, the ugly.
Hans, I've told you my story about when I asked a girl to prom, and she said yes. And I was making and investing a lot of money in this prom date. And then her friend comes up and says, she got a better offer, and she's not going to prom with you. My sophomore year of high school absolutely wrecked me. Well, guess what? South Alabama knows what that feels like.
That's a bum.
Oh, it was a bad deal. Still haven't gotten over that. Thanks a lot, Heidi Barker. Look
what you missed out on, Heidi.
Yeah, this guy right here.
I hope you and old Johnson find each other.
I don't even remember the guy. He was from Minico, too. That's the thing. It was like some dude from another school.
You do not date people from Minico.
No, absolutely. Burley, maybe, but never Minico.
Never Minico.
All right. South Alabama, their season's over. They were told yesterday, in fact, Richie Riley, the head coach, was informed by the NCAA that his team had been invited to the NIT. Said that UC Riverside was going to get invited to the NIT, but they had a previous commitment to the CBI, and so they would not be able to get out of that commitment. And so get your guys ready, South Alabama. You're coming to the NIT tournament. So he goes, he tells his kids, hey, get ready, guys. We're going to the NIT. We got more games to be played. Well, after he informed his team that they would be playing in the NIT, UC Riverside was able to get out of that commitment and accepted that NIT bid. And so all of a sudden, the NCAA calls up Richie Riley at South Alabama and says, sorry, your spot in the NIT, it's gone now. You don't have one.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah. Coach said, I told Sunbelt Commissioner, what was it? Wright Waters. Somebody get, no, it was actually Keith Gill.
Where's Wright Waters?
Where's Wright Waters? Keith Gill and NCAA Senior Vice President of Basketball, Dan Gavitt, I'm going to tell my guys. And they're like, okay, go ahead, tell the team. And then they call back and said at around 10:45, 11 o'clock, and said, sorry, UC Riverside's back in. I hate that we had to do this to you and your players. I told them this is unacceptable. You cannot do that. The NIT and the Sun Belt Conference both issued apologies to the program, but doesn't mean anything. They're still out. They don't have any more games to be played. CBI's all filled. Everything's done now.
So they missed their chance for
missed everything.
All postseason.
Yep.
Well, how good was South Alabama?
They won the regular season of the Sun Belt. They did not win the
They didn't win the tournament.
They didn't win the tournament, but they were regular season champs.
Oh, that's a miserable end.
So it's a good team.
You know there's seniors that'll never play the game again.
Nope.
Where's
White Waters? Where's White Waters?
Just banging on the glass.
Yeah. I will fight every last one of you who don't let me into this tournament.
We've got a lot of tournament snubs to talk about. There's a couple coming up in Sports Roulette, too.
Yeah. We'll get to whole world news coming up next. Hans and Scotty, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I don't really care if you people look at me in the press box. You know what? I don't care. That's a flag. And I'll fight any one of you if you want it.
This is DJ and PK.
Joined now by Trevin Nell, BYU basketball senior guard.
A lot of talk, obviously, on the pro model with Kevin Young, and the people that he brought in has some form of NBA experience one way or another. Since you've been there so long, what differences have you noticed that have been manifest by this new model that he's trying to do?
It's been awesome. Coach Young will run a play in practice, and it'll work every single time. And I'm like, oh, this is amazing. I get a three-point shot every time. Yeah, it's been awesome to be able to get coached by not only Coach Young and his amazing offensive mindset, but also all the other coaches that are just super dialed in. We have a ton of player development personnel. I really appreciate all the coaches and super excited for every different recruit that walks through here. Like, you're going to get the best of the best. If you want to go to the NBA, it's going to be the best place to go to be able to get your career and prolong your career in the NBA.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's windy, it's rainy, it's snowy, it's rainy, it's back to windy. Guess what? Your roof takes a lot of damage, so you need the best roof out there that can withstand that Utah climate. IWC Roofing. Josh and the crew ready to help you out.
They're so good, and they have been such great partners of the Hans and Scotty show. We're just so thankful for them and what they've done, and what they've done for our roofs.
Oh, yeah.
IWC came out to my house. They replaced some shingles. I got into a jam where we had a windstorm come through, and something was banging up on my roof. I texted Josh. I said, I think I got a real problem. Josh said, okay, go listen to the noise, find it. I showed him a picture, and one of the shingles on a different part of the roof was lifting. He texted me back. He said, do you have double-sided Gorilla Glue? I said, yes, or it's tape. And I said, yes. He says, all right, throw something on there, and we'll be out there in the morning. These are the kinds of things that IWC will do for you.
IWC Roofing is where you need to go right now. They'll save you a ton of money, taking $2,000 off the complete removal and installation of a new roof, and they'll have it done in a day. IWC Roofing, 801-232-5690. That's 801-232-5690.
Imagine waking up every morning with a smile you love. No more hiding, no more discomfort. Stubbs Dental Implant Center has helped thousands of people ditch the dentures and say goodbye to missing or failing teeth. With over 2,000 five-star Google reviews, their patients say it best.
Getting dental implants has been the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Let the expert team at Stubbs Dental help you take the first step to changing your life with dental implants. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. A $350 value. Visit StubbsDental.com.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
This is Rod with great news for Utah homebuyers. When you hire the Save Right team of realtors at Realty Path, you get a Bankbuster loan with a fixed interest rate in the 5s. What is a Bankbuster loan? A Bankbuster loan gives you a fixed interest rate in the 5s. Bankbuster loans give you maximum buying power. Monthly payments can be up to $800 lower. Bankbuster loans can save you hundreds of thousands in mortgage interest. Get your Bankbuster loan when you hire the Save Right team of realtors to help you buy a home. Start with a rate in the 2s. Ask us how. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Get way more home for a lot less money. Get a Bankbuster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design, but using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
The Salvation Army's Harbor Light program helps people battling addiction rebuild their lives with shelter, recovery, and hope. My name is Alex. I found healing, and now I get to help others through the Salvation Army. Your donation makes programs like Harbor Light possible. Search the Salvation Army Utah to learn more.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans and I were just mentioning tough loss for the Utah Hockey Club over the weekend. Now, they did rebound with a win, but can't overlook that Seattle team, which is what Andre Tierney is afraid his team did.
I think the problem is we didn't read the page of Seattle. We went right through. We landed in Seattle and we were ready to play in Vancouver. We knew that. That's just being human. We know how big was that game tonight and what it meant, and it is what it is.
That is your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update, brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, make sure to join the show coming up on Wednesday. We'll be live at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Tim and his crew ready to help you out with whatever you may need. Have you ever been to Lexington, Kentucky?
No, I have not.
I need any good restaurants or anything.
Rupp Arena is one of the more famous arenas in all of basketball.
To play a blue blood in UCLA in a blue blood building in Rupp Arena, I mean, that's about as good as it gets right there.
Yeah, and it's an incredible deal. You've called one tournament win?
Yes, last year.
I mean, I think this one's a toss-up. I really think this one's a toss-up. 7-10 matchups. I talked about the 7-10. It's
not as good as the 6-11.
Not as good as the 6-11, but a 7 seed wins about 60% of the time.
All right, whole world news. Hans, let's go to Peru. A Peruvian fisherman was found alive after spending 95 days adrift in the Pacific Ocean. 95 days. He was lost at sea in a boat that lost all power. He was just floating at sea. He left all alone. He had anticipated spending 2 weeks at sea. So he had 2 weeks worth of food on December 7th when he left on a fishing excursion, but ran into a massive storm, threw him off kilter, wrecked his boat to the point that it was uncontrollable. So he lost positioning on where he was at and lost all power, quickly ran through all of his food. And so he said that he got water because of rainstorms, and he created a little funnel in his boat to drink rainwater. So he lived off rainwater, and he was able to find apparently a decent amount of cockroaches in the actual boat.
To eat.
How about you just fish?
Powered through that's what I thought.
Well,
Maybe all of his gear.
If he has the gear, sure.
But apparently that didn't work.
You use cockroach as a bait.
Yeah, so
instead of as protein.
So he ate the cockroaches. He was able to snag a couple birds. So he ate birds, and then finally had a sea turtle that he was able to snag, and ate a sea turtle.
Oh, that's kind of a rough go.
Yeah.
I think you let the turtle just go.
Well, I don't know, man. We all get to a point, hunger-wise, where we're willing to do just about anything.
The first thing they do is slap cuffs on him when he gets off the boat. You want to explain this shell here on the boat?
I was hungry.
Yeah, but that's a protected sea turtle right there. That's the Melgopolis sea turtle. There's only 8 of those left in existence, and you just ate one.
Now 7.
We're gonna put you.
And by the way,
that's
it was
$150,000 fine.
And by the way, it was a female too. So yeah, that's even worse.
Okay, I want to know. 95 days at sea with only cockroaches and a little bit of rainwater. Or, so you're going to be saved in 95 days. Or you're just dead on day 1. And it's an automatic sharp death.
The lights go out.
Lives are just,
Yeah. But I will survive 95 days, but I have to live on rainwater and cockroaches.
And you'll be just emaciated and probably never truly physically recover, and you'll have PTSD. And
is there like
but you're going to put together one hell of a book deal.
Do I get a book deal and maybe a Disney movie with Kevin Costner playing me or something like that? Or no, Dennis Quaid's usually the guy that does all the Disney movies.
Call it Unbroken Part 2.
Yeah.
How long did he...
The Perfect Storm, featuring Scott Gerard.
Has a nice ring to it.
How long did Unbroken survive at sea?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. We always think about the prisoner camp, but he was at sea, too.
Louis Zamperini, 47 days. Jeez, this guy beat him by 50 days.
Yeah, homeboy doubled him up here. It completely ran out of food and was without food the last 15 days of this.
No, not even cockroaches. He ate all the cockroaches?
Ate all the cockroaches.
Couldn't snag another bird?
Couldn't find another sea turtle.
Jeez, I'm surprised he didn't find a spotted owl or a baldy.
Yeah, you know what?
The way he's eating those turtles.
Here's the problem I think we're running into is that he's just not a very good fisherman. He needs to find himself a new occupation, new hobby.
I can't believe it. That's a lot of days on a boat.
Yeah.
With just a little bit of rainwater. You know what? Give me the survival. I'm going to do it. I'm going to fight through it.
I don't know, man. Cockroaches?
It sounds horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, so,
they say lobsters, the cockroaches of the ocean. So maybe with a little butter sauce. And
they do say that.
Yeah. Isn't that true?
I don't know about that. I feel like you made that up.
I don't know. But the 97 days will save you on Ozempic.
Yeah, there you go. No need to refill that prescription.
That's crazy.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The guys from Colgan Water hanging out with us here in studio. Colson, let's start with you, man. There's so many great opportunities for people to save money, get great opportunities to try. We just want people to try it. 90 days for free with Colgan Bottled Water Service.
Yeah, absolutely. We provide a great quality service. We provide great water. We think it's the best, cleanest, safest water in Utah, and I think you and your family would as well. So we want to give everybody the opportunity. It's affordable. It's affordable after the trial period, but for the first 90 days, let us prove it to you. You don't pay a dime. Not a single dime. You'll get purified, great drinking water for you and your family.
And that includes the rental on the machine and all that stuff.
Absolutely. Everything included.
Scotty, I love when our sponsors come in and they're just ready to throw their product and say, give it a try.
Yep.
Because we promise you, once you try it, we know that you're going to be hooked and you're going to love it. Now, I know that they're going to love Colgan Water because Colgan Water's been around as long as I can remember. I talked about my experience with Colgan Water goes back to 1989 when the Colgan man came in, and he put in, they used to call it something osmosis.
Reverse osmosis?
He put in a reverse osmosis system back in 1989 that had this little faucet that attached to our sink, and then it sent out the drinking water. I drank that water until I left in 1996.
And look at you now.
And look at me now.
Yeah.
I've only got 2 teeth, and I'm doing good. Like, I'm actually doing pretty darn good, man. Considering coming out of Weiser, I'm doing pretty good. But I loved our Colgan water. And my mom and dad loved the relationship with Colgan because they were so responsive. If there was anything wrong with that reverse osmosis, they were out there to take care of it instant. And it was once every other month, we met with the Colgan man.
Yeah, and that's our MO, right? We want you to feel that you are part of the Colgan family. We've built out an incredible network of products and services to support the equipment, right? But more than that, to support the ongoing service needs of any of your water filtration products. So we have not only the best products in the industry, but we have the best technicians, we have the best customer service team, and we're willing to prove it to you for free.
A lot of people can't remember those old 5-gallon machines where you had to take the top off and then very quickly put it on, or else it was going to spill over the top of it. Are those?
No.
It's a little easy. It's a little easier than that now.
The caps have a plug-and-play system where there's
spill-free.
Yeah, there's no water being spilled at all.
You know, the other element to this too is I've got a bottled water service, and I had it with another company, and we would go through those machines like crazy. And we would have one breakdown at least once every 2 months.
Oh, geez.
And you'd call up and be like, and they're like, okay, yeah, we'll run another one out to you. Your next delivery isn't for another 10 days. And so we'd be like 10 days without this machine. And I'm like, I'm paying for this. And it would take forever to get these things replaced. They broke all the time.
Yeah, we pride ourselves. If you need service, we'll get out to you that day if we need to. Absolutely.
Oh. We have a hot shot route. Literally, we call it a hot shot route just for those specifics, right? So you call, you say, hey, something's wrong. I don't have water. I don't have this. I don't have that. Okay, we'll be out within 24 to 48 hours.
If somebody in your home has water sensitivity, I call it water sensitivity, otherwise known as a wife's just typical palate.
Yeah.
For some reason, man, they taste any water that has anything in it. They're like, no. My wife, actually all of my daughters and my wife, they just are very particular with the type of water that they'll drink. If you have that in your home, you've got an opportunity for 3 months for free to have the best water in your home. And all you got to do is call 801-509-9602. Put it in your phone. You got your phone anywhere available, or write this down, and let's get this thing called. 3 months for free, 801-509-9602. Just see why Scotty and I love Colgan. See why, the relationship that I go back years and years with Colgan, why this thing has lasted, as you guys say, all the way back to your grandpa's time, 50 years ago.
Yeah, Colgan's been around for 85 years. We're a trusted service provider, and all of our products have factory-based warranties. So we're cutting-edge technology. Like I said, this isn't your grandpa's water filtration company. We are making the investments to improve our technologies, to provide the best products, the best services, and we want to prove it to you.
801-509-9602. They also, if you need salt for your water softener, they've got delivery service for salt that just shows right up at your door. You need a new water softener, they've got those available for you as well. Some incredible savings on that. $500 off a high-efficiency water softener. Plus, you'll get free salt delivery for a year to your home. A full year of free salt delivery. Come on, folks. Call right now. 801-509-9602. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
You're the yard work hero. Aligner of edges, trimmer of hedges, and slayer of weeds. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Crabgrass Preventer plus Lawn Food for quick green up and long-lasting weed prevention. IFA's Crabgrass Preventer plus Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Bar W Beef, the new state-of-the-art retail butcher shop in Nephi, is now open. They offer locally born, ethically and humanely raised beef with options for both larger and smaller everyday quantities of grain and grass-finished cuts, all at prices that rival your local grocer. Bar W Beef is setting a new standard in the beef industry with their unwavering commitment to quality, cleanliness, and attention to detail. Use promo code FIRSTORDER10 for 10% off your first order. Visit Bar W Beef in Nephi or online at barwbeef.com. barwbeef.com.
What's better than a credit card with a low interest rate? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa, you'll enjoy 0% APR purchases for the first 6 months. Yep, all that buying power and not a single cent of interest for 6 months. That means no interest on summer fun, no interest on back-to-school gear, and no interest on holiday shopping. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply for yours today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate. Membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, and conditions apply. See AmericaFirst.com/Visa for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Bombas makes the most comfortable socks, underwear, and T-shirts.
Warning, Bombas are so absurdly comfortable you may throw out all your other clothes.
Sorry, do we legally have to say that?
No, this is just how I talk, and I really love my Bombas.
They do feel that good. And they do good, too. One item purchased equals one item donated.
To feel good and do good, go to bombas.com/radio and use code radio for 20% off your first purchase. That's BOMBAS.com/radio and use code radio at checkout.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It's not too late to drop a lot of weight before summer. Alex Curie here. I'm down 60 pounds on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. You can have that safe success, and you can save $200 in the meantime. slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for disaster cleanup, handling water damage, mold, asbestos, and full restoration services, contributing to our community with unbeatable integrity. Find them at allproutah.com. That's allproutah.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Have you gotten it filled out yet? Go to KSLSports.com. March is here, and we're looking to hook you up. Go to KSLSports.com and go to the KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem brackets. Make your picks for a chance to win $1 million for a perfect bracket. All right? Likelihood of that, pretty slim. But we are giving away $1,000. I guarantee you somebody's getting $1,000. For the best bracket, we'll give you $1,000. And if you beat Jeremiah Jensen, if your bracket finishes ahead of him, you and everybody else who does the same will go into a drawing for $500. It's all brought to you by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada Real Estate app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team. So there you go. And by the way, if you need a little help with your bracket, make sure to listen on Wednesday because we'll go with one-on-one with Ken Pomeroy for 2 hours.
Step by step.
Yep. Ooh, baby.
We're going to go through it.
Gonna get to you, girl.
Oh, I was thinking great TV show.
Step by Step. I don't remember that one.
Was Suzanne Summers?
Step by Step. I thought that was Three's Company.
Well, she was in Three's Company, but she was in Step by Step.
Oh, okay. I don't remember Step by Step.
Are you
not ringing a bell? Step by Step.
Scotty?
I like how I brought up Home Improvement to you, and you didn't remember Home Improvement.
Oh no, I do. I totally
you do.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. I just didn't remember the exact premise.
Oh, gotcha.
But I absolutely remembered the show.
Brody and I have been watching those on Netflix.
Step by Step was a big one, guys.
Is that the guy that was on Dallas?
Yes.
Why do I not remember this show? This looks like a show I would have watched.
I don't know because I was crushed out on major crush.
Oh, that was the girl that was in My Two Dads.
That's right.
I remember that show.
Major crush.
All right.
As you're seeing it, are you now remembering?
I don't remember the show. No, I don't think I ever watched the show.
That dopey little toe-headed kid was
with the glasses.
Yeah, it was so obnoxious.
Yeah, he looks like a dork. Suzanne Summers, man, people forget.
Oh, she was everything, all things, and let me just tell you that the Thigh Master did not sell itself. I'm just telling you, it's not exactly the workout device that you need in your home. Suzanne sold the hell out of that thing.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm telling you, she was incredible.
Best commercial ever.
Yeah, dude, I'm not going to lie, dude. Being a child of the 80s and 90s, guys, I'm telling you, we had the best childhood.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, by far. Now I'm watching these old Home Improvement shows with Brody, and Brody's laughing his rear end off. And he's like, there's no sitcoms like this anymore.
No. Lloyd just brought up Little House. Little House was, back in the 70s, but went into the 80s, into the 80s with 9 seasons.
It was a part of my childhood.
And you weren't, and you weren't necessarily watching them live.
No.
But, after school, they'd rerun them. You'd come home, have your PB&J.
Yep.
Watch that or the Brady Bunch or something like that.
It's funny. Lloyd started watching Little House this weekend. Rock and I started back up after a 2-year hiatus, but I actually went and Googled something to try to figure out how much money these people made doing Little House. And I should know because Merlin was on it. My uncle was a part of Little House on the Prairie, and I should know, but he obviously never talked dollars and cents at things. I do know he did extremely well with it. But I read a thing that said that Carolyn Ingalls, which I think her real name was Karen something, Grassel or something, she made almost $4 every time it played.
Whoa!
Which, would have been thousands and thousands of times. Oh,
yeah, absolutely.
But my guess is that Merlin's family, my Aunt Susan, who's still alive and doing well, she's out in California, and my 3 cousins, his 3 kids, Nate and the 2 girls, probably making some money on that thing.
Still.
I'll bet they're still making some money on that thing.
I'm just going to say, Pa is such an amazing human being.
Charles Ingalls may be the greatest TV character in the history of TV characters.
Unbelievable human being.
Yeah.
Nobody worked harder than that man.
Incredible grit.
Yes.
Great honesty. And the frontier that he raised his kids on. Now, remember, this whole thing is, Laura Ingalls, this whole thing is off her journal.
Yes.
The entire set of Little House on the Prairie is an actual journaled event of a young woman and her exploits across the American West.
I'm just going to let you two
I'm sorry. It was just, watching it was so good.
Can somebody wake me up when this is
Stop, Scotty.
You're a sad, sad person. If you can't enjoy Little House, I think your heart is more black than you lead on. I think you're a dark human being.
A man offered to give Pa, here, just take it and you can get me. And Pa's like, nope, if I don't have the money, I'm not going to do it.
That's right.
I will not do it.
Wouldn't do it on credit.
I need to make sure I have the money and I will pay you. I will do the work.
Wouldn't do it on credit.
Sleazy O'Brien.
Anyways, we do have a tournament coming up.
We do have this thing called an NCAA tournament.
Oh, and it's a big one.
Yeah.
It's a big one. Oh, and guess what? A couple local teams involved.
Yep.
Hey, when you were talking with the people.
What is it? Let's see. Utah State's a 10 seed, which is about the age of Half Pint when she got married to Almanzo, who was 42.
Almanzo's her brother.
Or no, who was the husband?
Almanzo Manley. Almanzo married Half Pint.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You're thinking of Willie.
Oh, no. Not Willie. Somebody was living with them.
Oh, Albert.
Albert. Okay. I was like, wait a sec.
I don't, Lloyd, how do you keep dragging us back to Little House?
Scotty did this.
I'm
Scotty
so impressed
did this.
with you.
No, I don't even want any part of this. In fact, I am failing as a
Scotty,
producer.
Scotty,
this is my
you are
fault.
the one that drug us back.
Yeah, we tried to get out. My bad.
She was 12 when she was married, not 10. She was 12.
Oh, well, that makes it all better.
And Almanzo was just in his mid-20s.
Oh, that's creepy.
Oh, the America West was crazy. But anyways, you're right. Utah State. Hey, when you were talking to people around, and I know I saw you playing a video for me before the show started.
Yeah.
Talking to people around, were they happy with the 10 seed? Are they happy with the selection?
Like, you wanted to be better, but when New Mexico came in as a 10, now New Mexico is a regular season champ, and they were announced before Utah State. So when New Mexico pops up at a 10, you're thinking, uh-oh, that could be a problem because that's your regular season champion. So if they're a 10, where's Utah State at? And so I think at that point, people were thinking, okay, 11 or maybe an 11 starting in Dayton. But no, Utah State pulls the 10 seed, and so they are in a good situation. It's, Coach Calhoun mentioned this when we talked to him, and if you missed it, Jared Calhoun started the show with us at the noon hour, and he said that, you're seeing these, for lack of a better term, these G5 schools kind of get pushed down a little bit because you've got this huge inequity of NIL money, and the SEC gets, 14 teams in? Just a crazy amount because they're spending tons of money, they're getting all the best athletes, and they're seeing that separation. So in a year where you may have seen New Mexico and Utah State be a 7 and an 8 seed, now they're both coming in at 10 seeds. And San Diego State just limping in by the narrowest of margins as an at-large team or as a play-in team.
Yeah. And I actually like that play-in. I do think that UNC probably gets the win. I know people are really bent.
Oh, man, everybody's upset about North Carolina right now.
Yeah, they're really bent.
And how would North Carolina best respond to that? Go on a run.
And
you think it's going to happen?
Yes. I've got UNC beating San Diego State on the play-in and then beating Ole Miss and then losing to Iowa State.
Tell you what, if San Diego State beats North Carolina, and let's say they beat them soundly, that is going to be a bad day for the committee and a bad day for the NCAA.
If what?
If San Diego State beats North Carolina badly.
Oh, yeah. If they embarrass them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's so many questions. I know that's in Sports Roulette, too. Some of the details on that. It does not look good.
No, it doesn't.
It's an ugly look. But if they got whooped, it'd look really bad.
Yeah. And by the way, well, I don't know, I'll save it for roulette if it pops up. But there's a lot more storylines popping out that are coming out of this thing.
Yeah, it does make you wonder if it'll ever lead to an investigation. I don't think it will, but sometimes you wonder who's picking and how they're picking and what their process is. But I do have UNC beating San Diego State, and I've got them beating Ole Miss in their opening matchup. I do have Utah State advancing over UCLA. I just have them facing up against number 2 Tennessee.
That'll be a tough one.
I do think that the bracket, the lower portion of the bracket that they drew was decent. Like if they could, maybe they can get past Tennessee. There's a lot of people that feel like Tennessee is a highly overrated school.
Yeah.
That the conference is a little overprojected and that Tennessee was overrated.
For a 10 seed where Utah State is, I don't hate their draw at all.
No, because let's just say by some crazy circumstance they did beat Tennessee. Then they end up against Coach Pope's
Kentucky,
yeah, right?
I believe so.
I think Kentucky would come out of as the 3 seed through the top part of that division. So if they did by chance beat Tennessee, they'd see Coach Pope.
Let's go.
And then again, Coach Pope's had a lot of letdown moments through the season. So there's just a lot of possibilities there. And then I feel like BYU got the best draw possible. Ball Arena, Denver, Colorado. It's a 2:00 tip, middle of the day, prime time. They're a 2.5-point favorite over number 11 seed VCU. But there are some concerns with VCU.
Yeah.
And Coach Odom, who joined us at 1:00 today.
By the way, if you missed any of these conversations, they'll be up on our podcast feed at KSL and also at KSLSports.com. But just search Hans and Scotty on your podcasting platform of choice, and you can listen to it there. But I like BYU's draw. I think it's favorable. But I do think VCU is going to give them all kinds of fits because what VCU does well plays into what BYU struggles with. VCU's really good defensively. VCU's going to try to force a lot of turnovers. BYU's been bit with the turnover bug throughout parts of the season.
I think when we were talking to Ryan, he said that one of their best attributes is they guard the backcourt well.
Yes. Yep.
That's what you got to do against BYU. You've got to be able to get out and really press on the 3. And press hard on the 3. And not lose your rotation. Not lose the man that rotates out and gets that open look. And if VCU can do that, they could probably make it pretty tough for BYU. But it's not a give-me win, and it's not an easy matchup, but nothing really is in the NCAA tournament.
No.
You can always find a way to be concerned or worried about an opponent, but I still have BYU beating VCU and covering the 2.5.
Do you look at if by chance BYU were to lose this game, back-to-back losses as a 6 seed in the NCAA tournament, how cranky?
Both against A10 tournament champs.
A10, Duquesne last year, VCU this year. If that were to happen, how cranky are BYU fans? Now, that's a new coaching staff. If Mark Pope did it in back-to-back years, see, I just think that everybody, for the most part, everybody's been looking ahead to next season so much that everybody's like, oh, when the team started out 1-3 in the Big 12, they're like, it's fine. Next year. It's all about next year. And then all of a sudden this team got hot. And now is one of the hottest teams coming into the NCAA tournament outside of that loss to Houston. And so I think that shifted expectations to a little bit in terms of, wow, if you lose to an A10 team after what you did in the Big 12 this year, it's a bit of a disappointment, even though I do think the cavalry's on its way and next year's team is going to be even better.
I think that the BYU fans would be pretty restless.
Pretty grumpy?
Yeah. BYU has not had a tournament win since the 2011 season.
Since Jimmer was playing.
2012 tournament, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think that they would be pretty restless. A couple of reasons. And maybe not your general fan, but I do think your NIL supporting fan.
Ooh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Because as Coach Odom very astutely mentioned, what was it Coach Odom that said BYU's putting more into NIL?
Oh, it was Jared Calhoun.
Okay, that was Coach Calhoun.
Yeah.
Coach Calhoun mentioned BYU is putting more into NIL than anybody, and he went as far as to say in the world.
Yeah.
So something has gotten back to Coach Calhoun with the amount of money that's been put into the BYU NIL hoppers. And, yeah, I know, because I've been talking about it for how long?
Yeah.
That there's a lot of money in there.
Yeah.
And I think that the people putting the money in, if it was just another first-round exit to an A10 tournament champ, which VCU is good, and they do a lot of good things.
Oh, yeah.
But BYU's got no rights as a top 4 team in the Big 12 losing to even A10 tournament champ. They got to get that win. So your everyday average BYU fan probably doesn't come unglued, and it probably doesn't get overly negative because it is Coach Young's first go. I do think the NIL supporters are going to be like,
hey,
okay, what's the payoff here?
Yeah. I see.
Igor Damon he's a big dollar kid. You know, and we want momentum and excitement for AJ DeMonsa. We want this energy to continue for BYU. It would be nice to have at least one tournament win to build off for the 2025-26 season. Don't you think? You know, I think that would be the conversation amongst the people that are writing checks.
Yeah. And you don't want to tick those guys off.
Because what are you writing checks for?
Wins.
And more specifically, tournament wins? Maybe?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
More specifically, it'd be tournament wins.
Yeah, you want to be there sitting courtside and watching your team make a run towards San Antonio.
Yeah, so you want to be able to go to Denver, pay for a ticket, sit down, watch them beat VCU, and know that you're going to get to see Wisconsin.
Yeah.
In what, 2 nights?
Yep. On Saturday night.
On Saturday night. That's what your thought and hope is. The very minimum is round of 32. But then there's also a confidence there that it's like, geez, you know, if we butt up against Wisconsin, we feel like we got the matchup against Wisconsin. You know, you're thinking about that if you're a BYU money man right now.
Yeah.
Like, I think we got the edge on Wisconsin. We might be sitting in this seat watching them take on number 2 Alabama with a chance to win this lower portion of the Eastern bracket and an opportunity to present against number 1 Duke.
Yeah. I just want to see that BYU Alabama game because that thing would be high-level entertainment right there.
BYU Alabama would be incredible. But to your question, I think that there would be people that are very close to the program that would lose their minds on a first-round exit.
Yeah. Yep. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You better not be losing your mind over your water because Culligan Water can take care of all of it for you. Kent, you know, when you go into people's homes, you understand that's a sacred place for a lot of people. So you want to treat it right. You want to make sure that people are treated fairly, and that's what you do at Culligan Water.
Yeah, absolutely. If you call us today, we can set up an appointment so we can come test your water for free. If you give us a call at 801-509-9602, but you got to call before the end of the show to take advantage of the great deal that we've got for you. We've got $500 off a whole home water system. If you call and book an appointment today, plus you get free salt delivery for a year. So if you give us a call, Christina's on the other line. She's been taking all your calls. She'll set up an appointment for us to come to your home, test your water, see your plumbing, see what you've got going on. We'll give you the results of what's in your water and provide you with some solutions to some of the problems that you're facing.
If somebody's interested in this, receiving the $500 off the high-efficiency water softener and getting the free year salt delivery, and they call, it's not that you have to buy it if you call. You're not calling and saying, hey,
just book the appointment.
Just book the appointment.
Get the appointment, and we'll get you on the schedule, and we'll get you taken care of.
If you're in any one of these houses really anywhere around the state of Utah and you've got that weird smell in your water or the weird taste, you can taste the chlorine, you can taste the minerals, you can taste the hard water, and you're sick of it, you don't want to drink out of the tap, how about this? 3 months free Culligan water. 3 months.
Yeah.
Just see what it's like. See how much more water you drink if you got the right water. Our body is 70% water. We got to have water in our body, and you might as well have the best water you can get in the state of Utah. And all you got to do is call. 3 months, you're giving them for free.
Yeah, absolutely. And to your point, water problems aren't tomorrow's issue. They're today's problems, right? So we have solutions, and each home is different. Each water source is different. You have different minerals. You have different chemicals that are able to enter into that water supply through a multitude of different ways. And so we want to make sure that we're providing you the right solution, not just a one-size-fits-all solution, because that's not right. And people have different tastes. Some people like purified water. Other people say, God, I really like my fridge water. Okay, well, we have better filtration that can provide you the same quality of water as your fridge, just, it removes a little bit more, but you don't get the purified taste. You can get alkaline, or you can get remineralized water. So we have a customized water solution for every one of your problems.
You know what I really like too? Well, I will say I've got a 13-year-old who really likes this. You got the hot water function on these machines. So you can go over there and you're thinking it's just going to be cold water. Well, you have hot water. So if you're making hot chocolate, or in my case, my kid's making his cup of noodles, you don't have to go over there and boil water. You just pour it in there into your cup of noodles, stir it up a little bit, and boom. You don't have to miss 2 segments of your show.
Brody likes his cup of... Hey, can we get the hot water feature in our... Brody likes his cup of noodles.
Oh, he powers through a lot of cup of noodles.
Man, those are good, though.
You know, the one thing you notice when you go to Costco, you buy in bulk, but then your kids actually end up eating in bulk. And so...
Yeah. Oh, I do notice that.
Yeah. So, we get a lot of cup of noodles there.
Yeah. But that hot water feature is hot enough for the cup of noodles?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. You just let it sit for a few minutes and boom, you're off and running.
Yeah. Teas, that type of thing as well. So you want, and the thing about Culligan is we specialize in water treatment. You want to trust the water experts. We are the water experts in this community. We haven't seen, there's a reason that we've been around for 85 years.
Yep.
Like I said, this is my grandfather's company, but it's not your grandfather's water treatment technology. We've invested in top-of-the-line equipment. We have the best water softeners. We've got the best drinking water systems. And it's all backed by manufacturer warranties.
And you've been doing this, you're 3rd generation in this.
I'm the water boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's be honest. The water's great, but you don't make it just on water alone. You make it on customer service.
Absolutely.
That's it, man. And that's the Culligan man.
It's the Culligan different. Let us prove it to you. For 3 months, let us prove to you that we can be the quality service that you and your family deserve for all of your water filtration needs. You can try it for free for 3 months. Just give that number a call. What's the number again?
801-509-9602.
801-509-9602. I want you to take Culligan Water for a test drive. 3 months on their dime. And you can figure out if you want to go forward. If not, that's cool. But I'm pretty sure once you get a taste of it, you're going to be hooked. 801-509-9602. Culligan Water right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Hey, this is Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. Imagine struggling with a slow, outdated computer that takes forever to load anything, that randomly freezes up and is filled with viruses and malware.
Now picture yourself with a powerful desktop or laptop that runs smoothly and efficiently, making your work and entertainment seamless. Take one home today. The new 2025 S1 desktop or SM3 laptop for only $999. You heard that right, $999. You get a blazing fast processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing storage for $999. What else do you get? Lifetime service warranty, and we have 12 months special financing on approved credit. Hurry in right now because supplies are limited because at PC Laptops, we love you. Just check us out at PCLaptops.com. $9.99, PCLaptops.com.
I'm Rod with the Save Right team at Realty Path. I also own Save Right Mortgage. When building this new and disruptive business model, my attorney said, quote, "You'll rock the boat and make your competitors mad. There's no way they can compete with the value Save Right offers home buyers." She's right. Other real estate agents and mortgage lenders can't compete with Save Right. However, Utah home buyers love Save Right. Save Right home buyers get bankbuster loans with below market interest rates. Save Right clients buy bigger, nicer homes. Their monthly payments are hundreds less. Bankbuster loans save home buyers hundreds of thousands in interest. Start with a rate in the twos. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Start with a rate in the twos. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Is your mom or dad struggling to get in and out of their chair? Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent with Alpine Home Medical. We've seen it happen for years. As customers come into our store and they've had a recent fall, they're finally ready to ask for some help. Don't wait until you're injured. We have everything you need to avoid the fall before it happens. Now until the end of February, we're running a deal that we think you're going to love. When you purchase a lift chair, you can unlock 10% off your entire purchase. Get side tables, canes, shower chairs, walkers, and even ramps. We're open Monday through Friday. We've got stores from Idaho Falls to St. George and now in Tooele. Come into any one of our 11 locations and let us help you. Find us online at alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
At Larry H. Miller Toyota Murray, you're not just a guest, you're part of the family. When you're part of the family, buying or servicing your vehicle is easy. Visit LarryHMillerToyota.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And while the Jazz may not be ratcheting up a lot of wins, they are seeing a lot of growth and development on the team, something Jordan Clarkson's fired up about.
I'm just watching the growth of everybody. Isaiah, Cody's looking really comfortable out there now. We're stepping in the shots with some rhythm, and other guys around just stepping up and keep coming out here and competing.
That is your Jazz at 30 update, all brought to you by U of U Health, the official health partner of the Utah Jazz.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for another edition of Sports Roulette. We take some of the big storylines we've not had a chance to get to. We put on a roulette wheel. We spin it. Wherever that little ball lands, it's what we end up talking about. So with that, Lloyd, let's get it.
Not sure I like this pro day format.
I don't like it, Scotty. I officially don't like this Big 12 format.
Oh, really?
No, I don't like it. I think it's stupid. And I think guys get overlooked, and I think numbers get bunched up and probably wadded up and thrown out and not cared about. So I was down at practice the other day, down at BYU practice the other day, and kind of got into not an argument, but, a bit of a back and forth of, no, this is for the betterment of the team and the betterment of the players. I'm like, this is bullcrap, and it's bullcrap. Well, yeah, but this puts all the eyeballs on everybody. No, it doesn't. It does not put all the eyeballs on everybody. when I would have an NFL Pro Day at BYU and we'd get 24 of the 32 NFL teams that would come through with 1 or 2 scouts per team, the 12 of us that were participating, we got those eyeballs of those scouts. Okay, well, let's say you now have 120, or let's just say 64. No, let's go a little bit higher. 85 scouts, NFL scouts, that come out to the Big 12 Pro Day in Dallas. They don't care about you. They're still there to see Travis Hunter or McMillan. They're still there to see Shedeur Sanders or Darian Porter, or they're there to see. You don't even have a top 15 prospect here in the state out of the Big 12. The top prospect out of this state in the Big 12 comes in at number 16. And that's defensive end for BYU.
Batty.
Tyler Batty.
Yeah.
You've got a top 50. I think the first Ute that checks in is like number 50. It's Junior Tafuna. And then Crinny Reed's down to like 54. These scouts aren't there to see them. Well, yeah, they'll take in a number or two, and yeah, they'll compare it to maybe what they saw at the NFL Combine, and maybe something increased a little bit. But number one, you don't get your home field advantage.
Nope. You don't get that track up at the University of Utah where everybody's running a 3.940.
Exactly. And there's something to that.
Oh, yeah.
There were a couple guys that got drafted off of that.
Yep.
So you don't get your home field, your home bench, your home throws. Let's say you're asking me to go run routes. Or, I'm Jacob Robinson. You're asking me to defend against routes. I know the receiver that I'm looking at. I know the throws that I've prepared against. I know the feel and shape of the field. I'm in front of my people, so I feel comfortable in my drop steps and my back pedal and my hands and my contact. I feel better because it's mine. This is my area. But now you're taking me out of that. You're putting me in a place where I'm with, there's 14 BYU players and there's 15 Utah players that are going to be at this thing. I mean, just those two teams. That's 29 players. When I could have the right eyeballs, let's just say it's 28 eyeballs. And by the way, if I've got a top prospect, if I've got Tyler Batty, I'm going to get all 32 there.
Yep.
So I hate it. I am directly in opposition of it. This sucks. You had higher-ups that wanted to make money. They wanted to make it easier for the NFL, and the way they painted it was it's better for you and your players.
Yes.
Because you're going to have more eyes.
Yep.
I don't agree. I think your performances will be less. So, whether it's your bench or your 40 or your routes or your personal workouts, it's not your home. And I actually was really ticked off that I had to get in an argument on a practice field with an idiot that's bought into the product.
Oh, now I want to know who it was. Tell me during the break.
It's just...
Will I be surprised?
No. No. Because it's just somebody that's bought into the product. They think that the Big 12 has all these great ideas. And sometimes you kind of got to go against it and say, I see what you want to do, and it's all about money. But no, but that's close.
Okay.
That's really close. But
truth is, there's a reason teams perform better at home when they're playing at home against, whatever, whether it's the Jazz or whatever.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Makes sense.
And it's like, don't sell me the Big 12 bottom line, bud.
Yeah.
Like the Big 12's done a lot of good things. This is a dumb thing. If I'm a senior at Utah right now, this you're right, Lloyd, this takes away from me. Well, you got more eyes on you. Bull crap, man. I'm the 68th projected prospect out of the Big 12. Nobody's going to pay two craps to anything I do at the Big Star.
Yeah.
Nobody. Well, but there's more eyeballs. They don't care about me.
No.
They're too busy with Cam Scatterbo.
Yeah.
And believe me, when you look at the throngs, it's going to be around Shedeur Sanders and Cam Scatterbo. There'll be some around McMillan, and there'll be about 1,000 around Travis Hunter. And then there will be 2 individuals walking around taking a couple of stupid little notes on, Hans Olsen with his 4.5-inch vertical.
Say you make a mistake right out of the gates, and they're just like, oh, okay. And then they just move on to
Yes.
watch
Yeah,
something else.
we're
They're
done.
like, okay, I've seen enough.
You got one little crack, and then
I've seen enough.
We're done with you.
I hate it. And, BYU and Utah did such an amazing job of catering to the NFL scouts. When they showed up, they were in a good mood.
Oh, yeah.
They were full of good food, and they had front row parking. Every one of their parking spots was labeled. That's what the Utah and BYU do. They label the coaches, the scouts' parking spots, and then they would usher them in and have their whole area corridored off so no media, no fans, no friends, no family could get in their way. And they usher them around and, look at our products.
Yeah.
And by the time these scouts leave, they're like, man, I'm kind of feeling these BYU products. I'm feeling these Utah guys. Yeah. Instead, throw them all in the Death Star.
Yep. Oh, it's Jerry's World. It's big time now. Yeah, shut up.
It's a bunch of crap.
All right, 2:48. Wrap this bad boy up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The NCAA tournament is here, and the Cougars and Aggies are going dancing.
Fire!
The KSL Sports Zone will be with BYU and Utah State every step of the way in Denver and Lexington as they look to make a run in March. Hear all the play-by-play action as the Zone will be your exclusive radio home of the NCAA tournament. From Dayton to San Antonio and everywhere in between, your home for every shining moment of the NCAA tournament is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, guess what? I just got this notice here. We're going to have more snow tomorrow. 1 to 4 inches of road snow on I-15 from Ogden to Provo. So you know what I think you need to do? Don't go on the roads. Stay home. Fire up your slow cooker. Throw in a Beehive meal, one of the soups in particular, and just chill out at home.
So I did the beef stew chili.
Yeah.
I think it's called beef stew chili. And it's the whole cuts of beef. It's the
Yep,
chunks of steak.
I've had that. That's great.
Okay, so let me walk people through this.
Yes.
This is how easy this was. I took my pre-prepped bag and I put it in a little bit of warm water for about 5-8 minutes. And it thawed out enough that I could break it in half, and I put it down into the crock pot. I added 2/3 cup of water, set the lid on it, set it on medium, walked away for about 6 hours, came back. The steak was perfectly cooked. Then you pull the steak out and you shred it. You pull it apart. You put it back in with the chili beans and this chili sauce. Add a little bit of shredded cheese, and it was the perfect steak chili. That's what Beehive gives you. It's a fresh steak. It's an uncooked steak that slow cooks in your cooker. It doesn't have all these additives and ingredients to try to hold it over through some type of nuclear winter. Like you can. This is really fresh food that cooks first right there in your crock pot.
It's all available for you right now at beehivemills.com. That's Beehive Mills, MEALS, beehivemills.com.
Hi, Susan. We haven't seen or heard from you.
Cold.
We would like to locate Joyce.
The mysteries that made podcast history
Cherie Warren disappeared.
are now together for free at kslpodcasts.com.
I'm Dave Cawley, the host of Cold. Join me for Season 1, The Susan Powell Case Files. Season 2, Justice for Joyce. And Season 3, The Search for Cherie. Listen anytime for free at kslpodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
If you're trying to decide which gutter protection to put on your home, don't just ask how they'll handle leaves. Ask how they'll handle ice. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and that's right, ice. See, plenty of gutter guards are good at keeping out leaves, but most are made with flimsy materials that can bend, buckle, and break under the weight of too much ice. Kind of a big problem in an icy state like Utah, right? At RGS Exteriors, our exclusive gutter protection systems are built Utah tough. They're made with premium strength materials that hold up to 1,200 pounds of ice per square foot. Simply put, they're not going to budge. Our gutter guards are also certified to handle hurricane-level winds and rain. Mother Nature can't damage them. Guaranteed. Utah Tough Products. That's the RGS way. For a free estimate, call 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's rgsexteriors.com or 801-280-3110.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for janitorial services. The attention to detail will keep your office spotless. Serving Utah for over 30 years with unbeatable integrity. AllProUtah.com. Call in the pros. All Pro is here for you. AllProUtah.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Is Andre Tierney and the club coming away with a big win?
He was really good. He was, when you talk about playing in a game with no time, no space, he created space. He had a lot of counter, he had a lot of physicality, battled hard. Another thing I loved about our team tonight is the way we went at the net. We went at the net hard. Vancouver is a team who play hard inside. They box you out and they make you earn every inch. But we went right there. We went in the trenches and did a good job.
It's your Utah Hockey Club at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, all brought to you by ReadyWise.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, wrapping up another edition. Our guys from Culligan Water hanging out with us here in studio. And Kent, let's not mess around, man. You've been wheeling and dealing all day long, and this offer is incredible.
We've got some great offers for your listeners, but you got to call right now. Not later tonight. You got to call right now to get this deal. 801-509-9602. If you've been thinking about water needs in your home or business, now's your chance. You get to try the Culligan products for free for 3 months. No obligation, but you got to call now. 801-509-9602. 3 free months. Let us prove to you the Culligan difference.
People that truly believe in their product, people that really have a true passion and belief in what they deliver, they're not afraid to put it in front of you for free for 3 months because they know that you're going to fall in love with it. And you will fall in love with Culligan, I promise you. Their water is amazing, and their service is amazing. And Scotty asked the perfect question during the break. Okay, let's say the 3 months is up. Do I have to sign a year with you in order to stay on board with Culligan?
Nope.
How does it work?
Month to month. Try before you buy. Good as long as you want it. So we have deliveries that are on 2-week routes. We have 4-week routes. We have systems that we can plumb in that'll permanent fixtures to your home if you want a more permanent solution. And again, you can customize these filtration devices so that if your palate doesn't like purified water, or if it doesn't, if you like remineralized water, if you like spring water, if you like alkaline water, we can create a customized solution for you and your family that's going to taste amazing. It's going to taste like the best water you've ever had. So give us a call. Let us show you that we can provide the best water in Utah.
I love that.
I really do. And the fact that you guys are willing to step up like that and say, you know what? We don't need to lock you in for a year or 2 years. We understand that once you try our water, you're not going to want to move anyway. So we feel comfortable with this. And that's the thing. I think a lot of people are really looking back at ways to be healthier. And they're like, okay, I know I'm supposed to drink water, but it's never cold enough. I don't want to sit there in the faucet and wait for it. And it just, I don't like, doesn't taste good. Well, guess what? You're going to have the best temperature, cold water on demand, and it's going to taste great. And it's right there for you. And it's really, if you're going to go buy a bottle of water from the gas station every day, you're going to spend way more money on that. It's going
to cost you $3. We can provide the same quality of water into your home, unlimited, on tap, for less than $1 a day.
Come on, folks. Makes too much sense. And if you need a water softener, you get $500 off too.
Yeah, we've got the world's most efficient water softener. If you call, we can give you $500 off that water softener. But you got to call, set an appointment, and we'll come out, test your water, and let you know some of the products that we have, and so you can make the best decision for your family.
And not just the $500 off, but free salt delivery
How did I forget? Yeah, free salt delivery for an entire year.
That is
no more hauling salt.
Oh,
you guys are incredible. Thanks for coming in today.
Yeah, we really appreciate it.
Thanks for your product. You guys do an incredible job.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Call right now. Those deals aren't going to last, folks. 801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602. Culligan Water. Did anybody yell, hey, Culligan Man anymore?
All the time.
Nice. That's still around?
Yeah.
Hey, Culligan Man.
Absolutely. Especially with our older folks.
801-509-9602. Wow, I think I just got called old. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
To be invested with Betterment is to believe in better, whether it's saving for today or building wealth for tomorrow. We help people and small businesses put their money to work. We automate to make saving simpler. We optimize to make investing smarter. We build innovative technology backed by financial experts for anyone who's ever said, I think I can do better. So be invested in better with Betterment. Get started at Betterment.com. Investing involves risk, performance not guaranteed.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Do
you snore at night, you could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Hi, this is Jason Smith. At Tractor Supply, we know that a winning season out here takes practice, teamwork, and a can-do attitude. When it comes to teamwork, it's great to have a neighbor like Tractor Supply. No matter the season, our team members are here to help. The Fox Sports Radio Bracket Challenge is now live, so visit foxsportsradio.com for rules and details until Thursday morning, March 20th, and fill out your college basketball bracket. Sponsored by Tractor Supply. For life out here, visit foxsportsradio.com for details.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at kslsports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
For those struggling with dyslexia, the world is a challenging place. The simple act of reading a menu or a computer screen can be frustrating and difficult. Now you can do more than just feel empathy for them. You can make things happen. Thursday, May 15th at Cedar Hills Golf Course. Join the Dyslexia Center of Utah Charity Golf Tournament. There's an 8 a.m. shotgun start, breakfast provided by Chick-fil-A, lunch provided by Texas Roadhouse. The event will help bring together so many of you who care about those whose lives are touched by dyslexia. And the cost? Just $500 for a foursome. And thanks to Metastock and K&L Drywall, 100% of the cost will go straight to the center to provide scholarships for children who can't afford to attend the Dyslexia Center of Utah. Details can be found online at dyslexiacenterofutah.org. Please, make time. Whether it's just for you or your team from work, please join the Dyslexia Center of Utah Charity Golf Tournament Thursday, May 15th at Cedar Hills Golf Course. Get more details at dyslexiacenterofutah.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to your Monday, everybody. Thanks for being with us. JD and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, and St. Patty. Oh, man. I didn't want to... Look, if you see... I know that JJ's whole thing is he was given a color wheel,
All right? You can't dock the guy. You can't dock the TV guy for not wearing green.
Green does not work for me.
Because you have a consultant who flew in a few years ago and said, don't wear green, JJ, and then flew right back out of town.
With a big bag of cash.
Paid handsomely to tell JJ that he looks terrible in green. All right? So I'll represent. I've got a green hat on, got a green shirt on. I'm set. Our producer, Alex, embarrassing, buddy. All right? Blue. I'll let it slide this time. All right? Next year, let's get dialed up. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody.
Pinch me, I don't care.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. My kids today were like, oh, man, this is like one of my favorite holidays. I was like,
why?
It's not a freaking holiday,
whoa,
man.
okay. We got to psychoanalyze that.
Because years ago.
Why?
Years ago, my wife saw something on social media, and she put some food coloring in the toilet and was like, look, the leprechaun peed in the toilet. You know, and you go.
That's it?
And my kids are like, what a phenomenal holiday.
That's it.
And they like the gold coin chocolates, man.
Look, Christmas is obvious.
Yes.
Thanksgiving is obvious.
The only way it's a
Halloween
holiday
is obvious.
The only way these are holidays is if I get them off, okay? Halloween is not a holiday, all right?
Oh, it's not for parents.
I know,
Neither's
but I'm
Christmas.
just saying. But you see what I'm saying? It is we've seen through it. St. Valentine's Day. Why did I say Saint? Oh, yeah. St. Valentine's. St. Patrick, thank you so much. All right?
Valentine's Day is just brutal.
It's a hard one to try to wrap your head around. But you know what? St. Patrick's
a
Day.
sneaky tough one is Mother's Day.
All you need to know, yeah, and then Father's Day, of course, we're forgotten totally.
Nobody cares about
All
Father's.
right?
It's Father's Day and Flag Day are in the same month for the same reason.
People are
Nobody
like,
cares.
okay,
People on
let's move on.
vacation. They're
Come
enjoying
on.
their summer.
Okay, so here's what my thing is though, because the St. Patrick's Day, the only thing that it's going to make that is going to be out there is extra state troopers pulling over the idiots who are going to take it way too far. So there you go. There's your holiday for you. It used to ruin my Saturdays. Back when I would host Cougar Sports Saturday, every Saturday forever, I used to have to come in on Saturdays, and the St. Patrick's Day weekend was always hard because they shut down Third. They would and one year they're putting all the floats on Third West to get them ready right out in front of our building, and then Fourth West was closed altogether because of the thing. There was no way to get here. So I'm like parking at the 7-Eleven down there on Fourth West and walking up on St. Patrick's Day. So anyway.
For those who observe and those who celebrate, I don't even think the Irish care about St. Patrick's Day anymore.
No, but did you see what the White House did today? They rolled out Conor McGregor.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Oh, what are we Provo businesses?
Yeah, BYU fan Conor McGregor.
Let's roll him out. Let's
get booked up.
It almost seemed like, you know, whatever version of being like, this is insensitive, right? Just bring out a short Irish guy who's loud. Let's get him over here.
I mean, if you put a top hat on him in a green suit,
he
would look like a leprechaun.
I know. Some 100 millionaire.
He's a stone cold killer.
I know.
But he is a leprechaun.
Some 100
and
millionaire.
And he's got one heck of a pot of gold at the end of his
But they were
rainbow.
asking him questions, and he's like looking around. He's like, I don't have the answers to that question. Like, because he's there to be like, flex, you know, put the fist up.
He's become a human prop.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Laughing all the way to the bank.
Hey, you could be laughing all the way to the bank if you're playing our tournament challenge. It's an easy one for you to be able to do. Our basketball madness brackets are fired up. And during this program, we are going to be rolling out JJ's picks. Now, JJ's picks are very significant because he's the one you're going to be playing up against. Now,
I'm going to try to suck for you. I'm going to try to make this as easy as possible.
Come on. If you beat JJ in the bracket challenge that we have in our bracket mayhem, you're going to be able to be entered to win $500. The local best bracket wins $1,000. So we got you taken care of. I always love that we tell people if you get a perfect one, you get $1 million. I told Alex, our producer, I've got some math on this that will work out later that he's going to bring for us because it is an insane number of how to be able to get a perfect bracket. There's a reason that Warren Buffett feels good about putting one of his $1 billion on the line. So I'll give you some of those stats a little bit later. But what you do know is this. If you beat all of our staff and all of the people in the KSL Bracket Mayhem Challenge, then you will get $1,000. And if you beat JJ, you're entered to win $500. So we got you covered. This is like real man winning of things.
Beating
okay?
me won't be hard.
Again,
I overanalyze this.
We will
too
overanalyze
much.
it. And so coming up a little bit later in the show,
I'm also a coward, and I'm not really good at picking Yale to go to the Sweet 16.
No. It's tough. It's tough not to just go full chalk on these. So JJ's going to roll out his picks a little bit later, and you'll hear those, and then those will be what you're up against in the Bracket Mayhem Challenge. Okay, our program is brought to you by G2G Bar, as the voice said. Let's kick off the program here with the cut. We got lots to get to. It's a Monday with tons of things going on here locally. The NCAA tournament is just one of the pieces to the puzzle of today's program. We've got lots to jump into. The hockey club, my kids went to bed happy last night because they pulled one back.
Great win.
They got the dub over Vancouver, and it was a nice one. So we'll start off talking a little bit of NCAA basketball here and where we sit now locally. It is the cut, top of the hour. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And this portion of the program brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth, for all your local trusted needs in retirement. All right, JJ, let's break it down, man. Over the weekend, just the seeding numbers came out when we started to see the show revealing all of the winners and losers and the bubbles being burst. And if you are a North Carolina fan, you're super excited about how things went because you just played such a tough schedule this year. I don't know if you knew this, JJ. They played a tough schedule. And they're in the tournament because they played a tough schedule. Not because they won games in that tough schedule, but because they played the tough schedule. Regardless, we'll get to that in a moment.
Fraud. BYU
falls to Houston. You know, if you think that matchups don't matter, Houston's not just a good team. Houston has BYU's number, okay? And, man, Kelvin Sampson is doing something different here, right? I mean, this is a guy who now just basically he's an automatic punch into the round of 16 for this Houston team. And I'm telling you, I don't know why you would pick Houston or against Houston right now. They are playing phenomenal basketball, but more importantly, which is something that lacks in college basketball, JJ, they play defense. And it's an insane level of defense that they play. It's not this fake, like, waste your energy and move around a lot type of stuff. They are just everywhere. They know where the ball is going to be. They're inside passing lanes. They will block more shots than you will. They are bigger than you are. They are stronger than you are. That's a difficult team. BYU loses to Houston. They stay at that number 17 spot in the AP poll, but more importantly, BYU goes to that 6 seed. And it couldn't have asked for a better deal. A 6 seed, not the 7. I think we thought, hey, maybe a 5 seed, but a 6 seed going to Denver.
Yeah.
With the path that they possibly have to the Sweet 16, I don't think BYU fans should be upset at all about how this thing shook out.
I'd be a little concerned about getting lined up with another A-10 champ, though.
With their player of the year of their conference on that roster as well.
This is going to be a tough first-round matchup.
VCU is going to be difficult. However, I think that this is what BYU's been built for, right?
I think so, too. This is not your father's BYU.
It's not even Mark Pope's BYU from last year.
No, it's not.
Right?
This is a different BYU. The depth that BYU has, and let's be honest, the more you invest in a roster, the better results you're going to get. Now, this is what it was like for Arizona and all the Blue Bloods in the past, Kansas, all those places that had boosters or people that could help encourage and entice recruits to come to their school over others. I'll let you take that how you want to take it.
On how that works.
Now everybody can use money and funds to bring in players, and BYU has taken full advantage of that. And so, no, this is not your same BYU, and it's shown this year. They've had more toughness. They've won bigger games. They beat better opponents. They beat opponents in their building. That win against Iowa State, that win against Arizona, that matters this time of year. They have played in tough venues against tough teams and come out on top. And I believe in them this year. There's a difference. This is a different BYU than the BYU that is always flaming out in the first round.
Oh, I told you this before the show. I said, I don't know. As somebody who, started going to the school in the very early 2000s and, has covered the team for the better part of 2 decades now, it's hard to shake what the history is, which is that getting to the NCAA tournament has always been not an easy thing anyway. And then getting there and getting a win was hard. You had to have the best players in the history of your program's, entirety. and one of the best players, the best player in the country that year before you can go back to go, hey, by the way, Sweet 16s, like I said, there are teams that are just like, if you're not going to the Elite Eight, you're embarrassing yourself.
Michigan State is a habit of making a Sweet 16.
Yes.
Did you know that Gonzaga has been to the Sweet 16, I think, 8 straight years?
Oh my
they have
gosh.
an 8 or 9 year streak of going
in the
to the Sweet 16.
Winning 2 games is insane in the
Unless
NCAA
they
tournament.
beat Houston this year, that streak will end because they normally don't get an 8 seed. They've normally been a top 4 seed. But Gonzaga's been on an incredible run. There are schools who just expect and believe they're going to be in the Sweet 16 or beyond, and that's a place you want to get to. Duke obviously has been in that place for a long, long time.
Right.
Houston is now in that place. Look at Houston's resume. Kelvin Sampson, after the first 3 years he was at Houston, and they did this not in a power conference. They were in the American Athletic Conference for most of the time. They've only been in the Big 12 the last 2 years, and they reached Final Four, Elite Eight, Sweet 16 every single year for the last 8 years.
They've been the 1 seed out of the Big 12 the last 2 years. And it was an easy pick. And
this year they absolutely crushed the Big 12.
Yes.
They had the regular season title taken care of with 2 weeks left to go.
And when other conferences have teams who win the regular season title but still might struggle, like you knew who the winner of that Big 12 tournament was going to be. Kudos to Arizona for putting up a fight. But like, man, it's a crazy thing to think because there are teams that now you look and somehow they're able to establish that. And so can BYU look? Utah State last year, they got that monkey off their back, right? Getting a win in the NCAA tournament. And there needs to be some version now of like, hey, the expectations are now this. If you're Utah State, it's a perfect year to be able to be like, hey, went back for the second year in a row and got a win for the second year in a row, not just being there.
There's no pressure on them this year.
These are teams that in a lot of cases, BYU, I think more so than Utah State, do this thing where the fan base goes, yeah, but it's the NCAA tournament, just happy to be there. Not good enough anymore.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
And that's been the attitude of BYU for a long, long time, I think.
Yeah.
There's not been a faith or a belief that they could advance any further unless you had a special once-in-a-generation player, which they've only had twice. And it's crazy that BYU's made the tournament, 32 years now? And you've only advanced the second weekend twice?
Oh, my goodness.
In this era? I mean, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
And they've had good players over the years. They've had excellent coaches. Dave Rose is an outstanding coach. And he was only able to do it once.
Yeah. Look, Duquesne beat VCU last year in the conference tournament, the A-10, to move on to be an 11 seed, and they defeated number 6 seeded BYU.
And
in
what's
the first round.
the new 5-12 upset?
It's 11-6.
It's not the 5-12 anymore. It's the 6-11.
Straight up matchups over the past 4 seasons. They are. I think that the 6 is 28 to the 11's 26 wins.
It's crazy how
it's
even
6
that
to 11.
6-11
It's
game
almost
has become.
dead even. And in those matchups, by the way, and these are all the types of things you get hitting your feed in the weekend because all the betting guys want to get at you, and they're talking about it. But you guess what? In 91%, let me just tell you how much you should not care much about what the line says on these games. The NCAA tournament does something different. And by the way, Ryan Odom coached VCU team. Do you think that he has any kind of – do you think his guys have any fear going up against BYU? Zero. It's the guy who got the very first 16 upset over a number 1 seed in the history of the tournament. On top of the fact that after that, he goes to Utah State and gets them winning. And then he goes to VCU again, and they just anticipate going to the tournament every year. And that's where they're at again. And the good news is, I think, for BYU is being in Denver's a big boost for you. It's going to be kind of that BYU East, over there in Denver at Ball Arena. VCU obviously won't travel as many people, but they also have a pretty small school in the first place. But VCU has had more success than you in the past decade and a half of basketball, right? They've had more success. They know where. They
beat Duke in the NCAA tournament. They've gone to a Final Four. 2011. Let me remind you.
I heard Ryan Odom.
I know this is Shaka Smart a long time ago.
What was it?
They went to the Final Four in 2011 as the first time we ever had a first four.
They were in that 11-11 matchup.
They were an 11 seed. They beat a 6 seed Georgetown. Then they beat a 3 seed Purdue. And then things lined up for them. They beat a number 1 Kansas to get to the Final Four. So this VCU team has pedigree. They've had a lot of success over the last 15 years in the NCAA tournament. And they've had more success than BYU, to be blunt.
So I'm trying to think, too. Speaking of coming out of the A-10, I think George Mason, who they beat in the championship, they were a Final Four team as an 11 seed.
Yeah.
Back in 06.
Yes, that's
Remember
right.
this?
Yep.
I remember being like, what is going on right now? What are we doing? And that was an interesting one because they got an 11. Yeah, they were the first ones to be an 11 seed and go to the NCAA tournament.
Yeah,
since
so
like
1986 LSU,
Yep.
2006 George Mason, 2011 VCU, 2018 Loyola Chicago. Do not bring up Sister Jean.
Yeah.
Because I know what you're going to do.
She's still with us. I had to check.
She's
You gotta
105.
listen.
She's 105.
Do you blame me every day wanting to know if she's
Don't
still with
jinx
us?
it.
You can
Don't
ask
jinx
every
it.
day, and that's not a weird request to know if Jean is still with us. But Sister Jean's still with us. She's going to be 106 this year, by the way. She will be 106. But Loyola Chicago didn't.
Loyola Chicago made it to the Final Four. UCLA in 2021 made it to a Final Four.
Also
NC State just last year. So the 11 seeds have a tradition and a history of making some noise in the tournament. And BYU knows that all too well because what have they been recently in their last three appearances in the tournament? A 6 seed. What has happened to them in that first round? They lost to UCLA in 2021. They lost to Duquesne last year, and let's hope that trend stops this year.
Yeah.
But VCU is a tough first-round opponent. Ryan Odom, former Utah State head coach, he knows how to get a team to the tournament. He knows what he's doing. And he got Utah State to a tournament 2 years ago, and nobody thought it was possible. He was on Hanson Scotty today. He knows what he's doing. He's an excellent coach.
Oh, he talked up BYU like, oh, shucks. You know that move?
Of course he did.
Oh, man, they're such a good team. We don't play teams like this in our league. You know what I mean? Like they just the in and out of every week of playing in that tough conference that they play in. Man, they're going to be so hard to defend. And I'm just waiting because BYU fans should feel a little bit nervous. If you're thinking about your path to a Sweet 16, because I do think that should be – I think that people look at that now and go, okay, look, punch your ticket to the Sweet 16, and you will have now started yourself down the possible path to be – I mean, Kevin Young could be starting something insanely good. He could have a Houston-like streak. If you get him to the NCAA tournament, not just to go there, but just to win a couple of games, and that's the expectation every year. Because once you get to the Sweet 16, all bets are off. You know what I mean? Like you absolutely could be there with everybody else. And so that, to me, looks like something that is a possibility. Now, on top of this, Utah State, how do you like their draw, JJ? Because you see the Aggies, and they've been struggling over the past couple of weeks here compared to, obviously, a team like the Colorado State Rams who won the conference title. Poor Boise State doesn't get in, but San Diego State does. And Utah State's a 10 seed, and it's not good enough anymore to just go to the tournament, I think, even for Utah State fans. And even, look, Coach Calhoun could go, my first year here, we got to the tournament, I'm doing pretty good. Extend me on this thing, and let's get this thing going. And it's crazy to me because Utah State has this expectation, and I hope that they have in front of them the idea that they could win that one or two games. That a 10 seed going to the Sweet 16 isn't crazy, right? And that's exactly what they got, was a 10 seed this weekend as an at-large bid. And they earned it with an exceptional regular season that did fall off a little bit at the end. But you should be a little bit nervous for Utah State because they haven't been playing great basketball in the last few weeks.
That's my concern about Utah State. This is not about UCLA or their draw. If December and January Utah State shows up this week, they could go to the Sweet 16. But I'm looking at this, and it's like, can the team we watched get blown out on the road at Boise State and Colorado State, struggle with UNLV, a lame duck team with a coach that just got fired, and just get absolutely destroyed by Colorado State? I know they came back and made it interesting. Come on now. They got absolutely boat raced by Colorado State for the second time in 2 weeks.
Yep.
That team is not the team that was awesome in December and January. Can the Aggies finally find that rhythm that they had and that confidence they had earlier in the season that had them ranked in the top 25? If they can do that, they can beat UCLA. They can beat Tennessee in the round of 32. But because the team I've seen in the last 2 weeks feels like the team we're going to see on Thursday, I can't pick them. I just can't. I want to. I would love to see that team. That is a fun team. I really enjoy watching that team. Obviously, I would love to see the Aggies go and play as long as possible. But if I'm objective and I'm looking at the situation, how does the team that just got absolutely crushed by Colorado State twice in 2 weeks and that lost to Boise State on the road and has struggled of late, how can they beat UCLA? How can they beat Tennessee? I don't see it. I don't see it. I hope I'm wrong.
If there's a punchable guy in the tournament, it's Mick Cronin's face.
No
right?
doubt. I would love to see Utah State beat UCLA
I
by
would love
20
it.
points.
I would love it.
And
then
send Mick Cronin home.
Mick Cronin having the explanation post-game about how this thing shook out and how they got – I can already hear the excuses, you know?
If
so,
Utah State from
don't
December
play.
and January.
We're soft.
Yep.
So don't tell me you want to win. Like, just don't tell me you want to win.
That was Mick Cronin. Remember when he dogged his guys? I guess it fired him up, got him to be the 7th seed in the NCAA tournament.
6th, I think, in the Big Ten.
Yeah, in the Big Ten. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They're a good team. They don't have stars. They're not dynamic. They're big and strong. They're kind of that Mick Cronin style, that Cincinnati type. He has those kind of guys that he likes. And that's why he does that tough guy thing, is he's trying to get these guys to be that tough guy thing, that Bob Huggins, Cincinnati. That's the tree he comes out of. That's how him and Calhoun are tied together. They're Huggins guys. That's what he's trying to foster with that team. And that is a good matchup for Utah State. If Utah State can knock down threes and shoot the ball well and make this a transition game and really get out there and run, they got a great chance. I just haven't seen Utah State play like they were playing earlier, and it has me very concerned.
All right. There's your first go here. We're going to have a lot to talk about today when it comes to the NCAA tournament. Your picks are going to be coming in a little bit later, and you can put your picks up against JJ's picks, and if you beat his bracket, you get $500. Just go to the KSLSports.com website there /contests, and you can find it, and you can sign up if you haven't already, and go up against JJ for a chance to win $500 or $1,000 if you win the whole thing with us here locally on our bracket challenge. Okay, joining us on the program right now, Jeffrey Barber. He's the general sales manager of LHM Toyota in Murray. And Jeffrey's joining us, among other things, because the LHM Toyota in Murray is now the official title sponsor of the Utah Puck Report, which we love. We're all hockey fans now, of course, since this is the home of the Utah Hockey Club on the radio. But, Jeffrey, you got some deals out there for the listeners. This isn't just about celebrating hockey. This is about getting some folks in at Tacoma or a Forerunner, right?
Absolutely, 100%. You know, it's a great time to be looking for a Toyota in Utah, and a great time to be a sports fan in Utah. And with Tacomas and Forerunners starting to arrive in dealer inventories, we've got some great specials on purchases and leases for both, including a $299 lease on the brand new 2025 all new redesigned Forerunner. We've got those here on the ground ready to go.
Those look friggin' sharp. Like, that is an aggressive looking Forerunner, and the Forerunner obviously has the pedigree that it does. I've been a multi Forerunner owner in my life. This is a car that never quits, and on top of it, you get the Toyota, brand and everything that comes behind it. But what is it about Forerunner that makes it, and Tacoma, frankly, too, that makes it such a car that lasts in value, lasts forever, all those things?
Well, I mean, it's a couple of things. You know, drawing a comparison back to the term you were just talking about, you know, the Forerunner kind of has the pedigree of the UCLA. But with the all-new redesign, it has the youth and the up-and-coming nature of Utah State. You know, and I believe Utah State can beat and will beat UCLA this Thursday. I think that UCLA, outside of a lot of history on their side, and my father-in-law is a UCLA grad, so this is directed squarely at him. But
it's personal for you. Huh?
I got it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, interesting. Tomorrow's my 30-year anniversary, and I spent part of my honeymoon sitting next to him watching the 1995 UCLA Bruins tearing through the bracket and having to live that down. So, yeah, it's personal anytime the Bruins come up against someone in the state of Utah. And I think that, you know, the Tacoma, the Forerunner, both of those vehicles are vehicles that have a history. They're what I call DNA vehicles for Toyota. They're going to be around for a really, really long time. And they have a history of longevity and reliability, and above and beyond everything else, they just hold their value. And, you know, you can make a Toyota Tacoma or a Forerunner a generational project and pass them down, or you get into brand new ones and the new safety features, new technology, and you're going to be happy in either direction.
The Toyota brand speaks for itself. I mean, if you want to dig in and go look at the reviews, you can do that. It's always been a phenomenal product. If people are interested in getting one right now, what financing options do you have? How do they get into one?
So right now, Toyota is offering some incentivized finance rates for Tacomas as low as 4.9 for 60 months.
Nice.
The Forerunner, we've got a $299 lease special with $29.99 down plus, you know, your drive-off fees and a few other things, but $299 a month for a 36-month lease on a Tacoma. Or if you want to go even crazier, Try a 48-month lease on a Land Cruiser, an all-new Land Cruiser for only $499 a month. That's a 1958 Land Cruiser edition, only been out on the market for a couple months, and just an exciting hybrid vehicle that's available here in stock. $499 a month with just a couple $1,000.
Yeah, speaking of legacy names, right? That Land Cruiser, the redesign from last year looks phenomenal. You've already seen it. You see people driving around on the road, and they're flexing those things, Jeffrey. I mean, that's what they're doing. They're driving those things around, and there's so many different options you can get with how the headlights look and how everything kind of can come down, ways to configure it and personalize it to you. And so we're going to be chatting with Jeffrey all day today. All you have to do is just go online, find Larry H. Miller Toyota there in Murray, get these deals. How about $299 on a lease deal on a brand new 4Runner? Phenomenal. Let's go to take advantage of it. Jeffrey, thanks for hanging out with us. We'll chat to you in a few minutes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right, there you go. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go. We're right around the corner, so stay right here. Let's jump in around the corner here, JJ, on a couple of things here. We've got some things to get to. Why North Carolina didn't
don't get me started.
Didn't get an invite to the NIT.
Do get me started in the next segment.
They didn't get the invite to the NIT they were expecting. Instead, they got a call from the NCAA tournament.
Shocking.
I mean, honestly, they would have been like a 2 or a 3 seed in the NIT. Instead, they find themselves in the NCAA tournament. Everybody's scratching their head, and we'll give you the what fors on the way back here. More to go right around the corner. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
There is a fuel spill on southbound I-15 in the Pleasant Grove stretch of the freeway. The delays are minor currently, but traffic is slow as you pass through the area. No delays on I-215 east or west belts and good speeds along I-80. At Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Rocco Miller from Bracketeer.com. BYU got a 6 seed. I'm curious if you think that is the right seed for them, and what odds do they have of beating Virginia Commonwealth?
At the end of the day, I think it's a fair seed. VCU, they've been an electric team, a very veteran team. You guys are familiar with a lot of the guys that used to play for Utah State. Max Scholga, Odom's staff is very similar to when he was at Utah State. I think it'll be a really good game because VCU likes to get up and down. They find open shooters on the floor. BYU's been so tremendous offensively. I think we could get a wide open game and a lot of points. I think it just comes down to who can get stops down the end. You know, the traditional basketball things is going to play like a fast game. I think it'll be one of the best games, I think, in the first round, barring somebody going cold.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Please see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
At JCW's, we think tipping might be getting a little out of hand. Like when you're asked to tip at the register before you've even been served, or when you're at the yogurt shop and find yourself serving yourself. And don't even get us started on frosted tips making a comeback. That's why at JCW's, when you pay for a 3rd-pound ranch bacon cheeseburger, that's what you pay. And no one at the register is going to stare longingly at you while you awkwardly maneuver through the tip screen for food you don't even have yet. Honestly, we're just happy to see you at any of our 5 locations in Provo, South Jordan, Lehigh, Harriman, and American Fork. So So come on in and enjoy some quality time and great food with family and friends. And we promise, we won't be pushing you for a tip.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's, and we just want to say thank you, and especially to our loyal customers. We want you to know that at JCW's, your business is all the tip we need. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You know I love my friends at Mountain Land Supply, but did you know they outfit trucks? Hi, I'm Hans. Mountain Land Truck Outfitters is fully equipped to accessorize your truck, van, or commercial fleet with custom fabrication. Lift gates, wheels, tires, hitches, storage, lighting, and so much more. And right now, get $50 off a 5-window tent package or $50 off standard door graphics when you mention this ad. See my friends at Mountain Land Truck Outfitters or visit mtnlndtruck.com. That's mtnlndtruck.com.
As a business owner looking to take your business to the next level, it's all about the right marketing. But what exactly is right for you? At 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone, we are ready to help you craft the perfect comprehensive strategy. Whether it's our powerful talent endorsements, engaging live interviews, creative production, live events, or our extensive digital platforms, we've got you covered with the right solution. Contact Stephanie Palmer today, spalmer@ksl.com, and let's grow your business together. Email spalmer@ksl.com. The Utah Hockey Club takes on the Edmonton Oilers Tuesday at 7 p.m. Catch all the action on the KSL Sports Zone. Sponsored by Quantum Fiber. Your life moves fast. Quantum Fiber internet is faster. Move up on tomorrow's speed today. QuantumFiber.com.
Tune in to Hans and Scotty this Wednesday to hear how Teton Wealth Group's Ascent Plan can help cover the unavoidable retirement problem areas, including income, healthcare, and investments at no cost to you. Visit retireteton.com for more information.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bryce Sensabaugh talks about taking on additional responsibility with the Jazz.
I have a lot to learn, but I think the extra time that I spend in the gym and the time that I spend picking coaches' brain and the assistant coaches, I'm really starting to understand what they want out of the offense. It's fun taking on the responsibility. It's not easy for them to have that trust in me. That's a good sign, and I just keep trusting the process and making the right plays.
Utah Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz. How did North Carolina make the tournament? We'll break that down next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on back. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Oh, is this your Irish jig we're doing here?
It's as festive as I get.
You can't celebrate
it's as festive as
St. Patty's Day without some Dropkick Murphys.
I love it. I thought you were going to tell Alex he can't celebrate with a blue North Face jacket on. Because that's also just very, feels very Celtic to me. Ugh. You know how we hate the Scottish people on St. Patrick's Day. I mean, come on. All right. Lots going on. You can fill out your brackets. If you haven't done it already, I love the tradition of, so my family, JJ, we print the brackets out and we do like a little get around everybody makes a bracket. Everybody down to the 2-year-old. You know what I mean? Like we pick for her.
And she wins, right?
This is what I was going to say. There are 9 people in my family. I don't think I've finished top half of the Curie family standings in quite some time. Because like you, and like most people who get the bracket in front of them, they overanalyze. They'll read way too many things about every team on that thing. And my kids who are like, what are they? What's their mascot? I'm like, probably a tiger. And they'll be like, yeah, man, give it to me. Let's go. And they'll pick all these crazy upsets and, there'll always be one kid who's got, a 12 seed winning the national championship at the end, and you're like, well, I don't like your bracket. But they'll be winning the first 2 rounds,
yeah,
and then they'll fall off in their Final Four, in their Elite Eight and Final Four. But But yeah, I love it. I love sitting down. We sit around that table, and there's a little bit of college funds. What we do is, if you win, you steal some money out of the other kids' college funds. It's great. So I don't have to pay any money, and if I win, then I steal some money right back from them out of their college funds. It's great. It's a great tradition that we have. All right, and you can participate in it. You can go to our website, kslsports.com/contest. You can see our big old bracket right there. It is the Bracket Mayhem Challenge, and if you beat JJ, and we're going to put his bracket together a little bit later, you can be entered to win $500. And the local winner of the entire bracket on our website also gets $1,000. So there's some stuff on the line. Very exciting, and I want to do it. I want to get this thing going. On Wednesday, by the way, join us on the program. We're going to be live at RGS Exteriors from 3 to 6. Out there with the dudes at RGS, and Tim's going to be out there. We're going to be chatting with him, and it's going to be fun. So we'll be out there in West Jordan at the RGS Exteriors. All right, let me see here. I do want to play, though. As you're making your brackets up, I need you to understand something. Before you start getting involved in, I want to pick the best bracket ever. I'm going to pick that perfect bracket. Just to let you know, in the history of mankind, as far as we know, no one has picked the perfect bracket, JJ.
Never been done.
And the reality is that I found some statistics, and I wish somebody would be yelling these statistics at you anytime you thought you were going to put some Skittles, some real Skittles on a bracket. And this statistician on Twitter or on Instagram, or X, whatever we call it now, actually showed us why it is a really, really tough thing to do to try to get a perfect bracket. Here are the numbers you're running up against.
Filling out a perfect bracket are 1 in 9.2 quintillion. You'd have better odds of correctly picking a single specific grain of rice from all rice ever harvested in human history, winning the Powerball jackpot 3 times in a row, getting struck by lightning 5 times, correctly picking out one specific person on Earth, and then correctly picking out one specific hair on their head. So in conclusion, you're probably not going to have a perfect bracket.
Anyway, tune in, join now and win $1 million.
Yeah, good luck, everybody.
This is what I'm saying is that you can beat JJ. That's the one. That's probably a one.
That's easy.
What's that?
What, $1,000, $500? What are they
$500 you get entered to win if you beat JJ. You know what that means? We're gonna have a lot of people entered to win to beat JJ.
Yeah.
And if you win the local bracket, you get $1,000. Now, but you see why Berkshire Hathaway goes, man, we'll float you $2 billion if you pick a perfect bracket. You just heard it's statistically more viable that you would win the Powerball. Not that you'd win the Powerball 3 times, that you'd win the Powerball 3 times in a row. You pick the right numbers 3 times in a row, all right? And then picking one single grain of rice from all of the grain of rice that have ever been harvested by humankind, those aren't good odds, all right? So before you start getting crazy with it, just work on beating your kids and beating JJ first. All right? Those are going to be your good starts. Then next year, let's start talking about how to get that 1 in 5 quadrillion, which is not even a real number. We never heard that. Or quintillion? What was it?
Quintillion.
You could have said any version of a fake number, and I would have believed it. All right? So there you go. By the way, in terms of winning, you're going to have better odds for your Win Ticket Wednesday anyway. So tune in on Wednesdays. You can win tickets to Cody Johnson and the Leather Deluxe Tour on June 28th, coming to the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Get those tickets at livenation.com now. You can listen to KSL Sports all day long, and we will get those for you as well. You can win there. So there, a lot easier to win there, okay? JJ, North Carolina, everybody's looking sideways at this whole thing because, of course, you're always going to be able to say, look at the team that got in and look at this other team's resume who didn't get in. And it's a combination of quad 1 wins and Ken Pom rating and net rankings and all those things that add up to you feeling like that a team should or shouldn't be in or this team should be in over another one. I think in the end, it is really hard if you're in that room to ignore the North Carolina brand. I think a team like North Carolina will always get the benefit of the doubt because they are wearing that Tar Heel blue.
What brands got in and which ones were left out?
The brand that gets in, of course, North Carolina in this sense, is a lot easier pick from a basketball marketing standpoint. And even if obviously they don't take that into account, they're like, well, the Jordan brand's big, we had to put them in. But you don't think that plays into human existence?
It did here, obviously. West Virginia had how many quad one wins?
6.
How many did North Carolina have?
1.
Okay.
1 and 12. That is
how
embarrassing,
does the
right?
conversation go further than that? Where do you go from there where you're like, how do you make a case for North Carolina over West Virginia? I don't think you can make a case over North Carolina over Boise State. Who did Boise State beat in the last week? San Diego State.
Yep.
Another bubble team.
Uh-huh.
And New Mexico.
They were in the Mountain West. We thought when they beat San Diego State in that semifinal game or the quarterfinal game or whatever it was. Yeah, it was in the semifinal or the quarterfinal game.
Yeah.
We were like, I think that was between those two teams. And San Diego State got in. Again, I think that right now, basketball-wise,
they're in the first 4, but they got in.
Right.
They're playing North Carolina. And San Diego State was in a national championship game not long ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah.
So my question is, though, when you see that, when you see North Carolina and San Diego State playing against one another in the first 4, right? The reality is that North Carolina could go to the Sweet 16, right? But that's not what we're talking about. And whether or not they're going to or not, I don't know if
you could make a case a favorable bracket. They would move if they win that game, they move on to play Ole Miss, and if they beat Ole Miss, they could probably play an Iowa State team that's missing one of its best players.
Right. So
Sean Gilbert's out for the
North
tournament.
Carolina has played some decent basketball in the last week, right? They were that lane violation away from at least tying Duke
to beat anybody all year.
Yeah.
The only win they have over a tournament team was over American.
Over an American team?
No, over the school.
The school called American.
Yeah.
Who's probably a 14?
Who was in the first 4, a 16 seed.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Right?
Hey, we beat a tournament team. That's what they're saying at the dinner table. So obviously people have a hard time, too, because after all that and all the arguing back and forth, their athletic director...
they had a neutral court victory over UCLA.
Okay.
That's the quad 1 win.
Bubba Cunningham, the athletic director, is also the committee chair for the selection committee in the NCAA tournament.
That's not good.
But don't worry, because he wasn't in the room when they talked about North Carolina. Okay?
Right.
All right. So we have that to lean on.
But he was in the room when they talked about the other teams, West Virginia.
He was also in the room.
Boise State.
He was also in the room when his boss,
Indiana,
passed over the table the $100,000 check that he gets as a bonus to be in the NCAA tournament. That is freaking weird, right?
That's not okay.
If you're him, you just go, if I'm on the selection committee, I've got to recuse myself from that. Either I'm not on the committee or I'm not taking that money.
Right.
Right?
100%.
But that's not how it works. Even though these are smart adults.
Well,
and if the rest of us try to play a game like that,
would say no to a $100,000 check.
Of course. Even the guy who's the athletic director at maybe the biggest brand in the NCAA tournament, like ever. Right?
Let's not ignore the other brand that got in that shouldn't have. Texas.
Texas
the
has
Longhorns,
a difficult.
Not good.
They have a difficult explanation on how they got in, but again, this was a team that I was yelling at you guys about last week. I go, these guys are 6-12 in conference play.
Yeah,
they were the 13 seed in the SEC tournament. What are they in the NCAA tournament?
They're in 11. They're in the first 4.
I told you. I go, these guys are going to be a 13 seed in the SEC championship tournament, and then they're going to be like a 10 seed or an 11 seed in the NCAA tournament. And guess where we are? Exactly where I thought we'd be, because teams like Texas get in. Teams like Boise State basketball are forgotten. They absolutely will get forgotten at a moment like this. So is West Virginia. West Virginia's governor is now launching this whole, he wants a probe. Give him a probe.
I'm not interested in probes. Thank you.
He wants a probe into how this thing went down. The governor of West Virginia.
I do not trust any government probe.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I don't trust any probe.
No.
Alien probes,
Nothing.
government probes.
None of those.
Hard pass.
And you know what? If you're West Virginia, you have a beef. Those kids are they were sitting in wherever they were.
They were the most deserving team that got left out.
Did we have a moment where their green room moment happened, like Aaron Rodgers when he just kept getting passed up in the draft? Did we get a live look in on their team room where they're watching it on the big screen and they just are being disappointed, having disappointment after disappointment as they're watching this thing roll out? And then at some point they have to realize, oh, they really aren't going to call us. They're really not going to. They already called North Carolina. They already called Texas. Those were the guys that we would have been in over.
Javon Small's one of the best players in the country. Like, they had a star player. They had the resume. They're from the Big 12. They played a tough schedule, and they did well against that schedule.
Yeah.
They have some really nice wins. And you're just going to completely ignore that, and you're going to say, all right, well, North Carolina, they tried to schedule hard in the non-conference.
Yeah.
They didn't win any of those games. They beat UCLA.
Mick Cronin and his guys. All right, we'll take a break here. I'm just saying there's always, every year we have complaints. And this one and this year.
This is an all-timer.
Feels more egregious than it normally does.
It's an all-timer, and it just, with
I love it.
with their AD as the head of the committee, it just feels really shady.
I'll take myself out of this conversation. Thank you so much for your question.
Recuse myself.
Then don't take the money. All right.
Right.
We'll come back. We'll have a discussion. We'll have our weekend warriors. Hey, Real Salt Lake got a W over the weekend. We'll have an update on where. We'll have an update on the.
Again?
We'll have an update as to where life is currently.
Yeah, can't wait
in the
for
state
that.
of football. All right. So stay here. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with a top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
Hello, Utah. I'm Josh with IWC Roofing. For over 25 years, my family has been safeguarding your homes with the finest roofing solutions. We value your time, and we're committed to replacing most roofs in just one day with a peace of mind 50-year shingle warranty. Call us today at 801-232-5690 or visit iwcroofingutah.com. Ask us for the $1,500 off any full roof replacement. Financing available, 801-232-5690. Utah homeowners, look no further than IWC Roofing for a roof that stands the test of time. With 25 years of excellence, IWC is your trusted family-owned roofing expert. At IWC, we offer one-day roof replacements with top-tier quality materials, all with a 50-year shingle warranty. To keep a leaky roof from dampening your day, we're offering $1,500 off a full roof replacement. Get a free estimate. Call 801-232-5690 or visit iwcroofingutah.com. 801-232-5690.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Choose Syntec Full Synthetic Motor Oil designed for today's engines exclusively at your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We could all use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
What's better than a credit card with a low interest rate? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa, you'll enjoy 0% APR purchases for the first 6 months. Yep, all that buying power and not a single cent of interest for 6 months. That means no interest on summer fun, no interest on back-to-school gear, and no interest on holiday shopping. Interested? Then hurry to AmericaFirst.com to apply for yours today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate. Membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, and conditions apply. See AmericaFirst.com/Visa for details. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Bills stacking up at your HVAC system's gone. Gillette Services has the perfect solution. Install a new high-efficiency system and get a $1,000 rebate the very same day. That's right, $1,000 in your pocket just for upgrading. And the best bet, you don't have to make a single payment until 2027. Don't miss this limited time offer. Call 385-GET-HEAT for your free estimate. Gillette Services. Comfort now, pay later.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of the Utah Hockey Club. Another relationship right here in their own backyard. Come in and get your burger fix with JCW's, the Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick, rich shakes. Your choice. 5 locations, no tipping ever. Just great food with friends. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Head coach Andre Tourigny talks about what impressed him the most about their 3-1 win last night in Vancouver.
The PK came up big, I think, at Stanley Curfew. I think Curfew at the clinic on the PK tonight was really, really solid. I think our whole decor as well played well. The other thing, our experience showed. You could see the poise of the Marinos and the Olimata and so on and so forth. I thought that was one of our better game under pressure. The way we react, they tried to push us around the first period. We called their bluff. We stayed composed, and we played really well the rest of the game.
Just 2 points out of a playoff spot with 15 left to play. Utah Hockey Club at 50 updates are brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness. Our weekend warriors are next, and North Carolina's not one of them. On JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex. Presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The 350 segment every Monday brings you our weekend warriors. Let's get right to one. First of all, let's check in with our producer, Alex. Any update on the current state of football in the state of Utah, Alex? How are things looking?
Football is life again.
Currently life.
It is currently life,
okay.
yes.
Football is life. Okay, good.
That is refreshing.
All right, so they get the win over the weekend over Houston. It's always good to beat Houston, right?
How long had it been since Real Salt Lake had won in Texas?
Last win in Houston, specifically, 2018.
Oh, wow.
It's been a while.
We don't like the Dynamo. That's one of those teams like you just seem to end up matching up against if you're an RSL fan and you got a goal from one of your own that you love to see on the scoring sheet, and they get the win 2-1 over Houston. This is what it sounded like for one of those goals from RSL's own Diego Luna.
Luna into the area. Lays it off. Ojeda just beyond him. He settles it finally to Hidalgo. Hidalgo cuts it back. It's deflected to Marchuk. He fakes. Puts it on his left foot. To Luna. Headed in. Diego Luna. And RSL takes the lead. 45+4. That was a laser. And Luna playing without his mask. Heads it in.
David James, I'm reading here on the sheet with the call. Is that right?
That's
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yes.
I think
David James. Yeah. Right here in this very seat, I think, too. So if you're listening to those matches, DJ gets pumped, man, for those. I love it. I'm glad they got – everybody was wondering when that first win was going to come for ourselves. Glad that it came this weekend. Joining us on the program right now, Jeffrey's been hanging out with us today from LHM Toyota in Murray. Let me just go. I'm already at the website right here, Jeffrey, because LarryHMillerToyota.com, massive selection of the lease deals that are out there. I don't think a lot of people are aware that a lot of these core models have changed their looks a little bit, and kind of when you say all new, you really do get it, but with that Toyota backing. So give us a little bit of an idea of some of these deals you guys are doing at LHM Toyota in Murray.
You bet. Thanks, guys. Hey, one of the things that you first said there was selection. And, over the last couple of years, people have kind of gotten used to coming into our dealership and other dealerships and kind of being told that, what you see is what you get, not a lot to choose from. And that is not the case for us right now. We've got a great selection of brand new Tacomas, of brand new 4Runners, brand new Land Cruisers, and, colors and equipment packages that you really, really will enjoy, and great specials. $299 lease on a brand new, all new redesigned 2025 Tacoma. $339 a month on a Tacoma. Sorry, the 4Runner is the $299. $339 on a Tacoma, and $499 on a brand new Land Cruiser.
Those are excellent deals. With the economy the way it is, I mean, if you can get a deal right now, is there some urgency with everything we're hearing right now to get a deal done now?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's some pressure in the economy, some things that might happen and might not happen. And, one of the benefits for us in having selection right now is that everything we have on the ground, we have fixed pricing on them. We know what it costs to be able to sell that vehicle right now. That may not be the case 30 days from now, where there may be some, tariffs to go through, some things that might affect pricing down the line, but none of those will affect what we have available to you right now through the end of this month. And won't affect the financing either, which is phenomenal right now from Toyota Financial.
Well, you brought it up, Toyota. I was reading about this last month. Toyota has been releasing more vehicles to more dealerships across the entire country for the exact reason what you're talking about, so that the selection can be bigger. But also that means that you're not going to get MSRP is going to be, way up in the sky over here. You're going to get that car at the MSRP level instead of having to get that thing bumped up. And so that's a commitment also. You guys have all these different options out there. And by the way, every model top to bottom. So if you're looking out there at one of these Tacomas, at one of these 4Runners, if you're looking at one of these lease deals, you can pick and choose and find the one that works the best for you. And it's phenomenal deals going on right now. Go to LarryHMillerToyota.com. You're going to find all the selections right there. You can see some of these lease deals. $299 on a brand new 4Runner that's redesigned and looks amazing. Those things look aggressive and cool. The Tacoma speaks for itself. Of course, the heritage that you have there with all these brands. So, Jeffrey, thanks for hanging out with us today. We'll chat with you again.
Great. Let's talk to you.
There you go. Go get yourself a Toyota. Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, the brand new title sponsor of the Utah Puck Report. So love that they're on board with hockey. We love being on board with them. So
it's a good time to do that.
Really good. We'll come back. We've got tons more to roll out. Speaking of hockey, our Utah Hockey Club insider for KSLSports.com joining us next. Cole Bagley, give us his thoughts on splitting the games between Seattle and Vancouver this weekend, but not the way you thought. We'll talk about it next. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Why are we giving away free furnaces? What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and the answer is simple. March is slow for us, and we want to keep our guys happy and working while the weather's mild. During the month of March, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it, about $400. The furnace is free. You just pay the labor. All you have to do to get more information is schedule a free estimate. Call Any Hour Services today at 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Spring is here and so are the savings. Right now, get 15% off any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower at Mountainland Power Equipment. Whether you're tackling your lawn at home or on the job, the Skag V-Ride is built to give you power, speed, and precision. With 4 convenient locations to serve you: Springville, Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Rock Springs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer to save 15% on any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower. See your local employee-owned and operated Mountainland Power Equipment today, or just go to mountainlandpowerequipment.com.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
All Pro Services is your trusted source for cleaning projects, offering cleanings for HVAC systems, dryers, carpets, tile, upholstery, and more. Find them at allproutah.com. Call in the pros. They're here for you. allproutah.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest thing. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. With complete coverage of the Utah Hockey Club, this is Cole Bagley of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, top of the hour here. As always, our program is brought to you by G2G Bars. And, man, we just got to get right to it. Cole Bagley, our Utah Hockey Club insider for KSLSports.com. Brought to you, of course, as always, by the good folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. That's where we start things off with the cut. So let's jump in right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And the cut this hour brought to you by an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. It is the good folks at the Doug Smith family of dealerships. And now, of course, welcoming the Mitsubishi brand to the family. Joining us on the program, he is Cole Bagley, Utah Hockey Club insider for KSLSports.com. That was a fun one last night compared to that Seattle game, Cole, where everybody's looking and going, you're supposed to steal that one from the Kraken. It was supposed to be a game that meant even more than it did. But, man, that win last night over Vancouver, 3-1, up there in Vancouver, was huge for this hockey club.
Yeah, I mean, that was the biggest game of the season, the biggest win of the season. Just
based on the current race with, the Canucks currently leading with 73 points in the second wild card spot, and Utah now just 2 points behind them. It was a must-win situation, backs against the walls. For Utah, it was as close to a playoff game as they could get. So definitely a big win, and made up a little bit for that fumble in Seattle. But yeah, now they're looking ahead to Edmonton. Next game mentality for sure.
For me, watching that game, it wasn't just that they beat Vancouver in their building. It was how they beat them. That was a first period that was just basically the teams taking shots at each other, roughing each other up. It was a physical game. It was a fight. It was a battle. It was kind of a rock fight, if you want to use that analogy. But they could be able to come out on top in that rock fight. What does it say about this team, the way they won that game, not just the fact that they did it?
I think that game was the perfect example of the growth that this team has seen over the course of the season. To remain, mostly the same team and lineup since day one on October 8th to now, but to have grown in a lot of different areas, to be playing better in a lot of ways that they weren't earlier in the year, is exactly why they were able to beat the Canucks. To your point, that first period was a brawl. It was a lot of big hits, some cheap shots, and a lot of physicality going back and forth. But they stayed the course. They kept their composure, and then obviously they gave up a power play goal to the Canucks early on. But when it mattered most, down the stretch, they had to kill off 4 minutes in the third period. They were able to do it. So, yeah, I think when you look at last night's performance as a whole, it really is just a display of how far this team has come, not just in terms of able to demonstrate the growth for the guys, but showing the reasons why Bill Armstrong went out and got guys like Mikhail Sergachev and John Marino and Oli Mata. It's moments like last night where they needed people and players to hold down their positions and their roles, and they were able to do it. So last night was just a kind of a full circle moment for this team and showing how far they've come.
Coach Bear brought up the penalty kill and how good that unit has been. What does it take on a penalty kill unit? Like, what is the specialty of being the guys who come in and go, hey, just keep us afloat here and make sure that they don't score? And in the case last night, when it was that massive, 4 minutes of having to kill that penalty, how big of a deal it is to have that penalty kill unit that is so good?
Yeah, what it takes is guys with, complete 200-foot games, guys with active sticks, a little bit longer reach and an ability to keep your composure and keep your shape. As you saw, Vancouver had some suffocating pressure for most of those penalties where they were in the offensive zone, and Utah really had to make sure that they were, staying to their box shape and covering their areas, then also not getting sucked in and making sure that they could get rid of the puck. So, penalty kills for the most part is all about composure and being aware of your surroundings. And that's why they have guys like Kevin Stenlund and Alexander Kerfoot and, Ian Cole and even Logan Cooley, playing out on those special team units, is because those guys have the most complete 200-foot game, and they're able to execute and remain composed in moments where, you're down a man. There's a lot of extra space out there for the other team to work with, and so it takes a little bit of extra effort and awareness from those players to get it done.
How about Logan Cooley, 6 games without a point, and then he comes up with the biggest goal of the year so far. How important was that for him in that moment to have that goal and to not only get off that streak, but be able to contribute to the team in such a big way?
Yeah, it's huge. He's one of the brightest young players on the Utah Hockey Club roster. And, I think coming back from injury, just based on the timeline and how much this team is pushing, I think there's an argument out there that, Logan might not be at 100% right now. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't, give 100%, that he doesn't still expect a lot from himself. So I know that, that this stretch of 6 games where he was not really able to score, and even the 10 games that he's been back, just 3 goals and 2 assists for 5 points, it was frustrating for him. I was able to ask Coach Bear about that last night, asking about the patience Cooley's had during the stretch. And, he looked patient. He's a very competitive guy. He expects a lot out of himself every single game, every single night. So it's been a little bit of a tough go for him. He said that the weight of the world was off his shoulders now that he scored, and I think it was big. They need Cooley to be playing with as much confidence as possible down this stretch. He's one of their most important players. He can be a huge impact player for them, and so I think for him to finally see one go in and light the lamp was big, not just for the Utah Hockey Club, but for him as well.
One of the things that I've noticed with this group is they do tend to respond this is the second time in the last week that we said, hey, that was the biggest game of the year. That was a huge one, or being able to steal a point here and there. I would suspect that the rest of the way through here, considering how close it is in that last spot for that wild card, you got two teams at 73, two teams at 71, and Utah's right there with the 71 points, and it's going to be a tough one. What about going into Edmonton? What are the chances of them stealing one away at their barn?
It's going to be tough, but I think, luckily for Utah, Edmonton's not necessarily playing their best hockey of the year right now. They're 5-5 over their last 10. They have won 2 in a row, but I think what we've learned about the Utah Hockey Club this season is that they're competitive. They're not getting blown out of the water. They're not getting dominated. They're not getting played out of anybody's arena or barn. Their goal differential is just -8. So most of these games have been decided by a single goal. One-shot games, as Coach Torney likes to kind of describe them as, and that's what we've seen every single year. The media, we kind of have a joke that we're not always sure if we're going to be able to finish writing our stories, anywhere close to when the game ends, because it's always so tight. You never know which way it's going to go, and I think that's credit to how competitive these guys are, how many steps forward this team has taken. So. Yeah, I never count the Utah Hockey Club out of any game. It definitely will be tough. You're taking on guys like Connor McDavid, who's arguably the best player in the world. So it's going to be a challenge. It's definitely one that's why you probably would have liked to have had that Seattle game. But, hey, it puts a little bit more pressure on this team. And now they're looking at it going, hey, every single game is a Game 7 mentality. And as exciting as last night was for them, they've already forgotten about it, and they're looking forward to tomorrow.
You mentioned already how great their special teams were in Vancouver, but I want to revisit that 4-minute power play in the third period, because I thought that was just as important as the goal, and really it could end up defining their season with the way they fought there. How difficult, just how hard is it to fight off another team for 4 minutes on a power play, let alone 2?
Oh, it's incredibly challenging. When that call was made that Keller would not only be going to the box for 2 minutes, but that it was a double minor for the high stick.
Horrible call, by the way, just absolutely atrocious.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
The guy shoved him to the ice. Like,
right. I guess
what are
Keller
we looking
shouldn't
at
have fallen down. Right. I guess Keller shouldn't fall down when another player pushes him. But 4 minutes, 2 minutes is already difficult. And the longer you're in your own zone, the higher the chances are that the other team's going to score on you. And so when you got your backs against the wall against a team that has some firepower, especially in a guy like Quinn Hughes, who's arguably, next to Cale Makar, is the best defenseman in the world, especially given, how offensive-minded he is and the skills and abilities that he has, it's remarkably difficult. But it was impressive. I mean, that was next to the 7-minute power kill that they had to do earlier this season. I can't remember who that was against, but that 4-minute PK was certainly impressive. And like you said, just as important as the goal. Well, that was the biggest goal of the season, but definitely the biggest PK. And I think, Alexander Kerfoot was absolutely phenomenal. He was very active towards the blue line. He cleared the puck several times. And there was one particular sequence where the puck went towards the blue line. He kind of held it on his stick for a minute. And, I think Vancouver was expecting him to immediately dump it down the ice. But, he held on to it. He waited for Vancouver to press and milked a few more seconds off the clock. So it's like I was talking about earlier, they have the youth, but they've also made sure to hang on to and sign some of these veteran players who are going to make those plays with a little bit higher IQ. And I guess he's a guy that went to Harvard. So, making smart decisions all over the ice.
So you've got 24 goals from Clayton Keller. He leads the team with 75 points, and Dylan Gunther also with 24 goals. Is that, I mean, does that speak to like how good they are at mixing it up and making sure teams are guessing as to where those next goals are going to be coming from? Because the rest of the way, I mean, you've got Baron Hayton's got 17. Logan Cooley, who of course had that goal last night that put it to 2-1 late there. That was a phenomenal goal. This is a team that's mixed up the goal scoring quite well, I think, across the entire roster.
Yeah, it's a very well crafted roster in that way that you never know where a goal could come from. If you look at the top goal scorers in the league, it's generally about the mid to high 30s outside of the number one goal scorer, who's Leon Draisaitl with 49, and he's just having kind of a otherworldly type season. But yeah, to have multiple guys in the mid to high 20s, it certainly helps. I asked Dylan Gunther the other day about hey, you're having a career season. Obviously, he's very young. This is just his first full season in the NHL, but you're leading the team in goals alongside Clayton Keller. You've been really effective. He's actually, I think, tied for third or fourth most game-winning goals in the National Hockey League. So I just said, what makes you so effective? He said, it's the guys that I play with. It's the guys, on the team and on my line and on the special, and on the power play that are helping me score, because at any point, any of those guys could score. And I think when you watch Utah's power play, that's what makes them so dangerous is, you have several crafty players, guys like Clayton Keller and Nick Schmaltz, who are have more of that pass-first mentality. You've got Mikhail Sergachev, who has a boatload of assists this year and can also light the lamp. Then you've got Dylan Gunther, on the wing near the faceoff circle, and Barrett Hayton working in front. Teams have to account for that. They can't just stuff one side. They can't just focus on one or two players. It's everybody on that unit. And so yeah, it definitely helps when there's so many dangerous guys on the ice that can open space for one another or score at the same time.
We're all watching the standings each and every day. This is fun. I think it's so close, and last night made it even better. But as you look at this, who has the edge of all these teams trying to get that last spot? And do we need to start looking at the Wild as a team that could be caught as well? What is your latest take on where the standings are at right now and who has the best odds?
Yeah, I think the Blues, as of right now, have the best odds. I believe they have the easiest schedule remaining, and not only of the four teams in the chase, but in the entire NHL. And then I believe it's Utah, Calgary, and Vancouver. But yeah, I look at a team like St. Louis, who is 7-2-1 over their last 10. They're picking up steam. They're playing their best hockey of the year right now. It seems like every night when their backs are against the walls, they're picking up wins that they need to. So right now, I would circle St. Louis is definitely the team to watch. That would be the team that I would probably lean more towards getting in. I think their playoff chances are, according to the deep analytics guys, they also have the best chances now, considering how they performed over this last week, which is interesting because they had the worst chances a week ago today, and now they've got the best. It's crazy how fast things can kind of change. In terms of the Wild, I just think with 6 points, unless they just completely fall apart here, which they haven't been playing very well, I still don't think that there's necessarily a team that anybody's going to catch. Crazier things have happened, but it's just going to remain a 4-team race for that final wild card spot. And as exciting as it is and as fun as it is, the winner gets to of that spot gets to play the Winnipeg Jets, who are having a incredible season. So making the playoffs, even if you get in, do you have or not in Winnipeg in the first round?
Cole Bagley, you can hear him, of course, right here every week on this program, breaking down the Utah Hockey Club. And, of course, you can hear him with his Hockey 101 segments that he does. Awesome job as usual. You can read his byline. All of the Utah Hockey Club stories right there at KSLSports.com usually have his name right there in the byline. So, Cole, we appreciate it, man, and looking forward to this one as they go to Edmonton and then come back home for 3 in a row.
Yeah, it should be good. It's exciting time. It's fun that they're able to have this pressure on them. I know the guys are enjoying it, and it's a good sign for the future. So we'll see how they can do.
There you go. Cole Bagel, everybody. Utah Hockey Club Insider, KSLSports.com.
I'm personally fine with getting your brains beat in by the Winnipeg Jets in the first round. Don't care. Just for this team to make it to the Stanley Cup playoffs in their first year would just be phenomenal. Can you imagine what will happen if we've got Stanley Cup playoff games at the Delta Center this year?
Okay, so we were having this discussion with one of my friends who was like, look, they get that second wild card spot, and obviously you're playing the Jets. He said, look, it'd be awesome. You win one game in that series, like, phenomenal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Hockey's funny, though, because, there's no – look, they go to Edmonton. No idea how this team's going to react, right? They're back against the wall situation, right? Buffalo, you're supposed to beat. You're at home, but neither of those things have actually factored in. Teams you're supposed to beat, having them at home, those things don't necessarily work out that way in the NHL, right? Because then you're welcoming Tampa Bay, who's pretty freaking good. Detroit, you just beat them at their place. They're not going to be real happy about that. So it's going to be a tough go the rest of the way. But lots of Eastern Conference matchups over the next week and a half. And they've got to get one. They still get Calgary, of course, on the 1st of April, and so that's going to be a huge one. But, yeah, the rest of the way. And, of course, they round things out against St. Louis. How fun would that be if it's, right there? You know what I mean? That would be phenomenal. Oh, my goodness, Slick Watts died.
Oh, yeah, you didn't.
I did not. Darn it. He was one of the. He's one of the greats, man. Who. Listen, the Supersonics. Sorry to be like Squirrel here, but man, the Supersonics. That '78 title team. Obviously, people. That's all they talk about. You talk about the Supersonics, man.
Yeah.
Slick
Did you
Watts.
know that Slick Watts played a year with the Utah Jazz? Actually, sorry, the New Orleans Jazz.
Okay. Well, that I could see.
One of the saddest things about Slick Watts' career is that he's like the face of Seattle basketball,
Yes.
right? He wasn't on their
he didn't
NBA
win. He didn't win the championship, but
they traded him to Utah.
Those two,
they traded him to the New Orleans Jazz.
Those 2 years, so they end up going to the finals in 2 out of those 3 years, and then when they get rid of him, of course, then they win the title.
That stinks.
But
I think in 1976 he led the league in assists and steals. First player to ever do that.
So Slick, that banner that's up in Key Arena. I don't even know if they call it Key Arena still anymore. But that's where I graduated from high school. Was in Key Arena, and you see the banners up there, and that was when you're like, I'm in there on the floor, and whoever's talking at convocation, at your graduation, I was like looking up at the Raptors, going, gosh, man, Gary Payton, man, he plays on this floor, dog.
That's cool.
That's where my mind went during graduation. So there you go. All right, let me see here. Oh, we're jumping out to the line. Guess what? Larry H. Miller, Toyota in Murray. We're chatting with Jeffrey again, who's the general sales manager there. And you know what that means? Jeffrey, I always love chatting with guys who are the general sales managers because you're the guy that we get to go, give me the deal, and you've got him, man.
Yeah, that's true. I'm the guy behind the guys. So,
let me talk to the manager. You're talking to him right now, man. Let's go.
Exactly, and I believe that the Key Arena is now Climate Pledge Arena. That's where
you got it.
Now,
listen, Kraken play there now.
Yeah,
and,
but it's such a lame title to a classic arena now. But yeah, hopefully we get Sonics basketball there again in the near future here.
Yeah, it's an exciting time to be a sports fan in Utah, especially if you think about it. This time last year there was not an NHL team in the state of Utah, and now we're on the cusp. We're at least in the conversation to be in the playoffs, and there's nothing as exciting as playoff hockey.
I know.
And super excited to be. And it's a great time also to be looking for a Toyota. If you're in the market for a 4Runner, if you're in the market for a Tacoma, we have got them. We've got them in spades, and we're making deals on them because we want to make people part of our family here at Larry H. Miller Toyota.
Let's hear some of those deals and get people down to your store in Murray. What do you got for people right now?
So how about a brand new 2025 Tacoma for $299 a month on a 39-month lease?
Wow.
How about a brand new, completely redesigned Toyota 4Runner for $299 a month? How about if you want a Land Cruiser? We got a Land Cruiser. How about $499 a month for a Land Cruiser? You want finance deals? How about 3.99 financing for 60 months on a brand new Tacoma? I mean, right now between the manufacturer and the dealer discounts, we're making all of these vehicles super, super affordable, trying to get as many people into brand new Toyotas as we can. This month is a great month for us. historically, and we would really love to be able to earn a lot of business this month and help people take advantage of the pricing that's available to us right now.
You talked about obviously the Larry H. Miller name everybody knows around here, but you talked about being a part of that family. What does it mean? What makes you guys a little bit different than maybe the other dealerships that are around?
Well, it kind of permeates throughout our store. General Manager Steve has been here since 2002. I've been here since 2010. Most of our salespeople have been here for 4 or 5 years. We're a place that you can buy a car from somebody, and then you can turn around and come back and send your friends and your neighbors and come back again and be able to deal with the same people. We're invested in making sure that our employees and our guests feel like family members. And, we don't do everything perfect, but when we don't do something perfect, we try really hard to fix it. And we want to be here. We've been here for over 40 years, and we want to continue to be here as a pillar in the community.
You're not going to have to wait around and wait for availability on a brand new 2025 4Runner. Just go right there to Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray. Go check out and say, hey, I heard Jeffrey talking about it on the air. Get those deals, get them fired up, and let's get this thing going on the Tacoma, on the 4Runner, on the Land Cruiser, all the brand names and all the names of that Toyota family that are legacy names and that mean so much. So, Jeffrey, we'll chat with you in a few minutes, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
All right, great. Okay.
All right, there you go. Larry H. Miller Toyota.com is the website. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more right around the corner. So many things to jump into here. When we return, we've got a little bit of fun to have with the NFL Blitz, because there is NFL to be talked about. All right, the league year has started, which means insanity is among us. And then, of course, we're going to get you ready next hour for this Utah Jazz team facing off tonight. You got a Jazz pregame at 6 o'clock. You are not going to miss it. Listen, that's a game you should win, right? Nah.
No, come on.
Come on.
What are you talking about? Stop getting weird, man. Stop it.
Hey, quit being a weirdo, man. Oh, man, that was a rough one against the Timberwolves yesterday.
As it should have been.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Typical heavy traffic patterns on southbound I-15 from Murray to Midville. More slow speeds on southbound Bangor Highway between 21st South and 35th South. Whipple Service Champions, your cooling, heating, plumbing, drains, and electrical specialists. Whipple that way with your traffic update. I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention, please. The NCAA tournament is here, and the Cougars and Aggies are going dancing.
Hold, fire, score!
The KSL Sports Zone will be with BYU and Utah State every step of the way in Denver and Lexington as they look to make a run in March. Hear all the play-by-play action as the Zone will be your exclusive radio home of the NCAA tournament. From Dayton to San Antonio and everywhere in between, your home for every shining moment of the NCAA tournament is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Have you been wondering what happened to Master Electrical Services? Where did they go?
You mean the Master Electrical Services that's been serving Utah since 1954?
Yep, them.
The Master Electrical Services that was the first to offer upfront pricing guarantee with no hidden fees?
That's who I'm talking about.
And 100% satisfaction guarantee?
That's right, Debbie. Master Electrical Service has joined Mountain Air, and together they've become Mountain Home Services.
This is great news because they can offer whole home protection, electrical, EV chargers, HVAC, generators, plumbing, and fireplaces.
Yeah, I love that new one, the fireplaces. You can find them online at mountainhomeservices.com. That's mountainhomeservices.com.
Or at that same easy-to-remember phone number, 801-543-2222. Again, 801-543-2222.
Mountain Home Services is the company that we trust, and so can you. Remember, just check them out online at mountainhomeservices.com.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is Derek Overstreet of the New Millennium Group and host of Stop Working and Start Living Radio. If you're close to or in retirement and you don't have a tax plan, call us right now, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. Listen, our country's been spending like never before, and the tax bill is coming soon. If you need an income tax strategy and a financial plan that will get you through the rest of your life, give my team a call, 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. If you want an investment plan that allows you to keep more of your gains and pay less taxes, give us a call, 888-999-6370. My team specializes in the type of plan that will get you retired 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible. So, get a no-cost tax analysis by calling 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370. My team is standing by now.
Plan your next corporate, friend, or date night, special occasion, or just because at Ruth's Chris. Delicious food, cooked, served, and delivered to perfection. Hotel Park City in downtown Salt Lake, or online at ruthschris.com.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jordan Clarkson says he enjoys watching all of these young guys grow over the course of the season.
I'm just watching the growth of everybody. Isaiah, Cody's looking really comfortable out there now, stepping in the shots with some rhythm, and other guys around just stepping up and keep coming out here and competing.
Utah Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. UView Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz. The NFL Blitz starts right now on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Thanks for being with us. Let me see here. Got a lot of bracket reaction, of course, as people are rolling in, and you can, of course, put yours in. You can throw your hat into the ring and try to beat JJ for a chance at $500. It's not your money they're trying to. Wait a minute. Does JJ? I think it would be fair if he at least had to put up $250 of it. That'd make him take it more seriously, right? Let's get Lloyd in here. Let's go.
I got medical bills, man. I got 4 kids.
I love the idea of being like, because it wasn't there, like, for a time, it was really fun for these things to be like, win Terry's money. I'm like, Terry needs to retire, man.
Poor
Stop
Terry,
taking his
man.
money.
Leave him alone. Give him a break.
Win Chuck's money. What was the line that Chuck said the other night? He's like, I've been fat, I've been skinny. Kenny, I've been fat, I've been skinny, I've been a winner, I've been a loser. He's like, but I'll tell you what, and who was it that he said that has always sucked? Oh, but the Clippers, man, they always suck. I was like, that's why these guys are going to get paid a lot. I know people are like are dragging these studio shows right now, but you can't drag those guys, man. Come on.
Best to do it.
Even though they don't necessarily follow the game every day, I feel like.
They don't have to.
They're so dang good on the freaking TV, man. I tune in. It's must watch. All right. Nominate that youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. The way you do it is submit that nomination just right over at KSLSports.com/contest. Every Thursday, JJ and I read those winners off. We celebrate the efforts of awesome volunteers in your neighborhood that are making extra effort with the youth and sports. It's all brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, both from which you will win a prize. All right. Boy, they were just talking about I know this. I hear the NFL music, but I was just down at the bottom, which I don't know where these chances to win things come from. I don't know what ESPN's BPI does. Is that just, are they making Lunardi call all that, or is that a computer? Okay.
It's a computer model.
The computer model has put Memphis 68% chance to beat Colorado State. I don't feel good about that at all.
No.
If I'm Penny Hardaway's guys, right?
Not at all.
But Colorado State does have are they 12 seed? Yeah, they're 12 seed.
Yeah, they are.
They have a 11% chance of going to the Sweet 16. So there you go. That's one of those that I think a lot of people here locally are pushing Colorado State automatically into that second weekend because they're just so tough right now. And them as a 12 seed, that's probably a pretty good draw for them, right?
It's excellent. Yeah,
then your path becomes a little bit more easy in that second round.
We'll get into it in the 5 o'clock hour, but they're one of my Cinderella picks.
All right. Okay. Start writing it down. See what JJ screwed up on. Try to take advantage of it. The Bengals have now reached extensions with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. I think Jamar Chase is now the newest version of a richest wide receiver in NFL history, right? The deal made him the best, or the highest paid non-quarterback.
Yes.
In the game at $41.5 million per year. Worth it, JJ?
I think so.
It's a lot of money for a wide receiver.
I know,
man.
But here's the thing about the Bengals. Is they have their franchise quarterback. You have Joe Burrow. You know who you are. And I think they're just going to try to outscore everybody next year. And if you can secure Jamar Chase and T. Higgins long term, you've got Burrow. These guys are going to be together for a while now. The contracts are done. They're locked up. They know who they are offensively. If they can just figure out an average defense, they can dominate in the AFC North moving forward because the Ravens' window is going to close here soon. And I know that's the team that they're looking up at. I don't think the Steelers are that team. I think the Steelers are in this weird space.
Steelers may have, they may
the
be.
Browns
Their
the
window
Browns,
might have closed a couple of years ago.
Right,
yeah.
so I'm not worried about the Browns. They're going to have a good year here, and then they go have a couple bad years. The Bengals have one of the most explosive offenses in the NFL now. With these guys locked up, that's going to continue for years to come. The Bengals are a team to watch. They were just in the Super Bowl 3 years ago. Don't forget that. And some of these young guys are still on that roster. Joe Burrow led them to that Super Bowl. They have experience, and they have a lot of talent. The Bengals had to make this deal. They had to keep these guys in-house. I love what they did.
Hey, where's High Point? Bonus points for where High Point University is, who are taking on number 4 seeded Mike Folta's Purdue Boilermakers. I think is it one of the Carolinas?
It's easier than you think.
North Carolina.
It's in High Point, North Carolina.
Oh, see, I didn't.
It's a town.
Okay. Yep. There you go. Don't look at me like you guys knew where High Point, North Carolina was. Look at Alex. You did not. You knew where High Point, North Carolina was, huh? Okay. JJ, I was a 5th grade geography champion. Screw you guys, all right? Oh, you did? You went? Okay. All right, so you've been through.
What's their mascot?
The 3-pointer, because they're High Point. You know what's funny is my wife actually went out to like a business conference out there not that long ago. So I don't know, but what's their mascot? What is it?
It's the Purple Panthers.
Oh, now you know what? I don't hate that. That might be my favorite. That might be my leader in the clubhouse right now for a cool mascot. Is it Purple Panther or just the Panther and they're purple?
It's the Purple
Panthers. It's the Purple Panther. All right.
Well, it's the High Point Panthers. Okay.
It's not as
but
cool
they wear
as the
purple.
Pink Panther. Yeah, I got you.
So it's cool to say the Purple Panthers, but they're the High Point Panthers.
Let me see here. The Texans and Derek Stingley have now reached a 3-year, $90 million extension. Gosh, the money's gotten crazy. We always say that every day, right? But, man, 3-year, $90 million extension. $48 million of it is guaranteed. Nice job.
The NFL's not poor.
No. The Ravens have now reached a 2-year deal with Cooper Rush, the former backup to Dak Prescott. You got to find a new backup out there in Dallas, man. The next guy for everybody to cheer for when Dak gets hurt again.
And it's going to happen again.
Of course it will.
History says.
Cooper Rush is like, thank goodness. I mean, honestly, the good and bad of having to live and survive in Dallas and that.
How many former Cowboys are like, it's a relief to
heavens.
get out of that microscope of the drama?
DeMarcus Lawrence, we saw last week, right? Like
you can sense it. Guys want to get out of there. They're tired of this.
It's bonkers.
All that drama and attention, and to be playing for a mediocre franchise has got to just be frustrating.
I guess Arthur Blank has got a blank check.
Yeah, he does.
Because he's kept.
How much money do you spend at Home Depot?
I know.
We're all footing the bill for Kirk Cousins.
I was going to say.
I make almost weekly donations to the Kirk Cousins Fund through Home Depot.
Oh my goodness, it's freaking true, and that. Boy, what's the guy he looks like? He's got that mustache, Vince.
Vincent Price.
Vincent Price.
He looks evil.
The sounds of Thriller.
He sounds like the Thriller guy.
Arthur Blank.
He looks like
$8.7 billion according to Forbes.
He's worth a lot. So because they passed the what is that little window they had to be done by? It was that. But bottom line was they kept him on that roster after they needed to release him before they had to pay him, and so it's going to be a $10 million roster bonus that that's the price of doing business. They have to give him $10 million to decide what the next step is going to be. So,
do you know Kirk Cousins has almost made as much money, career earnings, as Tom Brady?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me just based off of, because he got that crazy deal that was $188 million or whatever it was, and we were like, Kirk Cousins did? But you know what? He kind of paid off there in Minnesota. Like, he got them to a little bit of where they are now. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's the same thing by the end of it. Because the biggest salary in the history of the NFL is who? Do you know? Biggest salary, biggest career earnings in the history of the NFL.
I don't know.
Matthew Stafford.
Okay.
$380 million. That's some Mike Tyson money.
So
right
Cousins
there.
Is at $294,192,254.
Yeah, he might get there. He might still end up getting there. Just in the backup roles he's end up living in the next little while. All right, there's your update there. But they're going to give him $10 million just to think about it. I love that. You're going to have $10 million, and we'll think about what we're going to do with you in the future. There you go. Let me see here. We'll take that break. We'll come back. We've got our 450 segment coming up here. We're going to jump in, chat a little bit about some of the Cinderella teams to consider when filling out that bracket. And then we'll get you to the 5 o'clock hour where we're going to make you go up against JJ's picks. We're going to make those picks live on the air. All right? So stay right here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The heaviest traffic is on southbound I-15 from Murray to Midville. Expect slow and go traffic on the collector ramp from I-215 west to southbound I-15. Avoid Redwood Road southbound from Bluffdale to Lehigh. Multiple traffic lights are not working due to the high winds, and traffic is at a standstill. Our 100th spring is right around the corner, and Murdoch Hyundai can help you take those curves in style. Right now, receive 2.99% for 6 years on the Tucson, Santa Fe, Elantra, or Sonata. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. You can get $200 off of the program that JJ and I have had success on over this past year right now. Just go to their website, Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Here's the best part about it. There's no secret to this whole thing. They don't try to keep everything under their hat. It's not some magic pill. It's not an injection. It is a program that has worked, and they have found out, and with the proper doctors and nutritionists, they've been able to dial it up exactly to where this program is able to help the average person drop between 15 and 20% of that body weight in the reduction phase. But more importantly, JJ, they can keep it off.
And that's why it's so important to you, someone that wants to lose weight and needs to lose weight, to have all that at your disposal. A program to lose weight is essential. Now, you can try to do it on your own. You can even go the route of injections, pills, all that stuff. But if you want to lose weight naturally, the healthy way, this plan can help you do that. It'll take you step by step each and every day through the process, and you're going to lose weight, and you're going to lose it fast, and you don't have to do all the other things that we talked about. No prepackaged meals either. No crazy, wild exercise routine. You're just going to be burning fat each and every day, up to a pound of fat per day. Give it a try. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. It worked for me. It can work for you.
SLCfatloss.com. Go check out the website for yourself. That's SLCfatloss.com.
This Monday Tax Tip is brought to you by Susan Spears, CEO of the Utah Association of CPAs.
Let's talk about the child tax credit. It could put some extra cash back in your pocket. To qualify for the child tax credit on your 2024 taxes, your child needs to be under 17 at the end of the year. They also need to be a U.S. citizen, national, or resident alien. You also need to be providing most of their financial support. For 2024, the credit starts to phase out if your adjusted gross income is over $200,000 if you're filing as single, or $400,000 if you're married filing jointly. If you qualify, you can get up to $2,000 per child. And even better, up to $1,600 of that could be refundable through the additional child tax credit. Taxes can be tricky, so if you have any questions about the child tax credit and how it applies to your family, chat with your CPA.
Get the most out of your income tax preparation when you hire a CPA. Go to uacpa.org to find a CPA that's right for you. Listen to KSL on Monday for more tax tips from the Utah Association of CPAs.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And did you know that we get a bunch of service calls per year from people who didn't even hire us? That means they originally hired someone else to replace their siding, gutters, and windows. Then later, when a problem popped up, they tried to call their contractor back to fix it, only to find out that the contractor has ceased to exist. They're gone, done, out of business. At RGS Exteriors, we've been serving Utah for 70 years. As a fifth-generation owned contractor, we've got customers who are the grandkids of our customers we had in the 1950s and 60s. We're not going anywhere. We will be here when you need us, period. For siding, gutters, and windows, now and forever, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit at rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Skip the airport crowds and expensive hotels. Upgrade your adventure with an RV from a Motorsportsland RV Center. With trailers starting at just $6 a day, it's easier than ever to hit the road in comfort and style. Upfront pricing, expert service, and free training. No hidden fees, just adventure. Start your journey today and let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Let Motorsportsland help you get away.
Motorsportsland.com.
This is Rod with great news for Utah homebuyers. When you hire the Save Right team of realtors at Realty Path, you get a Bankbuster loan with a fixed interest rate in the 5s. What is a Bankbuster loan? A Bankbuster loan gives you a fixed interest rate in the 5s. Bankbuster loans give you maximum buying power. Monthly payments can be up to $800 lower. Bankbuster loans can save you hundreds of thousands in mortgage interest. Get your Bankbuster loan when you hire the Save Right team of realtors to help you buy a home. Start with a rate in the 2s. Ask us how. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com. Get way more home for a lot less money. Get a Bankbuster loan. Call 801-APPROVE or visit SaveRight.com.
Come in and get your burger fix with JCW's, the Burger Boys. Juicy 1/3 pound burgers or thick, rich shakes. Your choice. 5 locations, no tipping ever. Just great food with friends. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Logan Cooley breaks down Utah's performance in a big win over Vancouver.
I mean, I think we stuck with it throughout the whole game. You know, obviously there was a big kill there for a minute in the third. It's not always the easiest thing to kill, especially, you know, when they got skilled players like that. So I thought we were resilient, you know, never let our foot off the gas, and it was a great job by the kill.
Utah Hockey Club at 50 updates are brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready. Your trusted partner in emergency preparedness. Our favorite Cinderella teams to consider when filling out your bracket next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on The Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Guess what we have for you? A chance to win right now. If you were listening to DJ and PK in the mornings on Mondays, today's a Monday morning, and they gave out that Chevy Strong Play of the weekend, you can win $20 to Amazon and through an Amazon gift card by showing us what that play is or telling us what it is. 801-575-ZONE, caller number 12, who has the answer of what the play of the weekend was. They're going to win an Amazon gift card courtesy of your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers and the KSL Sports Zone. So there you go. If you're listening to DJ and PK, dial it up right now, 801-575-ZONE. JJ, teams that you should be looking at on your bracket as possible Cinderellas. We were talking about where High Point is and what their mascot is, and High Point actually is coming up as a 13 seed that could upset their number 4 seed opponent. And it's not as much about being like, oh, yeah, but I love High Point's high-powered offense. It's more about how Purdue seems to be struggling a little bit in the last couple of weeks of the season. You got to have a little bit of both, right? A team that's got a motor right now. They're playing pretty well. They've got a high seed. And then a team like Purdue, who is a 4 seed, probably could have actually lived more in that 6-7 seed range and still probably would have been about the same quality of a team. That's probably an overshot 4 seed and High Point coming in. They have nothing to lose. Why not?
I don't feel like there's any 11 seed or 10 seed. I don't think you can call it an 11 or a 10 seed. Not an
upset or Cinderella.
So
yeah.
Let's erase that right now.
Those.
So we're talking about 12 and lower.
12 through 16.
So your 12 seeds that I really love in this tournament, UC San Diego, who beat Utah State at the Spectrum when Utah State was hot.
These are Tritons?
Yes, these are the Tritons. They are really good. They can shoot the heck out of the ball. They got really good players. I think they're going to beat Michigan in the first round, and they could even make the Sweet 16. I also love Colorado State. I think they're going to win their first-round matchup over Memphis. I don't know that Memphis has really been tested. They don't play in that great of a conference. Colorado State has won 10 in a row. You saw what they did to Utah State the last couple times they played them. They won the Mountain West Championship with ease over Boise State. Colorado State is red hot right now. I think those are the 12 seeds you look at. A lot of people around the country are hot on Liberty. I'm not so sure. Oregon's got a lot of good athletes. I don't buy that. 13 is going to be interesting, though. We are familiar with Grand Canyon, who upset Utah Valley.
Was it an upset?
Well, no.
Didn't feel like it.
Utah Valley was the number 1 seed.
Sure.
It was supposed to be their year. Grand Canyon spoiled the party in Vegas late Saturday night. But there are some 13 seeds. I think Yale, although I can't pick Yale this year because they did it last year against Auburn, remember? I don't see a team doing it 2 years in a row. So you mentioned High Point. They're a 13 seed against a 4 seed Purdue who has been beaten in the first round of the tournament before, even as a number 1 seed. So, and a lot of people are high on Akron over Arizona. I'm not so sure about that. I don't love that. So I would probably point at High Point as being the top 13 seed, but it would not surprise me at all if Grand Canyon gets the win over Maryland. Your 14 seeds? Kentucky is a 3 seed. Mark Pope is a great coach, but what has he not done?
Not won any NCAA
That's
tournament
correct.
games? Okay.
What has Kentucky often done early in tournaments? Remember St. Peter's? Ooh.
Yeah.
So this is a team, a school, and a coach who have had some first-round struggles.
Who are they playing? Troy? Is that what it is?
They are playing Troy, and I like Troy a lot. And that's the 14 I'm looking at. I'm going, you know what? That's the 3 that could go down. Don't overlook Montana against Wisconsin either, but I just think Wisconsin just has too much offense. But look for Troy over Kentucky if you're looking for that 14. And then finally, no 16 seeds have a chance this year.
No.
The top 4 seeds are too good. Look out for Bryan over Michigan State. I think Michigan State wins that game, but that's the 1-15 seed that I think can give a 2 seed a lot of trouble this year.
There's always a 15-2 that gets you a little bit of a shimmy and a shake.
I just mentioned St. Peter's over Kentucky.
Was Princeton a 15 over Arizona, or were they That
was a
right?
15-2.
And I think, and they went to the Sweet 16 2 years ago, right? Oh, man, my brain is not good. And so I feel like I'll say 2 years ago, and it really was 4. Or it was 1 year ago.
Remember FGCU, which we talked about earlier today. They were a 15
Florida
seed.
Gulf Coast, yes. St. Peters was a 15.
They did the 15-2 upset.
Mm-hmm.
I've got them all listed here right now. Princeton beat Arizona, you're right, 2023. St. Peters over Kentucky, 2022. Remember Oral Roberts in 2021 made the Sweet 16.
Man.
Middle Tennessee did it in 2016. Florida Gulf Coast 2013. Norfolk State in 2012. Lehigh in 2012 over Duke. Hampton in 2001. Coppin State in 1997.
So we had 2 in that 1 year. We had 2 15 seeds?
2 in the 2012 tournament.
What a bad set
Isn't
of
that
teams.
crazy? So last year it didn't happen, but in 23, 22, and 21, a 15 beat a 2.
I love it.
Look out for that.
That's why we live for this stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
That's why we love it. So it's always interesting to see a team that is got all the pedigree, is the blue blood or whatever, and then some team who you had to look up who their mascots were. You look at them and you go, oh, boy. And it looks like out on the floor that there's nobody over 6'8" on their team. And they do it, and you're like, wow.
Yeah.
This is
we'll
why
always
we
remember Steve Nash in Santa Clara in 93.
Of course.
Over Arizona. And the first one to ever do it was Richmond over Syracuse in 1991.
Spiders.
Yep.
All right. Let's jump out to the phone lines. We've been chatting with Jeffrey today from LHM Toyota in Murray. If you aren't familiar, of course, with the Larry H. Miller brand of dealerships, they do things differently, and that is they make sure that there is a vibe of a family feel to it, that you want to come back. They make sure that their salespeople, we were just talking to Jeffrey about this in the last segment, is like the salespeople want to make sure that you keep coming back, but not just that you like to. Look, they know they get better business from other people. They go, I had a great experience. If someone recommends a car dealership to you and you don't even have to worry about it, then you do it. And that's the type of thing. You guys get a lot of referral business, Jeffrey, and you get a lot of people coming back, too, because of the Toyota name.
Oh, absolutely. You know, the brand is well known, and when you get good customer service and, you know, a quality product, it makes for, really lifelong relationships. We have some of our guests have been coming to see us. You know, in the 15 years that I've been here, I've seen some families where kids came in when they were, just really young, and now they're getting their own cars to drive, and some of them have their own families. It's a really nice place to be able to work and to do business.
Yeah, you don't have to do too much to sell people on the Toyota brand. They've been making great cars and trucks for a long time. I was telling Alex in a break, like, eventually someday I want to get a Toyota Tacoma because I've been wanting one ever since I was 16 years old. But there's just something about that brand, so it's not hard to sell. But you give people even more incentive right now because you've got some great deals going on right now, too, to get people into Toyota.
Yeah, if you're not in a Toyota right now, there's some choices you have to make differently. But but I will hook you up. I mean, we have some great deals. I got $4,000 off of any brand new 2025 Toyota Tacoma SR5. I've got 3.9% financing available on any new Tacoma. I've got a $339 lease payment on a new Tacoma. I've got a $299 lease payment on the all-new redesigned 2025 Toyota 4Runner. We've got deals, we've got specials. There's always a reason for us to sell cars, and right now Toyota's incentivizing you, so that now's the right time for you to do it as well.
If somebody wants to get in and say, "Hey, I got a trade on this," you guys are looking for trades too, right? Always.
Oh, mercy, yes. We have an incredible used car department, and we are always looking for, even if we don't take your vehicle on trade, we're looking to buy vehicles for our used car inventory. And right now, the market is really great if you're looking to trade your vehicle in, because inventories are limited all over in terms of used vehicles. And so the value, if I'm a consumer, the value is there to be able to trade your vehicle in. And we make it super simple. You come in, trade your car in, we'll pay it off, do all the paperwork, all the title paperwork, get it all transferred, get everything done, and put you in a brand new Tacoma, 4Runner, Land Cruiser, Sienna. We got 2 new Siennas leaving the lot today, Corolla Cross. I mean, whatever Toyota it is that you're interested in and you're looking for, I think I probably have it here right now.
They want to hook you up. Let Jeffrey and his team, he's the general sales manager down there at Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray, say, hey, I heard you on the radio. I heard you talking about some lease deals. Boom, let's get it set up. Let's get you figured out. And you already know what Toyota as a brand is in terms of the longevity and the quality and the class that you get with it. And so just button it all up down there at Larry H. Miller Toyota there in Murray. Jeffrey, thanks for hanging out, man. We'll chat with you in a few minutes.
Great. Thanks, guys.
There you go. They are the newest sponsors, by the way, of the Utah Puck Report. And we appreciate their love of hockey. And we were chatting, I think, with Jeffrey a little bit earlier, and you could tell he's a hockey fan. He's like, "Oh yeah, guess where the Kraken play? Yeah, up at the old Key Arena. Not Key Arena anymore, but yes, we love having that relationship with Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray. Go check them out. More to go right around the corner. When we return, we've got ourselves a breakdown finally of JJ's bracket. Are you filling it out furiously, or you already done it?
No, I'm ready to go.
Okay,
I did my homework.
Ooh. That means you've got a real shot. If he's done extra prep, that means he's talked himself out of a lot of picks during that time. He'll probably do the same thing in the next few minutes here. So stay right here with us, and we'll get JJ's picks next right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard this season with the Utah Hockey Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Hockey Club page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Hockey Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Receive game updates, exclusive analysis, and chances to win Jazz tickets. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Attention sports fans, imagine the peace of mind knowing that when you open a gold-tiered checking account with Hercules First Federal Credit Union, you get premium perks as part of your package.
Start 2025 off with Gold Tier Checking and unlock unbeatable benefits. Earn up to 4.25% APY on your balances. Earn points on everyday spending. Redeem for travel, cash back, gift cards, and more. Enjoy Ultimate ID 3-Bureau credit monitoring and free cellular care coverage with no monthly fees. But that's not all. Lock in your future today with Hercules First Federal Credit Union's 12-month CD at 4.4% APY. A winning play to watch your money grow stronger together. Don't miss out. Open your Gold Tier checking account or 4.4% APY CD today. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Coming to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Always see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Scott Gerard, Hans Olsen, and Hans, spring is coming, and it's time to protect your home for the upcoming spring rain. IWC Roofing is going to make sure that your home is ready for the rainy season.
And with the spring season, you're going to get amazing spring discount, $1,500 off a replacement roof. All you got to do is call or go to their website, get it scheduled, $1,500 off. And remember, IWC, built here in the state of Utah in 1997, the highest rated roofing contractor in Utah.
They've been in business since 1997. The best warranty in the business, backed by Owens Corning. Call right now for that free estimate and a roof inspection. 801-232-5690.
IWC, fully staffed and ready to put a new roof on your house in just a single day. They can get an entire roof done in a day.
801-232-5690 or check them out online at iwcroofing.com.
Imagine waking up every morning with a smile you love. No more hiding, no more discomfort. Stubbs Dental Implant Center has helped thousands of people ditch the dentures and say goodbye to missing or failing teeth. With over 2,000 5-star Google reviews, their patients say it best.
Getting dental implants has been the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Let the expert team at Stubbs Dental help you take the first step to changing your life with dental implants. Schedule your complimentary consultation today, a $350 value. Visit StubbsDental.com.
The Salvation Army's Harbor Light program helps people battling addiction rebuild their lives with shelter, recovery, and hope. My name is Alex. I found healing, and now I get to help others through the Salvation Army. Your donation makes programs like Harbor Light possible. Search the Salvation Army Utah to learn more.
GoPave Utah is your gold standard for parking lot paving and repairs. Contact GoPave Utah today. GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Come on!
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Our show, as always, is brought to you by the G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives. Make, of course, the protein bar of choice. It is phenomenal tasting. You can find it in the refrigerated section. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, many other places in the refrigerated section. Tom Morello, Harvard grad. Harvard not in the NCAA tournament. I don't think they've been in a minute.
It's got to really grind their gears that Yale is carrying the
the Ivy League champ.
The Ivy League water.
I think they've been the Ivy League champ 4 out of the last 5 years. They've gone to the tournament 4 out of the last 5 years, so obviously they've won the championship. I always feel bad because when they're like, and Cornell, you're like, Big Red's not going to do it. Come on.
You follow the Ivy League a lot more than anybody listening right now.
Columbia, the Lions, don't think so.
Columbia.
That powder blue out of here.
Hey, that's a sleeping giant right there.
Although they could have made as much of an argument as the other powder blue team in the tournament, UNC, to get in.
Well, speaking of, which team won more games against ACC teams that are in the NCAA tournament? North Carolina or Boise State?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Bronco fans, don't put them through this.
I'm going to right now.
It's got to be team? It's got to be Boise State.
That's correct.
Oh,
Boise State beat Clemson.
Clemson is like a legitimate.
Guess what North Carolina did not do?
But dude,
there are 3 other teams in the ACC that are in the tournament. Louisville. Can't pronounce that wrong. Don't call them Louisville. It's Louisville. Duke, obviously.
Yeah.
And Clemson. North Carolina beat those 3 teams. Never.
Yeah. Boise's all, but then Boise got dinged on that quad 4 loss to Boston College, right? See, this is what's crazy is like putting these things together is bonkers because you go through and here's the thing. We'll complain about UNC, about North Carolina getting in. They'll win 2 games.
And that was Boston College, a quad 4 loss.
I know.
You go play a ACC team thinking you're upping your schedule. You lose to them somehow. It kills you.
It was because it was on a neutral court in one of those tournaments that no one gives 2 craps about by the time it's even January. Those non-conference tournaments that you're in, they get to the championship game of that thing, and then they lose to Boston College. I think Boise State's head coach goes, so we didn't get in because Boston College hit a step-back 3 with like 3 seconds left and knocked us out of a
insane,
fill in the blank Mexico tournament or whatever it was.
Boise State has wins over Clemson, St. Mary's, New Mexico on a neutral floor, New Mexico at their home building, Utah State. San Diego State they beat. Like, they have quality wins. North Carolina doesn't have anything close to that. Well, I've said enough about North Carolina. Everybody understands and accepts they should not be in this tournament, but they are.
So there you go. Let's get down to it with the brackets for your chance to win $500 for beating our own Jeremiah Jensen, or $1,000 for winning the local challenge right here on our own website. All you have to do, with March being right here and with KSL Sports asking you to be a part of this, all you have to do
is beat the idiot.
And it's free to do. So go to KSLSports.com, sign up the KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem Challenge. All you have to do is just go make those picks. You win $1 million for that perfect bracket. We've talked about the numbers on that. Okay, got a better chance to put Boise State in the NCAA tournament late. Okay, the best local bracket's going to win $1,000. If you beat JJ, you're entered to win $500. I like to see at the end how many people end up being the ones who beat him. If they're like, gosh, we had 7,800 people who are up for $500.
You're going to have all the data.
Yeah,
and you're going to be able to rub it in my face
when
this is over.
I think the way we play this is you actually want JJ to make some good picks, and then you do just a little bit better, and then you have a smaller pool that you're beating on the other side, right? So you got to beat JJ, but you're also beating fewer people. So you got to have your picks down. So JJ is going to roll out his picks for us so that we can get to that spot here. So let's start things off here. Where do you want to start? What
pick a region? Let's go.
Let's go in the South. Let's go to the South first.
Let's go down to the South, and that is Florida, right? This bracket I have from the KSL one does not have the regions.
Okay, let me give you the regions then. I got
it.
You got it?
We're in the South. That is the Auburn. Auburn is the number 1 seed in that bracket. So let me start there. So Auburn, obviously, I'm going to go with Auburn to win that first round game.
Okay.
I don't think there's any 1 seed that's in danger of losing in the first round this year. They're just too strong. The 9 seed in that tournament, Creighton, I think beats Louisville. I'm going to just go rip through here. You can stop me if you want to break down one of these. I'll give you my picks.
Yeah.
I've got UC San Diego taking down Michigan. I know UC San Diego is that hot pick. Everyone's thinking that that's the team that's going to make a run. I don't disagree with that. I went back and forth on this. Michigan just won the Big Ten tournament, but UC San Diego has really good shooting. I think that they match up really well against Michigan, and I think that's a great upset pick. If you're looking for that 12, they're the hot one to pick right now. Everyone likes Yale. I couldn't go with Yale over Texas A&M because Yale did this last year to Auburn. Texas A&M isn't going to fall for that. I think Texas A&M is tough.
Yeah, were they a 13 seed last year?
They were.
So the only other, by the way, it was that Princeton team 2 years ago who was the other non-Yale team over the past 5 years.
The Ivy League has a history of doing really well in the first round of the tournament, and even Princeton went to the Sweet 16. Yeah. And yet what Yale did last year was really impressive. I just don't like the matchup. Texas A&M is tough. I think they move on. Ole Miss, I think, will beat whoever wins that first 4 game, and I think it's going to be San Diego State over North Carolina. We've talked about North Carolina earlier today and how much of a fraud they are. Iowa State's going to beat Lipscomb. Even without Keyshawn, I think they're going to be fine. New Mexico, I've got the 10 seed over Marquette, the 7 seed. I love Donovan Dent. He's the Mountain West Player of the Year. March Madness is perfect for a player like Dent to make a name for himself. I think he's going to have a great first-round game against Marquette and win. I do think Michigan State's going to have trouble with Bryant, but they will find a way to win that game, and from there, Michigan State should really take off. Do you want me to continue in this bracket all the way through to the Final Four?
Let's move over to the East.
Okay, I'm there.
Which is the bracket, of course, where BYU is with Duke at the number 1 seed in the East.
I think Duke rolls in the first round, obviously, and Mississippi State's just too tough. I like them defensively. Baylor has not been strong. I love VJ Edgecombe, but I don't think a freshman's going to be able to carry the weight of this team. I don't like the way Baylor played second half of the year, especially in conference play. Mississippi State gets that win. Oregon is on upset alert against Liberty. Liberty Bibbity. I don't think so. Oregon gets the win. Arizona, another team. Everyone loves the Zips, the Akron Zips. Everyone loves the MAC. Some action in the first round, not me. Arizona is too tough for Akron. They roll and move on. Now we come to the tough one, BYU and VCU. Everyone's loving VCU out there. Oh, they play great defense. Oh, Max Shulga is so good. We saw Max Shulga at Utah State. Good player.
Yeah, but he's the A10 player of the year, too. So
yes.
It's not like just like some guy.
No, he's not. VCU's serious. They're for real. BYU just has too much depth. They have too much three-point shooting. They're too good offensively for VCU's defense. BYU wins that game, and they get over that 6-seed curse that BYU currently is experiencing. Wisconsin will beat Montana. St. Mary's is just too tough. Vanderbilt, I think the SEC bottom half is way overrated. Vanderbilt's not good. St. Mary's gets that win. And Alabama, that is one SEC team that is really good, but one of their key players is injured right now, but that's not going to affect them in the first round. They move on to play St. Mary's in the next round.
Okay.
Which bracket next?
Midwest,
Houston, right?
Houston, number 1 seed in the Midwest.
Houston rolls over SIU Edwardsville. Gonzaga wins another first round. Their streak of going to the Sweet 16, though, is in doubt. We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
A lot of people like McNeese over Clemson. I do not. Clemson rolls in that one. Clemson is real, even though they're an ACC team, which has been
interesting.
bad.
I was watching a lot of people have Clemson out of the 1 and 2 seeds. outside of the number 1 and number 2 seeds, the highest pick for a Final Four berth is Clemson.
Yeah,
after that.
I believe that.
Skip the 3s, skip the 4s, go right to Clemson.
Coach Brownell and Clemson, they had a nice run last year. I think that came to an end against NC State, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm.
So Purdue over High Point. That's a program that's been bit in the first round. Obviously, they lost to a 16 seed a couple years ago. It's not going to happen here. High Point's a really good team. Purdue will find a way to advance. Now, here's an upset for you. I think that Xavier's going to beat Texas in the first 4. And I like Xavier to get to the round of 32. They're going to beat Illinois. I'm not sold on Illinois. Again, Big Ten, a lot of Big Ten teams in this tournament. I don't know how many of them are actually really that good. Upset alert for Kentucky. Now, I told you earlier, Troy's a team that could pull this off.
Yep.
Mark Pope has some kind of first-round NCAA tournament curse. I don't think that Troy's going to get it done. I think Kentucky's going to break that curse. Kentucky will survive and move on. UCLA and Utah State. Aggie fans are going to be mad at me. I just do not like the way the Aggies have played the last 2 weeks. I'm just trying to be objective here.
I think that honest Utah State fans are going, I mean, look.
Come on, Utah State fan. You're nervous, right? You do not like the way the last 2 weeks of the season have gone.
You got bounced in the semis of the Mountain West Conference tournament, and you're going, I don't know. Are they going to win games in the NCAA tournament?
If December, January, Utah State shows up to play UCLA, Utah State's good enough to win that game.
Look.
But that's who has to show up. They have to hit the 3s, and they got to speed up UCLA in this game. Otherwise, UCLA's size and athleticism in the half court is going to dominate Utah State.
I on principle put Utah State on the 2 brackets that I filled out so far. I've put Utah State going ahead of UCLA just because I don't like Mick Cronin. That's it. 100%.
Trust me, I want Utah State to win this game bad. And I think their zone could give UCLA a lot of problems, like I said. But can Utah State get back to that team they were when they were in the top 25 earlier this year? I'm doubtful, and that's why I'm picking UCLA. But I want Utah State to win so bad. And Tennessee rolls over Wofford. Wofford has a guy that shoots free throws granny style. I cannot pick them in the first round.
You can't shoot those free throws like that and
Not
be
in 2025.
and be under 85%
Nope,
either.
sorry.
And I think
Nope.
he's like 47 with the granny style shot. Go straight to the regular.
It worked for Rick Barry in the 70s. It worked for Wilt Chamberlain. It's not going to work in 2025.
Go to the regular. All right.
Sorry, Wofford.
Okay.
We got one more bracket to break
One
down.
more bracket
that is
sets the West. Yes.
The West. Florida, the number 1 seed, will roll over Norfolk State. I like UConn. I think that Hurley's going to find a way. I'm not sold on Oklahoma. Again, another SEC team that probably shouldn't be. Is probably ranked higher and thought of higher because of the conference they're in, not because of their resume.
I'm not sold on UConn, though. Like Danny
the dude can coach, though. He's going to find a way to get them through this first-round game. They're playing Oklahoma. If they were playing somebody that was really tough, I would totally go with
his
the other
villain
team.
arc is aggressive. He's gotten to full force, like unlikable.
Yeah, he has
in this past year.
He's almost as unlikable as his brother.
Yeah,
both punchable.
Yeah, but you know what? Bobby doesn't win games, so like that's the difference, right? So
it is. All right, I've got a 12-5 upset for you here. Colorado State. I love. Nick Clifford is an NBA player. They've won 10 games in a row coming in here. They won the Mountain West tournament, which is not easy. I like Colorado State over Memphis, who hasn't seen anything like Colorado State yet this year. Maryland, it's going to be tough. Grand Canyon's a really tough team. They've been in this tournament before. Maryland finds a way. I like Maryland to win that game. Another 11-6 upset. I think Drake gets Missouri. I like Drake. I like the way they play. I think they're going to beat Missouri. Texas Tech will roll over UNC Wilmington. Texas Tech is really good, as we know, here in Big 12 country. Kansas. A lot of people are like, Arkansas Calipari. Get off that wagon, man. Calipari, what has he done lately?
Yeah.
Is Arkansas really that good? No.
Nah.
I know Kansas has been down, and they don't shoot the ball very well.
That's the only thing is that Kansas is
Bill
kind of an overrated 7 seed in my mind.
Knows how to coach. They're going to find a way. They're not going to get past St. John's in the next round, who's going to win that game against Omaha. That is my first-round picks.
Okay. Let's roll through. And let's start going through your round of 32. We're gonna go through. This is one that starts getting quicker, Alex.
Let me just start in the West. I'll just start with the West. St. John's beats Kansas. Texas Tech beats Drake. So you got that 2-3 St. John's Texas Tech matchup there. Maryland beats Colorado State, but it's going to be close. Florida beats UConn, so you got a Maryland-Florida Sweet 16 game. Michigan State will find a way to overcome Donovan Dent and beat New Mexico. They're going to meet Iowa State in the Sweet 16, who will beat Ole Miss. Texas A&M will find a way to beat UC San Diego. They'll move on to play number 1 seed Auburn, who will beat Creighton. All right, now to the East. Duke will beat Mississippi State. They'll move on to take on Arizona, who will beat Oregon. BYU will beat Wisconsin. BYU will make the Sweet 16.
Wow.
Alabama will beat
Aggressive.
St. Mary's, so Alabama and BYU in the Sweet 16. That's going to be a lot of fun.
A 6-2 matchup. That's not bad.
I like that. I think there's going to be a lot of upsets in that region. All right, Houston rolls over Gonzaga. Gonzaga's Sweet 16 streak will come to an end.
Wow.
Houston will meet Purdue. Purdue will have enough to beat Clemson. I don't feel good about that one, but I just think that Matt Painter and Purdue are going to find a way to get that win. Kentucky, once they get over that first-round hump, they're going to beat Xavier, but it's going to be very, very close. They'll meet Tennessee in the Sweet 16. Now we go down to the other. We're going to go to Houston. Where are we at? I just did the Midwest, right?
Yeah.
Let me go to the East.
You're going to go East.
No, I did the
now.
East already.
No, you're going to go West.
Oh, we're done.
No, you already did West.
Did
You
I
did West first.
Did I do the entire Sweet 16?
So now we got Sweet 16 set up.
Okay.
Yes, and now we're waiting for. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. We'll come back and we'll do our second
We'll
weekend
go 16
all the way up through
all the way to the championship.
all the way to the national championship. So there you go. Those are it's a numbers game. So now we're getting down to the nitty gritty here, the big names, the big brands, and if anybody's going to get to that Sweet 16 plus as a double-digit seed, if any of those are in there. I don't know if any of your double-digit seeds are living on at all anymore. But we'll get back to it. We'll come back. We've got more to break down on JJ's bracket. I like it so far. I don't hate any of the picks so far, including the upsets that you have, because you play it pretty conservative because you've been around this too much.
This was conservative, yes.
You've done this too much. Okay, we'll jump out though to the lines, and Jeffrey's joining us from Larry H. Miller. In Murray, of course, this is the Toyota dealership that is bringing you insane deals. None of this like, hey, do you have a 4Runner? No, we don't. None of that. Do you have the new 2025 Tacoma? Oh, no, we're out of those. Nope. We're talking about the most inventory you guys have seen in a long time, and that's a win for the consumer, Jeffrey. If you guys have all these different options at the 4Runner, at the Tacoma, at the Land Rover, or at the Land Cruiser, all of these different options are out there, and you have a bunch in inventory.
Absolutely. It's a great time to be looking for a vehicle, especially a Toyota. And we've got a great selection of Tacomas. We've got a great selection of 4Runners, Land Cruisers, Corollas, Camrys, anything that Toyota makes, we have access to, and a bunch of them are here on the lot, and we've got a bunch coming in as well. So if you don't see exactly what you're looking for, odds are we have one on a truck somewhere between here and the factory coming to us.
You got so many great deals going on as well. A lot of incentives for people to get into a Toyota. We know the brand. Everyone knows how great they are. But this is a great opportunity to get one at a great price.
Yeah, you can pick up a brand new 2025 4Runner, a new redesigned, new engine, new body, new everything at $299 a month. I mean, how great is that? $339 for the all-new Tacoma. $499 for the all-new hybrid Land Cruiser. I mean, we've got some fantastic specials that are going on. Toyota has some incentivized rates. And then, if new's not your thing, we've got a great selection of used vehicle, used 4Runners, used Tacomas, used Tundras. And that's not even 1.99% for 72 months on a new Tundra.
I'm going to ask you about one of these cars, and that is the Toyota Crown that, I think when I was growing up, it was like, you can't get it. That's the one that's made over in Japan, But the Toyota Crown has made its way over here, and that is a beautiful looking car. And there's some deals out there to be had. But explain to me a little bit what that Toyota Crown is, if people are not familiar with it.
You bet. So the Crown replaced the Avalon. It's Toyota's luxury flagship. It's a hybrid. A hybrid electric vehicle, and it's a large sedan that still is going to get 40 plus miles per gallon. There's also a Crown Signia, which is kind of a wagon style, but it's a big, beautiful car, and you can get it in the standard hybrid or the hybrid max, which increases the horsepower. And anybody that's unfamiliar with hybrid power, I mean, they are rocket ships. The ability of the engine, the electric engine, to deliver the power directly to the wheels is unmatched, and they just take off on you.
Okay, there's deal to be had. And, of course, the all-new Tacoma, the all-new 4Runner, these are sharp-looking cars that people already love and want, and now it's a better time than any to be able to get one because the inventory levels are huge. They're going to be able to make some deals for you. They've got a lot of them on the lot, so go check them out. Don't wait for somebody to say, let me go hunt that one down for you. Just go check it out. Larry H. Miller, Toyota in Murray. Jeffrey, we'll chat with you in a few minutes, man. Thanks for hanging out.
All right, great, thanks.
There you go. LarryHMillerToyota.com is the website. So there you go. We'll take a break. We'll come back. The rest of JJ's picks will also get you ready for the Utah Jazz and the Chicago Bulls pregame coming up top of the hour. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Redwood Road is still a parking lot full of stagnant traffic due to the high winds knocking out power to the lights at the intersections. Traffic is heavy and slow on southbound I-15 from 33rd South to 90th South in Draper. Bad air quality got you down? Take UTA and give yourself more time to breathe. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Daryl Morey is saying that Sixers fans are only fueled by anger.
Okay, this is kind of interesting. They didn't invent the tank. Teams have been tanking for a long time. But they invented the process, right? They really did this thing the Jazz are doing right now for 5 straight years. They got Joel out of it. They got Ben Simmons out of it. They got Markelle Fultz out of it. They actually really did have success as far as pick quality goes. Player quality, they did not.
During the actual process, they booted every pick but one. The Jazz better get it right. Long story short, if you want to take a Jazz lesson out of this, if you're going to take a whole season, you better hit a home run with the pick.
And the truth is, that doesn't have to be Cooper Flagg. Jazz have an 86% chance of not getting Cooper Flagg. So you better get the best player otherwise.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
By now, you've heard Hans and Scotty raving about Bar W beef. But have you tried it for yourself? Build your own box with the cuts that you use the most and within your budget. They can deliver right to your door in Utah for $9.99 flat rate shipping. And right now, save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. Check them out online at barwbeef.com for the best steak and best beef you've ever had. Save 10% on your first order with promo code FIRSTORDER10. barwbeef.com. No middleman needed.
Hey Utah, it's the water boy, Colson Firmich here, a third-generation Culligan man. Are you tired of hard water wreaking havoc on your home? At Culligan Water, we offer top-rated water softening solutions that protect your appliances, keep your skin feeling soft, and make your water taste amazing. My grandfather started working at Culligan in Salt Lake City over 50 years ago, and Culligan is your trusted local water expert. Some would say we're the godfather of water systems. Do you know if your old water system is even running correctly? Give us a call today and schedule a free water test of your current system, any make or model. Just give us a call at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com. In addition, receive $500 off a water softener, plus get free salt delivery for a year. Again, that's $500 off a water softener, plus get free salt delivery for a year. Enjoy cleaner, softer water and experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you love.
Hey, this is Dan, the laptop man from PC Laptops. Let me tell you an amazing story. Last week, a customer came in. They were a creative director for an agency, and they were frustrated that their old, slow computer wasn't processing their files quick enough. He had a big project due and could not afford any delays. Well, we hooked him up with one of our new, powerful 2025 desktops for only $999, and he was able to complete his project with ease. Take one home today. The new 2025 S1 desktop or SM3 laptop for only $999. You heard that right, $999. You get a blazing fast processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and over a terabyte of blazing storage for $999. What else do you get? Lifetime service warranty, and we have 12 months special financing on approved credit. Hurry in right now because supplies are limited, because at PC Laptops, we love you. Just check us out at PCLaptops.com. $999, PCLaptops.com.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Spring is here and so are the savings. Right now, get 15% off any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower at Mountainland Power Equipment. Whether you're tackling your lawn at home or on the job, the Skag V-Ride is built to give you power, speed, and precision. With 4 convenient locations to serve you: Springville, Salt Lake City, Ogden, and Rock Springs. Don't miss out on this limited time offer to save 15% on any Skag V-Ride stand-on mower. See your local employee-owned and operated Mountainland Power Equipment today, or just go to mountainlandpowerequipment.com.
Create an evening to remember, whether it's a winter break, impressing a client, date night, special occasion, or just because. Ruth's Chris is ready to help you celebrate. Ruth's Chris, Hotel Park City in downtown Salt Lake, or online at ruthschris.com. Tune in to Hans and Scotty this Wednesday to hear how Teton Wealth Group's Ascent Plan can help cover the unavoidable retirement problem areas, including income, healthcare, and investments at no cost to you. Visit retireteton.com for more information.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Rookie guard Isaiah Collier talks about Kyle Filipowski and what he brings to this team.
I mean, Flip nice. When I first seen him, first time we was out here in Utah, I'm excited for the future, to be honest. Flip's getting better every single day. I see it. I guess the whole team see it for sure. So, I mean, just seeing those type of things, from everybody, in the organization, I mean, it's exciting. So, I mean, just stacking days, that's really is for all of us.
Utah Jazz at 30 updates are brought to you by University of Utah Health. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz. Jazz Daily and more tournament picks next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're locked into JJ and Alex with the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it. Basketball, gimme.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. This music, by the way, I can totally relate to this. There was somebody tweeted out there, like, my brain, when somebody asked, hey, how are things going these days when it's March? And they were like, this is what my brain hears. And it showed this clip from Saturday Night Live with Tim Robinson and Jason Sudeikis, and there you go. This is where our brains are right now, too.
Yeah.
Woo! Just one line, basketball. Gimme the ball because I'm going to dunk it.
Those Tesh brothers are geniuses.
They know what they're doing. They can wear a 3-piece tux pretty darn well. All right?
And where do they get those tiny hammers?
Hey, JJ, let's get through the rest of your picks here before we get to some Utah Jazz basketball who are taking on the Chicago Bulls tonight. And by the way, you can get yourself in on the action, and you can check out Hans and Scotty, who are going to be out at Sound Sleep Medical in Sandy this week, 8941 South, 7th East. That's tomorrow. So go check them out. Hans and Scotty doing their show live from Sound Sleep Medical in Sandy. All right. JJ, when we last left the people on this Choose Your Own Adventure audio book tale, as when we last left everybody, we left at the Sweet 16 here. Who's your lowest seeded Sweet 16er at this point in your brackets that we started picking?
I'm going through here real quick.
Is it BYU?
You know
at
who
6?
it is?
Is it
it's BYU?
I wondered.
BYU is a 6 seed. Now,
so
it's likely
JJ's
there'll be a lower one.
It's JJ going full chalk, basically. You're not getting in if you're this cute upstart 11 seed, 12 seed, 13, 14, 15 seed. Sorry.
I think it's a pretty top-heavy tournament this year, but there's going to be somebody who shocks everyone.
Of course, yeah.
And there'll be a double-digit seed in the Sweet 16. I didn't pick that, so if you want to beat me in the bracket,
this could be it.
Find that 10, 11 seed that you think is going to make a Sweet 16 run.
This is where and
you can beat me and win that money.
Yeah, this is where you differentiate it. So the winner of the local bracket here at KSL Sports gets $1,000, and you're entered to win $500 if you just go ahead and beat JJ. So JJ, your picks for the Sweet 16
All right,
and on.
let me do the South, and I'm going to go through Sweet 16, Elite 8, and give you my Final Four South team. Auburn will beat Texas A&M. Broom's just too good of a player, probably the best player in the country outside of Cooper Flagg. So Auburn advances to the Elite 8. They will face Michigan State. The Spartans, look, Izzo finds a way each and every dang year.
That mean old man.
They've been to the tournament 27 straight years. How many times have they been to the Final Four? They've rarely won the whole thing, but they find a way to get to the Final Four. Michigan State beats Iowa State, who does not have Keyshawn Gilbert. This is where Iowa State misses him the most. Michigan State gets that win. And Michigan State beats Auburn. Sparty in the Final Four once again.
I also have Michigan State in the Final Four.
I like them in that bracket.
Yeah.
Auburn has not played well at the end of the season, and I'm just feeling like Michigan State's going to be a better team.
Let's go down to the West.
Duke's already beat Arizona this year. They're going to do it again. Duke to the Elite Eight.
East?
Oh, sorry, this is the East.
Okay,
this is where I have it. I'll go East. Alabama has a player that's missing that's pretty good. BYU has a lot of talent. They got a deep rotation. I just don't know that they have enough to beat Alabama. I've got Alabama moving on to play Duke. I know it's a 1 versus 2, and I've got Duke advancing and going to the Final Four with Cooper Flag.
Okay.
All right, Midwest. Houston rolls over Purdue. I love Houston. And then Houston's going to face Tennessee. Tennessee will boat race Kentucky as they have earlier this year. And then Houston's going to take care of Tennessee. Houston will be in the Final Four. Now my final bracket, the West. Maryland will go down to Florida. Florida's too tough. I love Florida, as a lot of people do. And I like Texas Tech to upset St. John's, if you call that an upset. I like Texas Tech a lot. That puts Texas Tech from the Big 12 in the Elite Eight against Florida, but they will not have enough to beat the Gators. So I've got the Gators in the Final Four. I've got 3 1 seeds and a 2 seed.
Okay. Your national championship game is going to be between whom?
I have Florida beating Michigan State, and I have Houston beating Duke. So Houston versus Florida, and my national champion is Houston.
Big 12 champ Houston, huh?
So there you go.
Kelvin Sampson, after all this time getting his guys to Final Fours, to Elite Eights, to Sweet 16, he finally finishes it off.
I think they're due. And I love this team. And a BYU fan, if you watch that team in that semifinal in the Big 12 tournament, you know what I'm talking about. That team is good. They're built for this. I think if Jamal Shedd doesn't get hurt last year, that might have been their year last year. But this year, I really like how things set up for them. I like Florida a lot. Florida's really good. A lot of people say Florida's the best team in the country. I do like Houston's experience in this situation. I think they win it all. So if you want to win that money and you want to beat me in the bracket, cheer for Florida or somebody else, and find that Sweet 16 double-digit seed, and you'll beat me.
You know what my 16 seed double, or the Sweet 16 double-digit seed is for me? I got sold over the weekend on it. Colorado State.
I like them a lot.
My 12-seeded Rams going to the Sweet 16.
I think that's not a bad pick. I think an 11 could easily sneak in. I think you could see Yale do it. I mean, there's just possibilities here of teams in that lower tier that could make a run.
I got weird with it, and I said the winner of I don't know if it's going to be San Diego State or UNC, but I think whoever that 11 seed, they're going to be the other Sweet 16 double-digit seed.
Wouldn't it be crazy if UNC just all of a sudden goes on a run?
But it's exactly what would freaking happen because here we are.
All the trash that the entire country's talked in the last 24 hours.
All right, Utah Jazz fans. Jazz and Bulls coming up here in just a little bit. Parker's in the studio behind our producer, Alex. You know what that means. Pre-game coming up in just a few minutes here for this Utah Jazz team and the Chicago Bulls. Your Jazz injury update, your injury report as of at least a little bit ago. Jordan Clarkson, questionable. Svi Mikhailiuk is going to be questionable also with the ankle. Keontae George, questionable with a foot. And then Lauri Markkanen, I don't know if you saw this when he took that weird shot and then landed funky yesterday against the Timberwolves in that 30-point loss, or was it just 28 that they ended up losing? Lauri Markkanen considered questionable also. John Collins is going to be out. Colin Sexton's going to be out with his ankle. And then, KJ Martin also out. So here you go. There you go. Some of these are going to be questionable still. I wonder who's going to actually get the start. But we'll see. That's going to be firing up here. 6 o'clock pre in the next few minutes, and then your 7 o'clock tip-off right here. The Bulls are – look, the Jazz now have the worst record in the league, which is where you want it to be. But at the same time, interestingly enough, JJ, you and I both hit a little bit of a wall. I've been buying into all the development and all the things that have been going on with this team, and then yesterday just felt real – I got the ick from the Jazz yesterday.
Yeah, it's not good basketball.
It was a nasty game, and – I think that, a guy like Anthony Edwards shows up and then you see a guy like, Rudy Gobert that used to be on your roster, or you see a young talent like Anthony Edwards and you go, how come we can't have nice things? You look at a game like that, And by the way, they're clowning on the Jazz. Now Anthony Edwards will dunk on anybody, but it just seems like he's dunking really hardcore on the Jazz all the time, right? Yeah. And so you hate being the team that everybody looks at and goes, "Hey, man, we're going to dunk all over these fools." And that losing streak continues. Everything looks pretty bleak in the moment, but there you go. Jazz,
brighter
Bulls,
days ahead.
Yeah, we're hoping. So we'll come back. We've got more to go. We'll chat one more time with Jeffrey from LHM Toyota in Murray, and we're going to get you ready for Jazz and Bulls coming up at top of the hour. Stay here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 southbound is slow and goes from Murray all the way down to Bluffdale. Redwood Road experiencing heavy traffic from Bluffdale into Lehigh due to traffic lights that are malfunctioning due to the loss of power. Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So you think you know everything about college basketball, huh?
These people are not dumb. They're very smart.
Okay, smart guy. Time to put that knowledge to the test and go head-to-head with the Zone staff. It's another edition of KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem. Log on right now at KSLSports.com to fill out your bracket. The listener with the top bracket will receive $1,000 of cold, hard cash. And if you finish with a better bracket than... let's see here. Who can we pick on? How about Jeremiah Jensen? You'll be entered into a drawing to win $500. It's KSL Sports Basketball Mayhem, powered by Omada Real Estate. Download the free Omada app today from the real estate experts at the Stern Team.
SLC Fat Loss, slcfatloss.com. Go check out the website that has helped JJ and I stay in shape this year and has helped us to get to a spot weight-wise where we haven't been for a long time. I dropped 50 pounds in this program in the first 60 days, and not only that, I've kept it off this year. We're almost a year into the program, JJ, if you can believe it, and you get $200 off the program that you and I have had that success on this year, but more importantly, you'll be able to have all the tools to be able to keep it off.
Yeah, if you need to lose weight and you're motivated to do so, but you need a plan and you need accountability and you need support, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is exactly what you're looking for. That's what I needed. I found it. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and they're helping me keep the weight off too. And now I'm starting a second round. I'm a week in, and I'm losing weight again. It's awesome. Give it a try, Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
slcfatloss.com is the website. That's slcfatloss.com.
At JCW's, we think tipping might be getting a little out of hand. Like when you're asked to tip at the register before you've even been served. Or when you're at the yogurt shop and find yourself serving yourself. And don't even get us started on frosted tips making a comeback. That's why at JCW's, when you pay for a third-pound ranch bacon cheeseburger, that's what you pay. And no one at the register is going to stare longingly at you while you awkwardly maneuver through the tip screen for food you don't even have yet. Honestly, we're just happy to see you at any of our 5 locations in Provo, South Jordan, Lehigh, Harriman, and American Fork. So come on in and enjoy some quality time and great food with family and friends. And we promise, we won't be pushing you for a tip.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's, and we just want to say thank you, and especially to our loyal customers. We want you to know that at JCW's, your business is all the tip we need. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I'm proud to tell you, we don't lay off employees when things get tough. During the pandemic, we didn't let one of our installers go. Instead, we had them clean and remodel our offices so they could still get paid. Remember the 2008 housing crisis? It was a financial nightmare for even the biggest contractors. Still, we didn't lay off a single worker. Nope, we sacrificed profits to keep paying everyone. Look, when the economy's down, most contractors are quick to lay off their workers. It's the easiest way to save money when times get tight. But at RGS Exteriors, we're loyal to our people. You know why? Because it's the right thing to do. People first, people always. That's the RGS way. For gutters, siding, windows, and more, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's rgsexteriors.com, 801-280-3110.
Imagine waking up every morning with a smile you love. No more hiding, no more discomfort. Stubbs Dental Implant Center has helped thousands of people ditch the dentures and say goodbye to missing or failing teeth. With over 2,000 five-star Google reviews, their patients say it best.
Getting dental implants has been the best thing I've ever done for myself.
Let the expert team at Stubbs Dental help you take the first step to changing your life with dental implants. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. A $350 value. Visit StubbsDental.com.
Watch Utah Hockey Club games anytime, anywhere with Utah HC Plus, the official streaming platform for your Utah Hockey Club. See games, replays, highlights, and unbelievable behind-the-scenes content of your favorite team for just $14.99 a month. Sign up and start watching today at UtahHCPlus.com. That's UtahHCPlus.com.
Ready to hit the road in style? Right now at Tim Deli Mazda Southtown, we'll match your down payment up to $2,000 on any brand new 2025 Mazda vehicle. That means up to $4,000 down on your new Mazda. Yes, up to $4,000 down. Come into Tim Deli Mazda Southtown in Sandy at the Southtown Auto Mall today and drive away in your new Mazda. We're matching your down payment now through the end of the month. Tim Deli Mazda Southtown.
Only see dealer for complete details. Offer ends 3/31/25.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by March 31st, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
This is a Utah Hockey Club at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Logan Cooley stresses the importance of last night's win over Vancouver.
I mean, obviously the race to the playoffs is so close right now, and every point is so big. So, we're trying to catch those guys. It's a tight race, and that's a big 2 points.
Utah Hockey Club at 50 updates are brought to you by ReadyWise. Be wise, be ready, your trusted partner in emergency preparedness. Best and Worst is next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
All right, everybody, welcome back. If you are just joining us, Jeremiah Jensen, who you're putting your bracket up against at KSLSports.com for a chance to win $500, has named his presumptive national champion, the Houston Cougars. Hard to wipe what Houston has done out of your mind when it's so close to us, right? Because you've watched so many of their...
probably impacting my view, but
yeah,
I don't see another team in the country that's as battle-tested and
we always talk about the number one overall seed, right, in the tournament, which is this year's Duke.
It's Auburn.
Auburn.
Well-deserved, but they have not played well the end of the season.
The last two games have been tough, and I think that it's pretty clear that Houston is right there.
Yeah.
Like they could have very well been, picked up where they left the folks at Auburn. And I know they had a great year, but Duke is your number one pick for everybody across the board. It's the most picks for national champion. Then Florida, who you have in the championship, and then Auburn, and then out of the number one seeds, Houston is the last pick that people have across the board.
Dumb.
I think so. Don't count out those Houston Cougars. All right, Jazz and Bulls coming up in just a few minutes, so we're going to get you ready for that. Joining us right now on the program, he is, of course, all day he's been nice enough to join us to give you some of these deals on a brand new Toyota. The Toyotas that everybody is wanting right now, too. The brand new Tacoma, the brand new 4Runner. Jeffrey joining us from Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray. Jeffrey, real quickly here, we got these lease deals that are just insane on brand new Toyotas that everybody wants.
Yeah, we've got 4Runners for $299 a month. We've got Tacomas for $339 a month. We've got Land Cruisers for $499 a month. It's so low that's even hard to say out loud. So, yeah, we've got lease specials. We've got financing specials. We've got inventory. It is a great time. If you're in the market for a Toyota, come see me at Larry H. Miller Toyota and let me help you take one home.
There you go. Jeffrey and his team are committed to making sure that you get the best deal on these Toyotas, and they have them in inventory, so that's a benefit to you. So go take advantage. Larry H. Miller Toyota.com. That's where you can find them. So we appreciate Jeffrey joining us all day. Jeffrey, have a good one, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
There you go. Brand new sponsor, by the way, of the Utah Puck Report are the folks at Larry H. Miller Toyota in Murray. So there you go. JJ, real quickly here in the last minute, how do the Jazz look tonight against this Bulls team? And with the folks that are going to be now available are Jordan Clarkson, he's going to be available. Keontae George is going to be available. Larry Markkinen available. John Collins is out, like I said. KJ Martin out. Svi Mikhailiuk is out. And then Colin Sexton as well. So there's your injury update. But how does this Jazz team look against this Bulls team coming?
Are you looking for a win or a loss? Because
you
if
know
you're
what
looking
I'm
for
looking
a win,
for.
And I don't know how many Jazz fans are looking for wins at this point right now, that's going to be pretty tough, second out of a back-to-back in Chicago, a Chicago team. I don't know how motivated that franchise is to make the play-in and make a playoff run, but the Bulls have more to play for. Jazz are going to have a tough time tonight.
Okay. All right. We'll be watching it. Of course, you're going to get the pregame coming right up here, our own Jake Scott and the coach Tim Lacombe. And then you're going to get the call, of course, on the Utah Jazz Radio Network from David Locke and, of course, Ron Boone. Don't want to miss any of it. We appreciate everybody joining us here. For our producer, Alex, I'm Alex, and then he's Jeremiah Jensen. We'll be back again tomorrow right here on your dial, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
For those struggling with dyslexia, the world is a challenging place. The simple act of reading a menu or a computer screen can be frustrating and difficult. Now you can do more than just feel empathy for them. You can make things happen. Thursday, May 15th at Cedar Hills Golf Course. Join the Dyslexia Center of Utah Charity Golf Tournament. There's an 8 a.m. shotgun start, breakfast provided by Chick-fil-A, lunch provided by Texas Roadhouse. The event will help bring together so many of you who care about those whose lives are touched by dyslexia. And the cost? Just $500 for a foursome. And thanks to Metastock and K&L Drywall, 100% of the cost will go straight to the center to provide scholarships for children who can't afford to attend the Dyslexia Center of Utah. Details can be found online at dyslexiacenterofutah.org. Please, make time, whether it's just for you or your team from work. Please join the Dyslexia Center of Utah Charity Golf Tournament Thursday, May 15th at Cedar Hills Golf Course. Get more details at dyslexiacenterofutah.org.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Bills stacking up at your HVAC system's gone? Gillette Services has the perfect solution. Install a new high-efficiency system and get a $1,000 rebate the very same day. That's right, $1,000 in your pocket just for upgrading. And the best bet, you don't have to make a single payment until 2027. Don't miss this limited time offer. Call 385-GET-HEAT for your free estimate. Gillette Services. Comfort now, pay later.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colville, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The following is a presentation of Smith Entertainment Group.
Take note. Oh, my! It's time for Jazz Pregame, presented by Delta. Proud to be the official airline and community partner of the Utah Jazz.
Catch and shoot three. Ow!
Here's Jake Scott and Tim LaCombe.
Jazz Pregame, Jake Scott, the coach, Tim LaCombe. We're getting you ready for tonight's matchup between the Utah Jazz and the Chicago Bulls from Delta Center. Coming back on the second night of back-to-back. Coach LaCombe, it's good to see you. How are you?
I'm good. It's good to see you. Getting a new week started, and we've got those pesky Bulls from Chicago in town tonight.
Before we get started, do you have your bracket filled out, ready to go?
I did fill out a bracket today for our entertainment purposes here in the studio. We've got a little group together. So I filled it out. I'll go back and mess around with it. I just kind of made it a once-over.
I haven't done mine yet. Reminder to folks on the Wasatch Front, you can go to KSLSports.com and do one. Enter to win. If you win, you can win $1,000. Pretty cool. But I haven't done it yet. Jamil, have you? Now, I have a question for you both because I'm a very passionate answer about this, and then we'll get down to business with the Jazz. You can have more than one bracket, of course, enter to win more than one thing. But can they be brackets, or do they have to be the same?
Oh, I say new contest, new bracket.
Okay, Jamil?
I would say my two right now are the same.
Are they the same?
Yeah.
See, I'm very passionately on the same.
Are you?
Well, and I'm
You're
not
much of a rule follower, aren't you?
I'm not saying that this is you, Coach LaCombe, but I may know people in my personal life that enter 25 different contests with 25 different brackets and inevitably every year end up strutting around the office or whatever, telling everybody how smart they are. And it's like, well, if you do enough of them, one is bound to be good. You can't just strut around and tell everybody how great you are.
I get that because we have experienced that here in the studio with couple of experts.
So that is my opinion. No judging if you want to do a bunch of them, but don't be that guy who's strutting around telling everybody how smart you are.
Do you know who you're going to pick yet?
I do not. I was telling Ben today, I'm moving off of the SEC. I think that was a PR campaign that got them 13,
like the
14
like the
picks.
Big 12 was last year.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Although Florida, Jamil's Florida, they're really
the top
good.
end's really good. Yes.
But I'm a little out on the SEC. I don't want to pick Duke because I never like picking the overall favorite because everybody does that, right?
Right.
And I love Houston because they can guard, but sometimes their scoring disappears a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not going to reveal who I picked, but I will say I am pulling for Houston. I think that would be an awesome story. Kelvin going back there, he's been coaching forever, and man, he's got them in a power. I mean, they're number 1 seed, so I'm excited to kind of see what happens with them.
I actually think both local teams have a great chance to win. BYU got a tough matchup for such a good seed. You know what I mean? Like VCU's going to get after them. And then I think UCLA is beatable for the Aggies. If they figure out the secret sauce that they had earlier in the year, they're just not playing very well.
Yeah, we've watched UCLA play, and they definitely throw some duds out there. It really just depends on if, on that night, if Mick is the only one that cares.
Which he's said.
He said out
about
loud.
his team more than once, actually.
Whatever works for him.
We've got a drop we play on our show of Mick Cronin because he's like, I said to my team, the toughest guy here is going to do radio. And he was talking about himself because he had to march over and do the radio interview.
Oh man, it takes all kinds, man. It takes all kinds.
You coaches, I tell you what, you guys are something.
Yeah, you can see it. It takes a toll on you. My hair's gray and my mind is warped.
All right, let's talk a little bit, Coach, about the Bulls tonight, because I'm sure that the Jazz are eager to get the performance against the Timberwolves in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, that was it was a combination of a couple of things, and I said in the post game last night, I think it was way more about what the Timberwolves are doing right now, and really the power that Anthony Edwards plays with. The supporting cast is really starting to kind of step up. So it was a combination of that, and then the Jazz struggled. The turnovers have been an issue again. It just sets the other team up for a lot of points in the paint, a lot of easy, uncontested shots. And so I would say, with that in the rearview mirror, I think that's coming out of it tonight. How do we go out there, make good decisions, and be on attack, but not be